As night descended, a small green sedan chair, carried by 4 bearers, traversed the bustling front gate street. Robbery! Suddenly, from masked men swaggered out from the side, the leader brandishing a steel blade, pointing at the sedan chair as he shouted, "Halt! This is a robbery!" The bearers, timid as mice, immediately scattered, and the few pedestrians on the street, startled by the commotion, fled in panic, leaving the solitary sedan chair abandoned and forlorn. "Stop! This road is mine. This tree is mine to pass through." Before the leader could finish his verse, someone interjected. "Ha! Sixth Master, where is the tree? I say, there's one. Now listen, whoever is in the sedan, come out and hand over everything you carry, jewels adorning your teeth and treasures tucked away in your pockets." In the capital, only individuals of considerable status could afford to ride in a sedan chair. The court stipulated that officials of the 3rd rank and above were entitled to such luxury, with silver for the canopy and black cloth for the curtains. It required 4 bearers within the city and 8 beyond. Provincial governors and inspectors could employ 8 bearers. Maintaining a sedan chair, along with its bearers, would cost around 1,000 taels of silver annually. Anyone capable of riding in a sedan must be a high-ranking official. In the grand realm beneath the emperor's gaze, how astonishing it was that someone dared to rob an official of such rank. Remarkably, it was still not fully dark. "Enough of this nonsense. Come out." Someone rudely reached into the sedan in an attempt to seize the occupant. Just as his hand neared, the curtain was swept aside, revealing a dark, youthful face. The person emerging from the sedan appeared to be merely in their 20s, with a dusky complexion, but wait, a moment of realization struck. This individual was clad in military attire, not the garb of a 3rd-rank official. The debauched figure known as Sixth Master pointed at him and scolded, "You insolent brat! You think you're quite impressive, don't you? A mere 6th-rank military officer daring to ride in a sedan chair?" The man who emerged nodded. "It seems you are quite well versed in the edicts of the court." "Of course." Sixth Master shook his head momentarily, then realized something was amiss. "Stop the nonsense, hand over everything of value." "What if I refuse?" "How novel if you don't comply. You'll be in for a beating." Another masked man brandished a steel blade, his voice brimming with excitement. "Under the vast heavens, right beneath the emperor's feet, how dare anyone obstruct and rob? Seize them." The black-clad military officer swiftly drew his saber and swung it. Sixth Master scoffed, "You little thief, I could take on 8 of you." No sooner had the words left his lips than over a dozen soldiers, clad in armor and wielding waist sabers, rushed out from the nearby shops. One of the masked men shouted, "The wind is tight, let's make a run for it." The 4 of them turned and fled. Sixth Master sprinted a considerable distance, finally collapsing against a gnarled old locust tree, gasping for breath. Upon glancing back, he saw the black-clad youth had caught up with him. Sixth Master turned to flee once more, but he was unaware that the youth had produced something from his bosom. With a swift motion, he struck Sixth Master right behind the knee, causing him to collapse to the ground. "Ah, you! Sixth Master began, but before he could finish, the youth yanked off the mask, revealing a face as white as jade. The black-clad youth smirked. "You pretty boy, ill intentions abound, the ancients do not deceive me." "Bah, you are merely envious." Sixth Master spat, but the black youth deftly dodged. "Get up, accompany me to the magistrate's office." With a chuckle, Master Lu remarked, "We have merely been toying about over the course of 3 days. We scarcely managed to seize 10 taels of silver. Today we even contemplated a court official. How utterly dull. I shan't partake any longer." As he turned to depart, he winced, having inadvertently stepped forward and felt a sharp pain in his knee. Master Lu glared at the young rascal, indignantly exclaiming, "You resort to underhanded tactics, daring to deceive me." The young man, with an air of disdain, retorted, "Do not cast me those sidelong glances. I am no common courtesan." Master Lu nearly spat blood in disbelief, pointing at the young man, yet words failed him. Without hesitation, the young man approached and, with a swift motion, dislocated Master Liu's arms. Now, with a wounded knee and dislocated limbs, he could neither flee nor retaliate, but was merely shoved along by the young man. "Ha ha! Officer Luo has apprehended the mastermind," chuckled the onlookers from the precinct. "To dare rob under the emperor's nose, you deserve to be punished severely." With a limp and arms rendered useless, Master Lu stubbornly insisted, "I am your Master Lu." The surrounding officials sneered in derision. "With such a demeanor, you still dare to claim that title? Beat him." At this, soldiers swung their arms, ready to strike him. Master Lu retreated. "I truly am Master Lu. I am Xingqiu. May wealth and longevity bring blessings." "Are you jesting with me?" The young man cast a glance at Master Liu's increasingly pallid face and murmured, "Let us first escort the culprit to the magistrate's office and see how long he can maintain this bravado." When the plaque of Lord Fan, the commandant of the Nine Gates, was presented, the two empresses and Prince Cheng were embroiled in a heated argument, their faces flushed with ire. Lord Sin is a loyal minister. Hailing from a lineage steeped in scholarly tradition, his brother could never commit such an egregious act of deception against the court. Prince Cheng shook his head repeatedly while holding a folded document. The Empress Dowager of the West sneered. "Is Prince Cheng attempting to protect Xingqiu?" "I dare not," he replied. "Dare not? I believe you possess quite a bold spirit." Seeing the situation deteriorate, the Eastern Empress Dowager attempted to mediate. Perhaps it would be prudent to withhold these impeachment documents for the time being. The Eastern Empress Dowager shook her head. "Sister, if we delay further, that rogue will have absconded with all of Xingqiu's treasures. Money is trivial, allowing that little traitor to escape will surely lead to future calamities. Lordson would never let the thief go, rest assured on that matter, Your Majesty." Prince Cheng persisted unwaveringly. A eunuch tiptoed in, moving with the grace of flowing water. "Your Highness, the governor of the Nine Gates, Lord Fan, requests an audience." The Western Empress Dowager waved her hand dismissively. "Do not let him, and we have no need for further chaos." The Eastern Empress Dowager, in a gentle tone, inquired, "What business does he have?" "He claims to bear important news and insists on an audience with the Empress Dowager." After delivering his message, the eunuch stepped back, standing quietly to the side. The Eastern Empress Dowager whispered, "This pertains to a significant matter in the capital. It would be wise to grant him an audience." The Western Empress Dowager acquiesced with a non-committal sound, maintaining a composed demeanor. The Eastern Empress Dowager instructed, "Let him in." Upon entering, the governor of the Nine Gates first offered his respects and exchanged a glance with Prince Cheng, his expression a tapestry of complexity. That glance did not escape the notice of the Western Empress Dowager, who felt a flicker of delight within. "Lord Fan, what brings you here?" In the past fortnight, there have been numerous incidents of robbery within the capital. Today, I have apprehended the mastermind behind these crimes. The Empress Dowager of the East momentarily paused, exclaiming, "Is it truly for such a trivial matter?" With a smile, the Empress Dowager of the West replied, "Sister, do listen to his explanation. Master Fan, who is the true instigator of this affair, why does your gaze so frequently drift towards Prince Cheng?" A sudden unease washed over the Empress Dowager of the East. "Hold on. Which Lord Cheng and are you referring to?" The head of the Nine Gates lowered even further. "It is the younger son of Lord Miao." The atmosphere seemed to thicken, while beads of sweat emerged on the forehead of the Nine Gates commander, who dared not wipe them away in the presence of the Empress Dowager, feeling the uncomfortable itch of perspiration. After a considerable pause, the icy voice of the Empress Dowager of the West cut through the silence. "Continue." Chapter 2. Who is the obstructionist? Truly grown up. The Empress Dowager jabbed her armored hand towards her brother's face. The young prince could neither evade nor dare to cry out in pain. His mouth made a faint hissing sound as his body twisted and writhed like a serpent. "Sister." "Ah, Your Majesty, it was Xingqiu's idea. That rascal is full of malice." "Bah, how old are you? Do you blindly follow whatever Xingqiu says? I have long advised you not to associate with him. He is a complete fool." "He is not a fool at all. He is sharper than a monkey. The young prince retorted, clicking his tongue. Humph, an unambitious creature. If it weren't for my restraint, the Prince of Qing would have already expelled him from the royal residence. As the legitimate heir of the royal household, he has turned into such a waste of space. The Empress Dowager, recalling Zheng Shou's mischievous grin, involuntarily pressed her fingers to her brow, only to forget she wore armor, causing her to wince in pain. The young prince chuckled softly. Be more obedient. The Empress Dowager shot him a stern glance. He raised his head, pleading, Your Majesty, I truly cannot be blamed for this. It was all Zheng Shou's plan. And I only just learned of it. Can you guess who caught us, that dark rascal? The Empress Dowager glared at him. Less chatter. It is the nephew. The cousin from the east. The east? The Empress Dowager's expression changed abruptly as she remembered that the Eastern Empress Dowager had a maternal nephew serving as a deputy in the governor's office. Have you lost your wits? You do whatever Zheng Shou commands, and you were captured by some nephew from the east? How can I still face her? Your Majesty, that rascal did it on purpose to humiliate us. We cannot let him off easily. The young lord abruptly knelt on the ground, clutching his sister's leg, exclaiming, The Minister of War is no better. I have already stated that I am from the Chengyan Gong household. What a disgrace! The Empress Dowager gently kicked her brother, causing him to fall to the ground, still holding on to her leg, lamenting, If the Empress Dowager does not pity me, I might as well leap into the moat. What is your name? She inquired. My surname is Luo. I am Luo Fan, he replied. And my face resembles that of the infamous Judge Bao. If I were to fall, one wouldn't even see me grimace. Seizing the opportunity, the young lord continued his tirade. The Empress Dowager nodded, declaring, You are to be confined for a month. You may not leave the premises. Should I learn that you sneak out, I shall send you to the military camp in Miyan, exposed to the elements until you are compelled to show your teeth. The young lord, caressing his face, stood up, pleading, Please, anything but that. My delicate skin cannot endure such hardship. Meanwhile, Prince Chung was also in a fit of rage within the mansion. A prince must be held to the same laws as a commoner. I shall send you to the minister's residence for proper judgment. How novel. Just look at history. Which prince has ever been punished as a commoner? Cao Cao trampled crops while riding, yet he merely cut his hair to win favor. Perhaps he was too busy waging war to bathe, infested with lice, and thus took the opportunity to shave it all off, Zheng Shou argued persuasively. Prince Chung, infuriated, swung his riding crop in a threatening manner. Zheng Shou cried out, Father, Father, you departed too soon. Why not take me with you to spare me from being a thorn in others' sides? At that moment, the curtain was lifted, and a woman entered, supported by her maid, questioning, Is the prince intent on driving us mother and son to despair? The woman who entered appeared to be in her 40s, adorned in a complete set of royal attire, with ceremonial beads hanging from her chest. She cast a scornful glance at Prince Chung and remarked, Since we, mother and son, are such an eyesore to you, perhaps it would be better to eliminate us both today. Once we reach the underworld, we can share tales of your esteemed son with the late king. The mother and son lamented loudly, while Princess Chung stood at the door, observing the commotion within. Hearing the ruckus, she feigned breathlessness as she entered, exclaiming, What is this? Why is the old princess weeping when everything seems well with my brother? Princess Chung, of a similar age to the old princess, had never shown much respect, merely keeping the old lady at a distance in her own courtyard. How amusing it is that you are a united couple. Your brother appears just fine. Yet one threatens to mete out punishment, while the other hurls curses, bullying us, the orphans and widows. Prince Chung retorted angrily, What do you mean by orphan? Am I not his brother? The old princess shot back, You acknowledge him as your brother? My experience is limited. I have only witnessed fathers chastising their sons, never an elder brother striking his younger sibling. I shall venture to the palace to inquire with the two empresses if such a principle exists in this world. At the mention of the two empresses, Prince Chung was nearly consumed by fury. The old princess is unaware of what my younger brother has done today? The old princess sneered, What has he done? Is he daring to rebel? Princess Chung hastily interjected, Oh dear, such words cannot be uttered lightly. Prince Chung, infuriated, sank into a chair, his frustration palpable. Alarmed, the princess rushed to him, placing a calming hand on his chest. "My lord, do not let anger consume you. It is detrimental to your health. Let not the loved ones suffer while the enemies rejoice." Xingqiu languished upon the chair, exclaiming, "Who do you claim to be close to, my dear aunt? She is your elder sister-in-law, akin to a mother." The old princess gently patted her son's back. Xingqiu sprang upright. If I were to call her mother, would she dare respond? Enough. The Prince of Qing was nearly driven to the brink by this bickering duo, gesturing for them to depart hastily. Once this mother and son had left, the princess, her lips twisted in anger, remarked, "Your Highness, are we simply to let this matter slide? They have offended the Empress Dowager and led that innocent young lord astray." The young lord of the Miao family was hardly virtuous himself, indulging in all manner of vices. Without Xingqiu's influence, he would still have succumbed to such behavior. The affairs of the entire Qing residence weighed heavily on the prince's mind. Despite his outbursts at Xingqiu, he recognized the need to navigate these matters with caution for the sake of his own interests. What shall we do? Should we truly confine him? Confine him? The old princess would surely set the house ablaze. I refuse to bear the stigma of being unfilial. This pair of rascals cannot be easily dismissed nor elevated too high. What a vexation! The Prince of Qing rose and began to pace slowly within the chamber. If only he could be dispatched away for a few years and ultimately perish in some distant land, what a stroke of imperial grace that would be, bearing no consequence for us. The princess sighed, lamenting the misfortunes wrought by these two troublemakers within her household, and added, "It is indeed a grievous situation." Xingqiu pointed at his knee, to which the old princess swiftly struck his hand down. "Nonsense. Your elder brother did not strike you. It was not my elder brother who was beaten, but rather a rogue, truly treacherous, employing underhanded tactics. Should I encounter him again, I shall take on 8 of him single-handedly." Old Wang Fei scoffed, "What nonsense! You should contemplate how to smooth over this situation instead. Robbery? How audacious! Is this not merely an attempt to tarnish my elder brother's reputation? For these past few years, I have only been receiving a meager monthly stipend, barely sufficient to fill my pockets. He is deliberately denying me opportunities, while that young master resorts to theft, eager to witness who will be humiliated in the end. Mother, fret not. Even the younger brother of the Empress Dowager is assisting me. I refuse to believe that this matter cannot be resolved. The 6 maidens of the Miao family, with that lone scion, can they truly release Miao Xiaoqi and take my life instead?" Xingqiu orchestrated this debacle to vex his elder brother, Prince Qing, calculating that neither Empress Dowager would dare to take action against him. However, to his astonishment, the very next day brought a thunderous upheaval. The next day, the inspector was preparing to report on Prince Qing's lax household management when the Empress Dowager in the background spoke up. "Xingqiu, a member of the royal family, has misbehaved in the capital. He is hereby permitted to atone for his sins by contributing to the suppression of bandits in Yingtian Prefecture." Prince Qing was initially taken aback, then elated. Xingqiu is a martial man, accustomed to arrogance. Little Lu's temperament will not fare well there. He might fall victim to a trap set by the Qin family and lose his life over it. Suddenly, the West Empress Dowager turned to the East Empress Dowager with a smile. "The deputy commander of the supervisory office, Luo Fan, is a paragon of justice, a rare talent among the nobility, and a remarkable young man. Let him serve as a deputy." With such words laid bare, what could the East Empress Dowager possibly say? With a nod, they conceded. Indeed, these 2 young individuals must possess vigor and a spirit of enterprise. The censors exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Although the chaos had been quelled, the southern region remained tumultuous. In recent days, the petitions for the impeachment of Xingqiu had been flooding in, each one a flurry of urgency. Everyone was aware that the Qin family's military might was formidable. Should they provoke the Qin family, no one would emerge unscathed. Sending a scion of the royal family into their midst was akin to tossing a morsel of meat to a tiger, testing whether its fangs were still sharp enough to devour the offering. With this thought, the assembly felt a sense of resignation. It is often stated that princes are held to the same standards as commoners, Yet throughout history, has there ever been a case where a royal descendant faced the same fate as the populace? Even when committing the gravest of offenses, princes and princesses enjoy the privilege of evading violence, often meeting their end through the gentler means of poison or silk. It is rare to witness an entire family bound and executed in public. Thus, sending such a dandy of the capital into the hands of its family was no different from casting a defenseless lamb into a pack of wolves. Such a punishment was far more brutal than the censors had contemplated, be it confinement or corporal punishment. The Empress Dowager's decision left little room for dissent. What could they say against an offering to the tiger, akin to a piece of salted meat? What say you, esteemed ministers? The Empress Dowager's tone was frosty. As a member of the royal family, I bear my share of the responsibility for this incident. No sooner had she spoken than Prince Cheng, filled with trepidation, acknowledged, "It is my failure to govern my household. I am culpable. Sister, what do you suggest we do?" The Empress Dowager remained inscrutable. "Then let us impose a salary reduction. For 6 months. Sister, your wisdom is unparalleled." In truth, Empress Dowager Cixi is 2 years senior to Empress Dowager Dong, yet ancestral rights must not be neglected. During the reign of the late emperor, she held the title of Empress, and now she is the revered Mother Empress Dowager. In her past, she was a favored concubine, and now she stands as the venerable Holy Mother Empress Dowager. Even if one were the emperor's own mother, she must invariably place Empress Dowager Dong in a position of precedence. I express my gratitude to both Empress Dowagers for their benevolence, as well as to His Majesty. The earnest Prince Cheng bowed thrice in deep respect. It is indeed rare for a prince of such stature to perform such an act of homage, and on this occasion, it stemmed from genuine sentiment. He was astonished that the Empress Dowager had aligned her thoughts with his, so readily discarding this burdensome dilemma. Although Tsinjiao is also a graduate of the imperial examination, he has grown quite arrogant over the years. The Tsin family's military prowess is not easily trifled with. The heavens have bestowed longevity upon the noble. Longevity indeed. And now he finds himself in this predicament. This lad is akin to a toad, neither biting nor repugnant. Yet now all matters have been resolved. Upon leaving the court and walking towards the Shenwu Gate, Prince Cheng realized he must first compose a letter to Tsingguopu, subtly articulating his position. After all, this matter of longevity pertains to his own younger brother. Should he inadvertently provoke the Tsin siblings, the repercussions would be dire. Prince Cheng, accustomed to the privileges of riding within the imperial city, is a man of prudence and decorum, and he never exercises this entitlement. He ascended into the sedan chair, and just as it was about to move, he noticed a young man with a dark complexion, accompanied by the commander of the 9 gates, hastening towards him. The youth appeared to be in his 20s, with thick brows and large eyes, though the excessive darkness of his iris rendered his countenance somewhat obscured. Prince Cheng mused that with a crescent-shaped mark on his forehead, he could easily take the stage as Judge Bao. "Sixth uncle, look at yourself. Your brow could be twisted into a knot." A young girl in her teens reached out to touch Xingshou's forehead, who took a step back, declaring, "It's improper for men and women to engage in such familiarity. Oh, if you adhered to such decorum in your daily life, perhaps you wouldn't find yourself in such a predicament," retorted Princess Mayu, her lips pursed like a blossoming morning glory. "A predicament? A trivial matter, indeed," Xingshou scoffed. "How is it that you seem to know everything? Instead of diligently practicing your embroidery and other feminine arts, you've become a gossip monger. Have you no shame?" Mayu paused for a moment, taken aback. "I am merely concerned for my uncle." "No need for that. You would do better to attend to your own consort, for I hear he is gravely ill. Be cautious, lest you end up a forlorn widow. Just consider my good brother and your father's hypocritical demeanor. Your life is bound to be fraught with challenges," Xingshou continued, maliciously circling around his niece. Princess Mayu was infuriated. "You are truly a dog-biting El Dongbin, unable to recognize kindness when it is offered. What sort of uncle curses his own niece? Oh, so you imply that your sixth uncle is a dog? And what does that make your father? A mere father, I suppose." Xingshou was brimming with resentment, unable to confront her father, so he took it out on her instead. are utterly nonsensical, Mei exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration before turning to run away. After just a couple of steps, she suddenly halted, spotting the Prince of Qing approaching. How unbecoming. A young lady of your age should not be seen in the company of unfamiliar men. This is my uncle, not a stranger. Besides, there are plenty of maids and servants in this courtyard. I am not the only one here, she protested, glancing around. Even the young servants have made themselves scarce. What is there to fear? Such audacity. Your behavior is increasingly outrageous. No wonder the outside world criticizes the prince's residence for its poor etiquette. It is I who am at fault. Xingqiu let out a cold laugh inwardly. To whom is this being addressed? Father. The only time we can truly enjoy ourselves is within our own estate. Once I am married, such comfort will be a distant memory. If my father does not care for me, who else can I rely on in the future? Upon noticing the stern expression of Prince Cheng, Mei quickly sought to defuse the tension. A child raised in a royal household is never truly foolish, unless feigning ignorance. Prince Cheng contemplated the future when his daughter would marry and become the head of her household, overseeing numerous affairs while contending with concubines. Such freedom would soon be a thing of the past. With a sigh, he waved his hand. Go on, I have matters to discuss with your sixth uncle. The princess, being the legitimate eldest daughter, had always been favored, and her eyes brightened at the words. But is sixth uncle free? Xingqiu scoffed. What affairs could I possibly have? After all, that fool from the Miao family is out front bearing the brunt of it all. Prince Cheng retorted angrily. Bear what? The edict will arrive shortly. You are to proceed to the Xinjun army camp immediately as the primary envoy, with Luo Fan as your deputy, bearing the imperial sword to act as you see fit. What significance does Luo Fan hold? Why isn't that Miao fool accompanying me? That is a perilous venture. Do you think the Empress Dowager would willingly send her own brother into danger? Xingqiu responded with a nonchalant "Oh," surveying Prince Cheng from head to toe. So, it seems my brother is willing to send me. Prince Cheng, a man of considerable composure, found himself exasperated when faced with Xingqiu. What can I do? This is the decree from both palaces. He. Xingqiu smiled, turning to leave with her hands clasped behind her back. Choose anyone from my entourage. Thank you. Xingqiu mused. Are you concerned that I may meet a slow demise? Your aides, who openly address me as Lord Lu, secretly wish to cast my mother and me out. Father, I have heard whispers that the Qin family army is merely a facade, perhaps. Silence. Matters of state are not for a woman to speculate upon. The Prince of Qing shot a glare at his daughter. Chapter 4. Exiled. How infuriating. You are the legitimate son of the late prince, yet they dare to bully you so. I shall go weep at the grave. I will ensure the late prince knows how these people mistreat us, the orphaned and widowed. Upon hearing this news, the late princess consort tossed her handkerchief and began to wail uncontrollably. After a time, having expressed her concerns for her son, Xingqiu impatiently remarked, Enough of your weeping. Are you not afraid that the two Empress Dowagers will see your deep affection for the late prince and send you to guard his tomb? The late princess consort trembled in shock. Surely not. Surely so. Do not forget, the two Empress Dowagers are both recent widows. Having seen you cherish the late prince for nearly 20 years, they would be moved to tears. In their excitement, they might just send you to stay there, reminiscing about the beauty of youth and the fleeting passage of time, as you languish in your own sorrow. As he spoke, he began to sing. The late princess consort caressed her delicate face. The winds in the mountains are fierce. I dare not go, lest my face be ruined. She shot him a glare. Bah! You ravenous mouth. What harm could Xinjiu possibly bring to a decent person? I have heard that Xin Laoda is a man of virtue, known for his kindness and propriety. After all, the brothers of Xinguopu must be of good stock, as the Qin family is led by Xinguopu himself. My dear mother, can you name a single benevolent soul capable of leaving the battlefield strewn with the corpses of rebels, a person so infamously dubbed Xin the Barber? If he is indeed kind-hearted, then the individual accompanying me, who is my brother, must embody familial harmony, maternal kindness, and filial piety. Xingqiu nearly succumbed to a fit of cough from the ire of the old Wang consort. The name Xin the Barber resonates powerfully in Jiangnan, leaving all who hear it astounded. Is it truly possible for a civil official to train such valiant warriors? In this fierce battle, the Xin army achieved a resounding victory, with Xin Guopu, in all his majesty, proclaiming the execution of all captured rebels for public display. Alongside them, the fleeing county magistrate of Tang was also sentenced to death, reportedly captured midway in his escape. Initially, the magistrate displayed bravado, defiantly asserting, "Xin Guopu, though you were once an assistant minister of rights, you now remain at home in mourning. I am the magistrate of this county, a father to the common folk, and you cannot take my life while I oversee my people." Xin Guopu, with a scornful smile, retorted, "The court has decreed that localities may train militia, and since I have been commissioned to do so, it is tantamount to seizing the very essence of loyalty." Addressing the capital, he added, "As a loyal subject, my duty is to serve the realm. In times of national peril, those who flee the battlefield shall be executed without exception. Should the court inquire in the future, I shall bear the responsibility alone, and others shall remain unscathed. You are slandering me." Before the county magistrate could finish, a rope was hastily fastened around his mouth, and a swift kick to his knee sent him crashing to the ground. With a flash of a gleaming blade, over 300 heads rolled to the earth, blood gushing forth in torrents. The scene was utterly magnificent, heads rolling everywhere, and from that day forward, Xin Guopu earned the infamous moniker of Xin the Barber. Every time this tale is recounted, Zheng Shou scoffs. I suspect he was merely begging for mercy. The old princess had naturally heard the edicts spoken of by the young lady and was aware of the origins of this particular situation. Upon hearing these words, she wept anew, lamenting her unfortunate fate. "Stop, stop, stop! I implore you, cease your weeping. I am alive and well. It is no time to curse my own son in broad daylight." The old princess was so exasperated that she nearly fell backward, prompting the maid, Wang Mama, to hastily comfort her, reproaching, "Shou Gu, the princess has but one son, and this is for your own good. Enough, enough, I am fully aware of everything. My dear mother, what have I stirred up all these years for? It is to create some commotion, otherwise I would be confined to this estate for life, and we, mother and daughter, could perish quietly without anyone knowing. Do you believe that?" Zheng Shou lowered his voice, and the old princess immediately erupted. "He dares. I am the one granted in marriage by the late emperor," she retorted. "You are aware that the late emperor is no longer present. Moreover, you understand the nature of their relationship. There are still numerous grievances regarding the Empress Dowager. The reason you were brought here was to deliberately vex him. If I can disturb his peace, he will seek every means to send me away. As long as I am granted a minor position, I shall have an opportunity. And now, this is my chance. Tell me, can I let it slip away? But this opportunity is fraught with peril. Wealth and nobility are sought amidst danger." Zheng Shou gently patted the old princess's hand, reassuring her, "Do not worry. Take care of yourself and tend to this small courtyard. Once my son secures his position before the two Empress Dowagers and the Emperor, we shall enjoy better days ahead." The old princess had never before heard her son speak so eloquently, and she was overwhelmed with emotion as she wiped away her tears. "Good, good, truly my good son." Granny Wang accompanied Zheng Shou out, and upon reaching the courtyard gate, she bowed respectfully. "Zheng Shou has truly grown up. I just heard your words, young master." And they were. "No, please do not be overly excited, given your age. Take care. I was merely jesting with her." Zheng Shou chuckled softly, hands behind his back, striding confidently while murmuring to himself, "Clang, clang, clang, clang." Observing his retreating figure, Granny Wang shook her head helplessly, thinking, "This young master has truly been spoiled." Chapter 5. Enemies on narrow paths. Zheng Shou received the imperial decree, donned a complete set of official garments, and hurried to the palace to express his gratitude. Both empresses awaited him in the West Warm Pavilion. The Eastern Empress, observing Zheng Shou as he bowed in greeting, felt perplexed. This child was handsome and well-mannered, yet he consistently engaged in such absurd antics, disregarding the good life before him. What mischief was he up to now? It was unfortunate that Luo Fan had also been implicated in this. With this thought, her irritation towards the Western Empress surged. Zheng Shou, you are, what, 18 this year? The Western Empress suddenly inquired. Yes, Your Majesty, I have indeed turned 18 this year. Do you have a courtesy name? I am an illegitimate child. No one has given me a courtesy name. Zheng Shou lowered his eyes, attempting to evoke sympathy from the two empresses. Very well. I shall bestow upon you a name, Xinxing. Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty. Zheng Shou felt a sourness in his heart. What nonsense. You send me off to Jiangnan to meet my demise, and yet you want me to be prudent? Spare me your pretentious concern. The journey to Jiangnan bears a heavy responsibility. I bestow upon you a treasured sword, granting you authority to act with greater discretion in your dealings. Upon concluding her words, the West Empress cast a glance at the East Empress. Sister, do share a few words of advice. There is not much to advise, after all. Zheng Shou is akin to our little brother. Zheng Shou hastily interjected with a humble refusal. Your departure represents the dignity of the court. Therefore, you must ensure ample guards accompany you. The humidity of Jiangnan is notable, so prepare additional medicinal pills from the Imperial Hospital. The East Empress continued her lengthy admonitions, while the West Empress barely lifted her eyelids. Enough. Kneel and pay your respects. Upon exiting the West One Pavilion, Zheng Shou encountered a stern-faced military official. As they passed each other, Zheng Shou deliberately grinned. Your grandmother. Luo Fan did not spare him a glance, striding past with an air of authority. Arriving at the Xinwu Gate, Zheng Shou noticed a group of individuals peering with curiosity. As he marched forward, they surrounded him, chattering excitedly. What happened? Are they truly sending you to your doom? Silence. What do you mean by sending to death? This is a manifestation of imperial grace. The speaker was the nephew of the West Empress, the young lord of the Miao family. Pa. Several young scions spat derisively at him. You could have uttered a few flattering words before the Empress. Now you dare speak such nonsense. The young Lord Miao retorted defiantly. The Empress is not someone I can influence. It is a blessing I am not being punished. Zheng Shou regarded him coldly, chuckling softly, before turning to leave. The young rakes followed closely. Zheng Shou, what shall we do? We cannot simply watch you walk to your demise. Zheng Shou halted, turned to face the gathering, and smiled. You are all scions of noble families. Your status is not inferior to that of this idle member of the royal clan. A few individuals exchanged glances, perplexed by his intentions. Since we are brothers, why not accompany me? With so many noble youths heading to Jiangnan, even Xin Shui would refrain from making a move. They would surely be treated to an abundance of food and drink. Zheng Shou, arms crossed, gazed at everyone with a smile. Only a fool would venture to Jiangnan to meet their demise. Observing the stunned expressions of the group, he erupted into hearty laughter and turned to leave. Has he lost his mind? Truly insane, they murmured. Zheng Shou exited the imperial city and directly entered a modest tavern. The establishment was sparsely populated, with the proprietress tallying accounts at the counter. Upon noticing his dejected demeanor, she called out, Why does our young master appear as if spurned by some maiden? Zheng Shou took a seat and banged the table, declaring, 2 gin of beef and a jug of wine. I shall not return until I am thoroughly intoxicated. The proprietress personally brought the wine, smiling as she softly inquired, I hear that 6th master has taken to highway robbery? Zheng Shou seized the cup from her hands and downed the contents in one gulp. The fiery liquid coursed down his throat, prompting a soft exclamation as he glanced sideways at the proprietress. Not only do I rob, but I also intend to abduct maidens. The proprietress giggled. And what do you think of me? With a flick of her hair, she added, Not bad looking. Let me turn around so you can judge if I am capable of bearing sons. She spat playfully, drinking a sip of cat's urine and already puffing up your chest. Have you come to bother me, Sister Hohat? Zheng Shou playfully tapped her arm. Hurry with the beef. I need something spicy to soothe my throat. As dusk descended, the attendant observed Zheng Shou, slumped over the table, his expression rife with concern. Should he send someone to the residence of Prince Cheng? The proprietress shook her head. This man is simply unappreciated. Let us not complicate matters for him. Instead, prepare a bowl of detoxifying soup to help him regain his senses. The attendant complied and departed, while the proprietress gently nudged Zheng Shou. This is what happens when you overexert yourself, drinking excessively without restraint. Alas, if you harbor troubles, it would be wise to confide in someone rather than bottling it all up. He struggled to his feet, swaying precariously. The proprietress hastily supported him. I have already sent for the detoxifying soup. Kindly be patient. Zheng Shou stumbled along the dimly lit path, which was now desolate, save for the distant sound of the watchman's clapper ringing, accompanied by a shout, "Beware of fire." That night, the moon shone brightly. After a while, Zheng Shou found himself unwilling to continue. He settled upon the steps of a nearby home, gazing up at the moon. Contemplating, he wondered if there truly were inhabitants upon the moon. If there were, becoming Wu Gang would indeed be delightful, if only to behold Chang'e each day. A sight to feast one's eyes upon. At that moment, several shadowy figures abruptly emerged from an alleyway. Zheng Shou instinctively grasped the firearm concealed within his garments and shouted, "Thief! Where do you think you're going?" Sneaking about, he commenced pursuit, only to discover a slight figure crouched on the ground, hands clasped protectively over their head. Seizing the individual, and illuminated by the soft lunar glow, he discerned it was a young man, slender and delicate-featured, whose stance was peculiar and whose body trembled uncontrollably. "Sir, I beg you to save me. I will comply with any request you have." Zheng Shou was taken aback. "What? Are those individuals human traffickers?" A young man, weeping, replied, "They are even more detestable than traffickers. Then I must apprehend them," Zheng Shou declared, releasing the young man and striding forward in pursuit. The youth, frightened of the darkness and feeling unwell, remained crouched on the ground, clutching his head and shivering. Zheng Shou held his breath, and just as the man he was chasing had taken a few more steps, a troop of soldiers suddenly appeared from the opposite direction. The commanding officer bellowed, "Who goes there?" The pursued individual, already weary from Zheng Shou's chase, was startled by the officer's shout and collapsed to the ground with a cry of alarm. Zheng Shou, filled with pride, taunted, "Run, will you? Go ahead, try to escape. With a fool like you, I could take on 8. The officer, recognizing the voice, raised his lantern for a closer look and exclaimed, "What are you doing here? Is that you, Heisey?" Zheng Shou, astonished to encounter the young rascal again, turned away in a huff. Luo Fan stepped forward, blocking his path. "Although the court has appointed you as the special envoy today, I am responsible for the nighttime city defense. What brings you here, and why pursue this man? Do not hinder me. I too wish to understand why I am chasing this scoundrel." "I must seek out that skinny monkey for answers," Zheng Shou retorted, shoving Luo Fan's arm aside as he took off again. While Zheng Shou pursued the thief with ease, being chased by Luo Fan proved to be quite a different ordeal. Not wanting to appear inferior, he clenched his teeth, exerting every ounce of strength, running until his throat felt parched. The young man finally stood, keeping his head bowed in silence. At this moment, Luo Fan had caught up with the young man, who, upon seeing Luo Fan adorned in military attire, recognized him and exclaimed, "Are you not the third brother of the Luo family?" "My brother is Bai Jinian." Luo Fan scrutinized the young man and inquired, "Are you the son of General Bai?" "Yes, yes." The young man nodded vigorously, taking a couple of steps forward before exclaiming in pain. Luo Fan approached to support him, noticing his hunched posture and the way he leaned slightly backward, and quietly asked, "What did that person do to you? Speak up, and I shall advocate for you." The young man shook his head, saying, "This elder brother saved me." Zheng Shou scoffed, "Indeed, a good deed goes unrecognized. Prick up your ears and listen. I am the one who saved you." Luo Fan grasped the situation. "But did that person strike you?" The young man hesitated, caught between words. Under the moonlight, Zheng Shou noticed something amiss with the young man's robe, and, upon closer inspection, gasped, "Oh dear, you haven't been, have you?" Luo Fan furrowed his brow, asking, "What do you mean? It seems you've been violated." The young Bai brother clasped his hands over his rear, tears brimming in his eyes. "It hurts." Chapter 6. The trouble caused by the steamed bun. The young Bai brother, in a hunched position, caught Luo Fan's glance, who then said to Zheng Shou, "You should carry him." Zheng Shou protested, "On what grounds? You are a witness. It was you who pursued him just now. You know the sequence of events best. This child trusts you the most." Zheng Shou retorted angrily, "I do not know. I merely sat here gazing at the moon and happened upon a few suspicious individuals. How have I become an absurd witness? Oh, I merely wished to step out for a bite to eat. I had no desire to go to the yamen, for there one must face punishment. My back has already become a nest of hornets, and if I endure further punishment, I shall be reduced to a mere dung sack. With that, Bai Xiaodi burst into tears. Luo Fan, feeling somewhat at a loss, noted that his own disposition was rather detached. Even the maids at home, drenched in tears, would not utter a soft word, let alone to a lad of 16 or 17. What a pity to weep. You, sir, have been publicly humiliated. I heard from Haizi that you are the scion of an official family. Have you no sense? Zheng Shou pointed at his forehead, appearing quite foolish. Come, let us go to the yamen. It is outrageous that, under the very feet of the emperor, official offspring can be lured away. I shall ensure that the one responsible loses his head and becomes a chamber pot for the night. Without a care for Bai Xiaodi's tears, he hoisted him onto his shoulder and strode away. Bai Xiaodi struggled, but Zheng Shou remarked, struggle all you wish. If you injure my back, I shall be the one to take your head. This man is truly fearsome. Bai Xiaodi trembled in fright. Luo Fan followed behind, witnessing Zheng Shou's confident strides, and shook his head, pondering that perhaps this individual was not beyond redemption, for he still possessed a hint of childlike innocence. Observing Zheng Shou's imposing stature, carrying a person with such steadiness, Luo Fan suddenly felt a pang of realization. When he had pursued him earlier, Zheng Shou had been panting and had sustained an injury to his leg from a stone. How could he have recovered so swiftly? Could it be that his previous display of ineptitude was merely an act? Throughout their journey, Bai Xiaodi wept and recounted his misadventures. Originally, the esteemed General Bai was stationed in Hangzhou. His wife had passed away, and his concubine accompanied him during his service. At home, he had only two sons, the elder son, Bai Jianian, and the younger son, Bai Zhaohui. On the morning of the day before yesterday, Bai Jianian handed 5 went to his younger brother, instructing him to venture out to purchase some fodder. Bai Xiaodi, at the tender age of 17, had been pampered since childhood and was quite naive. Clutching the 5 he swaggered down the street, gazing at the various stalls, his mouth watering at the sight of tempting delicacies. As a second-rank official, General Bai received an annual salary exceeding 500 taels, which included his pay, allowances for vegetables, candles, and other necessities. Although 500 taels may seem substantial, managing a large family while providing for multiple dependents and the households of fallen soldiers could render life rather austere. The general was known for his integrity, refusing to engage in corrupt practices with local officials, and he disregarded any form of bribery. Meanwhile, he also had to support the families of his fallen soldiers, which made the Bai family's situation in the capital somewhat strained. Bai Xiaodi seldom enjoyed treats. Each year, after honoring their ancestors during the new year, the family would consume the hard, stale pastries known as jingba, which could easily be used as a weapon. As he strolled through the streets, inhaling the enticing aromas wafting from various pastry shops, his cravings intensified. Ultimately, he spent his 5 on 2 bean pastries and 2 milk pastries, devouring them eagerly. Upon hearing this, Zheng Shou scoffed. How could you possibly eat 4 pastries at once without bursting? Bai Xiaodi, with a mournful expression, replied, I know I was wrong. If it weren't for my gluttony, I wouldn't have been driven out by my brother. He lamented, that scoundrel promised to buy me pastries, saying he would purchase them as long as he earned money, and he even gathered a few friends to play with me. It hurt terribly, and I bled. Yet he refused to buy me pastries. How wicked he is. Bai Xiaodi mumbled in distress. Zheng Shou directly placed him on the ground, exclaiming, well, I am no longer at your service, you foolish one. Thus, he resigned from his duties. The soldiers of the governor's office lifted Bai Xiaodi, while Zheng Shou rubbed his forehead in exasperation, lamenting, heavens, how can such a dimwit exist in this world? Bai Xiaodi, with an inherently innocent heart, did not ponder over it much. Luo Fan interjected, innocent? It is sheer foolishness, utterly ridiculous. Zheng Shou cast a sideways glance at Luo Fan and chuckled, I say, my dark-skinned friend, Your face is so dark that one could hardly find you without a smile. Within the governor's office, Bai Xiaodi crouched on the ground, resolutely refusing to allow anyone to examine his injuries. Luo Fan, sweating profusely, thought of Bai Xiaodi as the victim and found it inappropriate to forcibly check him. Meanwhile, the perpetrator cowered in the corner, trembling. He had come to understand that the youth whom they had deceived and mistreated was, in fact, a scion of a prestigious family. This was not merely coercing someone into prostitution. It was a matter grave enough to warrant execution. Zheng Shou kicked the man, demanding, "What have you done to this foolish boy? Speak the truth quickly, lest you suffer a beating." Luo Fan then called for someone to pull the man aside for a thorough interrogation. "Young Master Zheng, this is the governor's office. It is not your place to take charge," someone cautioned. In the grand hall, Bai Xiaodi wept, while the criminal wailed. Zheng Shou was beside himself, and Luo Fan shook his head, as several soldiers gathered to witness the spectacle. "Xiaodi, Xiaodi!" A young gentleman entered, and upon seeing Bai Xiaodi crouched on the ground, he hurried over with joy and grasped him, exclaiming, "Xiaodi, you have been missing for 3 days. Where have you been?" This young man was Bai Jianian, the son of the general, whom Luo Fan had earlier dispatched to summon. Bai Xiaodi felt a sharp pain in his back as his brother tugged him. Letting out a yelp, Bai Jianian hurriedly inquired, "But has he been injured?" Zheng Shou let out a soft laugh, while Luo Fan, feeling helpless, sighed and said, "Brother Bai, may I have a word with you?" "Thank you, Brother Luo, for rescuing my younger brother. Alas, my younger sibling is rather unruly. After I chastised him a few times, he ran off, and I searched for him in the city for 3 whole days." Luo Fan pointed at Zheng Shou and remarked, "He was the one who saved your brother." Bai Jianian, being a scholar who was oblivious to the affairs of the world and solely devoted to studying the classics, was unfamiliar with such debauched individuals within the city. Luo Fan then whispered, "The 6th son of the Duke of Cheng." Instantly, Bai Jianian grasped the implication and bowed deeply to Zheng Shou, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed brother, for your assistance." Typically, the offspring of the duke would inherit a title at birth, such as General of the State or General of the Nation. However, Zheng Shou was an illegitimate child, having been born 6 months after the old duke's passing. At that time, the Duke of Cheng had already consolidated power within the palace and harbored considerable apprehension towards this legitimate younger brother, thus refraining from bestowing him a title. Consequently, his status was precarious, leading Bai Jianian to hesitantly address him as esteemed brother. Zheng Shou nodded and gestured towards Bai Xiaodi, saying, "Your younger brother has been wronged. It is akin to singing the rear garden flower across the river." Bai Jianian initially felt perplexed, but upon noticing Bai Xiaodi's shameful demeanor, bent over with his backside in the air. He suddenly comprehended the situation, his temples throbbing. What? He has been. He turned to his brother, who, with tears brimming in his eyes, lamented, "Brother, I only wanted to eat a couple of buns, yet you insisted on striking me. Had you not hit me, I would not have ventured out. And if I had not gone out, I would not have been deceived with buns, and thus none of this would have happened. It is all your fault." Bai Jianian, filled with rage, abruptly seized Bai Xiaodi. The room was brightly illuminated, revealing the bloodstains on Bai Xiaodi's coarse trousers. With a swift glance, Bai Jianian noticed an individual cowering on the ground. He shouted and delivered a fierce kick to the man's chest, followed by relentless blows. The man, now aware of the gravity of his actions against a nobleman's kin, fell to the ground, wailing, "I was foolish and misguided. Please spare me, my lord." Luo Fan turned away, feigning ignorance, while Zheng Shou, arms crossed, observed Bai Jianian's outburst with a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Ultimately, Bai Jianian, being but a scholar, lacked the strength to continue his assault for long. The beaten man coughed up blood, kneeling in desperate pleas. It was then that Luo Fan approached, saying, "Brother Bai, it is beneath you to soil your hands on such a wretch. The culprit has been captured. There is no need to fear accountability." Zheng Shou, still with his back turned, scoffed, "Only when the beating is over do you step into feigned concern. How insincere." "You may leave now," Zheng Shou said, pointing at Luo Fan. "Me? Depart?" Luo Fan replied, incredulous. Zheng Shou pointed at himself. Oh, really? You, who would dismantle the bridge after crossing it? Who caught this fool? The matter concerning the privacy of the nobility is now under the jurisdiction of our prefectural office. We appreciate your valiant actions. However, be prepared for a summons. As you are a witness, Luo Fan stated in a formal tone. Who wishes to witness this farce? The prefectural office? You are merely my deputy. Do not act as if you are of great significance here, Zheng Shou retorted with a grunt, turning to leave. Brother, please wait. Bai Jianian suddenly quickened his pace, saying, This concerns the reputation of my younger brother. I kindly ask you to keep it confidential. After bowing deeply, Zheng Shou nodded slightly and cast a glance at Bai Xiaodi, who was squatting nearby. You must keep an eye on this foolish lad, should he indulge in gluttony again. A good slap on the ear will suffice. As he spoke, thunder rumbled ominously outside, heralding an imminent downpour. Zheng Shou stepped out of the governor's residence. Gazing at the ominous clouds overhead, shaking his head, he mused to himself about the audacity of that scoundrel who had just been begging him to carry this imbecile. Striding forward, he was suddenly illuminated by a flash of lightning overhead. Luo Fan, preparing to mete out punishment to the miscreant, heard a soldier at the entrance exclaim, Oh no, that man has been struck by lightning. How many wicked deeds must he have committed? The residents of the governor's office still vividly remembered Zheng Shou's brazen robbery, and not a single kind word was spoken of him. Luo Fan was momentarily taken aback, then hurried outside. By the light of the lantern at the entrance, he spotted a dark figure lying not far away. It was Zheng Shou, having been struck by lightning. Chapter 7. Struck by lightning, Luo Fan rushed out and leaned down to check for Zheng Shou's breath. Bai Jianian approached with a lantern, inquiring, How is he? There is still a pulse, Luo Fan replied. Bai Jianian looked skyward, hands clasped in gratitude, exclaiming, Thank heavens, it appears there is no grave misfortune. The light from the lantern illuminated Zheng Shou's face, revealing a once handsome visage now turned ashen and ludicrous. Luo Fan directed several soldiers to carry Zheng Shou inside, settling him into a large chair. After a while, Zheng Shou opened his eyes, and Luo Fan leaned in to ask, Are you all right? Zheng Shou stared at him in bewilderment, his pupils suddenly constricting as if he had encountered something truly terrifying. With a gasp, he strained backward. Luo Fan, noticing the horror etched across his face, instinctively stroked his chin, pondering how, despite his dark complexion, he could instill such fear. Bai Jianian had already produced a handkerchief, saying, Brother, please wipe your face. Don't come any closer. Zheng Shou suddenly shouted, his voice laced with terror. Bai Jianian paused, taken aback. Are you referring to me? Not you, but him. Brother, it seems you were startled just now, Bai Jianian inquired delicately. In the capital, the notorious title of this ruffian from the Prince Cheng's residence was well known to all. It was said he was a notorious scoundrel, notorious for bullying both men and women, committing all manner of misdeeds. Young gentlemen like Bai Jianian, from families of impeccable reputation, looked down upon him with disdain. However, today, Bai Jianian's younger brother had unexpectedly received aid from this very person, filling Bai Jianian's heart with a tumultuous conflict, unsure how to confront the situation. Stay away. I don't wish to hear your grievances, Zheng Shou exclaimed as he leapt from his chair, clutching Luo Fan's shoulder and taking refuge behind him. This notorious tyrant of the capital was now a picture of terror, trembling as if he had seen a ghost. Luo Fan's expression darkened further as he forcefully freed himself from Zheng Shou's grasp, coldly stating, Please conduct yourself with dignity. Zheng Shou, seemingly oblivious to his dark demeanor, grasped Luo Fan's waist with a frantic hand, exclaiming, There truly are ghosts. The onlookers in the hall stood in stunned silence, some soldiers biting their lips and lowering their heads. Bai Jianian's younger brother had entirely forgotten his own pain, his eyes wide with astonishment as he regarded Zheng Shou. Perhaps it was the aftermath of a lightning strike. Bai Jianian stepped forward, gesturing to his own head. Luo Fan struggled, attempting to pry away Zheng Shou's grip. Yet the latter held on with remarkable strength. Though he was a martial artist, He found himself unable to break free. "Brother, do loosen your hold. We are all here. And the spirits dare not approach," Bai Jianian softly advised. Xingqiu turned to him. "You will all assist me, won't you? There truly are ghosts." Bai Jianian nodded. "This is a public domain. Malevolent beings would not dare to act recklessly here. Furthermore, you are of royal lineage. How could any evil spirit dare to come near? There is no need for fear." It turned out that Xingqiu had just awakened from a stupor, ready to speak when he suddenly noticed a figure standing behind Luo Fan. The person had a green face and sharp fangs, with eyes resembling copper bells. Unlike any ordinary human, he thought his vision was impaired and rubbed his eyes, only to see the figure smiling at him, revealing a gaping maw. He froze in place. This was no human. This was a ghost. In a daze, he looked around and noticed shadowy figures at the doorway, with a white apparition flickering. Could it be that there were ghosts outside as well? Having never encountered such phenomena, he was immediately terrified and clung to Luo Fan, recalling Bai Jianian's comforting words. "Yes, I am of noble descent. How could any malevolent spirit dare approach me?" With this thought, he released Luo Fan, who swiftly retreated a couple of steps, as if freed from a plague. Upon entering the royal residence, his attendant, Suanzi, rushed forward. "Master, what has happened to you?" Suanzi was taken aback to see half of Xingqiu's face shrouded in darkness, his hair disheveled, and he fell to his knees, clutching Xingqiu's leg in tears. He was unaware of the ghastly appearance Xingqiu now bore, but the notion of having been struck by lightning was hardly a pleasant tale. It was best kept concealed. Shunzi suddenly realized. Clinging to his leg, he whispered, "Master, have you been struck?" "Nonsense." Xingqiu, fuming, walked back to his courtyard, pondering his unfortunate fate. Struck by lightning, his mind was a chaotic whirlwind. Now, his vision faltered. Everything appeared as mere shadows. The evening breeze slightly roused him, yet he remained perplexed. As he turned through a moon gate, he nearly collided with someone. Shunzi, lantern in hand, murmured, "Master, do take care. There's a missing brick." Xingqiu was about to scold him for his blindness, nearly crashing into him. Upon hearing Shunzi's words, he swallowed his reprimand. Before him stood a woman, her hands hanging by her side. Noticing Xingqiu's gaze, she suddenly lifted her head and offered him a faint smile. A chill coursed through Xingqiu. He recognized her. She was a concubine of the Prince of Cheng, who had perished in a well last year. "You see me," the woman spoke, an icy breath enveloping him, compelling Xingqiu to lower his head and quicken his pace. "Sixth Master, do not depart." The ghostly figure pursued him, grasping his sleeve. Her hand felt ethereal, as if it passed through his arm. A bone-chilling cold, the very moisture around them crystallizing, surged from within him. Xingqiu forcefully shook her off, exclaiming, "Leave me be." Shunzi, turning with the lantern, illuminated his face, which appeared ashen. In a hurried motion, he turned away. The cold gradually faded, and Xingqiu exhaled deeply, reassuring himself. "It must be the lightning that has affected my mind. It's nothing, truly nothing." As he lifted his gaze, the final words he had swallowed almost choked him. The ghostly figure of a woman crouched on the ground, gazing up at him with an ethereal intensity. "Sixth Master, you can see me, can't you?" she whispered. Just as Xingqiu was about to call for Shunzi, the ghost murmured, "What good would that do? He cannot see me. This is my room. You were once close to my brother. It feels inappropriate for you to be here." With death having claimed her, what did it matter about the proprieties of gender? Wherever the sauce is salty, the vinegar must be sour. There must be a source for all this. If you seek companionship, go find the prince. Xingqiu shifted back slightly. The ghost smiled knowingly. "Does the sixth master require assistance?" She then thoughtfully presented a foot towel. Should anyone have entered at that moment, they would have been startled to witness a towel levitating through the air, gently landing in Xingqiu's hands. "First, please wipe your feet, master. Be wary of catching a chill," she advised, leaning closer to whisper in his ear. Xingqiu shivered involuntarily. "Could you move away a bit?" I'm frightened. I merely wish for you to understand how I met my demise. My death was unjust." "Who are you speaking to, master?" Shunzi exclaimed. entering with a flourish, bending to retrieve the foot basin. Xingqiu, startled to see Shunzi pass right through the ghost, instinctively tugged at his sleeve. The sudden pull caused Shunzi to lose his balance, and the basin crashed to the floor, splashing water onto the ghost, who let out a piercing scream and vanished. Xingqiu stood there, dumbfounded. So, it turns out she fears foot water. Even if she is as cunning as a ghost, she still drank from the foot water of her sixth master. Ah, a lucky misstep indeed. Chapter 8. The Naive Victim After a Night of Dreamless Slumber. Xingqiu awoke to the gentle ministrations of Shunzi. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside. Xingqiu spat out the briny water from his mouth and remarked with a sardonic smile, "What could be troubling the prince at such an early hour?" No sooner had he spoken than the door was forcefully kicked open, revealing the irate figure of Prince Cheng standing at the threshold. As Xingqiu raised his hand to allow Shunzi to continue wiping his face, he noticed the prince's furious expression and quipped, "Who has dared to provoke the prince so early in the morning? News from the Ministry of War has reached you. What mischief have you been up to this time?" Prince Cheng had received reports early in the morning about the ministry's intent to summon Xingqiu. He had initially planned to stage a grand display of righteous indignation before General Xin when Xingqiu departed the capital, thinking it would serve as an exemplary lesson. However, the situation had taken an unexpected turn, compelling him to rush to Xingqiu's courtyard, eager to engage in a quarrel while the ministry's officials bore witness. This way, if any conflict arose between Xingqiu and General Xin in Jiangnan, the blame would not fall upon him. He arrived, brimming with indignation, only to find his fury dissipating against a seemingly impenetrable facade. The boy who would usually explode at the slightest provocation now appeared composed and unruffled. Prince Cheng stared incredulously at his younger brother, uncertainty creeping into his heart. Suddenly, Xingqiu lifted his head and flashed a smile. His countenance, strikingly handsome, took on an enchanting quality with that smile. Prince Cheng was momentarily taken aback. "What is the cause of your amusement?" "Naturally, I am laughing at the foolishness of the world. Pray, do you still recall Yanhong? She was a victim of treachery." With that, Xingqiu strode purposefully toward the door. Prince Cheng called out, "Sixth brother." Xingqiu's smile conjured memories of a few years past, when this boy was not yet so irksome. "He is a lively and adorable child, only a few years older than my eldest daughter. Sometimes, after the morning court, I visit him, cradling that sweet, soft little bundle in my arms." When did they transform into this? After Xingqiu turned 14, gradually reaching adulthood, Xingqiu's footsteps remain relentless, and in the blink of an eye, he has vanished from sight. Yanhong. It seems there was a concubine by that name. Why did such a thought suddenly cross my mind? Prince Cheng, sipping his tea, set down his cup upon hearing this and waved his hand dismissively. One of his attendants inquired, "What if the old princess consort asks about it?" With a thud, Prince Cheng slammed down his covered bowl. "Get out." This morning, he was in a foul mood and did not wish to mention Xingqiu and his mother. Let them be, as long as he heads to Jiangnan. Xingqiu will surely be riding alongside the officials from the governor's office. If acquaintances spot him from afar, they would shout, "Hey, sixth master, are you about to take on the role of a special envoy? What trouble have you stirred up now?" "Ha, our sixth master is quite the character. A figure of renown in the capital." Xingqiu, observing his former companions, felt his lips twitch and shot them a glare, remaining silent. He was not one to endure mockery without retort. Under normal circumstances, he would have already engaged in a verbal duel. However, today the matter concerned the reputation of Bai's younger brother, and having promised Bai Jianian to keep this matter confidential yesterday, he pursed his lips and glared at them before riding away, muttering, "Where did that mouthy donkey come from?" In the main hall, Lord Fan, the governor of the Nine Gates, frowned as he reviewed the case records presented by Luo Fan. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he slammed his palm onto the desk in a fit of anger, his mustache quivering with indignation. How despicable! They do not even spare the children of officials. This group has evidently lured young boys and girls with alarming ease. They must have engaged in such malevolent acts before. Indeed, my lord, during last night's interrogation, The captured Li Xiaomao confessed to previously abducting young boys and girls. Even more heinous, they forced the innocent into prostitution, delivering them to brothels. As Minister Fan perused the attached injury report, a shiver coursed through him. He pondered the immense suffering endured by the youth. As men, they could empathize with both the dignity of manhood and the pain endured in silence. Last night, in the presence of Pei Zhaoyun, Luo Fan had arranged for a coroner to examine Pei Zhaoyun's injuries. Following Pei Zhaoyun's account, a record of the incident was drafted, which he was required to sign before being handed over to Pei Zhaoyun for safekeeping. It turned out that after fleeing his home, Pei Zhaoyun encountered two idle men who, upon noticing his respectable attire, deceitfully lured him into a secluded alley under the pretense of treating him to find food. They overpowered him, stripping him of his garments. The record bore Pei Zhaoyun's own words. They stripped me of my robe and coat. Left utterly bare, he found himself unable to leave the alley, which fortunately was devoid of passers-by. Seeking refuge, he crouched in a corner, concealing his body with a tattered basket, and waited for dusk to seek shelter among familiar faces. As night fell, a figure suddenly appeared, pointing at Pei Zhaoyun and exclaiming, "What a pitiable sight!" Upon arriving at a courtyard, Li Damao presented a plate of mung bean cakes. Pei Zhaoyun, wrapped only in Li Damao's coat and parched for most of the day, gazed longingly at the mung bean cakes, his eyes wide with desire. He devoured 2 pieces voraciously, nearly choking as he rolled his eyes in distress. Li Damao, displaying a surprising degree of consideration, brought a cup of tea to his lips. After finishing the 2 pieces of mung bean cake, Li Damao clapped his hands, summoning 2 men into the room. "Are you full and satisfied?" he inquired. "These are my brothers. We wish to engage in a little game with you." Li Damao grinned maliciously. "A game? What sort of game?" Pei Zhaoyun gazed at them in bewilderment, while the 2 men exchanged lewd smiles before lunging at him. According to Pei Zhaoyun, he was assaulted repeatedly throughout the night by these 3 men. As he wept and protested, the trio, concerned about attracting attention, decided to take him to what they referred to as Li Damao's aunt's house the following day. This aunt was a madam, specializing in the trade of illicit pleasures, receiving the young boys and girls they lured in. Upon arriving at the aunt's house, Pei Zhaoyun recounted yet another instance of violation. By the 3rd day, the aunt grew weary of their presence, expressing disdain for their failure to conduct business, and, infuriated by their raucous behavior, expelled them late at night. Just then, they encountered Zheng Shou, who was seated on the steps, gazing at the stars and moon. He bellowed, adorned in the attire of a wealthy gentleman, causing the other 2 to flee in terror, while Li Damao lagged behind and was seized by Zheng Shou. Fan Darren felt a throbbing in his temples. The latter part of Pei Zhaoyun's testimony echoed with instances of further violation. He had a camaraderie with General Bai, whose offspring were also in their 20s. The similarity in age only fueled his anger, prompting him to slam his palm on the desk. At that moment, someone entered to announce, "Sir, the criminal has been brought in." "Am I the criminal?" Zheng Shou cast a glance at the man, only to see Lord Fan rise and say, "I am deeply grateful for your righteous intervention yesterday. Otherwise, this child would have been sold into a vile place." As he spoke, he even cupped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Zheng Shou. This was none other than the commander of the 9 gates, a first-rank official tasked with safeguarding the emperor's life and the palace's security. Zheng Shou hurriedly returned the gesture, exclaiming, my lord, please do not do this. It makes me quite uneasy." Just days ago, he had ordered his subordinates to seize this man and present him before the emperor. Yet now he was greeted with such a transformation in demeanor. "You possess a pure heart, and the ability to recognize and amend one's mistakes is indeed commendable." Seeing Zheng Shou appear so flustered, Lord Fan nodded in satisfaction and continued with a heartfelt tone, to speak candidly. "Given my age and my past friendship with the late prince, it would not be amiss for you to address me as uncle." Zheng Shou immediately sweetly responded, "Uncle Fan." Luo Fan, standing aside, could not help but smirk at the absurdity, thinking, this is quite a display of sycophancy. Chapter 9. Dog bites dog. My lord summoned me for a reason. Zheng Shou pondered for a moment, elongating his tone slightly, his eyes as innocent as a fawn as he regarded Lord Fan with feigned trepidation. Luo Fan observed this charade with an inward scoff, thinking, "What a talented actor. Your testimony has been invaluable in uncovering this case. However, given the involvement of officials' offspring, you must ensure that the name of the Bai family remains unspoken outside these walls." Zheng Shou nodded vigorously. "Of course, I would rather die than reveal it." Lord Fan offered a slight smile. Just days prior, he had considered the sixth master of the Chengqin Wang Manor to be quite the unruly character. What could possibly motivate him to engage in such thievery? The situation escalated dramatically, and subsequently, he conducted an investigation. This group of debauches sought mere amusement, robbing individuals and then trailing them to ascertain their residences, only to return the stolen items days later. Indeed, these individuals hailed from noble lineage, lacking for nothing, engaging in a mere game of cat and mouse. Observing him now, he appeared remarkably reliable, displaying humility and courtesy, not leveraging his aristocratic status to intimidate others. He seemed a commendable young man. Given the matter's sensitive nature, it could not be publicly scrutinized. Within the span of a morning, the officials from the Nine Gates Patrol had raided the residence of Li Damao's aunt, apprehending a multitude of suspects, all bound together. Zheng Shou accompanied Master Fan to the rear courtyard, where they found a sea of men and women kneeling in submission. Stealing a glance at Luo Fan, he mused that this capable young man was quite adept and swift in action. Luo Fan, trailing silently behind, was utterly astonished that such heinous acts could occur under the open sky, beneath the emperor's very feet. As the captives were brought in, they continued their outcries, particularly the portly aunt, who screamed at the top of her lungs, "How can such a thing happen? I have been a matchmaker for half my life. Purchasing servants is a matter of course. I am wronged." Her tearful lamentations were accompanied by a face heavily coated in powder, displaying deep lines etched by time. Upon recognizing the imposing official attire worn by Master Fan, she rushed forward, clinging to his feet in desperation. Though Master Fan was a martial official of considerable authority, he had never engaged in matters of the brothels and lacked experience in dealing with such individuals, leaving him momentarily stunned, his expression shifting awkwardly, enveloped in embarrassment. Luo Fan approached, gripping his dagger, and pointed at the woman, demanding her to search quickly, asserting that his blade was not to be trifled with. The woman lifted her gaze and scoffed. "Come now, let me see, which part of you, my lord, is not to be trifled with?" Luo Fan was taken aback for a moment, then lowered his head, relieved that his dark complexion concealed the blush creeping up his ears. Zheng Shou stepped forward, crouched down, and whispered a few words into the woman's ear. Her expression shifted dramatically, and she hurriedly released the hold on Master Fan's leg, obediently kneeling to the side. Motionless, Master Fan sighed with relief. "Very well." He nodded again, increasingly impressed by the young man before him. Zheng Shou cast a triumphant glance at Luo Fan, only to find him maintaining a solemn demeanor, his gaze unwavering. How hypocritical, Zheng Shou thought disdainfully, finding him exceedingly dull and tiresome. As Master Fan took his seat, a scribe sat beside him, while Luo Fan stood behind, dagger in hand. Zheng Shou, as a witness, found no chair prepared for him, and, with a grin, ascended the steps to sit, resting his chin on his hand as he observed the kneeling individuals before him. Luo Fan noted that since Zheng Shou had whispered to the woman, she had kept her head bowed, nearly prostrating herself. What had made her so submissive? "Bring forth the offender, Li Damao," Master Fan commanded, exuding an air of authority. Two soldiers escorted Li Damao, who had been interrogated by Luo Fan the previous night and was now nearly broken. He fell to his knees, head bowed, repeatedly pleading for mercy. "Li Damao, do you see anyone here you recognize?" "My lord, that is my aunt, and that is my childhood friend." Li Damao pointed at the woman, curiously observing that she still kept her head bowed as she cried out, "You wicked, inhumane wretch. I told you I would report your heinous deeds to the authorities. You, along with your band of ruffians, threatened me, an old woman of timid disposition. My family name is Chun, and everyone refers to me as Old Chun." I am truly wronged, for I have been victimized by this scoundrel. Lord Fan scoffed. Li Damao, if you seek to redeem yourself from your transgressions, recount all that you know in detail, and I shall spare your wretched life. Upon realizing he had harmed a scion of a noble family, and knowing that his fate would not be favorable, Li Damao, after a few torturous moments under Luo Fan's interrogation, confessed all his misdeeds, albeit with a tendency to minimize his culpability, shifting the primary blame onto his two fleeing accomplices, claiming he was coerced into wrongdoing by them. He never anticipated that this youthful general would act with such swiftness, having managed to apprehend all involved by nightfall and the following morning, leaving a throng kneeling in the courtyard. Indeed, it was Boss Du who remarked that the lad, with his delicate and refined appearance, must be affluent. He and Boss Du Sen stripped the young man of his garments and instructed me to lie in wait near that alley, which is a dead end. I was to wait until nightfall, then infiltrate and feign goodwill to lead the young man out. And then, well, nonsense. It was clearly your lecherous intent upon seeing us with the garments that prompted you to suggest luring the youth here for our amusement, intending to then sell him to your aunt. Du, the elder, unwilling to concede defeat, shouted hoarsely, "My lord, he lies. His aunt has been secretly involved in coercing virtuous women into prostitution. Everything he says is true. My brother and I merely followed him into wrongdoing. Indeed, my lord, it is he and his aunt who have been deceiving respectable women and men, selling them to those places." Du, the younger, pointed accusingly at Li Damao. Upon hearing this, the aunt became agitated, exclaiming, "How dare you? When have I ever engaged in such criminal acts? I merely run a legitimate business, always adhering to government regulations. There is no coercion involved." The streetwise women, accustomed to mingling with all walks of life, quickly devised a plan. "My lord, I am wronged. I, a humble woman, merely took in Li Damao and his companions out of familial kindness. I truly know nothing of their doings. As for coercing women into prostitution, I am a law-abiding citizen and have never committed such illegal acts. Oh, great magistrate, please see the truth." As she cried out, her servants and maids joined in, bowing and voicing their grievances. Magistrate Fan scoffed. "Whether you are guilty of coercing women into prostitution shall soon be uncovered. Your nephew runs amok in your household, and your silence makes you complicit." The woman, lowering her head, continued to insist on her innocence, claiming ignorance of Li Damao's true intentions, merely offering him temporary shelter out of familial ties. Magistrate Fan, infuriated by the scene, slammed the table, demanding severe punishment for the offenders. As Luo Fan was about to signal for the instruments of torture, Xingshou stood up, yawning, and said, "My lord, there is no need for my testimony at this moment. May I take my leave?" "Wait a moment," replied Fan Darren, waving his hand, urging the swift arrival of the instruments. "I believe you won't require my presence. Your methods of torture seem rather elaborate, involving a wolf-toothed club to rend flesh before stripping the victim bare and applying a mixture of coarse salt and chili powder." Upon hearing this, Luo Fan was momentarily taken aback. "Is this to roast the criminal for consumption?" Fan Darren, noticing Xingshou's earnest demeanor, merely smiled and refrained from intervening. Xingshou approached Li Damao, crouched beside him, and inquired, "Do you know what fate awaits you?" Li Damao recalled that it was this very person who had apprehended him the previous night, and he harbored a primal fear of him. As Zeng crouched down, he trembled in terror, shaking his head vigorously. "Ah, they will wrap you entirely in white cloth, much like a rice dumpling. Once the blood coagulates upon the fabric, they will gradually tear it away and sprinkle salt and chili on your wounds. Shall we add a touch of pepper as well?" Li Damao covered his ears with his hands, crying out in anguish, "No, please, no." Xingshou's voice suddenly turned icy, his gaze fixed intently behind Li Damao, and a cold smile crept upon his lips. "That young girl behind you, adorned in a blue floral shirt with two small buns, is clapping her hands in approval. Yes, she wears a pair of jade earrings. Who is she to you?" Upon hearing this, Li Damao was utterly devastated, collapsing to the ground in tears, exclaiming, "No, please don't come for me. I I was coerced. It was all her doing. She forced me. As he spoke, he pointed towards his aunt. Qin Pitzi spat in disdain. What further entanglement do you seek with me? Zheng Shou flashed her a smile. He possessed an innate charm, his complexion akin to jade, momentarily leaving Qin Pitzi in a daze. Yet, Zheng Shou continued, that young lady claimed her name was Xiaowan, and you were the one who caused her demise. Qin Pitzi gaped in shock, her voice dry. How would you know? Even Lord Fan was baffled by Zheng Shou's intentions. Ordinarily, this was the jurisdiction of the Nine Gates Commandant, where outsiders were not permitted to interfere. However, given Zheng Shou's royal lineage and his contributions to the case, Lord Fan remained silent, unsure of his motives. Luo Fan interjected. You must not act recklessly. Zheng Shou remained silent, his gaze fixed coldly behind Li Damao. Upon hearing Zheng Shou's words, Li Damao felt a chilling sensation at the nape of his neck and instinctively reached to touch it. Zheng Shou remarked, Indeed, your intuition is quite accurate. She is breathing coldly upon your neck. Qin Pitzi stubbornly retorted, Who are you to speak such nonsense? Now, in this court, you dare to create a ruckus? My lord, I beseech you to uphold justice and expel this person. Do you dare to raise your head and look at me? Are you not afraid that the powder upon your face will shed another 2 pounds, leaving you with a ravaged visage? Zheng Shou's smile was laced with mockery, his eyes glimmering with derision. The woman hastily lowered her head, and Luo Fan observed keenly, noting the comical contrast of her face, marred with streaks of black, white, and red. As Luo Fan's mind stirred, he suddenly comprehended why Zheng Shou had whispered something in the woman's ear, prompting her to obediently lower her head. Observing Luo Fan in deep thought, Zheng Shou deliberately leaned closer and murmured, They say mothers love their daughters, yet everyone forgets that mothers themselves once blossomed into womanhood. Luo Fan coldly snorted, his expression impassive, as if he had not heard a word. The old woman, Chun, remained silent, still resisting, while Li Damao lay sprawled on the ground, his face ashen, continuously muttering, Retribution, retribution, this is all retribution, aunt, this is our retribution. I understand now why I was captured by this gentleman last night. It was Xiaowan, wasn't he it? She informed you, didn't she? He glanced at Zheng Shou, his face a blend of trepidation and an indescribable hope. Zheng Shou nodded, and Li Damao exhaled deeply. My lord, I am willing to disclose everything without concealment. The Du brothers shouted in unison, Scoundrel! Chun cursed, Injustice, and closed her eyes, murmuring indistinctly to herself. Li Damao crawled forward a few paces, recounting the entirety of his and his aunt's dealings. During this, Chun kept her head bowed, occasionally muttering curses or exclaiming, How can it be? A wooden man still has blood in him? It turned out that Li Damao's aunt had spent half her life as a matchmaker, having sold countless individuals in her time. In this city, matchmakers were of 2 kinds. Some catered to wealthy families, delivering individuals to their doorsteps, while others engaged in more sordid activities, sending boys and girls into brothels. However, in any endeavor, adherence to the law is paramount. The trade of human beings is permissible only when both parties consent. One cannot coerce virtue into vice, nor can one abduct another. Li Damao, in a moment of candor, revealed that his aunt, Aunt Chun, had long been engaged in such coercive practices. In fact, similar accusations had already been uttered during the interrogation by Luo Fan the previous night. Today, he recounted the events in meticulous detail, substantiating his claims with names and specifics, recounting who had sold whom for a certain amount of silver and to where they had been sent. Ultimately, he mentioned a girl named Xiaowan, claiming that she had met her demise at the hands of Aunt Chun, her body buried beneath a jujube tree in the latter's backyard. It is my fault. I encountered Xiaowan in the outskirts of the city. She had followed her parents, who were begging their way to the capital to seek refuge with relatives. Unexpectedly, her relatives fell afoul of the law, leading to the family's exile. In a state of shock and despair, Xiaohuan's parents succumbed to illness, leaving her alone, weeping at the entrance of an inn. Zheng Shou observed Li Damao, noting that this man bore a fairly decent appearance. With tears shimmering in his eyes as he trembled while recounting the events. To Master Fan, this individual seemed to possess a sense of remorse. Yet, Zheng Shou discerned clearly that behind Li Damao, a girl with bulging eyes and an outstretched tongue was blowing gently against his neck. This was none other than the ill-fated Xiao Huan, victim of Aunt Chen's malice. As Li Damao spoke, Aunt Chen knelt on the other side, refuting his claims, but when he declared that Xiao Huan was buried beneath the jujube tree, she collapsed in despondency, rendered speechless. Wrote Sinshan, "You shall now lead a search party to Aunt Chen's residence to locate Xiao Huan's remains," commanded Master Fan. Luo Fan promptly complied and departed. Chun Pozi lay on the ground, sobbing for quite some time before finally uttering, "Your Excellency, spare my life. It was not I who killed her. I am wronged. She sought her own demise. You compel virtue into vice and commit murder. I may spare you. But what of those innocent souls forced into the fiery embrace of despair, or of the young who perished at your hands? Will they forgive you? Can the laws of the court absolve you?" Master Fan rebuked vehemently. Chin Pozi, merely a common street vendor, had never witnessed such a scene. She lay prostrate, her ample form elevated, disregarding the streaks of rouge adorning her face, weeping uncontrollably. Li Damao, and who began their tale as a conventional story of a gallant hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Young Hu, an orphan girl, found herself in tears, the target of several ill-intentioned individuals, among whom was Li Damao. Li Damao, possessing a reasonably handsome visage, approached her to inquire about her plight and, without hesitation, offered his assistance. Young Hu, naive and unversed in the ways of the world, perceived him as a benevolent figure due to his more respectable appearance than those around her. She entrusted him with the meager savings left by her parents, only to discover, to her dismay, that not only were her funds entirely spent, but she also owed Li Damao an additional 2 taels of silver. Is such a sum truly required for 2 simple coffins? Young Hu gasped in disbelief. What do you mean by simple coffins? I am sincerely attempting to assist you. And do not forget the cost of the burial plot. A burial plot? Is that not merely wasteland? Can anyone not be interred there? It was only then that Young Hu realized she may have fallen into a treacherous snare. Yet, what could she do? The very individuals surrounding her initially harbored malicious intentions. Li Damao, though ostensibly more respectable, was still one of them. If she were to be deceived by him, the consequences were indeed too dreadful to contemplate. Xiao Huan understood that there was no way to extricate herself from this predicament, so she decided to candidly inquire about Li Damao's true intentions. "You shall follow me, and I will cherish you dearly, Jiao Jiao." He expressed his innermost feelings. Xiao Huan consented to accompany Li Damao, yet stipulated that their union must be legitimate. She wished to marry him openly and honorably. Li Damao eagerly assented, unable to contain his excitement, and impulsively led Xiao Huan into a consummation of their bond. Indeed, all of this had been orchestrated by him. We, his brothers, were mere fools, blindly following his lead. "My lord, this is all his doing." The Du brothers bowed in agreement. It was a case of dogs biting each other over the same bone. This group of individuals had initially united through the sinister ties of abducting and exploiting virtuous men and women. Li Damao and the Du brothers roamed the marketplace in search of prey, and upon spotting isolated young men and women, they would lure them with money and delicacies, ultimately delivering them to Granny Chun. Under her influence, these individuals were sold into the lowest rungs of society. Some young men and women were even subjected to their depravity before being sold, under the guise of training. As these men witnessed Li Damao's willingness to divulge everything, they too began to recount their misdeeds, albeit desperately attempting to exonerate themselves and shift the blame squarely onto Li Damao. Master Fan stroked his beard, listening to their mutual blame and evasive arguments, while the scribe busily recorded their exchanges. A fleeting glance revealed Zheng Shou standing there in a daze, his gaze vacant. Lost in thought, Fan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The entire city has long whispered that the 6th master of the Qingqin Wangfu is a debauched scion, a notorious tyrant. Yet, upon meeting him today, he appeared handsome and tall, exuding an air of royal dignity. This clearly illustrates how rumors can be as deceptive as shadows. However, the man sometimes seemed foolishly absent-minded, and regarding the matter of the young girl Xiao Huan, it was unclear how he had come to know of it. If he had been fervently searching since the incident last night, then his cunning and depth of strategy are indeed unfathomable. Chapter 11. One misstep leads to another. At this moment, the enigmatic Xingqiu was staring blankly at Xiao Huan, pondering how this girl, whose looks were mediocre, had somehow fallen victim to the cruel hand of fate. Ever since being struck by lightning last night, he had gained the ability to perceive things invisible to others and hear sounds unheard by the human ear. For instance, the two ancient willow trees in the courtyard were gossiping below. One remarked, "That pretty boy is rather handsome, far more so than our General Luo." Xingqiu found this praise delightful. The other willow, however, spoke with disdain. "Despite your centuries of wisdom, haven't you heard? Pretty boys lack good intentions. This pale-faced young master can never match General Luo's steadiness. If I were to choose a husband, it would undoubtedly be General Luo." Xingqiu shot a fierce glare at the willow tree, his eyes filled with menace. "It seems he can hear our conversation." "Impossible. He is but a mortal." "Then why does his gaze seem so menacing?" "Ah, how frightening." The willow's branches trembled slightly. "He belongs to the royal lineage, a member of the imperial family. Perhaps this is what is meant by possessing dignity." Upon hearing this, Xingqiu suddenly struck the willow tree that had spoken ill of him, gritting his teeth and muttering, "One day, I shall chop you down for firewood." At that moment, Miss Xiao Huan approached, standing face to face with Xingqiu. He felt an immediate chill enveloping the surroundings, his hands and feet turning cold and rigid, unable to move even a step. "Look at me," she said. Xiao Huan managed a weak smile, prompting Xingqiu to raise his gaze to meet her eyes. Strangely, upon this glance, it seemed as though a whirlpool had formed within her tranquil eyes, captivating his entire being. He perceived it. "How shameless of you, little minx. Merely staying with your aunt for a few days, and yet you have entangled yourself with others." Li Damao raised his hand and struck her across the face. Xiao Huan covered her cheek and scoffed, "I was deceived by you back then. Those who surrounded me were all brought by you. You frightened me with them, compelling me to trust you, to hand over the last of my parents' silver for your arrangements, forcing me to submit to you. I tolerated all of this, merely seeking a legitimate marriage. Can you provide that for me? What did Wang Yuanwei offer you? Wasn't he merely a concubine as status?" "Bah!" Li Damao spat in frustration. "Being a concubine to Wang Yuanwei is far superior to being your discarded mistress. Humph! You brought me here, thinking I was ignorant of your aunt's schemes? You merely wished to find a good patron to sell me off. Since we are both for sale, I might as well seek a worthy patron myself and fetch a good price. Once the meat is in the pot, the money will always belong to me, and is none of your concern." Li Damao initially deceived Xiao Huan, intending merely to indulge in her and then hand her over to Qinpozi for a quick sale. However, he was taken aback when, before he had fully satiated his desire, Xiao Huan announced her intention to marry another. How infuriating! Jealousy ignited a blazing fury within him. After storming out in a fit of rage, he encountered the Du brothers on the way. The three gathered in a tavern, where Li Damao, while imbibing, vented his frustrations, laying bare the situation with Xiao Huan. The Du brothers exchanged glances, and Du Laodao remarked, "Brother Damao, we have always shared both fortune and adversity together." Li Damao nodded vigorously. Indeed, we are true brothers, closer than blood relations. Yet you, my friend, lack loyalty. Having acquired such a rare treasure, you indulge in solitary enjoyment, greedily biting off more than you can chew." Du Laodao retorted with a sardonic tone. "Brother, it is not that I am stingy. It is just that Xiao Huan is currently in a tiff with me, as she has set her sights on Wang Yuanwei, the shopkeeper from outside the south gate." "Wang Yuanwei? The old bachelor from the family with 3 wives who has yet to produce a son?" Du Er inquired. "Indeed, that very man. He is over 50 years old. How can he compare to my youthful vigor? Tell me, how can Xiao Huan prefer to wed that old codger? It is truly infuriating," Li Damao exclaimed, downing a bowl of wine in one gulp. "Indeed, That old fellow is but a silver-plated gun barrel. It is no wonder he cannot father a son. I say, Dumao, since we have always shared our fortunes, if Xiaohuan insists on marrying that decrepit old man, then perhaps we should. Duer chuckled lewdly. Perhaps the young lady Xiaohuan has tasted the pleasures of several of our brothers, making it difficult for her to part ways. Thus she may never marry that old man, and instead devote herself wholeheartedly to you, my brother, Duda remarked. Such a worthless woman. I shall sell her off at the first opportunity. Li De Mao mused, believing that since you lack virtue, I shall reciprocate with a lack of righteousness. The Du brothers have accomplished many deeds alongside me over the years. If you wish to marry her, why not allow the brothers to savor the sweetness first? With this thought, he slammed down his wine bowl, rose, and declared, Let us go, brothers. I shall lead you to some merriment. As he spoke, he belched a few times. The subsequent events, Zheng Shou closed his eyes, his brow furrowed in distress. He could not bear to witness any longer. What began as a tale of a hero rescuing a damsel had devolved into a story of betrayal and ultimately culminated in grievous harm. The piercing screams of Xiaohuan echoed, the sound of her garments being torn apart rang out, and the scolding voice of Chun Posey resounded. 3 men playing with 1 girl. Do you not fear that you will ruin her and sell her for a poor price? You wasteful sons, it is all free for the taking. If it is spoiled, so be it. Auntie need not feel pity. Du Laudo was in high spirits, laughing heartily. They are nothing but beasts, 3 beasts, and 1 old beast. Tears of blood streamed from Xiaohuan's eyes. The scene shifted, as Chun Posey brandished a laundry stick, mindlessly striking toward Xiaohuan. Escape? After living here for so many days without earning a single penny, you think you can simply run away? Chun Posey, like a fierce demon, struck Xiaohuan, who could only beg for mercy, no longer daring to protest. You have already been defiled. Where could you possibly flee? You truly believe that Master Wang is sincerely intent on marrying you, indulging in your mother-esque fanciful dreams? The Wang household boasts several concubines, yet none have borne a son. Should you fail to produce an heir, you would merely become a pawn in this cruel game. It would be wiser for me, your mother, to seek a more suitable match for you. What good is your esteemed virtue if you aspire to defy fate? As Chun Posey spoke, her anger surged, and she wielded the laundry stick with fervor, striking Xiaohuan mercilessly until her head bled. Xiaohuan pleaded for mercy, cries echoing in the air. Chun Posey, brandishing the stick, marched away with a sense of triumph, locking the door behind her while boasting, Had you been more obedient earlier, you would not have suffered such torment. You are but a withered flower. Should I find a good price for you, I would even recite Amitabha for you daily. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, the sound reverberating through Xiaohuan's heart. She gazed at the securely locked door, then at her disheveled and bloodied self, letting out a long, sorrowful sigh. One misstep leads to another, and there is no escaping this sea of suffering. What further attachments could I possibly have? Zheng Shou stared at Xiaohuan in astonishment. Are you contemplating suicide? Indeed, I see no path to survival. Death is my only recourse. My lord. Luo Fan entered briskly, accompanied by several men. I have discovered a corpse, its flesh in a state of decay, yet the garments remain intact. It is a woman. Zheng Shou hastily covered his nose as he followed Luo Fan inside, the foul stench assaulting his senses. Two soldiers trailed behind Luo Fan, carrying a stretcher draped in thick cloth, exuding a putrid odor. Master Fan waved his hand in disdain. Found beneath the jujube tree, there is no doubt that it is the body of Miss Xiaohuan. First, let us transport her to the mortuary, where the coroner may conduct an examination before she is laid to rest. It is truly lamentable. She was a woman of good repute, deceived and violated by a scoundrel, ultimately forsaken and met her demise at the hands of that wretched woman. My lord, I did not cause Xiaohuan's death. I struck her, yet she did not perish at that moment. She took her own life by hanging. Chapter 12. A Visit to Uncle. With the corpse discovered, the culprits began to turn against one another. Zheng Shou pressed his fingerprint onto his testimony, his demeanor somewhat dazed. Before taking his leave from Mr. Fan, The latter scrutinized him intently and remarked quietly, "Previously, I harbored some misconceptions about you. It is now evident that the court's decision to send you to Jiangnan is justified." Xingqiu was taken aback. "What does my lord mean? How do you know so much?" Mr. Fan's gaze was resolute, leaving Xingqiu uncertain of how to respond. After a brief pause, he replied, "I cannot disclose that." This insinuation suggested that Xingqiu feared Mr. Fan possessed some knowledge, causing him to exhibit a demeanor of trepidation as he hastily nodded. "I shall certainly heed my lord's admonitions." As Xingqiu stepped into the courtyard, Luo Fan had just transported the body away and approached with his sword in hand. Xingqiu feigned a sniffle, chuckled lightly, and turned to depart. Luo Fan called after him, "Chief Envoy, we are to set forth in 3 days. I implore you to prepare accordingly. Is this concern for my welfare? The task ahead is formidable. I do not wish to lose my life due to the incompetence of a debauched fool." With that, he turned away, hands clasped behind him. Alas, the stench! A foul odor, utterly unbearable. Xingqiu flicked his sleeves and mimicked Luo Fan's posture, swaggering out of the governor's residence. Just as he exited, a figure rushed towards him from the side, calling, "Sixth Master, Sixth Master." "It is indeed the young eunuch, Shunzi. What brings you here?" "The princess is quite concerned about you." "Humph, what is there to worry about? Lord Fan has been exceedingly kind to me." Xingqiu curled his lips in satisfaction. "Our master is as perfect as the heavens, beloved by all, adored like flowers." "Stop your prattling. Let us go." The princess instructed that you should make a visit to the fourth master on Erfu Street. The Erfu Street Duke's residence is her mother's family home, and the fourth master is her mother's younger brother. Xingqiu has little fondness for the Duke's residence and seldom visits. He shot a glare at Shunzi. "It must be that you have your eyes on the lovely Chui from the fourth mistress, using public matters for private gain." "Oh, my lord, even if I had 10 times my courage, I would not dare." "It is truly as the princess commanded. She mentioned that the fourth master has a fine gentleman who can accompany you to Jiangnan." Xingqiu contemplated this. His uncle is a humble yet honorable official at the Hanlin Academy, not starving but not wealthy either, although he does know a few capable individuals. Nodding thoughtfully, he mounted his horse. Shunzi also climbed onto his steed, and the two of them made their way directly to Erfu Street. Erfu Street is named after the Duke of Qin's residence located there. The Duke's household is divided into 2 branches that occupy the entire street. Xingqiu's uncle's branch is the second house, known as the West Mansion, while the Duke's title is inherited by the East Mansion's first house. The master and servant dismounted at the entrance of the West Mansion, where a young servant was already present to take the reins of their horses. Xingqiu glanced at the carriage at the entrance and inquired, "Why are there guests today?" He acknowledged with an "oh" and nodded to indicate his understanding. "In the direction of the Changfang residence, my second cousin has wed the sister of the late emperor, known as Princess Changping. This princess is, in fact, the elder cousin of Xingqiu. It is said that she possesses an exceedingly haughty demeanor, enduring her time as a favored concubine. The current Empress Dowager had often endured her oppressive nature. Though Princess Changping is the daughter-in-law of the Eastern Manor, she has consistently resided with her husband in her own princess's palace." Upon Xingqiu's arrival, a servant promptly approached, bowing and exclaiming his eagerness to see the sixth master, while the fourth master was engaged in conversation. Concurrently, another individual appeared, pulling Shunzi along and calling him brother, declaring, "I shall take brother Shunzi for tea and pastries." Guided by the servant, Xingqiu navigated through twists and turns until he reached the door of the study, where the fourth master's attendant greeted him, conveying the respectful wishes of the sixth master. Upon entering the study, he found his uncle seated with composure, sipping tea, while a man in his 30s, sporting a small mustache, rose to his feet. Xingqiu humbly clasped his fists in greeting towards this gentleman, then approached the fourth master and bowed, saying, "Nephew pays his respects to uncle. Qingping, do take note. I have always asserted that my nephew is not as the outside world claims. Upon meeting him today, do you not find it credible?" The fourth master placed his teacup down and gestured for Xingqiu to take a seat. Xingqiu observed the man as sharp features, and, upon hearing his uncle address him as Qingping, felt a surge of contempt. Was this not a visage of abject poverty? The name indeed resonated with the reality. As he beheld the man, who was stroking his beard while gazing at Zheng Shou, an inexplicable irritation stirred within him. He perceived an expression of opportunism on both his uncle's and this man's faces. Suddenly, behind the gentleman, a white sheet of paper appeared, inscribed with the name Bai Qingping, a native of Shaoxing, a successful candidate in the imperial examination, having served in 2 local governmental positions before being dismissed for corruption. As Zheng Shou rubbed his eyes, the blank sheet of paper suddenly vanished. Dismissed due to corruption? Surely, that cannot be a favorable circumstance. Zheng Shou, uncle. Yesterday the Empress Dowager bestowed upon her nephew a name, one that signifies cautious conduct. Cautious conduct? Indeed, the Empress Dowager holds great expectations for you. Uncle nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. This Mr. Bai once served under your father and has held the position of county magistrate on 2 occasions. For several years, he has remained idle at home. He hails from Shaoxing, the very place of the county magistrate. Your journey to Jiangnan is fraught with challenges, yet Mr. Bai, despite his scholarly accomplishments, has graciously agreed to be your mentor and accompany you, forming a bond that is both teacher and friend. You should pay your respects to Mr. Bai. A mentor dismissed for corruption? Doubts stirred within Zheng Shou's heart, yet he could not refuse his uncle's earnest gaze. He reluctantly rose and bowed to Bai Qingping, saying, I have the honor of meeting Mr. Bai. Bai Qingping repeatedly expressed his unworthiness, reciprocating the bow. Ah, you are inexperienced in travel and have never held an official post. The journey to Jiangnan is perilous. Mr. Bai, being a southerner with years of governance experience, should be consulted on all matters. Regardless of his thoughts, Zheng Shou felt compelled to honor his uncle's wishes and nodded in agreement. After a brief silence, Qin Hanlin inquired about his preparations and, noticing Zheng Shou's distracted demeanor, remarked, Princess Chongping is with your aunt and wishes to see you. She wishes to see me? Zheng Shou had never exchanged a word with this cousin. The princess, born of a favored concubine, had been notoriously arrogant during the lifetime of the late emperor. A young and idle member of the royal family, like Zheng Shou, had always been beneath her notice. So why, today, was she so eager to visit her uncle's home? He could only surmise that this haughty princess would deign to visit the Hanlin household, despite the 2 families being distantly related, yet having little to no interaction. However, was the princess truly here to bring some cosmetics from Jiangnan? Zheng Shou inquired tentatively. How could someone of the princess's stature bring such trivial items? It is merely a matter concerning the Eastern House. You shall learn more upon meeting your aunt, came the response. Zheng Shou rose and bowed once more to his uncle and Mr. Bai, who hurriedly returned the gesture. Qin Hanlin remarked, You are my invited guest. There is no need for excessive formalities. Zheng Shou must pay his respects as a disciple. Mr. Bai guided Zheng Shou through the garden. Arriving at the entrance to the rear courtyard, a maid approached, saying, Please, 6th Master, come inside. There is no need for excessive courtesy, Xian. Might you announce that Zheng Shou is here to pay his respects to his aunt? Xian, the most capable maid beside Aunt Shi, whispered to Zheng Shou. The princess has been here for some time. It seems she has matters to discuss with the 6th Master. Zheng Shou nodded, smiling. Ah, sister, you are so considerate of me. As he spoke, he casually slipped something into Xian's sleeve. The young maid lifted the curtain and heard someone inside announcing, The 6th Master has arrived. After greeting his aunt and the princess, Zheng Shou entered. Mrs. Qin stood and took his hand, saying, My dear son, I have heard you have been assigned a task. How are your preparations coming along? Princess Chongping, appearing to be in her 30s, possessed delicate willow-like brows and almond-shaped eyes that commanded respect without the need for anger. She smiled heartily and remarked to Aunt Si, It seems that Brother Zheng Shou has taken on responsibilities, and he appears far more composed than before. Zheng Shou mused to himself, When have you ever truly seen me? How could you possibly know if I am composed? After a round of polite exchanges, the conversation meandered to inquiries about the recent health of the princess, the preparations Zheng Shou had made for his journey to Jiangnan, and whether he required anything further. In truth, The purpose of summoning sixth brother today was to request a favor. Princess Chongping, adhering to the hierarchy of the royal family, referred to Zhengshou as sixth brother, as a princess of noble rank. She was aware of Zhengshou's status as a lesser-born member of the clan, and he humbly protested, "I dare not presume. We are brothers. There is no need for such formality between us," she replied. "This matter pertains to the prince consort's private affairs, and since you are headed to Jiangnan, I trust no one else. You and the prince consort are closely related, so I must rely on you." The princess cast a glance at Aunt C, dabbing at the corner of her eye with a handkerchief. "Alas, our poor daughter is truly unfortunate." As she spoke, she pressed her handkerchief as if tears had genuinely fallen. Chapter 13. The princess's past. Princess Chongping regarded her young cousin with a hidden delight. It was said that the young master of the Qingqin prince's residence was notorious for his debauchery, yet his handsome visage was undeniable, making him a unique presence in the capital. With such looks combined with his infamous reputation, one could only imagine the potential for scandal in the company of a lone man and woman. "Ah, I see, a trivial matter indeed. I shall have the steward of the residence relay the message," she declared. Zhengshou displayed an unusual humility, his former reckless demeanor nowhere to be seen. Princess Chongping smiled and said, "Truly a good brother. I shall certainly bring along a few trustworthy family members, ensuring I do not cause you any trouble." With that, she took her leave. Zhengshou chuckled softly. Lady Four remarked, "The princess is genuinely kind-hearted, still remembering the matters concerning Miss Jiu's maternal family. How fortunate this girl must be. After all, if she calls me mother, who else could I care for?" After exchanging compliments for a while, the princess bid farewell, and once the door was closed, Lady Four spat disdainfully. What a farce! They claim she is a daughter of low birth, yet in truth, she is the legitimate daughter from a respected family. Just because she has caught the eye of that young master over there, they insist on dismissing the second madam and placing the eldest daughter under their name, ultimately driving the poor girl to her demise. Such arrogance and bullying. Her demands were never sincere, and how could you agree without a moment's hesitation? Zhengshou was taken aback. Is there truly such a story behind this? Being young, and with the late royal consort having been a widow, his connections with her family were sparse. And given his lack of familiarity with the Eastern manner, he remained oblivious to these intricacies. Lady Four instructed the maid to change the tea and serve fruits, then spoke leisurely. "Currently, our Western manor pales in comparison to the Eastern manor. They have inherited the titles, and we have not prospered in recent years. You are of royal blood. Even if the princely residence is not yours, there will surely come a time for you to shine. Brother Shou, dear mother and uncle, it is only the Western manor that is your maternal family." "Indeed, aunt, if not for your words, I would be entirely unaware of the Eastern manor's affairs. I humbly seek your guidance." Zhengshou harbored suspicions regarding Princess Chongping's intentions. However, given her notorious reputation for being domineering, he realized that should he offend her, it would inevitably lead to enmity. Thus, he reluctantly acquiesced, reasoning that she was merely a young girl, and as long as he safely escorted her to Jiangnan, his mission would be deemed successful. Although he was indeed an imperial envoy overseeing Jiangnan, his own reputation in the city was not without blemish. Who in the circles was unaware of his history? The sixth master of the Prince of Cheng's residence, an illegitimate son, had grown up without a father. The prince dared not discipline his brothers, and the old princess showered him with unchecked favoritism. Tales of his daily escapades, riding horses, training hawks, and behaving tyrannically, were rampant. Just days ago, he had engaged in a robbery game with a few profligate scions of noble families, creating quite the scandal. Now 18, no one dared approach the prince's residence for marital alliances. A debauched prince without claims to a title, possessing a notorious reputation. What audacity did the princess have to send her daughter-in-law's child to him for safekeeping? According to the gossips of the capital, it was akin to delivering a mouse to a cat or a hen to a weasel. What could she possibly be scheming? Her heart seemed to harbor malicious intent, as if she wished for him to harm the ninth young lady. "Shogu, we must not fall into this trap. It is said that the grandfather of Prince Qin, the old duke, had perished in battle at Maicheng, surrounded by rebels. Luckily, a capable deputy general risked his life to rescue him. The old duke followed this deputy general to break through the encirclement, sustaining numerous arrow wounds, resembling a blood-soaked gourd, and was on the verge of death. Grateful for the deputy's valor, the old duke promised that should a daughter be born to the deputy general's family, he would arrange a marriage between his grandson and the deputy's daughter. The wife of the deputy general indeed gave birth to a daughter. The old duke honored his promise, arranging a betrothal between his grandson and the daughter of that family, with plans for her to be brought into the household as a young mistress at the age of 17. This grandson, named Qin Zihui, is the second in rank within the East Court and is a few years younger than the fourth master of the West Court, who is the maternal uncle of Zhengshou, making Zhengshou refer to him as his second cousin. Qin Zihui became a successful scholar at the tender age of 16 and is exceptionally handsome. Initially, he was disdainful of the rural girl to whom he was betrothed since childhood, displaying considerable reluctance. However, once the young mistress entered the Qin family, her gentle and virtuous demeanor gradually won his heart. The second year after her arrival, she bore a daughter, and the couple lived harmoniously, enjoying a blissful family life. Unexpectedly, several years later, during the celebration of the old duchess's 70th birthday, the newly widowed Princess Chongping attended the banquet and immediately took a fancy to Qin Zihui. She hastened to the palace to meet the emperor, declaring that she would marry no one else. The emperor rebuked her for her folly, reminding her that Qin Zihui had a wife and a daughter, and that there were numerous noble gentlemen in the court without such familial ties. The princess's mother, who was quite favored, whispered sweet nothings into her ear, insisting that it was only right for her newly widowed daughter to find a suitable match, one who possessed both knowledge and appearance. The presence of a wife should pose no obstacle, as the realm is under the emperor's dominion. Despite the emperor's reluctance, swayed by the pampered princess, he ultimately issued a decree to arrange a marriage for Princess Chongping. The Qin family was left in shock. How could Qin Zihui be wed again while already having a wife? Who would dare to call the emperor's daughter a concubine? After much deliberation, it became clear that the emperor's intentions were evident. The current wife must be dealt with. Qin Zihui pondered for a moment. The Princess Chongping was not lacking in beauty and was quite favored. Her mother was a cherished concubine, and he himself was a scion of nobility, having passed the imperial examination at the age of 16. Now, at 25, he had yet to achieve any significant accomplishments, and it seemed his scholarly pursuits would reach an impasse. Moreover, how could one possibly refuse the edicts of the royal family? Thus, he wept as he implored his wife for a divorce, unaware that she was a woman of fierce temperament, who tragically took her own life on the very same day. It was a lamentable situation. The child was merely 6 years old when she lost her mother. Upon the arrival of Princess Chongping, she audaciously declared that the previous lady was a concubine, not a wife. How could a legitimate daughter of a noble family be relegated to the status of a concubine born of a lesser union? This year the child, she is already 13. Such a young lady, instead of seeking a suitable match, is contemplating a journey to the southern regions? Perhaps she is being marginalized in the East Court? Alas, the East Court has truly been intolerable in recent years. Despite all this, she still inherited a title, which is truly perplexing. Aunt sighed and remarked, "You, a man from outside, though bearing the title of uncle, are not truly blood relatives. The Princess Chongping's insistence on having you take that 9th young lady to the south surely harbors ill intentions. Thank you, Aunt, for your guidance. Your nephew understands." Zhengshou replied, bowing deeply to the 4th madam. The 4th madam hastily offered her assistance, saying, "Why be so formal with your aunt? Just be cautious and do not fall prey to the princess's schemes." At this, the 4th madam sighed again. "The princess is your cousin. While it is unfortunate that she seeks to add to her own fortune, she should not seek to undermine yours. Your future in the south remains uncertain, yet she chooses to meddle at this juncture. Such is human nature." Zhengshou smiled. "Your nephew is now like a louse. The more there are, the less one fears the bites." Madame C chuckled, as if she had encountered lice, those unsightly creatures, How could a gentleman raised in splendor ever have seen such things? Chapter 14. Departure. On the day of departure, there were no grand send-offs beneath the 10-mile-long pavilion. The old dowager was initially inclined to come out and bid farewell, but was dissuaded by Zhengshou. Seated in the carriage, he gazed upon the bustling streets of the capital, his heart filled with an indescribable sentiment. One seeks fortune through peril. His commotion in the city was merely to draw attention to his presence within the esteemed Prince Cheng's household. Yet, suddenly being dispatched to Jiangnan to engage with the Tsin family's army left him with an unsettling chill at the nape of his neck. He reached back to touch it, murmuring, "Such a fine head. Are you in pain, my lord? Did you sleep awkwardly last night?" inquired the little eunuch, Shunzi. Zhengshou sighed, playing the lute to a cow. Grinning, Shunzi replied, "You are not much better off than I, my lord. Back when you were studying in the study enough. My sixth master's demeanor was one of modesty and restraint. You know nothing of it." In a hushed tone, Shunzi asked, "My lord, Prince Qin is quite handsome. The ninth miss must surely be a beauty as well? If you ask me, who shall I inquire?" Zhengshou retorted, his frustration mounting. It was apparent that Princess Chongping had become accustomed to her haughty demeanor, her words seemingly elegant. It was not until the very moment of departure that the Qin family's carriage finally arrived. With such a long journey ahead, there was but a single carriage, driven by a pallid man with a sallow complexion, akin to one afflicted with tuberculosis, languid and dispirited. An old woman leapt from the vehicle and approached, bowing deeply. She identified herself as a wet nurse from the princess's court, stating that the ninth miss wished to inquire whether she should first pay her respects to the old dowager. From the perspective of the Duke of Qin, the old royal consort could be regarded as the great-aunt of the ninth young lady. Zhengshou, suppressing her anger and wearing a sullen expression, inquired, "Is your master traveling with but a single carriage?" To which the reply came, "Yes, my lord decreed that. With the bandit troubles now somewhat alleviated, we should travel light and simply." The old matron forced a smile, akin to a blooming chrysanthemum. Internally, Zhengshou scoffed at the words, finding them more melodious than sincere. In these times, young ladies and gentlemen were exceedingly particular about their outings. It was not uncommon for them to bring a change of clothing, jewelry, provisions, and even complete bedding and furniture. Yet here was the ninth young lady of the Qin family, seemingly equipped with only a horse-drawn carriage, likely containing just a few pieces of silver and a handful of garments. Was she a daughter of the noble duke's household or a mere commoner? Feeling a twinge of sympathy and indignation, Zhengshou approached the carriage and remarked, "The journey ahead is long. Is it not a bit too scant for the ninth young lady's belongings? One must ensure that Uncle Lu is well looked after along the way." A delicate voice emerged from within the carriage. Zhengshou furrowed her brow, harboring a disdain for fragile young ladies who would crumble at the slightest breeze. The curtain was lifted from the side, and a maidservant alighted, saying, "Our young lady bids me to pay my respects to sixth master." After performing her bow, the maidservant raised her head to meet Zhengshou's gaze, her eyes gleaming with surprise. Such a lack of decorum. Zhengshou scoffed. "Inform your mistress to prepare for the hardships of the journey, including rough meals and exposure to the elements." With that, she turned to leave. The maid climbed back into the carriage and whispered, "Sixth master is indeed quite handsome." Inside, the ninth young lady, appearing to be in her early teens, possessed a delicate oval face, slender brows, and fine eyes. Her complexion was pale, and she bore an expression of indifference, seemingly oblivious to the maid's comments. The young lady, "The sixth master is remarkably handsome." The maid, believing that Miss Jiu had not heard, reiterated her statement. Miss Jiu's lips curved slightly, yet she remained noncommittal. The maid huffed, expressing her awareness of the young lady's disdain for her, mirroring her own sentiments. Were it not for the princess's command, who would willingly traverse the long distance to the tumultuous Jiangnan? Silence often leads one to be mistaken for a mute. Miss Jiu's voice was chillingly serene, akin to a mountain stream in early spring, where the ice first begins to thaw, crisp yet imbued with an underlying coldness. The maid lowered her head, entwining her fingers in a nervous gesture, a smirk of derision brewing within, truly believing herself a lady of significance, when in reality, she was merely an uncherished one. Seated before Xingqiu's carriage was a tall, lanky man, resembling a slender bamboo pole, with a woolly beard and a somewhat restless gaze. He was Bai Qingping, the advisor summoned by Qin Hanlin for Xingqiu. To outsiders, this task appeared trivial, a dandy and a relative. Merely a stepping stone cast by the court to gauge the sincerity of the Tsin Guopu brothers. No one harbored expectations of success. There were concerns that the foolish Xingqiu might fall victim to Tsin Laojiu's wrath. After losing his official position, Bai Qingping had been relegated to serving as a subordinate. Life in the capital was arduous, and he soon found himself reduced to teaching a few merchants' sons to earn a meager livelihood. Now nearing middle age, with a bleak future ahead, he had lost his wife to illness the previous year, leaving him solitary and plagued by a lingering sense of unrecognized talent, with no outlet for his pent-up frustrations. Just as the old princess entrusted her brother, Qin Hanlin, with the task of finding a knowledgeable steward regarding Jiangnan affairs, Qin Hanlin thought of Bai Qingping. This individual, a fellow disciple, was rather down on his luck, yet possessed a modicum of talent and intellect. Most importantly, he had long suffered from unfulfilled aspirations, yearning for a moment of brilliance. Bai Qingping, convinced of his extraordinary capabilities, now sat proudly at the front of the carriage. Gazing at the dozen or so fine steeds trailing behind him, his goatee twitching with delight. "Master Bai," Shunzi called out, "the sixth lord inquires how that dark fellow spoke to you yesterday." "Ah," General Luo mentioned he would be waiting at the city gate for the sixth lord. Bai Qingping replied, glancing around before pointing ahead. "Look, isn't that him? His face is somewhat dark, making him hard to recognize." Xingqiu leaned out of the carriage, chuckling. "Indeed, his face is as dark as the ancient dirt of the city walls, and riding a white horse. He fancies himself Zhao Zilong, does he? Riding a white horse." Luo Fan, accompanied by 4 guards, noticed Bai Qingping seated at the front of the carriage. He acknowledged him with a nod, tightened the reins, and turned to leave. Xingqiu called out, "Hey, Dark One, why don't you come greet the official?" Bai Qingping remarked, "Sixth Lord, I have inquired about this general. His martial prowess is exceptional, though he has a peculiar disposition and is not very articulate." In the blink of an eye, Luo Fan and his guards had already moved several dozen meters away. Xingqiu could only curse. Bah, what a sight he is on this journey. Upon exiting the city, the horses galloped ahead, raising clouds of yellow dust. Unable to suppress a series of sneezes, Xingqiu suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing, this rascal is too cunning. He did that on purpose to provoke me. At this moment, Luo Fan's personal guard remarked, "General, I have inquired, and that carriage behind is indeed from the Qin family. What kind of envoy is this, bringing a woman along?" Luo Fan furrowed his brow, but remained silent. "General, do you think the Qin lady is beautiful or not?" Luo Fan scoffed. "I am unaware of her beauty. However, should you continue this incessant chatter, you may very well forego lunch." With that, he urged his horse forward. "Hey, General, what do you mean? You can't deny us our meal," the guard exclaimed, only to be met with a cloud of dust kicked up by the galloping hooves, causing him to cough incessantly. Another guard nearby chuckled, "Do you now understand? According to the general, you'll be filled with dust." Xingqiu's departure included 4 carriages, and with the addition of the Qin family there were 5 in total. Though the current head of the Chongqing Wangfu is the prince, the old princess, having divided her assets, still managed to provide 2 carriages filled with provisions and clothing. While loading the items, she wept continuously, lamenting, "How pitiful," when the old lord departed. There were at least 15 large carriages following him. To fill just 2 carriages now is already commendable. Filial piety, oh dear lord. How could you leave us in this manner? Xingqiu, wishing to escape his mother's weeping and her incessant lamentations about the old lord, fled before he could discern what exactly was packed into those 2 carriages. The Empress Dowager had assigned him 10 elite guards from the cavalry, and Luo Fan brought along 4 of his own, seemingly his household retainers. Luo Fan's father is a cousin of the Empress Dowager of the Eastern Palace. having a lineage steeped in military achievements spanning 3 generations. However, the elder General Luo, despite his valiant past and numerous battle scars, was unable to don his armor in recent years due to rampant banditry. As the military faced a shortage of seasoned soldiers, the insidious forces of the Heavenly Saint sect took advantage of the situation. Consequently, the court reluctantly issued an edict, urging localities to organize their own armed militias to protect the kingdom. Born into such a distinguished military family, Luo Fan cultivated a solid foundation in martial arts from a young age, becoming proficient in equestrian skills and archery. Families of military merit, like his, traditionally maintain their own retainers, who have fought alongside their lords for generations, sharing the trials of war and the bonds of life and death. The 4 guards accompanying Luo Fan are all retainers, having grown up together with him, their relationship transcending that of mere master and servant, more akin to brothers. As they departed the capital, the rhythmic pounding of hooves echoed through the air. Luo Fan, leading the way with his guards, was followed closely by 5 large carts, with a contingent of soldiers dispatched by the court bringing up the rear. The road was a spectacle, shrouded in swirling yellow dust, creating a grand sight from afar. After traveling for approximately 2 hours, Shunzi wiped the dust from his face with a handkerchief he had pulled from around his neck and remarked, "Sixth Master, judging by the sun, it must be around noon. Why are we still without a village in sight or an inn to stop at?" Zheng Shou leaned back in the cart, retrieving a Western pocket watch from his breast pocket. He glanced at it and replied, "Indeed. The foreign watch also indicates it is noon." "Master Bai," he addressed Bai Qingping, "how far have we traveled?" Bai Qingping looked up at the sun, contemplated for a moment, and said, "We're making good progress. We could cover about 60 miles in a day. If we maintain this pace, we could reach Baoding in 4 or 5 days. However, we have only just left the capital. If we push on, we might reach Langfang by tomorrow morning." Shunzi sighed, feeling a sense of ennui in the capital. He yearned to venture outside the city, yet upon doing so, he found himself enveloped in dust, his hair and face coated in a layer of grime that threatened to render him a clay figure. Zheng Shou lounged in the carriage, a toothpick clutched between his lips. Having just devoured 2 chicken legs, his hands were slick with grease. He produced a handkerchief to wipe his hands clean, casually tossing it out the carriage curtain. "Shunzi, I am parched," he complained, having indulged in too much salt. In this desolate stretch, devoid of any village or shop, where could one possibly find water? It suddenly dawned on Shunzi that the princess had packed 2 carts of provisions, yet had seemingly forgotten to include water. He leaped from the carriage and approached the one behind it, instructing the driver to halt, then climbed aboard to inspect the cargo. As this carriage came to a stop, the ones behind it followed suit. A maid peered out, saying, "Miss, we have stopped ahead." I wish to step down for a moment." The 9th Miss replied, remaining motionless, merely offering a soft murmur of acknowledgement. The guards were dispatched by the court to ensure Zheng Shou's safety, and the other attendants were not within their purview, particularly the unknown female presence that had emerged. "Sir, I am of the Chongping princess's household, wishing to go to that place." The maid hastily proclaimed her noble lineage. Upon receiving a nod of consent, she sprinted towards a nearby thicket. Inside the carriage, the 9th Miss peered through the small window curtain, watching as the maid quickly vanished into the grove. In the distance, the grass swayed to the rhythm of the wind. Wild flowers blanketed the ground, and the sun shone brilliantly, filling the air with the fragrance of flora. The 9th Miss inhaled deeply, untroubled by the long journey ahead or the hardships that awaited at her maternal grandparents' home. She yearned to distance herself from the capital, to escape the stifling atmosphere of the princess's residence. That woman had driven her mother to her demise, yet she feigned a facade of great benevolence, publicly claiming to have raised her without holding grudges. What does it mean to forgive and forget? Am I to overlook the fact that you were complicit in my mother's death? It is no wonder that everyone covets such immense wealth and power. With authority, one can act with impunity, distorting the truth at will. More than 10 days prior, her uncle from the south had sent word, stating that her grandmother had been bedridden for over a year due to shock and had little time left, yearning only to see her granddaughter once more. The message eventually reached Prince Qin, who, upon receiving it, remarked with furrowed brows, "The eastern residence has become increasingly unruly. I had no idea a stableman could serve as a messenger. This is a matter of my royal household. What concern is it of the eastern residence?" Prince Qin smiled and explained, "Mu San was my grandfather's stableman, devoted and loyal, fetching water for him even in times of chaos, enduring great hardship himself. My grandfather had instructed us to never cause him distress. This man shares a hometown with Ajio's grandmother, so it is only natural that he delivers the message." The princess scoffed. "Is it not only right that a stableman attends to his master while a deputy saves the life of a commander? After all these years, this is merely a case of repaying a favor, and I detest such shameless individuals." Prince Qin could only embrace her shoulders in consolation, saying, "My dear wife, after all, Ajio's grandfather did save the life of the old duke. Her grandmother's time is short, and she has only one daughter. That uncle is merely adopted. It is only reasonable that she wishes to see her at the end of her days." Merely a concubine," the princess retorted with a disdainful twist of her lips. Prince Qin's expression darkened. "Princess, after all, I did wrong her in the past. Well, am I really the kind of person who is not virtuous? Over the years, have I not taken care of her and supported her? If it were someone else, they would have cast her off to the countryside long ago. This is indeed my princess's household." "Yes, yes, the princess possesses great magnanimity," Qin Duke flattered. The duke was apprehensive that the Jiangnan region might be ravaged by the Tsin family army, leading to rampant banditry, posing a danger to Miss Qinjiu when she ventures outside. "Oh, I was unaware of your deep affection for Miss Jiu." The princess was intent on sending Miss Jiu to the tumultuous Jiangnan and, upon noticing the duke's hesitation, made a mocking remark. "After all, she is our own daughter. If something were to happen, it would tarnish our Weiwei's reputation." Weiwei is the biological daughter of the princess and Duke Qin, only 5 years old this year, and the princess treasures her like a gem. Although the duke's words did not visibly affect the princess, internally she was filled with disdain. How could my precious daughter be compared to that little wretch? The emperor's daughter need not worry about marriage, naturally. The princess's daughter has no such fears. Though she thought this way in her heart, she still had to give the duke some face. And thus this matter was delayed until the court suddenly issued a decree, commanding the sixth son of the Chengqin Wangfu to travel to Jiangnan on behalf of the court for inspection. The princess perceived this as a splendid opportunity. Although her reputation was not commendable, she was exceedingly beautiful. If she journeyed together and that little wretch developed other intentions, it would be even better. What does her self-deprecation have to do with the princess's household? If she were to establish a connection with the Zhengshou family, marrying into the Chengqin Wangfu would be a splendid affair. After all, the indiscretions of the royal family can easily be concealed beneath a single blanket, leaving her precious Weiwei unaffected. From the gap in the carriage curtain, Miss Jiu caught sight of Zhengshou's flawless visage, intensifying her resentment towards her stepmother. Seizing the opportunity when the path ahead was clear, she gently lifted the curtain. Just then, she witnessed a maid crouching down, who suddenly leaped up as if stung by some unseen force, simultaneously emitting a piercing scream. "Help! This is terrible! Something has happened." Zhengshou retrieved the firearm from her bosom and peered outside the curtain. Upon hearing the maid's cries, Shunzi immediately crouched down, clasping his head with both hands. Paralyzed with fear, while Master Bai rolled off the carriage and pressed himself tightly to the ground. Meanwhile, some skilled fighters from the imperial court rushed towards the commotion. The maid shouted, "Don't come any closer." Yet, how could those adept warriors heed her pleas? One of them seized her arm and pulled her out. The maid wailed, "There's a dead person." The guards dismissed her, flinging her aside, and in the process, her dress fell away, revealing a flash of her snow-white skin. Some guards perched on their towering steeds whistled, while the maid Hui Xiang remained frozen on the ground, eventually crying out, "Nanny, help me." Seeing that it was merely a corpse and not an assassination attempt, Nanny Yao, emboldened, jumped down from the carriage and approached Hui Xiang, saying, "Get up and fasten your trousers." Hui Xiong, with a mournful expression, replied, "Nanny, I'm too scared. They are watching me." Nanny Yao cursed under her breath. For both were assigned by the princess to watch over Miss Jiao, and could not part ways at that moment, so she stood nearby, shielding the maid from the guard's gaze. Of course, this was merely self-deception, as those men possessed formidable skills and could see through the ruse with ease. The principle of propriety dictates that men and women should not engage in intimate exchanges, nor should they gaze or listen to inappropriate matters. Such is the expectation of a gentleman. These guards, being seasoned warriors, have risen above the common folk, rendering a mere maid inconsequential in their eyes. What harm could come from merely observing? The young maid, Hui Xiong, crouched modestly, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment as she adjusted her dress. At that moment, Miss Qingjiao, peering through the curtain, felt a peculiar smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Hearing shouts from behind, Luo Fan hastily rode over, his keen gaze sweeping across the 5 large carts, and at the very instant he caught sight of Miss Qingjiao looking up, she was firmly etched in his memory. The young girl, no more than a teenager, possessed a delicate, pointed face, pallid and almost translucent, evoking a sense of sympathy. Her lips, slightly upturned, bore a strange semblance of a smile. Noticing Luo Fan's scrutiny, Qingjiao swiftly turned towards him, nodded in acknowledgement, and lowered the curtain of her carriage. "General Luo." "Sixth Master, this man is still alive," 2 guards announced as they bore the blood-soaked figure of a man towards them. Dismounting, Luo Fan examined the man's wounds, finding his back saturated in blood, revealing 2 deep gashes. Such an incident occurring just outside the capital was a testament to the audacity of these bandits. Luo Fan urgently summoned assistants to apply healing ointment, hoping to extract any useful information from the man. Zheng Shou, supporting Shunzi, disembarked and approached, glancing at the injured man. "How can you be certain this is the work of bandits?" he inquired of Luo Fan. "This is a main road, devoid of villages or inns, making it evident that this is a robbery." Luo Fan frowned, perceiving Zheng Shou's remarks as a disruption. "This investigation falls under our jurisdiction at the prefectural office," he retorted, adding, "Is it not so? During the previous incident involving that particular case, why did you not assert that it was a matter pertaining to your esteemed governor's office, urging me to refrain from interference?" Zheng Shou cast him a sidelong glance, brimming with self-satisfaction. Yu Luo Fan, less articulate than Zheng Shou, could only clear his throat. "The Empress Dowager has bestowed upon you the name of Prudence, which could very well be interpreted as a call for discretion in speech as well." "Oh, then you might as well converse with the Eastern Empress Dowager to bestow upon me a name as well," Zheng Shou replied with a grin. Recognizing that he could not best Zheng Shou in wit, Luo Fan chose silence, lifting his robe to lean closer and examine the man. The individual had taken medicine and, with great effort, gasped for breath, his features contorted as he muttered something under his breath. "What did you say?" Luo Fan inclined his ear closer, catching the faint utterance. Guanyangzi, she died unjustly." "Who is Guanyangzi?" "In Xianghe County, Guanyangzi, it is an injustice." The man panted heavily, blood frothing from his mouth. "Xianghe County? And what of you? How did you come to this state?" Luo Fan, anxious that the man might perish, shook him gently while continuing to inquire. Zheng Shou sighed. "If you shake him any harder, you shall rattle him to death." Yet Luo Fan persisted, shaking him once more. But the man remained silent, his neck swaying with the motion of Luo Fan's hand. "He has truly succumbed." Luo Fan released his grip, exhaling a heavy sigh, lamenting that they were still unaware of the trials he had endured and who had wronged him. "Ask your 6th Master." Zheng Shou patted his chest proudly. Ignoring him, Luo Fan commanded his subordinates to inter the man's body first, ensuring it was marked, so they might later identify him and locate his family for a proper reburial. At this moment, the maid Hui Xiong had already tidied her garments, and, upon hearing Luo Fan's intent to bury the man, stood ready, discontentedly muttering, "Lying there in peace startled me, and now my heart is racing." Upon entering the carriage, a resounding slap echoed as it landed. Hui Xiang covered her face, stunned. With tears swirling in her eyes, "You hit me. How dare you? You should be grateful that I merely delivered a slap. If this matter reaches the princess's residence, you know the consequences." Miss Qingji looked at her delicate hand, exquisitely beautiful, pale and slender, as if lacking bone. She caressed it lightly, feeling the sting from the slap reverberate through her fingers. A smile graced her lips as she regarded Hui Xiang, then leaned against the carriage wall, murmuring to herself, "Why must one bury someone at such a time, wasting precious moments? Will we even find a place to stay tonight?" Hui Xiang realized that she had just embarrassed herself before the princess's residence. Having served Miss Nine for 3 years, she had always been under her command, while Miss Nine remained nestled deep within the princess's abode, timid as a chick, never daring to raise her voice. Yet now, she had the audacity to strike. The more Hui Xiang pondered, the angrier she became, and with only the two of them in the carriage, she reached out to hit Qingji. Miss Nine scoffed. "Do you dare strike your mistress? If you wish to consider yourself my superior, then so be it. I fear you not within the princess's residence. And now that we are outside, must I still endure your petty grievances?" Suddenly, Qingji's expression shifted, her voice trembling. "Please, don't, I beg you. Don't hit me, I implore you." Hui Xiang retorted coldly, "Beg me? Where was your plea before?" She was 3 years older than Miss Qin and possessed a sturdier physique. Just as her hand was poised to strike Miss Qin's face, the carriage curtain was suddenly lifted, and a large hand seized Hui Xiang, hurling her to the ground with a resounding thud. "Wretched servant. My dear niece, are you all right?" Zheng Shou inquired, casting a glance at the tear-streaked girl inside the carriage. Miss Qin nodded, her tears uncontrollably streaming down. She hastily lowered her head, and when she raised it again, her eyes were slightly reddened, devoid of tears. "I am fine. Thank you, Uncle Lu." Actually, this wretched servant dared to strike her mistress. Had it not been for the urgency of the journey today, I would have kicked her to death. Hui Xiang lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Zheng Shou showed no mercy, raising his foot to kick her, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Luo Fan approached, saying, "Why trouble a mere maid so? Am I troubling her?" Zheng Shou retorted, a disdainful twist to his lips, yet his foot did not cease. Luo Fan pulled him back, exclaiming, "Will you not cease this madness?" Zheng Shou regarded Luo Fan and suddenly laughed. "Meng Songtang, the proprietor of Tongjitang in Xianghe County. You understand the affairs of the prefectural office, don't you?" Luo Fan was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean? That person, the one who just died. How do you know?" Zheng Shou turned and departed, leaving behind a provoking remark. "You may beg me." He continued on his way. Luo Fan mounted his horse, and a guard whispered, "With such a delay, it seems we may have to sleep outdoors tonight." "Do your utmost to hasten," Luo Fan replied. "Let us see if we can reach Xianghe before the city gates close." He was perplexed as to how Zheng Shou could possibly know that person's name, yet he felt an undeniable certainty that Zheng Shou's words were indeed true. Previously, at the governor's residence, he had witnessed Zheng Shou's peculiarities. Later, when he consulted Lord Fan regarding Zheng Shou's knowledge of Xiaowan, Lord Fan stroked his beard and remarked, "It is said that seeing is believing while hearing is deceiving. Sometimes, what we witness with our own eyes may not reflect reality." Luo Fan, tapping his head in confusion, pondered the meaning behind this. "Are you suggesting that the lad is merely putting on an act, deceiving us all? In truth, he knows nothing?" Lord Fan cast a deep and inscrutable glance at him, shook his head, and walked away with his hands clasped behind his back. How enigmatic. What could Lord Fan possibly mean? Luo Fan felt that no matter how hard he tried to fathom it, he would never arrive at an answer, especially since Lord Fan held the esteemed title of the Governor of the Nine Gates. In reality, Lord Fan's shaking of the head implied that he himself was equally in the dark, burdened with a plethora of official matters. So why would Luo Fan seek his counsel? How did Zheng Shou come to know about Xiaowan? They were all warriors. Although Luo Fan had never been on the battlefield, both his grandfather and father had served, and the Luo family had endured the trials of bloodshed for 2 generations. Lord Fan, too, had risen from the tumult of war, with countless souls lost to the sword. They did not believe in the supernatural, yet Xingshou's behavior that day was exceedingly peculiar. Who could claim that a member of the royal family, speaking in such a manner, was not possessed by some otherworldly spirit? After all, he was at least a cousin of the late emperor and a younger brother of the Prince of Cheng. The matter was allowed to pass without much thought. After all, it was known to heaven, earth, and to Lord Fan, as well as to Luo Fan himself. However, today, Luo Fan's first instinct was that Xingshou's words must be accurate. Yet, he felt too embarrassed to inquire further in Xingshou's presence. He could only quietly command his guards, "Hasten our journey to Xianghe County, but do not disclose that it is my order." Yao Momo sat to the side, straining to listen to the commotion within. "You are doing this on purpose," Huixiang glared at the ninth young lady. The latter simply smiled lightly. "Uncle Lu still possesses considerable strength. Do lower your voice. If he hears you, he might strike you again, and I would feel quite pained." The young girl's eyes sparkled like stars reflected on water. Huixiang observed the ninth young lady's delicate, pointed features. She was still the same ninth young lady, yet bolder than before, daring to confront others. It was the first time Huixiang had seen such a version of her, with a slightly raised chin, both stubborn and playful. "You are ruthless," Huixiang gritted her teeth. The ninth young lady gently lifted a corner of the curtain, as if admiring the scenery outside, entirely unaffected by the flailing made across from her. She feared nothing. Upon leaving the princess's residence, she had already contemplated her journey to Jiangnan and devised a plan to deal with the old and the young. Yao Momo had been appointed by the princess and had been by her side for 6 years. After her mother passed away, her childhood caregiver, Chen Momo, was suddenly accused of stealing from the household, with alleged stolen goods presented from the house. Chen Momo stared blankly at the so-called loot, seemingly unearthed from nowhere, and suddenly smiled. "I knew it would come to this." "Momo." The young ninth miss reached out to pull her back, but Chen Mama suddenly bent down. Whispering softly in her ear, "My dear, the young mistress did not take her own life. Remember this, and remember it forever." The ninth miss furrowed her brow slightly, and responded with a faint deep down. She had always known the truth. It was merely her youth that led her to believe her thoughts were insufficiently comprehensive. Chen Mama's words solidified her suspicions and imaginings. Consequently, Yao Mama was assigned to her as a nurturing caretaker, and after a few years, a maid named Huixiang was sent to serve as her chief attendant. Her every movement was scrutinized and critiqued by them. In their eyes, she was nothing more than an insignificant concubine daughter, overlooked in the backyard, pitifully dependent on the favor of the princess. Thus, Huixiang's anger after being punished was entirely intentional. Yao Mama had deliberately forbidden her from going and had timed her arrival at the palace gate perfectly. She vaguely overheard a conversation between Yao Mama and the sixth master. The man's reputation was far from favorable, often spoken of with palpable disdain. She suspected his circumstances mirrored her own, with a nominal home long since belonging to another. Where did his notoriety stem from? It was said that young Master Miao was quite mischievous, yet how many rumors about him circulated in the capital? Surely his family had silenced them. The ninth miss contemplated her own future. When the time for betrothal approached, whispers about her might also emerge. For the princess had never considered providing her with a favorable path. She was taken aback by the princess's unexpected generosity in allowing her to visit her maternal grandmother in Jiangnan. At that moment, she should not be sternly reprimanding herself for the supremacy of her legitimate mother, as her birth mother also belonged to a family of respectable kin. As she pondered, her body swayed gently with the motion of the carriage. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a voice from outside inquired, "Miss Jean, we've been traveling for quite a while. Shall we have something to eat?" The delicate tone belonged to the young eunuch. Huixiang, feeling reluctant, quickly remembered that it was someone from the sixth master's entourage speaking, and hurriedly lifted the curtain, saying, "Thank you, young sir." Shunzi smiled as he handed over a box, while the elderly Yao Mama, sitting outside, reached out to receive it. Shunzi scoffed, "You filthy old woman. Do you think you can handle the young lady's food?" Yao Mama's hand hesitated awkwardly, and she grinned at Shunzi. Wanting to retort, but swallowing her words at the thought of the sixth master's fearsome demeanor when he was angered. Please assist the ninth young lady in having a bite to eat. The sixth master mentioned it would be fortunate to arrive at Xiangge before nightfall. The young lady is a junior of the sixth master. There is no need for formality. If anything arises, do not hesitate to inform the sixth master. To whom was this addressed? Huixiang dutifully passed the box to the ninth young lady. Qingjiu opened it to find several exquisite pastries and a small bottle. Upon uncorking it, she detected a faint aroma of liquor. Is this meant for a young lady? It certainly bore the hallmark of the sixth master's extravagant tendencies. She nibbled on a few pastries and, noticing the absence of a cup for the liquid, reflected on how every detail is typically arranged for young ladies of her status. Yet, no one had prepared anything for her. Having gone the entire morning without a drink, she glanced at Huixiang, then lifted the small bottle to her lips and took a couple of sips. Huixiang's eyes widened in shock. My lady, such impropriety. Even a third-rate maid would never act in such a manner, yet the ninth young lady has done so. After finishing his snack, Qingjiu smiled somewhat shyly at Huixiang and handed her the box, saying, Please have some. They are truly delicious. In Chapter 18, the heroic woman of Xianghe County, Qingjiu, who was not favored in the princess's residence, found that the servants within the estate regarded her with disdain. The kitchen's offerings were lackluster, with meals prepared carelessly and not a trace of desserts or fruits to be found. Even though Yao Mama and Huixiang were sent by the princess, they too suffered from the poor provisions provided to their master. Initially, Huixiang harbored deep resentment towards Miss Qingjiu, but as she watched the box of pastries being offered, her hand instinctively reached out to take it. With a gentle smile, Qingjiu placed the entire box into her arms and whispered softly, Just this little bit. You've eaten it all. Don't let Yao Mama see. Just say I consumed it all. Huixiang thought to herself, Don't think you can buy me off with a few pastries. Humph, I won fall for your tricks. As the sun set, the group arrived at Xianghe County. The guards under Luo Fan hurried ahead, while Zhengshou, feeling restless in the carriage, disembarked in search of a horse to ride. With a grin, he looked at the city walls ahead and cheerfully asked, Haizi, what brings us to Xianghe? Luo Fan replied with an icy demeanor, The family guards are leading the way. How would I know? Ha ha, I believe you. Zhengshou laughed heartily, riding at leisure toward the city gate. As the gate swung wide open, the soldiers stationed there perked up upon spotting the official uniforms worn by the guards. General, where have you come from? From the capital. The nobility of the capital, came the reply. The soldiers stood at attention with respect. Zhengshou chuckled. The magistrate of Xianghe County is quite astute, knowing to sound the gongs to announce our arrival. The clang of the gong echoed as a figure clad in the uniform of a county constable strode forth, proclaiming, The county magistrate decrees that tomorrow at the hour of the snake, the funeral of the virtuous woman shall take place. The esteemed elders and townsfolk are invited to pay their respects, to exemplify filial piety and moral conduct. Following this proclamation were several resounding strikes of the gong. Onlookers exchanged skeptical glances, one man scoffing, The morals of this world have decayed. A mere courtesan is now deemed a virtuous woman. If that is the case, every woman in our county could lay claim to such a title and demand a ceremonial arch. This exemplifies the absurdity of wanting to engage in vice while simultaneously seeking honor. It is utterly ludicrous. A man in his 40s, with a gaunt visage and a few wisps of goat-like whiskers, shook his head in disapproval, clearly resembling an educated gentleman. Well, madam, voici, exclaimed Luo Fan, taken aback. He dismounted his horse and respectfully acknowledged the conversing parties. I beg your pardon. May I inquire what you are discussing? The scholarly figure with the goat beard, upon observing Luo Fan's imposing military attire, hastily returned the gesture. The general should be informed that the one ringing the gong is a county constable, announcing to the entire city the funeral of a woman. A woman's funeral? What extraordinary deeds must she have accomplished in life to warrant such an event? Luo Fan inquired. Just as the scholarly man was about to respond, the individual beside him interjected, This madam rightfully deserves a plaque from the court. Selling oneself is merely for the purpose of supporting one's in-laws. Why should she not be honored? The two resumed their heated exchange, their tempers flaring. Luo Fan watched the bickering duo with a sense of helplessness, caught in the middle, unable to extract any useful information, yet inadvertently igniting further disputes. He stood there, awkwardly torn between the two, feeling the weight of the uncomfortable silence. On the other side, Zheng Shou, adorned like a wealthy young master, squeezed into the crowd. He noticed a woman with a notably large mouth passionately debating with a group of women, and with a smile, he approached and called out, "Elder sister, what has transpired in this city?" The woman, engrossed in her conversation, was delighted to see a handsome youth bowing to her and addressing her as elder sister. She immediately beamed with joy and began to recount the events in a rapid-fire manner. "Young master, this Guo lady is a woman of misfortune. Why do I say she is unfortunate? She is quite beautiful, yet she was betrothed at a young age. Her parents, being simple folk, knowing full well that the Guo family was impoverished and unable to provide for her, nonetheless cruelly married her off. It is truly an injustice. How can one call the Guo lady a strong woman? It is the will of her parents and the arrangement of a matchmaker. What is wrong with her marriage?" A voice of dissent arose. "Nonsense. Ask yourself, would you prefer to perish while receiving a few hollow praises, or live and enjoy life? Such talk of a strong woman is absurd. It is merely a case of poor choices. Yes, unfortunate encounters. If one's family is destitute, why should a young lady be forced into suffering just to carry on the family line? Does the family possess a fortune to inherit? Is being born with a man's parts any different from a life of poverty?" The woman spoke with fervor. "It turns out there is a family in the city by the surname Guo, with the head of the household ranking fourth among their kin, known as Guosi. When their circumstances were more favorable, they arranged a betrothal with the L family in the same city. However, as their fortunes waned and poverty set in, the L family honored their promise and still married their beautiful daughter to the Guo family, who is none other than the Guo lady. Guosi was originally a man of letters. Though his academic pursuits were rather lackluster, he had developed a habit of idleness, neglecting the cultivation of both body and sustenance. As his family's fortunes dwindled, he eventually came to the realization that he could no longer afford to remain passive. He confided in his wife, stating that despite his failure to attain scholarly distinction, he was still literate. Given their dire circumstances, he suggested that he venture to the capital in search of a position as a clerk or a tutor, believing that earning an income would sustain their family. At this juncture, their son was already 3 years old, his frail form a testament to their impoverished state, with a small head and thin neck. His legs spindly while his belly appeared distended, reminiscent of an overturned pot. His mother held his hand, gazing at him with palpable concern. "Rest assured, my dear husband, I shall remain devoted to my duties as a wife and care for your parents diligently," she assured him. Observing Guosi's melancholic demeanor, Guanyangzi endeavored to comfort him. Thus, Guosi made the decision to abandon his parents, wife, and child, setting forth with the scant few coins that remained in the household. He left his family behind in search of a livelihood, but who would provide for those he left? Zheng Shou and Bai Shiya exchanged glances, pondering the audacity of this man named Guo. Was there truly such a man who could act in this manner? An elderly woman exclaimed in exasperation, "Indeed, I have always thought the young master to be exceptionally handsome, a true paragon of grace, and his discernment is evidently commendable." Her eyes sparkled as she regarded Zheng Shou, while others nearby chimed in. "Oh, you posy, you have succumbed to your old vice again, unable to resist the allure of a handsome young man. I maintain that many men in this world are unfaithful. Marrying a poor man may lead to betrayal, and marrying a handsome one may yield the same result. It is better to wed one who possesses beauty." "Old lady, you seem to recall something," a mysterious smile emerging on her wrinkled face, reminiscent of a large chrysanthemum blooming under the sun. Zheng Shou clasped his fists and expressed his gratitude. "Elder sister, might I have a word with you?" With a beaming smile, Old lady you approached. "What further instructions do you have, young master?" A young man, possessing delicate features and a mole between his right brow, instructed me to convey to you that he has never wronged you. However, fate is often beyond our control, and in the vastness of life and death, should there be a next life, he wishes to rekindle your bond. Instantly, the smile on the old woman's face froze. Perhaps due to the multitude of wrinkles accumulated over the years, her expression oscillating between astonishment and the remnants of her previous smile, creating an oddly comical sight. What does the young master mean by that? Precisely that. I am merely delivering a message. Upon finishing, Zheng Shou waved his fan and prepared to depart. But the old woman grasped his sleeve. Do you possess the ability to communicate with spirits? All you need to remember is that he has never wronged you. Zheng Shou teased, observing the old woman. That young man is quite handsome. I dare say you were once a beauty in your youth as well. Alas, beauty fades so swiftly. He chuckled heartily. As the old woman watched Zheng Shou's retreating figure, her face alternated between laughter and tears, until she suddenly concealed her face with her sleeve and sank to the ground, weeping. Time had passed. The one who had departed unexpectedly remained forever youthful. While she had grown old and coarse, yet he still remained devoted to her. Zheng Shou sighed and shook his head. What a farce it is to ponder the nature of love in this world. Indeed, there truly exists a Guanyangzi and a Guosi. Upon hearing the general situation recounted by Master Bai, Luo Fan's eyes widened in astonishment as he muttered to himself. Should we venture to Tongji Hall? Zheng Shou pointed ahead. Just a little further, and we shall arrive. Luo Fan scoffed, stating, Of course, we must find accommodations upon entering the city. Is there any sense in moving backward? Zheng Shou chuckled at him. Look at you, Blackie, so sharp-tongued now. Ignoring him, Luo Fan mounted his horse and gestured to the gong-beating Yamen servant. Quickly inform your county magistrate that a royal envoy from the capital is passing through Xianghe. A royal envoy from the capital. The crowd encircled them, buzzing with excitement. How imposing, indeed, for he is a general from the capital. That pretty boy must be a eunuch, right? He is quite handsome. What good is handsomeness? He is utterly useless. Such a thing is of no value. Zheng Shou raised his whip, fiercely cracking it a few times, causing the whispering crowd to scatter in fright. Shunzi bellowed. Make way, make way. He is merely a fox relying on the tiger's might. These people are insufferable. What of the eunuch? How dare they speak thus? The county magistrate of Xianghe hastened to welcome the royal envoy, panting heavily. A Yamen servant rushed in to announce the arrival of an envoy. This is Zhili, and it is not uncommon for an envoy to pass through. The magistrate hastily donned his hat and rushed out. From a distance, he spotted over a dozen magnificent steeds. Understanding that such horses were not for the common man, lifting his robe, he promptly prostrated himself. Oh, the Imperial Edict. How can you confirm I am truly an envoy without even inspecting the official documents? This is a significant area of Zhili. If someone were to impersonate an envoy for deceit, would you bear the responsibility? The county magistrate lifted his head, gazing at the fair and beautiful visage before him. Hesitating momentarily, he stood up, his expression filled with doubt, casting furtive glances to ascertain how many individuals from the county office were in attendance. Zheng Shou, perceiving the hesitation etched on his face, sneered. See, with just a fright, you begin to doubt yourself. Is this the conduct befitting a county magistrate? Luo Fan, observing the scene, thought to himself how this scion of wealth could possibly hold the magistrate accountable. Such humiliation was unwarranted. Yet the magistrate was no fool. He promptly approached to inspect the documents. Zheng Shou waved his hand, and Xiao Shun produced the imperial edict with a flourish. The magistrate immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Long live." The constables behind him swiftly followed suit, and upon witnessing the magistrate's submission, the onlookers promptly fell to their knees as well. Zheng Shou cast a glance at those who had previously referred to themselves as young white faces, a smirk of triumph playing at the corners of his mouth. He extended his hand slightly forward, feigning to assist the magistrate up. "Please rise. In the future, do exercise more caution." As the magistrate stood, he suddenly remarked, "As the local father and official, I bear the responsibility of safeguarding this territory. I have not received notification of your esteemed presence in our domain. May I request verification of the imperial edict and accompanying documents? Zheng Shou faltered in his steps. What? You wish to see more? Indeed, sir. I acknowledge my lack of diligence. I shall rectify this immediately. I have only glanced at the edict, and I have yet to examine the documents. Zheng Shou scrutinized the magistrate. He appeared to be in his 30s, with a fair complexion, a long beard, and rather small eyes, a quintessential scholar's visage. Bai Shiye was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Zheng Shou would discreetly ascertain the magistrate's true nature with such precision. Indeed, Zheng Shou observed a faint shadow trailing behind the county magistrate. Straining to discern its details, he was suddenly confronted with a line of text that pertained to the magistrate, Ma Jiqiang, a native of Nanhai, a successful candidate in the imperial examination of the 25th year of the late emperor, who had served as county magistrate here for 3 years, receiving an excellent evaluation. He spoke these words casually, causing the magistrate's expression to shift momentarily, yet he remained steadfast in his endeavor to scrutinize the official documents, subsequently bowing deeply. Please, Your Excellency. He gestured courteously. Upon arriving at the county office, the magistrate dispatched someone to contact the inn. Zheng Shou stood before Qingjiu's carriage, instructing, proceed directly to the inn and ensure the safety of your young lady. Should there be any negligence, know that Lord Lu's blade is not to be trifled with. The young maid inside the carriage was so frightened that she dared not breathe, while Granny Yao responded repeatedly in affirmation. Ma, the county magistrate, furrowed his brow slightly. A special envoy travels with family. Only moments ago, while reviewing the documents, he had learned that this envoy was of royal lineage. Indeed, noble scions often proved unreliable. Observing Zheng Shou's demeanor and appearance, Ma could not help but regard him with a modicum of disdain. Suddenly, Luo Fan interjected. She is the daughter of Princess Chongping, en route to Jiangnan. There is some degree of kinship. Ah, that clarifies matters. Upon finishing his explanation, Luo Fan wished to slap himself. There was no grass by the riverbank. How foolish to speak out. What concern did the magistrate have for this dandy? And why should he feel compelled to provide an explanation? Perhaps it was due to the fact that he was the principal envoy while he himself was merely an assistant? Was he afraid of losing face? As he pondered this, the magistrate had already turned to lead the way. Zheng Shou leaned in, casting a sly glance at Luo Fan. Teased, what need is there for your explanation, General Luo? Luo Fan glared at the smug grin on his face, wishing he could deliver a punch that would mar that exquisitely handsome visage. Shunzi, ever the sycophant, approached eagerly. Master, shall we proceed inside? Oh dear, the dust and dirt along the way have been unbearable for 6th Master. Zheng Shou chuckled heartily 3 times, trailing behind Magistrate Mai as they made their way to the yamen. Bai Shiye hastily gestured for Luo Fan to enter first. With a snort, Luo Fan strode forward. Bai Shiye shook his head with a smile. Ah, the impetuosity of youth. It is indeed the folly of the young. Just then, they heard the constable strike the gong, announcing that a woman's south funeral would take place the following day, and that every citizen of the county was expected to attend. Suddenly, Magistrate Mai sprang to his feet, agitated, and stepped before Zheng Shou, waving his arms. The imperial envoy deems Guanyang unworthy of being honored as a virtuous woman due to her past transgressions, and thus the entire populace is forbidden from attending her funeral? Zheng Shou paused, taken aback. But that is your assertion. When have I stated such a thing? He observed the faint shadow behind the magistrate, which seemed to bow in deference. In that moment, Zheng Shou comprehended that the shadow was paying homage to the magistrate, not to him. Magistrate Mai, why such fervor in your response to the inquiry of the imperial envoy? Bai Shiye stood, approaching the magistrate and gently tugging at his sleeve, murmuring, Magistrate Mai, the path of scholarly pursuits is fraught with difficulty. Do not let your emotions cloud your judgment. Zheng Shou laughed boisterously. I am quite intrigued by the circumstances surrounding Guanyang. I implore you, Magistrate Mai, to enlighten me truthfully. If her tale indeed stirs the heavens and moves the earth, I shall certainly bring it to the court's attention, seeking to honor her. Magistrate Mai beamed with joy. Is what you say true? You do not disdain her for her past misdeeds? Naturally, One must consider the motivations behind an individual's actions. Magistrate Mai, please elaborate. Guosi ventured out to seek a livelihood, leaving behind a 3-year-old child and elderly parents. After his departure, the Guo family found themselves in dire poverty, lacking even the means for a single meal. How would the family survive? Magistrate Mai turned his gaze toward the Imperial Envoy. Zheng Shou took a sip of tea, gently setting down the cup, and remarked, "Is Guosi truly a man? He pales in comparison to Shunzi. To abandon his family and venture to distant lands in search of sustenance? Does he expect his family to starve? At this juncture, it is only justifiable for Guo's wife to leave alone. It is Guosi who has shown a lack of compassion and filial piety." Luo Fan furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something amiss in Zheng Shou's words. Upon hearing the envoy's remarks, Magistrate Mai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he emphatically struck the table, exclaiming, "Indeed, Your Excellency speaks with great wisdom. Guo's wife has reached the limits of her endurance, unwilling to abandon her in-laws and child, and thus, she undertook an extraordinary act." According to Magistrate Mai's account, the events unfolded as follows. Guo's wife summoned the neighbors to her doorstep and invited her in-laws to join. The onlookers were baffled, unsure of her intentions, while Guo's parents were filled with trepidation. They understood that their son's cowardice was inexcusable and feared that their daughter-in-law might, in a fit of anger, declare a permanent severance from the family. The elderly couple saw only one path left, to beg on the streets. In these trying times, who among the populace could afford to share their meager provisions with beggars? With tears welling in their eyes, they knelt before the gathering crowd. The spectators surrounded her, their hearts heavy with sympathy. Is this Guosi truly a man? He abandoned his entire family, leaving behind the elderly and the young, forcing a frail woman to bear the burden of supporting 2 elders and a child. There is a saying among those who have long played matchmaker, Madame Guo, "If you were to remarry, I, having spent my life in matchmaking, could surely find you a suitable match. Worst case, you could bring your son along. At least the child would have food to eat, preserving a lineage for the Guo family." Lin Mama hesitantly replied, "But such reasoning is unheard of in this world. Alas, how is it that life can be so arduous? Each individual struggles in this world, yet rarely does a man simply abandon his responsibilities, placing the entirety of his burdens upon a helpless woman. What can the neighbors say? If they cannot assist the family, they should kindly remain silent." As the crowd dispersed, Madame Guo's words gradually spread. Soon, it became common for men to visit her discreetly. Initially, Guo's in-laws felt embarrassed, hastily covering their faces and retreating with their grandchild whenever these men arrived. Once the visitors departed, Madame Guo would clutch her silver coins to purchase rice and flour, providing for her in-laws, ensuring they were well-fed and warmly clothed, while nurturing the child to be plump and adorable, like a little dumpling. Madame Guo toiled tirelessly to support her in-laws. Does this not render her a dutiful daughter? At this juncture, Magistrate Mai posed a sudden question. Luo Fan listened, wide-eyed, nodding repeatedly. Zheng Shou, however, scoffed, stating, "Though a woman becomes part of her husband's family upon marriage, the Guo in-laws did not give her life nor raise her. Why then must she sacrifice herself for them? Does she consider herself a deity? Is she to cut flesh to feed a tiger? In this world, there exist individuals who ultimately only move themselves. It seems that Guosi does not share this sentiment, nor would she perceive her actions as particularly noble." After speaking, he fixed his gaze upon Luo Fan, who was left utterly astounded, and added, "I have never encountered a scoundrel as base as Guosi. This Guo lady is truly a woman of unparalleled folly. It is no wonder she met her demise. Her existence in this world merely squandered sustenance." Such words are indeed profoundly unpleasant. Luo Fan could hardly fathom that someone could utter such cold-hearted and callous remarks, and the county magistrate, Mai, trembled with indignation. "Your Excellency, such words are excessively cruel." He had intended to express that the man was unreasonably obstinate, which would have been a concession to the handsome envoy before him. Humph. It seems the pretty boy harbors no good intentions. The county magistrate's face flushed crimson with rage. Zheng Shou erupted into laughter, pointing at the magistrate and inquired, "Magistrate, why does your face flush red with anger? What connection does Gua lady hold with you? Could it be that you are also—" "Ha! Nonsense." The magistrate slammed the table in frustration, only to recoil in shock afterward, his eyes widening as he glared at Zheng Shou. Being from Guangdong, his deep-set eyes were already quite large, and now, when he glared, they appeared even more pronounced. Zheng Shou chuckled. "Are you attempting to compete with me in who has larger eyes?" As he spoke, he exaggeratedly widened his own eyes. Bai Shiye rose and said, "After our long journey, we are weary. Is the meal ready? Let us dine first, and then we may converse at leisure." Approaching the county magistrate, he gently placed a hand on his shoulder, signaling him to regain his composure. The magistrate took deep breaths, his chest heaving, and replied, "Yes, let us eat first." Zheng Shou was unrelenting. "County Magistrate Mai, it is merely a meal I seek from you. There is no need for such vehemence." County Magistrate Mai inhaled deeply, suppressing all discontent, and managed to force a smile more grotesque than tears, gesturing courteously, "Please follow me to the back office." As they stepped out of the main hall, a maid hurriedly approached from the courtyard, bowing to the assembly and inquiring, "Madam has asked about the young lady sent to the post station. Should she be brought back to dine with Madam, or—" County Magistrate Mai contemplated briefly and replied, "Have Madam prepare a meal to send to the inn." The maid bowed again and took her leave. To ease the tension, mastered by attempted small talk, Madam Mai has trained her maid remarkably well. She truly manages the household with grace, a virtuous assistant indeed. County Magistrate Mai's face beamed with pride, his eyes sparkling. "Indeed, my wife is an exceptionally admirable woman." In the back hall, a table laden with dishes was set. Zheng Shou sniffled and stretched, exclaiming, "Now this is a meal worthy of a man. The journey has been quite taxing. Now, as we dine, Magistrate Mai, please continue. I am eager to learn how Madame Gu met her demise." Master Bai chuckled, attempting to lighten the mood further. "Let us eat first. I am famished. This Xiang County is quite prosperous, as evidenced by the sights along our journey." Zheng Shou scoffed. "The entire Zhili region is commendable. After all, it is the heartland of the capital." County Magistrate Mai's forced smile grew even more strained, uncertain of how to respond. Master Bai picked up his chopsticks, eagerly sampling the dishes, repeatedly exclaiming how delicious everything was, urging, "Please, esteemed sir, enjoy your meal first." Luo Fan joined in, deliberately adopting a more boorish manner, drawing the attention of the others towards himself. He did not perceive Magistrate Mai as a malevolent individual. Rather, he felt sympathy for him, caught in a predicament orchestrated by the debauched Zhao Zhengshou. Zhengshou pressed on relentlessly, "Magistrate Mai, how did that Guo woman meet her demise?" "She took her own life," replied Magistrate Mai. A native of Guangdong, he bore a slightly dusky complexion, with large, round eyes and triple eyelids. When he regarded others, his eyes bulged wide, akin to a startled cat. Zhengshou found amusement in provoking him, chuckling, "In my view, that Guo woman was the epitome of foolishness." Noticing Magistrate Mai's growing irritation, he continued with a smile, "Guosi is devoid of compassion, and the Guo family is hardly virtuous. Anyone with limbs could have alleviated some burden by begging. Yet, look at them, lacking even a shred of dignity, hiding behind their daughter-in-law, comfortably reaping the rewards of her sacrifice. And then, how did the Guo woman simply die? If Guosi possessed a conscience, how could he allow her to perish? I suspect the entire Guo family conspired to drive her to her end." Luo Fan nodded incessantly, gently tapping the table. "I concur." Suanzi murmured from the side, "Humph, it's not that our master is clever. Whatever he says is undoubtedly right." "Indeed, many neighbors can attest to this matter," Magistrate Mai recounted eloquently. The Guo family was a blend of astonishment and trepidation, with the old matriarch nearly fainting from excitement. The Guo woman inquired about Guosi's circumstances and learned that after leaving home, he had encountered an extraordinary fortune, befriending a silk merchant from Jiangnan, with whom he engaged in lucrative business dealings. The woman, clad in humble attire and possessing a delicate beauty, shyly turned away upon noticing the unfamiliar man. Fear not. My dear, said Guanyangzi, this is the husband I spoke of earlier, our Lord Gua. She gently urged the young woman to turn and meet Guisi. My husband. This is the wife I have found for you, Guanyangzi introduced. Guisi was taken aback. A wife? It might have been plausible for Guanyangzi to find him a concubine in his absence, but a wife was an entirely different matter. Tears welled in Guanyangzi's eyes. My lord, you may inquire with your parents and our neighbors about what I have endured over the past 3 years to support your parents and care for our son. Gua's parents exchanged worried glances, and Guisi hastily approached, asking, Father, Mother, what is amiss? What does my wife mean by this? Gua's parents looked at their daughter-in-law, sighed deeply, unsure of how to articulate their thoughts. As Guanyangzi turned to leave, the young woman said, Sister, I shall accompany you. Guanyangzi glanced at her and shook her head, offering a faint smile. I entrust little Bao to you. Please take good care of him. With that, she turned and walked towards the inner chamber. Only after Guanyangzi entered did Gua's parents, tears streaming down their faces, recount the sacrifices she had made over the past 3 years. The mother concluded, This matter is known to all our neighbors. A simple inquiry will reveal the truth. Guisi's mind raced as the implication sank in. His wife had, all these years, endured the stigma of being a clandestine courtesan. What man could tolerate such a reality? In a fit of rage, he slammed his fist down on the rickety table. The little Bao, who had not seen his father in years, was startled by Guisi's fierce countenance and burst into tears. Ah, seer, one cannot place the blame on your wife. You are well aware of our family's circumstances. Your mother, Xiao Bao, and I must all eat. Your wife has endured considerable hardship, and it is unjust to hold her accountable. Without her, the grass would be overgrown upon your parents' graves. Guisi, awakening to the reality of his own misdeeds, hurried to the inner chamber to seek out his spouse. Upon entering, however, he discovered that Guanyang had hanged herself and was no longer alive. Thus, the tale unfolds. Guanyang took her own life, leaving behind a maiden named Hong Ying for Guisi to wed. Truly a remarkable woman. Luo Fan raised a cup, declaring it a toast to the truth. Magistrate Mai, sharing a mutual respect, remarked upon the sincerity of the gentleman before him. Ba Shiya, joining in the camaraderie, lifted his cup, taking a small sip while his gaze flitted about before settling contemplatively on Xingshou, whose expression reflected deep thought, lips pursed slightly. Do you hold any alternative views, my lord? Ba Shiya, ever adept at reading the room, inquired. Shunzi then poured wine for Xingshou, saying, Sir, partake in this. Though it is not the finest of wines, it suffices for the occasion. Luo Fan mused inwardly, feeling discomfort at the dynamics between the master and his servant, an awkwardness hanging in the air. Are you so certain that Guanyang's demise was indeed a suicide? The Gua family, Guisi, and even Hong Ying can all attest to this. There are countless instances where kin have concealed the truth. Who can ascertain whether their words are genuine? And as for Hong Ying, can you be certain she was truly intended for Guisi by Guanyang? Magistrate Mai clarified. All of this has been meticulously documented. Who was Hong Ying purchased from? How much silver was exchanged? And where is the contract of sale? Where is the abducted person? Inquired Xingshou. An abductor does not simply appear out of thin air. Where are the witnesses? Magistrate Mai's eyes widened in disbelief. Your Excellency, you are asking the impossible. The truth is evident. Madame Gua is a virtuous daughter and a valiant woman, a fact well known to all. With a sharp slap on the table, Xingshou retorted. Madame Gua was a victim of foul play. How tragic that she devoted herself to caring for her in-laws only to meet such a fate. What manner of official are you? Absurd. You deem me absurd? After downing a cup of wine, Magistrate Mai's face flushed, emboldening him as he pointed to himself. Indeed, it is not merely absurd but also a mark of incompetence to allow myself to be deceived by scoundrels. A valiant woman, no less. And the entire county is to mourn her? The fiend who caused Madame Gua's demise must be laughing behind our backs. Xingshou regarded Magistrate Mai with a scornful expression. A faint shadow loomed behind the magistrate, silently absorbing his words. Upon hearing the tale of her own demise, the figure began to shake her head in agony. Her mouth agape, yet unable to utter a sound. This woman must be Madame Guo, but why was she rendered mute? Pondering this, Zheng Shou decided to indulge in a hearty meal, postponing further considerations until the morrow. Magistrate Mai's eyes bulged. Who has deceived me? Madame Guo was fiercely principled. Her death was a testament to her purity. This is an indisputable fact. For someone as noble as Madame Guo, what is amiss with the entire city mourning her? Foolishness. Utter foolishness. Excessive study has clouded your judgment, Zheng Shou sighed, shaking his head in resignation as he began to devour his food, truly famished. Magistrate Mai sought to elucidate. Gesturing towards the dishes on the table, dinner is served. The food is getting cold. Mr. Bai hastily interjected. Let us eat. Luo Fan glanced at Zheng Shou and then at Magistrate Mai, feeling a newfound admiration for the magistrate. Despite being aware that Zheng Shou was a member of the royal family and that the court had dispatched a youthful noble as an imperial envoy, he could not help but notice the frivolity etched upon the young man's visage. For a mere scholar like Magistrate Mai to maintain his composure and engage in reasoned debate with such a pompous envoy was indeed commendable. Though his tongue was not as agile as Zheng Shou's, who had been sharp-tongued throughout their journey, he silently harbored his frustrations. With someone else defending his honor, he chose to observe quietly. Reluctantly, Magistrate Mai picked up his chopsticks to continue his meal. The dishes before him had been specially ordered from the most renowned restaurant in the county, being an upright official with no surplus wealth. It was his wife who had supplemented their modest means to provide such a lavish spread. Rarely did he indulge in such opulent fare. Yet as he watched the imperial envoy and his entourage devour the food with abandon, he could not help but smile bitterly. How could these oblivious scions of nobility, who were blind to the suffering of the common people, possibly bring welfare to the masses as they toured under the guise of imperial inspection? Meanwhile, Mrs. Mai, having heard that her husband was to welcome the imperial envoy, was informed by the constables that the envoy's party consisted of more than 10 individuals, including a young lady, an elderly matron, and a dozen guards who had been escorted to the relay station. In a flurry, she instructed the steward to secure a table at the finest restaurant in town, ensuring that the best dishes were sent to the county office while a slightly lesser selection was dispatched to the relay station. She also arranged for some light fare, suitable for the young lady's palate, to be packed in a food box. Accompanied by a maid and a nurse, she set off directly to the relay station, donned in a veil hat. Along the way, the maid relayed the tidbits of information she had gathered to Mrs. Mai. It is said that the young lady hails from the royal palace, the daughter of a princess, accompanying the esteemed envoy to Jiangnan. Oh, this envoy. Is he a prince or of some noble standing? In any case, he is undoubtedly affluent and distinguished, with a handsome visage. The little maid, well informed, chattered away about it. Indeed, while I discreetly glanced during the serving of wine, I was struck by his striking appearance, his countenance akin to that of a jade bodhisattva. Oh, the majestic aura of royalty is undeniable. One wonders how he came to possess such beauty. The old woman mused contentedly. You all have quite the audacity. Daring to speak ill of the envoy behind his back, she added. Mrs. Mai sighed, noting that the master was about to honor Madame Guo with the title of a virtuous woman, and the funeral was set for tomorrow. What could the envoy's visit signify at this moment? Just a while ago, I overheard fragments of conversation that seemed to put the master in a difficult position. Surely not. The master is known for his integrity and incorruptibility, not to mention, he has handled Madame Guo's affairs with the utmost propriety. The maid, reflecting on Madame Guo's plight, sighed. Madam, being a woman is truly challenging. Fortunately, Xianghe County is under our master's governance. He is indeed a good man. Indeed, indeed, echoed the old woman. I have heard countless people on the streets refer to our master as mine the just. Mrs. Mai sighed once more. I can only hope that the esteemed envoy departs swiftly and does not trouble the master. These royal relatives are not to be trifled with. At that moment, Miss Qingjiu had just washed her face and could hear the guards outside the inn clamoring away, discussing their meals and drinks. These guards are well-fed and well-watered. While we are left here, Madame Yu sneered, Truly they're the epitome of good relatives. Qingjiu remained silent as she unearthed a piece of facial wax from the box. Yaomomo exclaimed, "My lady, after such a long day, we are both weary and famished. What on earth is the sixth master occupied with?" Qingjiu retorted coldly, "What the master does is no concern of yours." At that moment, a knock echoed through the room, followed by a voice declaring, "The county magistrate's wife has come to see the young lady." Yao Momo's face brightened with joy as she swiftly opened the door, revealing a woman in her 30s standing at the threshold, her pair of phoenix eyes exceptionally radiant. Yao Momo reached out to take the food box from an elderly maid beside the woman, but the lady instead grasped it herself, leaving Yao Momo's hand empty. The enticing aroma wafting from the box made her pout in disappointment. "My lady, my husband is the county magistrate, and our family name is Mai. I have come to deliver a meal for you." "Madam Mai, how could I trouble you to make such a personal trip?" Yao Momo replied courteously, gesturing for Huixiang to take the food box. However, Huixiang remained seated, indifferent to the request. With no other option, Qingjiu stepped forward to accept the food box. Madam Mai smiled and said, "I am here to serve you your meal." Qingjiu hurriedly waved her hand. "Please do not trouble yourself, Madam Mai." Undeterred, Madam Mai opened the food box and began to arrange the dishes, placing a bowl of polished rice before Qingjiu. Yao Momo and Huixiang craned their necks to observe, feeling unsettled at the sight of only a single bowl of rice. "Please, my lady, eat first," Madam Mai said with a cheerful smile. Qingjiu lifted her gaze. "Thank you, Madam Mai. Please, take a seat," Madam Mai urged. "Huixiang, fetch some tea." Reluctantly, Huixiang twisted her body to head outside for water, while Yao Momo, with a forced smile, remarked, "The guards outside are already having their meal." Madam Mai smiled, acknowledging, "Indeed, I have arranged a banquet for the guards." With that, she promptly took a seat opposite Qingjiu. "Please, young lady, indulge in your meal first." The repeated phrase first hinted at matters yet to be addressed. Qingjiu graciously replied, "Though I am young, Madam Mai, your warmth makes me feel as though you were akin to an elder sister." After all, she was a young lady from the princess's residence. Madam Mai quickly retorted, "I dare not claim such a title. Should you have something to convey, dear sister, please do so. I am all ears. I assure you, it will not hinder our meal." Qingjiu was astute in reading nuances. The county magistrate's wife could have easily summoned a servant to bring the food, yet she insisted they eat first, which surely indicated an underlying reason. "Did you hear about the significant incident that transpired in our county when you arrived?" Qingjiu nodded, refraining from speaking as she gestured for Madame Mai to continue. "This tale is rather lengthy, concerning the story of Madame Gua." Madame Mai began to narrate the tale of Madame Gua. Just then, the door creaked open, and Huixiang entered, carrying a teapot. She poured the tea and placed the cup down with a clatter. Madame Mai remained unfazed, continuing her soft-spoken account. Meanwhile, the banquet in the county office's back hall had already been cleared. Zheng Shou shook his head repeatedly, declaring, "The funeral must not proceed tomorrow." Madame Gua certainly did not take her own life. "Your Excellency, without witness statements or evidence, how can you draw such a conclusion?" The county magistrate's eyes widened with intensity, eager for Zheng Shou to offer some support. Stretching lazily, Zheng Shou insisted, "Regardless, the funeral cannot happen tomorrow." "On what grounds?" The magistrate retorted, visibly frustrated. "As an imperial envoy appointed by the Empress Dowagers and the Emperor, I am entitled to meet with officials of a higher rank, let alone someone as insignificant as a mere county magistrate. Are my words not sufficient?" Zheng Shou rose, stretching his neck and shaking his arms. "I am weary. After a long day's journey, take me to the inn. Prepare warm bathing water. I desire a fragrant soak." With that, he strode out, followed closely by Shunzi. "County Magistrate Mai, do not dare to conduct a funeral. Remember this. Should you proceed with one, Indeed, I am a deputy general from the Nine Gates Command, with experience in interrogations within the capital, so I am quite capable of discerning matters." Magistrate Mai's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Very well, I shall procure the necessary documents." He turned on his heel and dashed towards the study. Master Bai shook his head, saying, It seems you also suspect that Lady Gui's death is shrouded in mystery? Without witness testimonies, I cannot make a judgment. However, I believe it prudent to investigate further. Lady Gui's actions defy convention, marking her as an extraordinary woman. If there is indeed a grievance, I shall advocate for her. Should there be none, it is within my duty to report to the court for recognition. Master Bai chuckled softly. How could one seek recognition from the court for a woman of such questionable repute? She sacrificed herself to support her in-laws. A deed more noble than feeding a tiger. How could she not be honored? Bai shook his head repeatedly, amused by the two imperial envoys, one frivolous and sardonic, the other earnest and humble. I have heard that one was apprehended by the deputy envoy while attempting to rob in the streets. How intriguing. Who knows what further antics await us on this journey? Bai Shiya observed Luo Fan's unwavering determination and respectfully bowed, saying, I shall take my leave now. With that, he turned and exited. Shortly thereafter, Magistrate Mai emerged, clutching several documents. My lord, everything is here, he announced, just as Luo Fan reached out to take them. Magistrate Mai added, I have just learned that my wife is also at the post station. I shall accompany you, my lord. Luo Fan nodded, and the two walked side by side out of the county office, where a guard had already brought their horses after having had their meal. Luo Fan inquired, will the magistrate ride a horse, or? Magistrate Mai shook his head. Do you think I cannot ride? Then shall we take a sedan chair? It is not for official business. We are merely going to fetch my wife from the post station. I cannot presume to use an official sedan for such a purpose. I shall walk instead. With that, he embraced the documents tightly and was about to set off. Luo Fan grasped the magistrate's belt, causing his eyes to widen in surprise, akin to that of a startled rabbit. Luo Fan chuckled softly. It seems I must impose upon you to ride with me for a while. The magistrate, perched atop the horse, was visibly anxious, clutching the saddle tightly, trembling uncontrollably. Steady now. As darkness descended, the road to the post station was nearly deserted. The guards led the way, with Luo Fan following closely behind. The magistrate could only hear the wind whistling past his ears until they soon arrived at the station's entrance. The post attendant came out to greet them, witnessing the county magistrate being effortlessly lifted from the horse by a young general. Clearing his throat, Magistrate Mai straightened his attire and, clutching his documents, inquired, have accommodations been arranged for the esteemed envoy? And water needs to be boiled. Everything is prepared. It would be prudent for the county official to oversee the arrangements. With both a county official and a current administrator arriving simultaneously, the post attendant naturally greeted them with exceptional warmth. He carried water to the entrance of the dandy's quarters and was about to knock when he overheard voices from within. Why aren't you speaking? How did you meet your end? The courier paused, listening further. All you do is weep, yet the magistrate spoke of your resolute nature. Why? Then, do you merely cry now? Could it be? You cannot utter a word? A chill ran through the courier, and after a moment's hesitation, he called out from a distance, My lord, the hot water is ready. Silence enveloped the room, and a voice instructed, Bring it in. Just as the courier lifted the wooden tub to enter, a young man suddenly dashed out from the side corridor and pushed him aside. Is your sort fit to serve my master? He exclaimed. Immediately after, he turned to his master with a servile grin. My lord, the hot water has arrived. The courier thought to himself, I shan't enter. Who knows what madness your dandy master may be indulging in? He retreated to the front courtyard, where he spotted the magistrate and his wife approaching, followed by a nurse and a maid. From a distance, he overheard the lady murmuring something about a lack of respect towards her master. How unfortunate for her. What would the princess's maid say? Noticing that no one was around, the magistrate discreetly took his wife's hand, concealing it with his sleeve as the maid and nurse bowed their heads, trailing behind. Mrs. Mai struggled momentarily, but Mr. Mai whispered, Do not move. With a sigh, Mrs. Mai replied, In my opinion, this girl is but a clay idol crossing a river. She cannot aid us. Humph. That imperial envoy. The magistrate, Mai, said this while glancing around nervously, lowering his voice. He is making things difficult at every turn and has ordered that Gui's funeral must not take place tomorrow. But why is that? He insists that Lady Guo was murdered and did not take her own life, demanding an investigation to uncover her killer. Since he wishes to delve into the truth, one would expect him to consider the case details and witness testimonies. However, this envoy pays no heed to such matters. Fortunately, the deputy seems somewhat more reasonable. Being from the Nine Gates Command, I trust he can offer some assistance. With a reliable official present, there is no need for you to worry excessively. Madam, I murmured. The situation regarding Lady Guo has aged you considerably. I genuinely feel for you. Magistrate, my sighed. And Madam, I echoed his sigh. I understand you are reminded of Sister Xianglian. If she were aware, she would surely be pleased. Yet, Lady Guo is not Sister Xianglian. You need not offend the Imperial Envoy over her. As you mentioned, he belongs to the royal family, and provoking him could lead to significant trouble. I realize that discussing this may seem inconsiderate, he continued. In the past, to support my education, Xianglian sacrificed herself to the brocade house, and after I achieved my degree, she took her own life, all to preserve my reputation. What do I care for reputation or purity? He hastily clarified. Madam, I do not mean you. That is not my intention. Madam, I tightly grasped his hand, saying, I understand that your heart is not burdened by many thoughts. I simply admire a man of integrity like you. When Sister Xianglian spoke to me about these matters, I was deeply moved and eager to know the person who could captivate her heart so profoundly. I am grateful that you do not disdain me. These years have been filled with joy for me. Alas, poor sixth master, who must don the same washed garments repeatedly. Life outside is truly fraught with difficulties. All thanks to the prince. The thought that your sixth master can wear a single outfit multiple times brought tears to Shunzi's eyes, nearly causing him to weep. Why do you think the manor continually provides me with new clothes? It is merely a facade. I am well aware of the intentions of that couple, presenting a show for outsiders. The prince has not suffered any loss on my account. But just look at how much spare change your master has. What use is it to dress well when it cannot be exchanged for silver? Once Shunzi departed, Zheng Shou leaned back against the bed, fiddling with the sleeve of his white silk undergarment, and chuckled lightly at the headboard, saying, You are not Guanyangzi. Though she engaged in clandestine affairs, she was, after all, a woman of noble standing and, as a married woman, would not so brazenly observe her master bathing and changing clothes without feeling the slightest bit of shame. Who exactly are you? The shadow remained motionless. Yet Zheng Shou sensed her softly weeping. You have seen everything about me, inside and out, yet I have not shed a tear. Why do you weep? He chuckled lightly. Could it be that you are secretly lamenting the sight of your master's endowment, feeling sorrowful as a ghost unable to possess it? His words were particularly lascivious and rude, yet the female ghost stood there quietly, showing no sign of retreat. This ghost, seemingly indifferent to the presence of a man and unfazed by such crude remarks, left one wondering, who exactly was she? Zheng Shou, fixated on the shadow, suddenly struck with a revelation. Slapping his forehead, your audacity is quite alarming. Could it be that you are engaged in? He laughed heartily. I see now. You must be one of those famed courtesans, am I correct? The shadow surprisingly nodded and gracefully bowed. Was this an acknowledgement? Zheng Shou continued. Since you are in the business of nocturnal pleasures, why do you bow before the county magistrate, following him closely? Oh, I understand. Perhaps he is your former lover? Or maybe he owes you for services rendered, leaving you with grievances that linger even in death. The shadow shook her head vigorously. Zheng Shou sighed. How perplexing. It is unfortunate that I cannot discern your appearance. If I knew what you looked like, a simple inquiry would reveal your identity and the message you wish to convey. You spirits truly are troublesome, able to communicate yet obscured in visage, making it quite the ordeal for me. Suddenly, the shadow moved her arm, and her form began to clarify, revealing a delicate young woman, albeit with her tongue hanging out excessively. Zheng Shou glanced over, hastily shielding his eyes with his sleeve, exclaiming, Enough! Enough! Please cover your face. I now comprehend why you conceal your identity, fearful of startling others, I presume. The shadow shook her head and nodded in turn, followed by a soft sigh. Zheng Shou believed he had clearly discerned the appearance of the woman before him. Stretching lazily, he remarked, "All right. Sixth Master has observed your visage well enough. Tomorrow morning, I shall sketch your likeness to inquire with the county magistrate. It is quite puzzling. You are not Guanyangzi. So is this not a form of deception? I am convinced that Guanyangzi has been wronged, and thus, the funeral cannot proceed tomorrow. If this continues, your actions may obliterate Sixth Master's illustrious reputation. Truly, you are a wicked specter." As he pondered this further, his indignation grew, and he spat towards the shadow. The shadow let out a sharp cry, as though something had forcefully yanked it, swaying side to side before vanishing entirely. Previously, the spirit of Yin Hong from the Prince Cheng's residence had similarly dissipated after being splashed with foot-washing water. Now, this specter had disappeared after being spat upon. Zheng Shou touched his lips, a slight smile gracing his face. Who would have thought I possessed such mystical prowess? Suddenly, the door was pushed open, startling Zheng Shou, who turned to see a tall figure at the threshold. It was none other than Luo Fan, his features unmistakable. "What brings you here? Do you not know how to knock?" Zheng Shou inquired. "I did knock, but you seemed engrossed in conversation with yourself, oblivious to my presence," Luo Fan replied, closing the door and taking a seat. "You mentioned that Guanyangzi has been wronged. What is the basis for this claim?" "Why should I know? I merely sensed something amiss," Zheng Shou responded, realizing he might have misinterpreted the situation, mistakenly believing that the faint specter was Guanyangzi, which weakened his resolve. He merely stared at Luo Fan, wide-eyed and silent. Luo Fan placed a notebook on the table and stated, "Here are the testimonies from the Guo family regarding the incident involving Guanyangzi, along with statements from a woman named Hong Ying." Zheng Shou cast a sidelong glance at him, still leaning languidly as he inquired, "What do you mean? Do you aspire to be a righteous magistrate? If so, you ought to discern that for yourself. Why come to me? I believe there are discrepancies in the witness testimonies, hence my visit to discuss this with you." "Discuss with me? Isn't the Nine Gates Prefecture responsible for litigation? I am merely a wastrel, lacking understanding in such matters. Please refrain from consulting me. I fear it may tarnish your esteemed reputation." Zheng Shou, with an expression of resolute determination, gestured towards the door and said, "Very well. Might I trouble you to close the door from the outside? Examine these testimonies and see if you can uncover anything." Luo Fan rose and approached Zheng Shou's bedside. "I believe in you." Zheng Shou had prepared 100 reasons to refute this, yet all crumbled under the weight of Luo Fan's simple declaration of faith. Internally, he resisted. That insufferable blackguard. Why should I place my trust in you? Yet, this turmoil could not overshadow the rationality within him. Even if he misinterpreted the situation and mistakenly identified the female ghost as Guanyangzi, he remained convinced that her death bore an air of suspicion. He shot Luo Fan a glare and accepted the records, leafing through them page by page. Meanwhile, Luo Fan resembled a child eager for adult praise, his lips pressed together, and his expression tense. At last, having finished, Luo Fan unconsciously exhaled in relief, only to hear Zheng Shou inquire, "Is there anything amiss?" All accounts are consistent. The testimonies of Guo's parents and Guoxi align perfectly. Their tone was calm and natural when recounting the circumstances surrounding Guanyangzi. Does this reflect a husband's reaction? Bearing a green hat too often, one would naturally grow a head full of grass. Zheng Shou's words were insincere. "You realized this long ago, didn't you?" Luo Fan pressed on, firmly grasping Zheng Shou's arm, his tone fervent and expression grave. Zheng Shou instinctively shrank back into the bed, responding, "A gentleman speaks with words, not with fists." "Are you not a gentleman?" Luo Fan paused momentarily, bewildered. "What nonsense about gentlemen and villains? Just tell me plainly how you discerned that Guanyangzi's death is suspicious." Zheng Shou felt a surge of tears and a desire to roar. "Are you deliberately provoking me? I made a mistake in understanding before. Is that not enough? Why do you persist in pressing me?" Luo Fan released his grip and regarded him earnestly. "Let us examine the case together." "Examine the case? I beg your pardon, but I do not comprehend. Please do not disturb my slumber. I am weary." Zheng Shou pushed Luo Fan's hand away, attempting to cover himself with the blanket. Luo Fan interjected, "Shen Xing, do not forget that you are now Shen Xing. The Empress Dowager has high hopes for you. expecting you to be prudent in both speech and action. Yet, a single statement from you has led to a postponement of the funeral. Now, you find yourself unable to present a counterargument. Is this what you call prudence? It is one thing to bring shame upon yourself. But what of the dignity of the court? Zheng Shou sighed. But what you say is delivered with such arrogance, as if to imply that I would bring you shame. Regardless, your face is already dark. What do you have to fear? Xinxing. Mu Rong Xinxing. In his frustration, Luo Fan called out his full name. Just then, 3 gentle knocks echoed at the door, soft and delicate, followed by silence. Who is it? Has my esteemed uncle retired for the night? Qin Jiu has matters to discuss. A faint voice responded. Very well, speak. Zheng Shou initially contemplated expressing his frustration at such a late hour, but the image of the slender young girl, her delicate face and doe-like eyes, clear yet tinged with shyness, softened his demeanor. He considered her 2 cunning servants and realized that if he failed to provide her with protection, she might be subjected to their torment along the way. The county magistrate's wife brought food for the young lady and recounted recent happenings in the town of Xianghe. The young lady felt that such matters should not be discussed with her, and she was perplexed by the magistrate's wife's intentions she simply could not comprehend. But what of Guo's affairs? Luo Fan pressed. Indeed, I truly do not understand and have come to seek guidance from my esteemed uncle. Oh, I see, the uncle replied. In the future, should anyone speak to you of such sordid matters that tarnish your ears, allow your maid to wield her stick and drive them away. I shall heed my uncle's advice, she responded. Outside, a frail little figure bowed slightly as Qin Jiu paid her respects. What a foolish notion it is for the magistrate's wife to burden a young lady with such filth. After Qin Jiu departed, Zheng Shou muttered in dissatisfaction. Perhaps she hoped to achieve something through Qin, given her noble background. Luo Fan pondered further. I find it curious how the magistrate and his wife exhibit such concern for Guo's situation. I briefly perused the records and noted that Magistrate Mai and Guo have never met, nor had the opportunity to do so. Does he extend such concern to every commoner under his jurisdiction? Could it be that their interest is not truly for Guo, but rather for themselves? Zheng Shou contemplated the shadow of the female ghost that seemed to follow Magistrate Mai incessantly. For themselves? However, it is improbable that Magistrate Mai and Lady Guo had any prior acquaintance. Why, then, does he exert such effort to seek recognition for her? Luo Fan shook his head in bewilderment. It is evident that he has been stirred by some deep-seated pain within. His actions are not for Lady Guo, but rather for himself, more precisely, for the sake of his own conscience. As Zheng Shou spoke, a spark of confidence gleamed in his eyes, causing Luo Fan to pause, sensing an unusual shift in this seemingly frivolous character. How curious it is that despite my overwhelming fatigue, I find myself engaging in such lengthy discourse with you. Pray, when shall we reach a point where you may comfortably sit upon my bed? Your words are more melodious than song. Notions of unity abound. Yet it seems I am the one exerting effort while you merely bask in the benefits. With that, he playfully kicked at him. Luo Fan sidestepped. You have practiced martial arts, and your skills are commendable. Why, then, were you unable to evade me that day? He regarded Zheng Shou with keen eyes, sensing intent behind his actions. Intent for what? Despite his words, Zheng Shou leaped from the bed. Haizi, prepare the brush and ink. I have suddenly found an interest in painting. With the materials at hand, Luo Fan observed Zheng Shou's artistic fervor, and after a flurry of ink splatters, he was left speechless. What is this? He pointed at the peculiar painting, unable to contain his curiosity. A depiction of noble women. Zheng Shou gestured toward the black circles on exquisite rice paper. Behold, this is a lady's face, quite delicate, is it not? This represents the eyes, and this, the nose. Delicate? Luo Fan rolled his eyes, pondering how with a few more black dots, it might resemble a pancake. That great circle. How could one who wields a brush so awkwardly manage to render it so perfectly round? He tilted his head, glancing left and right, his face darkening further. After a long while, he pointed to a black elongated shape within the circle and inquired, "What is this?" "A tongue," he mused. "The tongue is protruding." I suspect this individual was strangled. The pressure was so severe that the bones fractured, rendering them unable to speak. Zheng Shou, holding a pen, gazed at the dark circle and pondered. Ah, yes, it has come to me. A beauty mark. With that, he pointed with his pen just beneath the circle, adjacent to the black strip. This is dreadful. Is this a depiction of a lady? Or perhaps a sesame pancake? Who have you drawn? Luo Fan furrowed his brows and questioned. A woman, one known to Magistrate Mai, and quite possibly the key to unraveling our inquiries. Tomorrow, we shall seek out Magistrate Mai to discern the identity of this woman. Luo Fan sighed. Are you certain Magistrate Mai could recognize this ghastly visage? Is it truly so monstrous? Zhang Shou turned his gaze towards Luo Fan, chuckling. Hey, dark fellow, can you also perceive her? Perceive? What? Luo Fan suddenly recalled Zhang Shou's peculiar behavior at the governor's residence, a chill coursing through him as his gaze towards him grew increasingly intricate. What is that look in your eyes? Do you think me a ghost? Zhang Shou grumbled discontentedly, then burst into laughter. Even as a ghost, I would not spare you. You had everything going well until you brought about my misfortune, and now I am burdened with a jumble of bizarre sights. Could it be that the lightning has scrambled your brain? Luo Fan expressed his concern. Zheng Shou disregarded him, lifting the portrait to examine it from various angles, exclaiming in admiration, absolutely identical, remarkably lifelike. Tomorrow, it will surely startle Magistrate Mai. Luo Fan mused to himself, considering that such a depiction of a noblewoman would indeed cause anyone to be taken aback. The two agreed to visit Magistrate Mai early the next day to revisit the case. As Luo Fan was departing, Zheng Shou suddenly inquired, Hey Z, what piques your interest in this matter? Perhaps it is because I hail from the Nine Gates Inspectorate. Uncovering injustices is inherently my duty. Initially, I thought you were merely indulging in folly, but after reviewing the testimonies, I find the death of Madame Gu to be truly suspicious. A woman of such profound righteousness should not meet such an untimely demise. Justice must be served in her honor. Once he had left, Zheng Shou slammed his hand on the table and spat. Bah, you've uttered all the flattering words, grandmother. In the morning, the constables banged their gongs as they paraded through the streets, announcing, Today, the funeral of Madame Gu is postponed. The time for the burial will be notified by the magistrate's office. The clanging of the gongs echoed far and wide, prompting inquiries from the crowd. Didn't they say the funeral was today? Can it really be delayed? If we wait any longer, the body will begin to decay. Upon hearing the announcement, the Gu family hurriedly approached the constables, asking, Has the magistrate changed his mind? We have made all the necessary preparations. What reason could there be to delay the burial? The magistrate's orders are beyond our comprehension. We must wait, replied the constables, continuing their route through the streets. The elder of the Gu family murmured, What shall we do now? Our daughter-in-law. This cannot be allowed. I have long warned you that such actions are against the heavens. I heard that a commissioner passed through yesterday. Could it be that the L family has lodged a complaint? Unfamiliar with such occurrences, the Guo family exchanged anxious glances. A young woman sauntered forth, her hips swaying. Adorned in a vivid red garment, a scarlet pom-pom perched atop her head, bouncing with each step. Upon noticing the Guo family standing in the courtyard, she indignantly inquired, Aren't you supposed to be attending to the deceased? What are you loitering here for? The elder replied that the funeral could not proceed as they must wait. Wait? For what? The longer we delay, the more dreams we invite in the night. Go, spend money to find someone to carry him away and bury him. Having a corpse in the house brings nothing but misfortune. The Guo family exchanged looks, paralyzed into inaction. Go, find someone immediately. It has been 3 days. Are we to let him rot here? The woman's fury escalated as she pointed towards the door, demanding, Why are you not hurrying to find someone? Such was not the demeanor one would expect from a daughter-in-law towards her in-laws. At that moment, Guo rushed in, his face etched with concern. It's over. An Imperial Envoy has arrived, claiming the circumstances surrounding the lady's death are suspicious. The funeral cannot proceed. Further investigation is needed. An Imperial Envoy? What business does he have with such trivial matters? The woman, now agitated, insisted, If we agreed to a burial today, it must happen today. The elder refuses. Can we not secretly carry him outside the city for burial? Surely, we can unearth him later if needed, but that would be grave robbing. Her expression was resolute. Yet Guisi hesitated, pondering the consequences. This may not be wise. After all, he is the county magistrate. Offending him could lead to complications for us all. Fear not, for this is a matter pertaining solely to our family. Can the county magistrate truly intervene in another's funeral? Moreover, now that we have wealth, what do we care for any official? All are merely outstretched hands seeking coin. Money can make even the most obstinate of spirits yield, let alone a mere county official. We must hasten to spend and find someone to lift the deceased and lay her to rest. Guisi had always heeded the woman's words and hurriedly dashed outside. Gui's parents exchanged glances filled with dismay, silently lamenting their son's choice of companion, who had only served to disrupt their household. With their daughter-in-law deceased, they now observed her utter lack of respect towards their son, resorting to either blows or reprimands. How could they possibly endure such a future? Are you Guisi? Just as Guisi reached the threshold, 2 guards with broadswords barred his passage. Instinctively, he glanced into the courtyard and nodded in affirmation. By order of the Imperial Envoy, the body of Guanyangzi is to be temporarily sealed, and no one is permitted to approach. Where is the coffin of Guanyangzi? The woman cast a glance at Guisi and, with a respectful bow, stated, I am the wife arranged for by my elder sister to accompany the esteemed official. You are the woman hidden away by Guanyangzi? The guards, already informed of the Gua family's affairs by the courier, scrutinized her with evident disdain. If so, as a rightful wife, you ought to observe basic decorum. How can you present yourself in such attire? It is most unbecoming. Uncle, you are mistaken. It was my sister's arrangement. She insisted that this is a joyous occasion, and I must appear in high spirits. Humph, where's the body? One of the guards surveyed the small courtyard, and, upon noticing a room draped in white cloth, strode towards it. Guisi approached, murmuring anxiously, What shall we do? We have attracted the attention of the Imperial Envoy. Do not panic. I cannot believe that a commissioner is so inclined to meddle in trifles. Let us wait and see. The woman consoled. Meanwhile, within the county office, Zheng Shou solemnly laid out his painting of a lady on the table. County Magistrate Mai looked down and inquired, Does the commissioner wish to have sesame cakes for breakfast? Is this a sesame cake? Take a closer look. Zheng Shou pointed at the painting in anger. Oh, it is indeed a sesame cake. Rest assured, our sesame cakes from Shanghai are quite delectable. I shall send someone to procure them. They will arrive shortly. Just as Magistrate Mai was about to summon someone, Luo Fan, noticing Zheng Shou's expression as if struck by lightning, stifled a laugh and remarked, Magistrate Mai, this is a painting of a lady. To be precise, it is a portrait of a woman drawn by the commissioner. Ah, this portrait. Magistrate Mai, a scholar by education, was evidently at a loss, for Zheng Shou's depiction of the maid had surpassed his comprehension. Here, Magistrate Mai, observe closely. This is the visage of the lady. Yes, judging by the strokes, she must have a round face, Luo Fan eagerly introduced. Nonsense, that is an oval face. Zheng Shou interjected, pushing Luo Fan aside and asserting, This is a girl with an oval face. Yes, she is approximately this tall. I did not paint her full body. I do not concern myself with artistic nuances or themes. My style is very realistic. Do you understand? It is realism, not impressionism. Magistrate Mai shook his head, then nodded, wearing a bewildered expression. Truly, a decayed wood cannot be sculpted. Zheng Shou shook his head. Look closely. This girl with a duck-egg face is neither tall nor short, neither plump nor slender, with her tongue hanging out, possibly having met her demise through strangulation. Notably, she bears a red birthmark. Let us refer to it as a beauty mark. She must have once been a courtesan in the renowned Qin Tower and Chu Pavilion. After articulating this, Zheng Shou fixed his gaze on Magistrate Mai. Oh, what troubles you? Are you frightened? Do you recognize this woman? Magistrate Mai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Yes, I am acquainted with her. She was an old acquaintance of mine. However, she passed away 8 years ago. Ah, indeed. As you mentioned, she may not have been strangled by another, but rather succumbed to self-hanging. Magistrate Mai, Your relentless pursuit to secure a title from Madame Gua stems from your own selfish desires, does it not? Zheng Shou queried icily. Not at all. I genuinely believe that Madame Gua, with her profound affection and filial piety, deserves recognition, he protested. Nonsense. What merit does a mere courtesan possess for such honors? Zheng Shou suddenly slammed the table. Magistrate Mai, I offer you a chance. Speak the truth. Luo Fan interjected. Magistrate Mai, the reality is evident. Your determination to honor Madame Gua is driven by your personal entanglements. You were previously involved with a woman of the night, and after her tragic demise, your conscience has plagued you. Now, witnessing Madame Gua's death has stirred your sentiments, prompting you to seek a title for her. Is that not correct? With a resigned sigh, Magistrate Mai conceded. Indeed, as you say, my lord. Humph. In your quest to resolve your own emotional turmoil, you allow sentiment to cloud your judgment, neglecting the investigation. What punishment do you deserve for this? Zheng Shou immediately assumed a posture of accusation. At this moment, County Magistrate Mai could no longer afford to underestimate these two young imperial envoys. He hastily clarified, it is true that I have personal motives, but I have thoroughly investigated the case of Madame Gua. She indeed committed suicide. It was neither poisoning nor murder. Even if you were to kill me today, I could not alter this conclusion. The magistrate wiped his cold sweat incessantly. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to take your life? I am on a royal mission. And with my status combined with the aura of an imperial envoy, what consequence would there be in killing you? Zheng Shou regarded the magistrate with a chilling gaze. Exuding an imposing presence, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, seemingly ready to draw it at any moment. Do you genuinely wish to kill me? The magistrate, who had just spoken with righteous fervor, could not help but shiver upon witnessing the coldness in Zheng Shou's eyes, and took a step back. What consequence would it bring to kill you? Zheng Shou advanced a step closer. The magistrate was taken aback. My lord, Madame Gua indeed died by hanging. If you do not believe me, look at the coroner's report. What is your basis for asserting it was suicide? Luo Fan, sensing Zheng Shou's aggressive demeanor and fearing a rash act of violence, approached the magistrate, having found this individual somewhat inscrutable after merely 2 days in the capital. The magistrate appeared to have found a savior. My lord, a guard entered from outside, reporting, Madame Gua's coffin has been secured. No one is permitted to approach. Furthermore, he leaned closer to Zheng Shou and whispered a few words. Zheng Shou nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. You have performed admirably. Your observations are keen. Once we return to Jiangnan, rewards will be bestowed. After the guard performed a bow and departed, Luo Fan felt an intense curiosity about the words exchanged. However, he noticed Zheng Shou extracting a piece of pristine white silk handkerchief from his clothing, vigorously rubbing his face and the area around his ears. His complexion, already remarkably fair, became tinged with a rosy hue, resembling a perfectly ripened peach. Luo Fan mused to himself about the ridiculousness of the situation. The man, upon merely conversing with someone nearby, felt the need to incessantly wipe himself, lacking any semblance of masculinity. Zheng Shou, noticing Luo Fan's gaze, appeared unfazed, tilting his head and covering his face with the handkerchief. As if speaking to himself, what shall we do? It seems we must open the coffin for an autopsy. Since yesterday, Magistrate Mai had been startled repeatedly by this man. What? Open the coffin for an autopsy? Why must we do that? Sir, look at this death report. It is clearly stated here. Our coroner in Xianghe County has been reliable for 30 years, without a single error. As he spoke, he retrieved a notebook from the table and presented it to Zheng Shou. Startled, Zheng Shou jumped back. Take it away. I refuse to see such things. Magistrate Ma was once again left speechless, his hand suspended in midair, unsure of how to proceed. He, too, was a man of refined education. Yet faced with this flamboyant envoy, he felt both helpless and disheartened. The envoy never adhered to conventional norms. A hand reached out from the side, taking the item from the magistrate's grasp. The magistrate sighed in relief, casting a grateful glance at Luo Fan. However, Luo Fan was entirely oblivious to Magistrate Mai's gratitude. As he took the death report, his brow slightly furrowed in contemplation. The autopsy report delineates clearly that Lady Guo was not poisoned, nor were there any signs of struggle. The marks on her neck, two distinct ligature marks, are oriented upwards, indicative of a hanging. He shook the paper a few times and addressed Zhengshou. The latter smirked. Did you not claim those witness testimonies were peculiar? You insisted I assist you in uncovering the truth, and yet now. Heh. Magistrate Mai. The examination of Lady Guo's body reveals no evidence of coercion. A living person would certainly resist if suspended, unless they were incapacitated by a drug. Yet the body bears no traces of poisoning. What of the soporific? Have you investigated that? We have conducted inquiries, and there are no indications of any drug use. Thus, I conclude that Lady Guo indeed committed suicide, unrelated to the Guo family. However, the testimonies of the two elders from the Guo family, particularly that of Guosi, are strikingly consistent. Given the sudden nature of the incident, how could three individuals share such uniform thoughts? Luo Fan inquired. He was not angry. You make a valid point. The autopsy findings seem sound. Perhaps I have been overly cautious. Suddenly, Zhengshou erupted into a series of bizarre laughs. Luo Fan furrowed his brow. What is the meaning of your laughter? I find your position laughable, Zhengshou retorted, gesturing towards the paper in his hand. Because there is no evidence of poison or struggle, you hastily conclude it to be suicide. Especially you, who fervently asserted last night that the testimonies were flawed. Now, upon reviewing the autopsy, you hastily switch your stance. What do you consider yourself? Luo Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Well, evidence must be paramount. Evidence. Zhengshou scoffed. Very well. If it is evidence you seek, I shall present it. There are no signs of poisoning, no traces of sedatives, and no injuries. You conclude that it is a case of hanging, do you not? Indeed, Luo Fan nodded. Yes, my lord, I believe so. Regarding the issue of the witnesses' testimonies being overly consistent, I believe that the parents of the Guo family, being of advanced age, and Guosi, who is educated, might have feared legal repercussions following the incident. Thus, Guosi took the lead in orchestrating a unified narrative, though such actions are not commendable. It was a desperate measure to protect their family, as explained by County Magistrate Mai. I find it perplexing. You are the local official, unfamiliar with the Guo family. Yet you seem to possess insight into their mindset. Only upon recalling your entanglement with the woman bearing the beauty mark did I come to understand. The Guo family's trepidation must have mirrored your own sentiments from years past. Magistrate Mai, you resonate with them once again. Zhengshou scoffed, stating, one hails from the Ministry of the Nine Gates, while the other is a local magistrate. I will inquire of you. How many distinct marks of strangulation are present on the corpse? 2 distinct and clear marks. Is that correct? Zhengshou fixed his gaze upon Luo Fan. Though his attention was directed at the white silhouette behind him, which was demonstrating the manner of the individual's demise, the figure abruptly lifted off the ground, arms extended downward, then repeated the original motion, as if being hoisted upward twice. Finally, the shadow extended a hand and produced a slender cord from within its sleeve, lofting it upwards to ensnare a beam in the ceiling. With a sharp tug, as if to ascertain the rope's tensile fortitude, the figure then thrust its head into the noose. Limbs flailed in a desperate ballet, hands clawing at the air, the body writhing against the constricting embrace of the rope. Despite the frantic struggle, the shadow's exertions proved futile, its movements gradually decelerating into stillness. If this was indeed a self-inflicted demise, are you certain that only a pair of furrows marred the neck? For any mortal, irrespective of their resolve to depart this world, once ensnared within such a coil, control is forfeit. How could the neck bear only 2 distinct wheels? In the throes of such a struggle, limbs would flail indiscriminately, hands instinctively grasping at the instrument of demise. As he spoke, Zhengshou manned the act, his hands throttling his own throat, tongue lolling outwards, continuing, thus. In the throes of such a desperate struggle, the neck would be marred by a plethora of contusions. 2 pristine furrows suggest a macabre manipulation, a deliberate suspension to procure the desired markings, to deceive you credulous fools. The magistrate, eyes widening in disbelief, questioned, My lord, how can you possess such knowledge? Zhengshou's portrayal was vivid, as if one were witnessing an actual act of self-destruction. The magistrate was unnerved. Furthermore, Zheng Shou continued, the maiden, sequestered within Mistress Guo's chambers, known as Hong, now bedecked in crimson, prepares to embark upon a matrimonial union. What reflections does this evoke within your minds? With these words, Zheng Shou directed a sharp kick towards Luo Fan's knee. Luo Fan cried out and leapt aside, glaring. What do you intend to do? Zheng Shou spread his hands in a gesture of resignation and lamented, it is merely an experiment. Human actions cannot deceive. You are aware that your martial prowess exceeds mine. Yet you instinctively evaded when I struck. The human response to an attack is to swiftly withdraw. Thus, when someone is throttled, regardless of whether it is voluntary or involuntary, the natural inclination is to struggle vigorously. Why then did Madame Guo not resist at all? Luo Fan suddenly grasped the implications. Everything about Madame Guo's corpse was exceedingly flawless. 2 immaculate strangulation marks without a trace of other injuries, and her fingernails remained pristine. If it were indeed a case of hanging, how could there be such cleanliness amidst the struggle? It is plausible that the fingers might bear bruises or breaks from the forceful gripping of the noose. Magistrate Mai stared at Zheng Shou, his gaze peculiar. Zheng Shou, feigning curiosity, inquired, what is it, Magistrate Mai? Do you harbor further questions? Mai, seemingly struck by a revelation, shook his head in bewilderment, staggering slightly as he leaned against a pillar, exhaling deeply. Zheng Shou chuckled, Magistrate Mai, your demeanor suggests an untroubled conscience. Others may perceive you as harboring secrets. Those unaware might easily assume that the deceased Madame Guo held significant ties to you. Magistrate Mai forced a smile. How could that be? Luo Fan interjected, Magistrate Mai, summon the Guo family at once. I wish to interrogate them personally. Upon reflection, it seems the Guo couple knew full well that their daughter-in-law was selling herself to provide for them. Such individuals can hardly be deemed virtuous. Furthermore, it is rather strange that a woman purportedly kept secret in Madame Guo's chambers donned red and green attire following her death. As you 2 fools ponder your predicament, the cucumbers and vegetables have already gone cold. I have dispatched someone to summon the members of the Guo family. They should be arriving shortly. Indeed, the guard entered and announced, My lord, the Guo family has been brought in. But what? Zheng Shou inquired, watching the guard as he slowly took a small step back, covering his face with a handkerchief. The guard continued, but that woman has escaped. That woman? The one named Hong? Humph. Clearly, there is something amiss. Bring everyone here. The 2 elderly members of the Guo family and Guo Si were brought forth. Guo Si, a scholar with a degree, bowed to Magistrate Mai, while the 2 elderly individuals from the Guo family immediately knelt in greeting. Why are you not kneeling? Zheng Shou gazed at Guo Si, noting his refined appearance but disdainful of a man who could abandon his entire family to flee into the wilderness. Such a cowardly man is of no worth, less than a man without any courage. You hold a scholar's title, do you? Zheng Shou remarked. Ah, a scholar, is it? No matter. I could easily revoke your title with a mere letter tomorrow. It is hardly a significant matter. Zheng Shou's tone was initially mocking, but then he suddenly narrowed his eyes. Damn it, how dare you, a spineless coward, stand before my 6th master? Shunzi, teach him a lesson. Understood. Shunzi, trained by the palace eunuchs, knew precisely how to inflict harm. He lightly tapped Guo Si's knee from behind, the gesture appearing gentle yet laden with intent. Guo Si felt a surge of pain and numbness in his leg, tears welling in his eyes as he fell to his knees with a thud, eliciting concern for his kneecaps. Titles? Utterly worthless titles. 6th Master harbored a deep disdain for these self-righteous individuals, each one feigning virtue while concealing their corrupt natures. He cast a sidelong glance at Luo Fan, who gently cleared his throat to remind him to focus his ire and not to involve others unnecessarily. Your Excellency, as an Imperial Envoy, you cannot indiscriminately accuse others, Old Man Guo protested, his voice filled with urgency, while Old Woman Guo nodded in agreement. Indeed, esteemed sir. Even an Imperial Envoy must adhere to reason. Adhere to reason? Zheng Shou approached and looked down upon them. Together, you 2 must be over 100 years old, correct? Yes, but what does your Excellency mean? Old Man Guo replied, his head bowed. The couple, having relied on their daughter-in-law's misfortunes for their own indulgences, now dared to speak of reason. Despicable, utterly despicable. Zheng Shou spat on the ground, taking a seat in the grand chair, crossing his legs nonchalantly. The elderly Guo couple found themselves rendered speechless by the insult. However, Guo retained his defiance, raising his chin and saying, "Please, Your Excellency, choose your words with care and do not insult my parents." Zheng Shou loathed the very concepts of prudence and caution. At his words, he was ready to erupt again. But Luo Fan held him back. "Guo, we are already aware that your wife was killed due to your actions. It would be wise to confess early to spare yourself further suffering. Speak the truth, Guo," Magistrate Mai added, urging him. Guo sneered. "I never imagined that a dignified imperial envoy would fixate on the death of a common woman. Under the vast heavens, all lands belong to the sovereign, and all subjects are under his reign. We are entrusted by the emperor to traverse the realm and investigate the customs of the people. As matters pertaining to our nation fall within our purview, there is no need for you to elaborate further. Simply confess how you caused the demise of Madame Guo." Luo Fan wore a grave expression, his demeanor unusually solemn. His naturally dark complexion appeared even more foreboding under the weight of his seriousness. Guo, observing the stern envoy clad in military attire, carefully articulated, "My wife's death was a result of suicide by hanging. Your Excellency's admonition is indeed justified. Previously, I was blinded by selfishness, abandoning my parents and family to flee. My wife was left to fend for herself, and I am deeply ashamed and eternally grateful to her. How could I ever harbor thoughts of harming her?" Luo Fan pressed on. "If your bond with your wife was so profound, why did that woman named Hong Ying adorn herself in red and green immediately following your wife's passing?" Guo responded with conviction. "Hong Ying was brought into our household by my wife, yet after her demise, she behaved immorally and was subsequently dismissed by me. Such a person, disregarding familial bonds, is unworthy of my marriage." In a fit of rage, Zheng Shou, witnessing Guo's lack of remorse, kicked at him. His movement was swift, but Guo adeptly crouched low, narrowly evading the blow. Zheng Shou stumbled as he regained his footing, turning to face Guo with a cold smirk. Luo Fan had already placed a foot upon Guo's back, demanding, "Who are you truly? Guo is merely a scholar. Yet your reflexes suggest you are no ordinary man. Heaven has bestowed a sage upon us. The red lantern shall save the realm," Guo exclaimed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Alas, you have crushed him." Zheng Shou gasped in disbelief. Magistrate Mai was already trembling in fear, his teeth chattering. For Guo's cry was none other than the rallying cry of the nefarious heavenly sage sect. He quaked and fell to his knees, exclaiming, "I have been negligent. Remnants of the heavenly sage sect have emerged under my jurisdiction." The elderly Guo couple, witnessing their son spitting blood and slumping over, sensed impending doom and began to wail, "He has killed a man. Even an imperial envoy cannot simply take a life like this. Our son is a scholar of esteemed status. The heavenly sage sect traitors must be exterminated." Furthermore, Zheng Shou cast a cold gaze at the elderly couple. "Do you wish to experience the taste of severed heads?" The Guo couple, terrified, clasped their mouths, swallowing their cries. Luo Fan kicked Guo's lifeless body, turning him over to inspect. He had succumbed to poison. The toxin had been concealed within his teeth. Magistrate Mai promptly ordered the city to apprehend the woman known as Hong Ying. No wonder she donned red and green. She was summoning the spirits of the heavenly sage sect bandits. Luo Fan looked at Magistrate Mai, who finally grasped the situation and hurriedly called for the clerk, instructing the constables to hunt down Hong Ying. "My lord," Guo interjected thoughtfully, "our little C is but a scholar and knows not the ways of martial combat. I truly do not know when he acquired such skills." With that, she bowed deeply, striking her forehead with fervor. Indeed, we dare not deceive the esteemed envoy. My son, Shao Si, has truly never practiced martial arts, and we genuinely knew nothing of this." The old man began to kowtow, pleading for mercy from the great lord. "This individual does not possess the skills of one who has merely trained for a year." Zheng Shou paced thoughtfully. "Are you certain this person is your son, Guasi? The elderly couple exchanged glances, and finally, the old man spoke. My lord, we understand that Xiaoxi has committed a grave offense. While it may seem prudent to deny his identity, I assure you, this is undeniably our son. We implore you, given our utter ignorance of these matters, to return his remains to us. The two elders of the Guo family believe the envoy intended to assert that the deceased was not Guasi, thus withholding the body. The thought of their son being dead and possibly subjected to a dishonorable fate, without even a complete corpse, drove them to desperate pleas. Observing their sincerity, Luo Fan pondered for a moment before suddenly drawing a dagger and slashing at Guasi's face. The old couple gasped, and Zhang Shou chuckled. What? Do you intend to disfigure him further? Luo Fan reached out and pinched Guasi's face, and suddenly, something as delicate as gossamer appeared in his hand. He rose and waved it before Zhang Shou. Look, what is this? Zhang Shou was taken aback. My heavens, this is human skin, isn't it? Yes. A human skin mask, crafted from the face of a person. All that is needed is to find someone resembling this face to wear it. Come, take a look. Do you recognize this individual? The elderly couple approached, gazing at Guasi on the ground, utterly astonished. This person is not our son. Who is this? Your son has been transformed into this. Luo Fan cast aside the thin human skin mask, causing the two elders of the Guo family to collapse in despair. Oh heavens! They lamented. Enough of this weeping and wailing. You are not innocent yourselves. Guanyangzi sacrificed everything to support you, yet you allowed her to be murdered by the false Guasi and Hong Ying. Speak. How exactly did this counterfeit Guasi bring about Guanyangzi's demise? Zhang Shou pressed for answers. The county magistrate had already commanded his subordinates to scour the city for a woman named Hong Ying. Zhang Shou interjected, the red silk ball. Be mindful that this woman likely carries a red silk ball with her. It is their so-called sacred object. These individuals are deeply malevolent, often engaging in reckless acts. Fully aware that the red silk ball serves as evidence, yet they cling to it obstinately. The magistrate responded urgently, yes. I am aware of the significance of the red silk ball and have already given orders. I will arrange for a sketch of the woman to be drawn up and circulated in the wanted posters. Their cries echoed with profound sorrow, realizing that their selfishness had led to the death of their daughter-in-law, only to discover that their son had long since perished, leaving them duped by villains. Through the recounting of the elderly couple, the truth of the matter gradually unfolded. Father, mother, this is Hong Ying. I owe her a great deal for caring for me over the past year. Guasi brought the woman forward, and the elderly couple instinctively turned to look at their daughter-in-law, who, without uttering a word, took the child and retreated into the inner room. This is unacceptable. When you abandoned us, without your daughter-in-law, your mother and I would have starved to death long ago. We cannot be ungrateful and forgetful, the old man urged. Old fool, what do you know? It is only natural for our daughter-in-law to care for us, retorted the old woman, her neck held high in righteous indignation. To dismiss her would undoubtedly incite the ire of the entire neighborhood, condemning our family as heartless and ungrateful. It seems that this is what old Gua has been fretting about. Fear not, for I possess a clever plan that will allow her to depart without a trace. Guasi made a downward slashing motion with his hand, startling old Gua. But what if someone discovers it? Rest assured, I have thought this through. I can ensure that the woman who tarnishes the reputation of our Gua family remains silent while simultaneously granting Hong Yu a legitimate status. However, this must be executed under the cover of night. When the time comes, regardless of any commotion, you must not venture out to investigate. For the better part of the day, Guanyangzi held the child close and refrained from stepping outside. The rest of the Gua family conversed merrily and partook of their meals. Guopozi entered the inner chamber and brought out her grandson for dinner, while Guanyangzi feigned illness, claiming she wished to rest. After the meal, Hong Ying wiped her mouth, stretched, and exclaimed, I am utterly exhausted. Quickly find me a room and prepare the bedding. I have been hiding all day. Subsequently, Guasi entered the inner chamber alone. Did Magistrate Mai inquire about this? Indeed. We genuinely do not know how the daughter-in-law met her demise. Perhaps she felt remorse towards Xiaoxi and took her own life. Nonsense. Zheng Shou kicked old Gua. I could obliterate your heartless family. Guosi entered the inner chamber, committing the act of murder against Guanyangzi, fabricating a tale of her noble's suicide, leaving behind a message for himself to wed Hongying anew. But how exactly did Guanyangzi perish? Even in slumber, one awakens at the slightest disturbance. How did she meet her end? The furrows on Magistrate Mai's brow resembled a wrinkled cloth, and he felt a chill deep within him. This incident conjured many memories. If Lady Gua had been murdered in her sleep, might the tragic suicide of Xiang Lian years ago also harbor undisclosed secrets? The entire city was under martial law, searching for a woman named Hongying. Do not harbor excessive hope. This individual may not even resemble her true self. Luo Fan attempted to console the troubled magistrate. Zheng Shou scoffed. Magistrate Mai, perhaps your heart is troubled, is it not? What do you mean by this? Ponder it yourself. By this time, noon had arrived, and Magistrate Mai instructed his secretary to prepare lunch. Luo Fan remarked, let us have some simple home-cooked dishes. We have grown weary of fine dining at home. Eating the flavors of the wild is far more delightful. Secretary Bai entered, fanning himself, only to be startled by the sight of the corpse being carried away by the constables. Oh dear, what has happened? Someone has died? Shunzi mocked. Secretary Bai, you have slept until noon. Our master, and the vice-governor have just accomplished something quite remarkable, truly impressive. What a shame you missed witnessing our master's earlier grandeur. Zheng Shou cleared his throat. Indeed, Shunzi, I merely made a modest contribution, nothing more, nothing less. It was not that I arose late. Rather, the nurse and maid of the ninth miss were at odds. I had to calm them for quite some time. You know, 3 women are as troublesome as 500 ducks. This morning, I faced nearly 200 ducks, and my mind is still buzzing. Secretary Bai stroked his long beard, his tone filled with the relief of having narrowly escaped a calamity. The matters concerning women are trivial, if the maids and servants prove disobedient. They should simply be taken outside for a sound thrashing, being cautious not to inflict any fatal harm. There is no need for your intervention. Zheng Shou furrowed his brow, contemplating how truly wicked Princess Chongping was for arranging such insolent maidservants who dared to defy their master. He resolved to find an opportunity to rid himself of those 2 women. Otherwise, he feared they would be a burden throughout their journey. As Zheng Shou pondered, he noticed a maid approaching with a tea tray, announcing that Magistrate Mai had taken it upon himself to arrange the meals, and that this time, Madame Mai would be cooking personally. I wonder if she will prepare Cantonese cuisine? Zheng Shou inquired with a playful grin. The maid placed the teacup down, her gaze lifting to meet his strikingly handsome face, and her cheeks flushed crimson. No, my lady is from Suzhou. Ah, Suzhou native. Given your exquisite looks, might you also hail from that place? Zheng Shou teased the young girl. The maid dared not meet his gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. Akin to that of a mosquito. No, I am from Xianghe. I have heard that the pies from Xianghe are quite renowned. Can you make them? Zheng Shou continued his playful banter. Luo Fan cleared his throat and interjected. Go inform Magistrate Mai that a simple home-cooked meal will suffice. Do not overcomplicate matters. Yes, my lord, the maid replied, hastily retreating with the tray. Zheng Shou grumbled. You are overly indulgent in your affections. I have toiled all morning. What harm is there in jesting with a young girl? It is merely a source of amusement. You and she come from vastly different worlds. Your encounter is but a fleeting moment. If you persist in teasing her, and she becomes genuinely attached, it may lead to discontent with her current life, fostering resentment. Why invite such unnecessary troubles? Luo Fan spoke with remarkable candor, leaving Zheng Shou momentarily taken aback. Your words seem to carry a hidden meaning. Have you perhaps encountered such circumstances? The affairs within a household are invariably similar, with the lingering fear of harboring inappropriate thoughts. Indeed, General Luo's words resonate profoundly. It is not merely the household. Even the courtesans in the brothels embody this notion. They indulge in fleeting pleasures, yet should deeper sentiments arise, it could very well cost one their life. In my view, such women— Ah, my lord, you must not. A startled exclamation interrupted by Shurye's sagacious discourse. Luo Fan, being a martial general, reacted swiftly, assuming it was an assault by remnants of the holy sect on the county office. With a nimble leap, he dashed towards the inner courtyard. Look at this fellow, truly slippery. That is the inner courtyard. Why rush in there? Upon entering the inner quarters, Luo Fan was met with chaos. The young maid who had just served tea rushed towards him, clutching his sleeve and weeping. My lord, my master and mistress are fighting. Although Luo Fan and Zheng Shou had only met Magistrate Mai the previous day, they had discerned that he was a cultured gentleman. Genteel, yet somewhat pedantic, far from the type to resort to violence against his wife. Furthermore, they had observed the couple's deep affection for one another just yesterday. How could they possibly come to blows? At that moment, Madame Mai screamed as she emerged from the kitchen, her countenance, though striking in its beauty, marred by blood and a large gash on her forehead, as if struck by a bull. Zheng Shou chuckled. Magistrate Mai, how unamusing. If you did not wish to prepare a meal, you could have simply voiced it. There is no need to take it out on your wife. Surely, you are not so petty? Madame Mai rushed out, and, upon seeing the two officials enter, covered her face and gritted her teeth before turning to flee to her room. Luo Fan sensed that something must have transpired and dashed into the kitchen, where a scene of chaos unfolded. Magistrate Mai sat on the floor, drenched and pale. His eyes filled with confusion. The lady had claimed she would cook, and the master had come to assist her with the vegetables, yet somehow a quarrel had ensued. A young maid, seemingly terrified, clutched at Luo Fan's sleeve, sobbing uncontrollably. As an official of the court, how could one conduct oneself in such a manner? Resorting to violence against one's wife? Are you not afraid of facing repercussions for failing to maintain order in your household? If you cannot even manage a single room, how can you govern a county? Luo Fan reproached him sternly. You ought to rise at once, change your attire, and apologize to your wife. Magistrate Mai appeared not to hear, sitting on the floor murmuring to himself, why harm her? Why betray her? After all these years, how could you be so heartless? Who has been harmed? Luo Fan was perplexed. It seemed that Magistrate Mai was reminiscing about the past, fixating on the woman with the beauty mark. What was her connection to him? In my estimation, she was likely a former lover. How disappointing it is that, as a scholar, you have dallied in brothels, binding yourself to courtesans. Magistrate Mai, you present yourself as virtuous, yet beneath the surface lies a heart filled with licentiousness. Now exposed, you resort to violence against your wife. Do you still consider yourself a man? Zheng Shou chastised Magistrate Mai, noticing a pale figure behind him, shaking their head in apparent agony. This is dire. The lady has hanged herself. The young maid's face turned ashen as she waved her hands frantically, utterly at a loss. Magistrate Mai immediately sprang to his feet, exclaiming, Wife! Oh, my wife! Stumbling out, Zheng Shou sighed. What a hassle! One dies while another lives. At such an age, still engaging in such antics. Luo Fan disregarded the propriety between men and women, assisting Magistrate Mai in laying Madame Mai upon the bed. Magistrate Mai wept. It is all my fault. In a moment of fury, I should not have struck you. I was wrong, my dear wife. I acknowledge my error. The woman was still alive. Luo Fan gently pressed an acupoint, and after a while, Madame Mai slowly opened her eyes, saying, Husband, I am sorry for you, and for Sister Xianglian. But my feelings for you are sincere. The couple embraced, weeping bitterly. Luo Fan quietly stepped outside, where he found Zheng Shou, arms crossed, wearing a mocking expression. What is that look on your face? He inquired. A splendid performance indeed. Zheng Shou murmured as if to himself. You saw it, didn't you? They are still a loving couple. What does all your sacrifice amount to? Who are you speaking to? Luo Fan paused, sensing something peculiar about Zheng Shou, reminiscent of that day at the governor's residence, speaking in riddles. Magistrate Mai, that young lady is also weeping most sorrowfully. I wonder if it is because she was touched by the sight of your couple's heartfelt embrace. Magistrate Mai stood frozen. Madame Mai, astonished, asked, Husband, what is this distinguished person saying? A girl with a red mole at the corner of her mouth, seemingly strangled to death, was unable to speak, her condition mirroring that of Lady Gua. Madame Mai, do you know such a person? Madame Mai shook her head vigorously. The Magistrate Mai released his wife and stepped outside, deeply bowing as he spoke. I, Mai, have not managed my household with sufficient rigor. and I have caused amusement for the two esteemed guests. Indeed, it is quite humorous, like the harmony of a couple singing in unison. You two still wish to prepare a meal for us. What a delightful prospect. How did it come to this? Could it be that? Zheng Shou chuckled softly and murmured, "It is because of Lady Guo that you are reminded of that young maiden from years past." "Nothing of the sort, absolutely nothing." Magistrate Ma replied, his expression stiffening. "I shall summon the steward to arrange the banquet at once. Who would be interested in your banquet? I fear you may poison us." Zheng Shou retorted as he turned to leave. Luo Fan, oblivious to the unfolding events, felt compelled to trust Zheng Shou and followed behind. After walking a few steps, Zheng Shou halted and pointed at Magistrate Mai, stating, "The heavens are vast and the net is wide. Those with guilty consciences find shadows lurking nearby. I advise you once more, tread carefully." Shun Zi, equally unaware of the circumstances, knew he must flatter his master. Thus, he dutifully supported Zheng Shou, saying, "Sir, let us proceed this way. We need not quarrel with those insignificant officials. They are hardly worth the effort, aren't they? Oh, take care, sir. You need not walk slowly. You won't fall, but should you lean to one side, I shall immediately lie down to cushion your fall. Enough of this chattering, let us hasten. If we linger, I shall starve." The food at Magistrate Mai's is truly unpalatable. Not only is it difficult to come by, but it also burns the mouth. Luo Fan stood his ground, gazing at the approaching county Magistrate Mai, and said earnestly, "Magistrate Mai, I am unaware of the cause of your discord with the esteemed lady. During my years at the prefect's residence, I have witnessed numerous cases arising from marital strife. It is indeed a rare fortune to share a boat for 100 years and to share a bed for 1,000. Becoming husband and wife is no easy feat. If there are matters to clarify, it would be wise to address them sooner rather than later." After a moment's thought, he added, "This is merely a sentiment shared between colleagues." With that, he clasped his fists in respect toward Magistrate Mai and turned to leave. Upon arriving at the county office's main hall, the clerk peered around suspiciously, his goatee giving him an air of intrigue. "I heard quite the commotion inside. What on earth has transpired?" he whispered to Shun Zi. "A quarrel between the couple, it seems. The magistrate's wife is truly formidable. Their bickering escalates to life and death. TSK, why must this young couple endure such trials?" Shun Zi, reflecting on his own rootless existence, felt a twinge of satisfaction at the thought that he would never bear such burdens. Zheng Shou lightly kicked him, admonishing, "Let us not speak ill of others. Now, go and ascertain which tavern in the city serves the most expensive dishes. Order 2 tables, no, 3 tables, and have them delivered to the relay station. There is no need to pay. Simply use Magistrate Mai's name. Take a constable with you. Let us see who dares to obstruct you." As Zheng Shou spoke, he swaggered out with his hands behind his back. Luo Fan caught up with him and whispered, "Is this truly appropriate? We are Imperial envoys. How can we extort from the people?" "Someone will pay," Zheng Shou retorted. "Magistrate Ma will cover the expenses." "What do you mean by extortion?" "It is only natural that he pays for our meal. Why should he not? Are we not representing His Majesty in our inspections? Is it not the magistrate's duty to provide us with sustenance?" Zheng Shou, with a firm conviction, pondered upon the matter at hand. However, he found himself questioning the need for 3 extravagant tables laden with the finest delicacies. Was this not somewhat excessive? As a distinguished imperial envoy, it seemed beneath him to fuss over trivial domestic affairs, especially when the banquet appeared to be overly lavish for the occasion. Upon arriving at the inn, Zheng Shou entered the courtyard only to overhear a woman berating another. Does she truly believe herself to be of noble birth? She ought to take a good look in the mirror to see her own reflection. Merely having a drop of water to drink is already a blessing. Yet here she is, demanding tea, and fine tea at that. One moment it's too cold, the next too hot. Does she truly possess the countenance befitting good tea? I suspect the young lady is merely toying with me. I spit upon it. Enraged, Zheng Shou strode forward, forcefully kicking open the door, and pointed at the woman, demanding, "Whom are you berating?" Yao Mama, who had been scolding with her hands on her hips, turned to see Zheng Shou and instantly donned a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Oh, it is the 6th master. Allow me to pay my respects." In response, Zheng Shou delivered a resounding slap that sent her sprawling to the ground, declaring, "How dare you raise your voice at your superior? What manner of decorum is this? I must inquire with my cousin whether the princess's residence has any semblance of order left. With such loathsome servants from maids to matrons, it would be only fitting to drag you out and deal with you appropriately." His words were unambiguous. "Yao Mama, you have overstepped your bounds. I am the cousin of Princess Chomping, sharing the same lineage. Striking down a wretched servant like you is of little consequence." Yao Mama began to wail like a slaughtered pig, but upon hearing Zheng Shou's words, she abruptly fell silent. After all, who was Princess Chomping? Accustomed to arrogance, she knew that even the seemingly unhinged sixth master was of royal blood and could very well report her, leading to dire consequences. "Uncle, please quell your anger. It is I, a Jew, who cannot restrain my subordinates, causing you unnecessary worry." Qingjiu rose to offer a respectful greeting to Zheng Shou, her head bowed, revealing her delicate neck. She is still but a young girl, and with such a father, she is indeed to be pitied. Zheng Shou sighed and remarked, "I shall have someone bring food shortly, but that wicked woman is not to be fed. Should she cause any further trouble, she may come to me, and I shall ensure she tastes the bitterness of retribution." "Yes, I understand," Aju replied, her voice soft and frail, wearing an expression of unjust grievance. Zheng Shou, hands clasped behind his back, stepped outside, feeling a sense of accomplishment. In the royal residence, he was regarded with a mix of reverence and distance, an eternally unqualified heir, never to inherit the title. At 18, he had yet to receive a court appointment, and many anticipated that after his marriage, the Prince of Cheng would cast him aside. Without a title or position, how could he sustain a family? His elder brother, the Prince of Cheng, need not treat him harshly. Merely obstructing him from receiving a title or a proper post sufficed. As a member of the royal family, he could not engage in commerce, leaving him to rely solely on the Prince of Cheng, hoping to survive on the meager resources trickling down from the royal coffers. Though he had not been subjected to harsh words, the suffocating grip of his circumstances was hardly less burdensome than the maltreatment faced by the young girl. Madame Yao closed the door, her gaze fixed menacingly on the frail girl before her. The slender child met her stare with an unsettling calmness, her dark eyes resembling a deep pool, obscuring the thoughts that lay hidden within. In a fleeting moment of bewilderment, Aunt Yo exhaled deeply and, with a strained voice, remarked, "The young lady saw the sixth master through the window and deliberately provoked me. Such cunning for one so young. What kind of demeanor is this in addressing one's superior? Aunt Yao, as we journey southward through towering mountains and flowing waters, I advise you to maintain your composure. My sixth uncle appears to be a man of his word." The young girl stifled a giggle, imagining the absurdity of having her mouth stuffed with horse manure. Quite a humorous thought, indeed. County Magistrate Mai firmly shut the door and gazed at Mrs. Mai, who was curled up in the corner of the bed. What is the purpose of this distress? The Imperial Envoy is in the front courtyard. If he discovers any hint of a disturbance, what shall we do? What can we do? We shall let it be, Mrs. Mai replied with a cold smile. After 10 years of marriage, you come to inquire how Sister Xianglian met her end. It appears you have never trusted me. Have you entertained the notion of taking a concubine, or are you simply weary of me? If so, grant me a deed of divorce and allow me to leave. Such words from you are unfathomable. For all these years, you have occupied my heart. I have never considered taking a concubine, nor have I ever thought to cast you aside." County Magistrate Mai stepped forward and sat at the edge of the bed, reaching out to grasp his wife's arm. "Come, sit beside me, let us converse." Mrs. Mai shifted slightly forward, and Mr. Mai gently pulled her into his embrace, murmuring softly as he brushed against her hair, "Why do you harbor such despair? If anything were to happen to you, what would I do? It is you who doubts me. Bringing up Sister Xianglian's matter after all these years. Why resurrect such trifles from the past?" Madame Mai's hand brushed across her husband's nose, lightly pressing down, exclaiming in frustration, "How infuriating, you still do not believe me." She continued, "I was merely questioned by the esteemed envoy. He mentioned." The magistrate of my county pondered for a moment and replied, "Never mind, I shall refrain from discussing it further, for fear of alarming you." After all these years as an old married couple, have you ever seen me frightened? Our past was not without its challenges. I have faced countless comings and goings without trepidation. Madame Mai performed her act of feigned distress with remarkable elegance, skillfully preserving her husband's dignity while subtly diverting the conversation from the matter of Xianglian. She understood the wisdom of balancing reprimand with affection, leaning against her husband, her delicate fingers gliding across his face and body, murmuring, "I have only you. If you doubt me, I truly cannot endure such a fate. I have little to lose by confiding in you. My suspicions arise from the notion that someone may be scheming against me." Upon regaining my senses, I have ruminated over the years, and I cannot recall having offended anyone who might seek to trouble me through the envoy. "What did the esteemed envoy say?" she inquired. "He painted a picture, though I hesitate to call it a painting. It was a dark, formless mass resembling a large pancake. He claimed it depicted a woman, with a red cinnabar mole at the corner of her mouth. He further asserted that the woman had met her demise by hanging, not by her own hand, but by someone else's, just like Guanyangzi. He also questioned me about the absence of scars or signs of poisoning on Guanyangzi's body, pondering how, in such circumstances, she could have been suspended from the beam. Everything bears an uncanny resemblance to the past of Xianglian. Mrs. Mai tightly embraced her husband's waist, exclaiming, "Indeed, Sister Xianglian faced a similar fate. Was it not suicide, but rather at the hands of her mother? Good heavens! That wretched brothel keeper dared to harm Sister Xianglian." Magistrate Mai nodded repeatedly, affirming, "Yes, it must have been that malicious woman. She has always harbored resentment towards Xianglian. Upon learning of my ability to rescue her, she acted out of spite. What shall we do? Shall we venture to Suzhou to confront that woman?" Mrs. Mai's clear, sparkling eyes glimmered with determination. At nearly 30, she still possessed a striking beauty and an air of innocence that was particularly alluring. "We must certainly find the opportunity to travel to Suzhou." Magistrate Mai clenched his fist, as if resolving to take action. The couple then prepared a modest meal, during which Mrs. Mai remarked, "It is all my fault for causing such a stir and inviting ridicule from the commissioner. You should visit the post station to ensure the commissioner remains in good spirits. If he were to dwell on the recent troubles with the Heavenly Saint sect, he might hold you accountable for negligence." After pondering her words, Magistrate Mai rose and said, "Truly, you are my wise and supportive spouse. I shall return shortly. Please rest well and refrain from dwelling on unnecessary matters. I have faith in you. It is solely that wretched brothel keeper who is to blame." With that, Magistrate Mai strode out of the county office. His assistant hurried to catch up, reporting, "Sir, the commissioner has requested 3 tables of food and wine at Dishing Tower. All charged to your name." Magistrate Mai nodded in acknowledgement, and the assistant continued, "Sir, to reach the post station, we should head this way. Do not go to the post station. Hasten to summon the coroner and bring along 2 constables to accompany me to the Guo residence." The clerk was taken aback, exclaiming, "My lord, the examination of Madame Guo's body has already been completed, and the case is deemed closed. Why must we still visit the Guo household?" I said, "Go. Do not be tedious," the lord commanded. Upon seeing the county magistrate arrive with his entourage, the elderly couple of the Guo family, like startled birds, fell to their knees, trembling with fear. "Stand up. I am merely here to re-examine Madame Guo's body, and this matter does not concern you." Hearing that there would be another examination, the old woman hurriedly clutched her grandson and retreated into the inner room. The old man, feeling helpless, led them to the shed, saying, "My lord, the coffin of my daughter-in-law is here. It was supposed to be a burial today, and the coffin has already been sealed. Under normal circumstances, to open a sealed coffin would incite the family's wrath. However, the Guo couple, burdened by guilt, dared not protest. The constables removed the lid of the coffin, and a strong odor of decay wafted out. The onlookers quickly covered their mouths and noses with handkerchiefs. The coroner bent down to take a closer look and exclaimed, "Ah, my lord, there are changes in the body." Magistrate Mai leaned in to observe and noted that Madame Guo's complexion had turned ashen, with 2 streaks of blood beneath her nose. This was peculiar. There had been no bloodstains previously. Where could this blood have come from? The coroner pressed on Madame Guo's abdomen, Muttering to himself, could it be that gases produced by decomposition are the cause? Observing the bloodstains beneath her nose, Magistrate Mai suddenly waved his hand, commanding, "Shave off Madame Guo's hair and examine the fontanelle." Old man Guo insisted that his daughter-in-law's hair be shaved off. With a sudden thud, he knelt and wept, "Great ancestor, our hair and skin are bestowed by our parents. One cannot simply shave their head. Humph. You allowed the false Guisi to murder and exploit your daughter-in-law, and now you feign sorrow. Seize him." The coroner retrieved a razor from his small wooden box and carefully began to shave Guo's wife's hair away. "Great ancestor, there is something here." The coroner pointed at the top of Guo's wife's head, his face pale with shock. "Take it out and see. Is it a nail?" The coroner used tweezers to extract the foreign object from the deceased's fontanelle. "Great ancestor, wise as ever. It is indeed a nail, a bamboo nail." Magistrate Mai closed his eyes, relief washing over his face. "I see now. Guo's wife was struck with a nail while asleep, fell into a coma, and was then hung from the beam. Great ancestor, truly brilliant." The officials were utterly convinced. Yet, Magistrate Mai's expression revealed no joy, only profound sorrow. Chapter 33. The Heroic Woman of Xianghe, 16. The following morning, during breakfast, the courier remarked, "Indeed, the heavens are unpredictable. Our county magistrate's wife passed away last night." Zheng Shou, while sipping his porridge, set down his bowl. "Dead? How did she die?" "Unknown. I just went to buy breakfast and overheard the county's constable mention it, claiming that there was quite an uproar early this morning, frightening even a young maid into fainting." The courier sighed, adopting a mysterious demeanor, "From what I've heard, it does not sound like a peaceful death." "Alas, good people do not live long. Madame Mai was truly a wonderful person." Luo Fan cast a glance at Zheng Shou and remarked, "Could it possibly be?" "Ah, truly perplexing." Shunzi chimed in. "Didn't they say that conflict at the head of the bed resolves at the foot? Yet, how is it that one still meets their demise?" Zheng Shou lightly tapped Shunzi's forehead with his chopsticks, urging, "Hurry and eat your meal. What do you truly understand?" Shunzi retorted, "And does the master possess such wisdom?" Zheng Shou, with an air of inscrutability, replied, "Of course, I do." The group continued to eat in silence. After breakfast, Qin Jiu summoned the maid, Hui Xiang, to pay her respects, stating, "Miss Jiu has heard of Madame Mai's passing and wishes to pay her respects." "What does that have to do with her?" The servant was at a loss. Hui Xiang, now fearful of Zheng Shou's wrath, knelt with her head bowed, trembling. Zheng Shou approached the window of Qin Jiu and inquired, "Miss Jiu, I hear you intend to pay respects to Madame Mai. She was not an acquaintance of yours. As an unmarried young lady, why must you venture to such a place? Should anything unfortunate occur, I would bear a considerable burden. Please convey my regards to my uncle. Miss Jiu wishes to honor Madame Mai, who once graciously delivered meals to us, exhibiting great warmth and courtesy. Although it was merely a shared meal, this kindness has left a lasting impression on her." The soft and timid voice of the young girl resonated through the window, emphasizing her vulnerability. Zheng Shou comprehended that this young lady was not favored at home and seldom experienced kindness from others. Perhaps Madame Mai had been particularly warm-hearted. Upon hearing of her sudden passing, Qin Jiu felt a twinge of sorrow. Just then, Luo Fan appeared, dressed in somber attire, and said, "Let us go and pay a visit to the county office. Why should we attend the funeral of a mere seventh-rank official? Let us proceed without further delay." "Are you not merely causing trouble for others?" remarked the elder. "Xianghe County forms part of the direct administration, a region of great significance, where the county magistrate holds a rank 2 levels higher than elsewhere. As we pass through this land, a visit would reflect the grace of the court. We cannot afford to linger here for too long. We must set forth today, but first, let us pay our respects." The steward, interjected with advice. Zheng Shou contemplated this and, yielding to reason, replied, "Very well, ninth lady, do make your preparations." "The Imperial Envoy has arrived," announced Shunzi at the entrance of the county office. The steward emerged to greet him. "Our esteemed master is deeply distressed. The situation is, regrettably, dire." Zheng Shou found himself at a loss for words, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Luo Fan inquired. What has occurred? Wasn't Madame Mai well yesterday? Had it not been for the decorum of the occasion, Xingqiu might have laughed aloud. What pretense is this? Were you not witness to the ruckus those two made yesterday, wailing and lamenting? Now, to feign ignorance is truly hypocritical. Well, indeed, yesterday was quite normal. Our master even took us to the Guo family for an inspection. Who could have anticipated the news that arrived this morning? Alas, the heavens are unpredictable, and our master and mistress shared a deep bond. The steward appeared utterly distressed, uncertain of what to say. My lord, this is, alas, my ineptitude in managing the household has led to this embarrassment for both esteemed individuals. I have failed to live up to the court's benevolence. I am truly. The county magistrate, Mai, struggled to hold back tears, his voice quavering. Luo Fan advised. I observe that the governance of Xianghe County is remarkably orderly. Magistrate Mai does not betray the emperor's trust, and he is justly regarded by the people of Xianghe County. Matters concerning marital harmony are often dictated by fate. Do not burden yourself with excessive guilt. The clerk, noticing the troubled expression on Magistrate Mai's face, surmised that the condition of Madame Mai's corpse must be quite horrifying. He added, the young lady is still quite tender in age, and there are many servants in the courtyard who may behave inappropriately. It would be unfortunate if any harm were to befall you. Though Qingjiu was young, she firmly believed that all that is left behind by benevolent souls in this world is also benevolent. Madame Mai would never wish me any ill. As a girl who seldom ventures outside, this is the first time I have encountered someone as amiable and forthright as Madame Mai. Now that her spirit has not yet departed, I wish to pay my respects, hoping for her swift descent to the Pure Land. Saying this, Qingjiu bowed deeply to Magistrate Mai. Magistrate Mai waved his hands, saying, that will not do, that will not do. Qingjiu's words were reasonable and reflected the gratitude of a young girl. Xingqiu, feeling impatient with Magistrate Mai's hesitation, thought to herself that as two imperial envoys, when a princess from the royal court is extending courtesy, yet he still hesitates. She turned to Qingjiu and said, let us go and offer incense to Madame Mai. As Xingqiu spoke, she boldly stepped forward, prompting Magistrate Mai to reluctantly lead the way. As they walked, he remarked, this morning, our servants discovered something amiss with Madame. There was some distress, and the young ones may have spoken foolishly, fearing they might offend you. It matters not. We are special envoys of the court, shielded by righteousness. Nothing can offend us, least of all a few deranged servants, Luo Fan replied. Bai Shiye followed behind, pondering the impropriety of intruding upon someone's inner sanctum, heading straight to the altar to offer incense. A woman, tragically slain. How could she bear the presence of two esteemed envoys in mourning? Before even entering the courtyard, cries echoed, let me go? Help! Help! Magistrate Mai, wearing a troubled expression, remarked, a young maid is behaving most irrationally. I fear we may offend the esteemed guests. Perhaps it is best we do not proceed. Indeed, it suffices to pay our respects from outside. Madame Mai is a lady of modest standing, unworthy of the two distinguished envoys. Master Bai, too, was reluctant to pay homage to the wife of a mere seventh-rank official. Xingqiu halted, casting a glance at Magistrate Mai, and said, this shall suffice. Miss Qin, you may offer your respects from outside the courtyard, and Madame Mai will surely feel appreciated. Magistrate Mai nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from within. Help! Murder! Murder! Luo Fan remarked. Magistrate Mai, this does not seem to be mere madness. Indeed, it is madness. A young maid was frightened into insanity this morning. Magistrate Mai wiped his forehead, which was not stained with blood, but drenched in sweat. Xingqiu suddenly turned to him. Magistrate, you appear quite flustered. What troubles you? Luo Fan sensed an underlying meaning in Xingqiu's words, and his gaze towards Magistrate Mai grew laden with significance. Go in and bring out the screaming maid. Xingqiu commanded. Two guards, fierce as wolves, rushed inside and swiftly emerged dragging a young maid, who wept and cried. I am called Chu Qi, serving Madam. I beseech the esteemed envoy to seek justice for Our Lady. She was wronged in her death. Chapter 34. The heroic woman of Xianghe County, 17. On the 7th day of the new year, Chuki, the lady, has always shown you kindness, and it is only natural that you feel gratitude towards her. However, you must refrain from speaking recklessly. The county magistrate's scribe reached out to restrain her. Qingjiu stood behind Zhengshou, recognizing that this maid was the one who had accompanied Madame Mai to the post station that day. Sir, Our Lady's death is shrouded in mystery. We implore you to seek justice for her. Chuki continued to bow repeatedly, soon revealing bloodstains on her forehead. Luo Fan pointed at her and inquired, Magistrate Mai, does she not seem mad? It appears there is something concealed here. Perhaps it would be prudent to inquire further. Sir, this girl speaks nonsense and frames her master, Magistrate Mai retorted, choosing his words carelessly. Zhengshou let out a cold laugh, elongating his tone. Magistrate Mai. Whom has she framed? Whose name has she mentioned? Magistrate Mai was left speechless, unsure how to respond, while his scribe clarified. This Chuki is the lady's personal maid. Following her sudden demise, she weeps and wails, insisting that our master is to blame, and has been doing so since dawn. Hence, our master is subjected to such accusations. It was rare for Luo Fan to immediately agree with his assertion, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, your words are most accurate, sir. With the Imperial Envoy present, the two shared a common understanding, leaving Magistrate Mai with no grounds for opposition, as he nervously fixed his gaze on the maid named Chuki. The scribe then muttered quietly, Even a dog knows to protect its master. Your master and mistress have treated you well in the past. Now, while the lady's remains are still warm, you harbor malicious intent to frame the master. Such treachery deserves punishment. Chuki, unaware of what deserved punishment meant, retorted, I am not of the master's household. I am bound by a 3-year contract. Who would dare to kill me? It is precisely because of the kindness bestowed upon me by my mistress that I am compelled to risk everything to seek justice for her, my lord. The one who has brought about her demise is none other than the esteemed sir. Rising to her feet, the girl named Chuki straightened her posture and pointed an accusing finger at Magistrate Mai. With a darkened expression, Magistrate Mai retorted, See, I told you he was slandering our household. This girl has been clamoring since dawn that someone has harmed Our Lady, attempting to extort me. When I refused to comply, she pretended to be mad in the courtyard. My lord, please bear witness. Very well, allow me to provide you with a clear perspective. Hui Xiang and Granny Yao, alarmed, hastily supported Qingjiu as they prepared to leave. Qingjiu, in a hushed tone, interjected, Not so fast. She slowly approached Zhengshou, performing a respectful bow. You are the Imperial Envoy of the court, as well as my cousin, dear Zhengshou. I earnestly hope you will administer justice and thoroughly investigate the matter concerning Lady Mai. Restoring her honor. Zhengshou nodded. Proceed to the front hall. This is not a place for a young lady like you. Once the maids and the elder had assisted Qingjiu away, Zhengshou turned to inquire. Now, Chuki, you claim that your mistress was killed by Magistrate Mai. Do you possess any evidence? Furthermore, how did he bring about Lady Mai's death? Who is Xianglian? Luo Fan asked. Magistrate Mai remained silent, his face stony. The scribe, glancing between the two envoys and noticing the magistrate's troubled countenance, quickly took a step back. Bai, the scribe at Zhengshou's side, a seasoned veteran, immediately sensed the magistrate's unease and gently tugged at Zhengshou's sleeve, prompting him to observe the scribe's expression. Xianglian was the early betrothed of our esteemed sir, who, in order to ensure his academic success, sacrificed herself. Chuki spoke slowly. Magistrate Mai, taken aback, exclaimed, How do you know this? On the 7th day of the new year. The voice rang clear and articulate. Luo Fan gently nodded to indicate to County Magistrate Mai to continue. However, Zhengshou cast a glance behind Magistrate Mai, wishing he could curl up and vanish, addressing the scribe. Have you recalled something? Do share it with us. Perhaps we can assist you in pondering it further. And no, nothing at all. I haven't thought of anything, the scribe stammered, his face a mask of panic as he waved his hands dismissively. Nothing at all? You are an official. Without concrete evidence, I cannot truly punish anyone. But you, as a private scribe, are in a different position. A mere beating is trivial. Summoning 2 squads of constables for severe punishment would be a mere trifle for you. Do not mistake my leniency for weakness. Zheng Shou's voice was as cold as ice. While beside him, Scribe Bai's whiskers twitched in agitation. Luo Fan could not comprehend why they were making things difficult for the scribe. Terrified, the scribe suddenly fell to his knees, exclaiming, "My lord, I merely recalled the incident yesterday when the elder took me and the coroner to examine the body of Madame Gua. Confess everything truthfully, and you may be spared from physical torment." Zheng Shou urged, further applying pressure. Strangely, there were traces of blood around Madame Gua's mouth and nose. The coroner initially attributed it to internal decomposition, but the elder ordered the coroner to shave Madame Gua's head completely and pay special attention to the fontanelle area. Ultimately, they discovered an exceedingly fine bamboo nail lodged there. "Oh, how could County Magistrate Mai be aware of such details?" Luo Fan inquired. "It is of no consequence. The lady once recounted a similar tale to me, explaining that the nail should be neither too thick nor too thin. If inserted, it may cause a person to faint at best, or at worst, lead to death, without exception." On the 7th day, someone interjected, "Madam, you truly possess an encyclopedic knowledge." Zheng Shou retorted, "Madam stated that this is a tale from her homeland, where a man's wife passed away without a single mark upon her body. Many years later, when he too departed, their children discovered a nail embedded in the woman's skull during the burial." Magistrate Mai was drenched in sweat. Zheng Shou clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Magistrate Mai, is this not the very reason your wife must perish?" Chapter 35. The Heroine of Xiang County, Part 18. All eyes turned to Magistrate Mai, whose secretary, terrified, took several steps back, hastily distancing himself from the magistrate. "There is nothing of the sort. Such events are mere fabrications." Magistrate Mai nervously glanced at Zheng Shou and stammered, "Your Excellency, you harbor a bias against me. I assure you, I—" He unconsciously rubbed his hands together as Luo Fan scoffed, "Magistrate Mai, what entangled emotions do you share with your esteemed wife? If your conscience were clear, there would be nothing to conceal. Now that Madame Mai has departed, everything you utter pertains to the case at hand. I advise you to speak the truth." Zheng Shou continued, "That girl with the beauty mark on her chin must be Xiang Lian, for her affections towards you are profound, having remained by your side unwaveringly for all these years." "Xiang Lian? Here? Beside me?" Magistrate Mai surveyed his surroundings, his eyes alight with surprise. Everything had been laid bare. The magistrate's expression betrayed his lingering concern for Xiang Lian. Luo Fan sighed, "County Magistrate Mai, you have truly disappointed me. Despite your years of unblemished integrity in office and consistently receiving top evaluations, you have allowed personal sentiments for your children to tarnish your future. It is lamentable and tragic. Your profound affection for the deceased Xiang Lian is evident. Yet this does not justify the murder of your lawful wife. County Magistrate Mai, I too feel great sorrow for you." Zheng Shou attempted to feign deep anguish, but the mirth in his eyes betrayed him. He reveled in the misfortune. It was she who led to Xiang Lian's demise. County Magistrate Mai offered a desolate smile, pondering. Can one discern whether Zhou dreams of butterflies or if butterflies dream of Zhou? At this moment, I cannot even distinguish whether my love lies with Xiang Lian or with her. My bond with Xiang Lian was forged in childhood. We were inseparable playmates, neighbors who understood each other intimately. Our parents had arranged our union, and we both embraced the prospect with joy, unaware that fate would intervene so cruelly. At that time, County Magistrate Mai had diligently studied for many years and had successfully passed the examinations, filled with ambition to participate in the provincial tests. However, just as he was preparing to journey to the provincial capital for the examination, calamity struck his home. One fateful night, a servant inadvertently neglected to hang the lantern in the barn. The cow, in its restless movements, toppled the lantern, causing the candle to fall onto the hay. Amidst the dark and tempestuous night, a fire began to spread uncontrollably. It was the dead of night when the household finally discovered the raging inferno, which had already spiraled beyond control. The family frantically cried out, desperately seeking to escape. The fire raged with ferocity, consuming the entire street. The home of Magistrate Mai was reduced to rubble, and nothing could be salvaged. His grandmother suffered severe burns and lay on the brink of death. The home of Xianglian, which adjoined my residence, was also devastated, leaving her parents perishing in the flames without a chance to escape. In a single night, Xianglian was transformed into an orphan. The street bore the brunt of immense losses, with residents blaming the My family for their misfortune. They collectively filed a lawsuit against the My household at the county court, with the elder of the My family succumbing to her injuries and their wealth entirely obliterated. They faced the additional burden of legal troubles. The elderly couple, overwhelmed by shame before their neighbors, chose to end their lives by hanging. Although the neighbors harbored animosity towards the My family for the calamity that had befallen them, the tragic demise of the two elders softened their sentiments. The My family had indeed lost everything, with no means of recovery. To push their son to despair would yield no benefit. They could only resign to the fate of the deceased, muttering curses about their own misfortune. Magistrate Mai, once a young master of a well-to-do family, found himself destitute, stripped of all possessions, much like Xiang Lian, who had lost both parents. These two unfortunate souls, now bound by their shared plight, sought solace in a dilapidated temple nearby. Despite the sudden upheaval in their lives, they resolved to persevere. They could not succumb to despair but must bravely forge ahead, for this was an act of nature, and they had committed no wrong. Xiang Lian encouraged Magistrate Mai, saying that he had already attained the scholarly title of a student and should continue to pursue further examinations. They could only hope for a turnaround, as the provincial examination was merely 2 months away. However, everything had been consumed in flames. Even the remains of his parents lay in a pitiful state, hastily buried in the cheapest of coffins, with barely a few coins collected. How could he afford to take the exam? Let alone money, there was not even food to eat. The two sighed deeply, yearning for a chance to survive and rise again. Yet heaven seemed unrelentingly harsh, providing no escape. It was as if the heavens ignored their pleas, and the earth remained silent. In search of sustenance, Magistrate Mai, a man of letters who had never encountered hardship, now found himself troubled by the burdens of life. Early the next morning, he rushed to the docks, hoping to find labor opportunities. The bustling freight activity at the docks attracted many laborers, and upon spotting him, some acquaintances called out, "What use is a scholar? You cannot possibly handle this work. Better seek something lighter." Others, moved by his plight, insisted on giving him some food. Magistrate Mai longed to prove himself not as a beggar, but as a dignified man capable of carrying sacks. Yet, his attempts repeatedly ended in failure. The foreman, with a disdainful snort, sneered, "Begone. This is no place for pretty boys. If you wish to peddle your charms, find another venue." The county magistrate Ma felt an overwhelming sense of shame wash over him. It was only then that he realized how strikingly pale his skin appeared in contrast to the sun-kissed, sweat-drenched bodies of the laborers around him, making him stand out conspicuously amidst the crowd. He sensed the lingering, unkind glances directed his way, and in that moment, he felt akin to a fish awaiting its fate on a chopping board, futilely flopping about, only to invite ridicule. Would he be abducted? The people of Xianglian were known for their beauty, and misfortune often rendered them vulnerable to sinister intentions. In a frantic rush, he dashed outside, searching for Xianglian. An elderly neighbor, seated at the entrance enjoying the evening breeze, noticed his anxious demeanor and remarked, fanning herself, "Death takes precedence. And though I ought not to speak ill of your parents, your family has indeed brought misfortune upon our entire street." The magistrate had grown accustomed to such incessant complaints. He had become desensitized to the criticisms and insults, recognizing that his own kin had caused others distress. Ignoring the tirade, he continued to call out for Xianglian. Yet, the neighbor shifted her tone. "Your parents arranged an excellent match for you. Xianglian is truly a remarkable girl. Alas, such a fine young lady may be driven to sell herself due to your misdeeds." "What do you mean by that?" Magistrate Ma exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief, thinking she was merely attempting to mock him. "I heard from others that a procurer from Suzhou is actively seeking girls, and I've been told Xianglian is considering selling herself. I say, Ma, you are most fortunate to have such a wonderful bride." The neighbor chuckled lewdly. After all these days, just a solitary man and woman together, doesn't that seem a bit intriguing? Who knows how much a girl who has lost her virtue can fetch? But I must admit, Xianglian is indeed quite lovely. At this point, Magistrate Mai's tears flowed like rain. Such deep and profound affection, if I were to betray Xianglian. Would I still be human? Chapter 36. The Gallant Woman of Xianghe County, Part 20. Well, all is well that ends well. Master Bai. You and this esteemed gentleman should confer on how to draft a report regarding Magistrate Mai's situation and send someone to deliver it to the Zhili Prefecture. Master Bai nodded in agreement, while the magistrate's assistant wore a troubled expression. You little what? You are the witness for the autopsy. Speak the truth about your family's elder, sign your name, and leave your fingerprint. I won't trouble you further, so hurry. Zheng Shou feigned a kick, causing the magistrate's assistant to fall to his knees in fright. I humbly bow to your greatness. I beg for your forgiveness. Get lost, and quickly devise a plan with Master Bai. Zhang Shou stomped his foot and burst into laughter, filled with a sense of triumph. This was the sensation of wielding power. Watching others grovel at his feet, pleading for forgiveness and mercy, such a feeling was utterly delightful. With the magistrate apprehended, Luo Fan summoned the county lieutenant and the head clerk to briefly explain Magistrate Mai's circumstances. The two, drenched in sweat, bowed repeatedly, saying, My lord, we firmly believe that our esteemed elder would never commit murder. There must be some underlying mystery. Another mystery. Initially, Zheng Shou, guided by the vengeful spirit, had discovered the unusual circumstances of Madame Gua's death, thus leading Magistrate Mai to uncover the truth behind Xianglian's tragic demise. At this moment, Zheng Shou was basking in his own pride, dismissing any claims that Magistrate Mai would not kill. You, an 8th rank and a 9th rank official. Do you wish to lose your titles? How audacious. I shall promptly report to the court, claiming that you are complicit in withholding information, thereby compounding your crimes, he began, resorting to threats and temptations. The clerk, however, displayed a modicum of integrity, defiantly asserting, If you wish to win our hearts and minds, my lord, you must present evidence. Since you allege that the deaths of Madame Gua and Miss Xianglian were caused by bamboo nails penetrating their skulls, then why, without even examining the corpses, do you hasten to imprison our esteemed lord? This is utterly unreasonable and legally indefensible. The county magistrate, noticing the Imperial Envoy's displeasure, hastily interjected, My lord, it would be prudent to allow the coroner to examine Madame Mai's body before proceeding further. Humph, let us see if you will be convinced, Zheng Shou retorted, sweeping his sleeve dramatically and clasping his hands behind his back. Summon the coroner. Throughout this exchange, Luo Fan furrowed his brow. The clerk's remarks had stirred a realization within him. Previously astonished by the connection between Madame Gua's case and Miss Xianglian's demise, he recalled Zheng Shou's peculiar depiction of the so-called portrait of a lady, marred by dark spots. A chill ran down his spine. Could it be that he truly possessed the ability to commune with spirits? As the two retreated to a corner, Zheng Shou brushed off his sleeve. Do not touch me. It tickles. You presume to accuse County Magistrate Mai of murder without a post-mortem examination. That is unjust. Luo Fan countered. Even without an autopsy, I am aware that the female ghost has been following him. Their bond was profound. Now, upon learning that his wife is the very perpetrator responsible for the death of his former lover, would you not feel urgency in his stead? Zheng Shou scoffed. This is merely a case of returning the favor in kind. Such recklessness. By what authority do you speak of a female ghost? Would you dare to assert such nonsense in this memorial? My lord, I am but the coroner of this county, came the humble reply. A gentleman in his 50s entered, first bowing to two envoys. The chief clerk pointed to the coroner and stated, This man has served as a coroner in our county for nearly 30 years without a single error. I implore you, grant permission for an autopsy on Mrs. Mai. Zheng Shou let out a cold snort, remarking, Indeed, one cannot weep until faced with the coffin. As these individuals prepared to examine Mrs. Mai's body, Chu Chi rushed out, her arms outstretched, declaring, You cannot proceed. You cannot disturb madam. The chief clerk softly reassured her, Chu Qi, this is to seek justice for Madam and Sir. Tears welled in Chu Qi's eyes as she pleaded, if Madam cannot rest in peace, how can she find solace? Listen, young lady, I understand your affection for Madam, but this is for her benefit. Please step aside, the coroner urged, gesturing for entry. Chu Qi attempted to pull the coroner back, but Zheng Shou seized the collar of her garment, insisting, step aside immediately, or you risk the wrath of Lord Lu. My Lord Lu possesses no qualms about such matters. Shunzi interjected, sticking out his tongue and gently advising, Chu Qi, my Lord Lu is a man of his word. You would do well to comply. Despite being lifted off the ground, Chu Qi remained defiant, retorting, your Lord Lu is no virtuous man. He is a veritable villain. Call for assistance and drag this little girl away. It matters not how many lackeys you summon. The faces of everyone present darkened instantly, with Chu Qi paling in terror, exclaiming, is this humanity? Envoy, does your conscience not ache? As Luo Fan was about to speak, Zheng Shou suddenly burst into laughter. Shunzi, take this little girl to the main hall to keep Miss Qin company. This child is quite amusing. I cannot bear to let her wear out too quickly. Chu Qi, fuming, had her small face tightly set. Shunzi grasped her arm and said, come on, Miss Chu Qi, don't create any more trouble. My sixth master truly means what he says. At that moment, the coroner had already entered the room, lifting the sheet covering Mrs. Mai, and bowed, saying, Madam, I apologize for disturbing you. The registrar remarked, Coroner, whether the elder can be exonerated depends on your diligence. Please commence the examination, starting from the head. The coroner nodded, acknowledging, I understand. Just then, Zheng Shou and Luo Fan walked in together. Zheng Shou called out, oh, what are you two whispering about? You must not conspire. Sir, I have been a coroner for over 30 years. Human life is paramount, and I would never dare to neglect my duties, the coroner explained. Luo Fan nodded, very well. You may begin. We shall observe from the side. The coroner meticulously used a razor to shave off Mrs. Mai's hair, quickly unveiling her entire head. Upon examining the fontanelle, he looked up and said, Sir, there are no foreign objects at the Baihui point. The cause of Madam's death is different from that of Mrs. Gua. Different? How can it possibly be different? Zheng Shou rushed over. You better examine thoroughly. I warn you, if you collude with the registrar or the county magistrate, I will ensure you face dire consequences. Even if you were to dismember me, there would be nothing I could do, the coroner retorted. The evidence indeed reveals no foreign objects, and there are no injuries on her body. The ligature marks on her neck are consistent with those of hanging. It is unequivocally confirmed that Mrs. Mai took her own life. The coroner, kneeling, repeatedly bowed in reverence. Luo Fan, anxious, interjected, have you truly examined this thoroughly? I shall summon the coroner from the Zhili prefecture for a second examination. Do not attempt to deceive me. My lord, I stake my life and reputation on the assurance that Mrs. Mai's death was indeed a suicide, not a result of foul play. Chapter 37, The Heroine of Xiangfa, Part 21. The county magistrate exchanged glances with the clerk and cautiously inquired, My lord, what of our esteemed elder? Finding no bamboo nail is merely a minor detail. Magistrate Mai remains a significant suspect in Mrs. Mai's murder. Surely, you both cannot be so obtuse as to overlook this matter? How have you managed your duties in Xiangfa all these years? The county magistrate and the clerk exchanged perplexed looks. Luo Fan, attempting to ease the tension, remarked, Indeed, my lord makes a valid point. Magistrate Mai cannot extricate himself from suspicion. We shall await further news from the Zhili prefecture. My lord, this imperial envoy is quiet. I have heard he is a scion of the royal family, yet rather dissolute. In the prison, the clerk whispered to Magistrate Mai. With a wry smile, Magistrate Mai replied, As a fatherly figure to the county, it is indeed a shame that I cannot resolve my own domestic affairs, and thus I find myself imprisoned without injustice. My lord, you truly have no indiscretions, do you? The county magistrate glanced around to ensure no one was listening and asked in hushed tones. Magistrate Mai sighed. To be candid, upon discovering the bamboo nail in Madame Gua's head, I did have such thoughts. Yet, having been wed to my wife for over a decade, how could I bring myself to commit such an act? Reflecting upon the demise of Xiang Lian, a profound anger surged within me. However, as a representative of the state, I cannot disregard the law. Rest assured, esteemed elder, the governor shall not permit any capricious actions from the imperial envoy. Your reputation is, as always, commendable. The two consoled him in hushed tones. Magistrate, my side, let us hope for the best. That evening, after dinner, an individual stealthily approached the inn, seeking an audience with the imperial envoy. You? It's you? Zheng Shou speculated that confining the magistrate would incite unrest within the county office, though he did not anticipate that the instigator would be none other than the clerk, whom he had presumed to be the deputy magistrate. The clerk, aflame with righteous indignation over Magistrate Mai's imprisonment, prostrated himself upon seeing him, expressing remorse for any offense and pleading for the envoy's leniency. Clerk, you wear two masks, one by day and another by night, Zheng Shou remarked with a smile. Luo Fan, seated nearby, felt a swell of frustration at the clerk's starkly contrasting demeanor, and sarcastically retorted, Clerk, having accompanied Magistrate Mai for so many years, you must be well acquainted with his methods of execution, no? The clerk chuckled awkwardly. Zheng Shou nodded. To recognize one's errors and seek redemption is of utmost virtue. Gather evidence regarding the discord between Magistrate Mai and his spouse. I desire a decisive strike. Yes, I understand, the clerk replied. The position of an acting magistrate can easily cloud one's judgment when tempted by gain. Once the clerk departed, Luo Fan remarked, I increasingly fail to comprehend your intentions. You confine Magistrate Mai while covertly instructing the clerk to conspire against him. What is your true aim? Have you ever pondered why the disciples of the Tiansheng sect chose to conceal themselves in Shangha County and how they managed to vanish without a trace? This is a territory directly governed, a vital region near the capital. The remnants of the heavenly sacred sect aim to invade the capital, and this place is undoubtedly a strategic passage. What a crucial thoroughfare it is. However, I believe in not engaging in battles without adequate preparation. The heavenly sacred sect must have their own intrinsic reasons for choosing this location. When one discovers a single cockroach, it is highly likely that an entire nest is hidden within the room. I suspect that there are still numerous remnants of the heavenly sacred sect lurking in Shangha County. I intend to stir the waters, for then all manner of demons and spirits will reveal themselves. Luo Fan was taken aback. All this time he thought that Zheng Shou was merely indulging in whims and fancies, never anticipating that this individual harbored such profound depths. So it is. He sighed. Praise me, Zheng Shou replied with a look of pride. Luo Fan's lips twitched slightly. Heh, what a delightful thought. As he saw Luo Fan stride out, Zheng Shou chuckled. Not just a delightful thought. Have you not noticed how handsome I am as well? Luo Fan placed a hand on his forehead. How can there be such a thick-skinned and dark-hearted person? Alas, I die a most unjust death. Miss, did you hear that? She stirred from her slumber, suddenly realizing that the sound of weeping was not a figment of her dreams. Miss, awaken, Mississippi. Listen. Chu Chi leapt out of bed in a hurry. Qin Zhou also awakened, wrapping herself tighter in her quilt, and remarked coolly, It is likely that someone is playing tricks. If there were truly ghosts, why do those wicked people still thrive? It is all but deception. Her tone was as frigid as that of an elder weathered by time. Chu Chi paused for a moment. What you say does hold some truth. Yet, that sound of weeping is indeed profoundly unsettling. The melancholy sound lingered in the air, entwining itself around the hearts of those present. Zheng Shou gazed out the window, where a fleeting shadow vanished, accompanied by a woman's voice. I met a tragic end. My Zishuan must pay with her life. The shadow, having peered through the window, disappeared, leaving behind only those haunting words. My lord, we have conducted a thorough search, yet found no one, reported the guards after scouring the inn. The innkeeper, yanked from his bed, trembled on the ground, stammering, My lord, this matter of the netherworld is beyond my comprehension as well. Enough with the theatrics. Continue your search, Zheng Shou commanded, hands clasped behind his back as he scrutinized the innkeeper. Are you truly uninvolved with these individuals? The innkeeper responded, bewildered. Which individuals? My lord, They proceeded to the courtyard, where torches illuminated the area as bright as day. Here, look here. Luo Fan beckoned Zheng Shou to the base of the wall, pointing to the damp green bricks beneath. Zheng Shou crouched down, observing a half-formed footprint on the slick moss. He touched it, rubbing his fingers together, and whispered to Luo Fan, "This so-called specter seems to have never encountered a ghost. It all appears rather contrived." Luo Fan's curiosity piqued. "Have you encountered such entities?" Zheng Shou retorted, "What do you think?" Reflecting on his peculiar behaviors in the past, Luo Fan inquired, "Has it always been this way? Or did it start after the incident with Miss Xiaohuan?" "It's all your fault, Haizi. Your actions led to my being struck by lightning. And now I am plagued by these inexplicable visions. You have brought me nothing but misfortune." Zheng Shou glared at him. Two individuals crouched on the ground, whispering conspiratorially. And to an outsider, the scene appeared particularly bizarre. "Hello, esteemed gentlemen. Have you discovered anything?" Bai Shiye was the first to shatter the silence. "This is Luo Fan." "No, nothing at all. It seems there might indeed be a ghost." Zheng Shou stood up, clapping his hands, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "I told you. These matters of the underworld truly are, alas, but it should not amount to anything serious. You two are here to oversee the realm for His Majesty, protected by the earth deities," the courier commented. "Indeed, let's hope so. It's quite late. Everyone should retire to bed. We have to set off early tomorrow." Chu Qi quietly closed the window and whispered, "Miss, that pale-faced envoy claims there truly is a ghost." "Sixth uncle?" Qin Jiu paused for a moment. Then a smile crept onto her lips. "Ah, then it seems there will be a splendid spectacle to behold." Chapter 38. The Heroic Woman of Xianghe County, Part 2. Your Excellency is startled. By dawn the next day, the rumors of ghostly happenings in the inn had spread like wildfire. Zheng Shou furrowed his brows, visibly annoyed. Luo Fan sighed. "Now that the noble ladies of the princess's residence have been frightened by a ghost, what shall we do?" The county magistrate and the clerk exchanged glances, both reluctant to handle this hot potato. Gathering his courage, the clerk suggested, Perhaps we could invite the gentlemen and the noble ladies to reside within the county office until they have recovered sufficiently to continue their journey." "Ah, it seems that the county office is not entirely pristine, for last night, Mrs. Mai herself declared that Magistrate Mai deserves death, demanding a life for a life. If we were to reside at the county office, would we not be placing ourselves in peril?" Zheng Shou remarked from the side. The county magistrate contemplated this. To provoke the esteemed individuals of the princess's household would be a grave transgression. Who does not know the formidable nature of Princess Chongping? Should we truly incite her wrath, it would be no trifling matter. "My lord, consider this," the clerk continued to persuade. "If Mrs. Mai's spirit is indeed haunting us, why does she not manifest within the county office itself, but instead chooses to appear at the inn? This suggests that there must be something within the county office that she abhors. It is said that the most perilous places can often be the safest." The clerk further urged, "In truth, we have hesitated to disclose this to you, but the inn is not entirely untainted." Zheng Shou raised his eyes in disbelief. "What do you mean by not clean? What does that imply?" With a sigh, the county magistrate replied, "Are you both acquainted with Nan Yuntao, the newly appointed scholar who was dispatched to Jianghuai to investigate taxes?" Luo Fan recalled the individual with a furrowed brow in August of last year. He took his own life due to inner turmoil. Yet, he committed this act while serving in Huayan. What relevance does this have to your inn? Zheng Shou's eyebrows arched in annoyance. What connection does Scholar Nan have with your inn? Why do you prattle on about such trivial matters? Who wishes to hear these stale stories? Indeed, allow me to elucidate briefly. The county magistrate nodded earnestly. Scholar Nan was an old acquaintance of our esteemed lord. Upon arriving at Xianghe County from the capital, our lord hosted a banquet in his honor, and all were in high spirits. That night, the scholar from the south took residence in the inn, and a commotion ensued. In his slumber, he cried out in terror, No, I do not wish to die," alarming his attendant. The following day, he succumbed to a high fever and fell gravely ill. Our esteemed magistrate, it was Magistrate Mai, summoned him to the county's grand hall and engaged the finest physician in town to attend to him. I overheard that the magistrate of the southern county claimed there was a female ghost in the inn who wielded a noose and threatened him, enticing him to hang himself. She mockingly proclaimed that if he did not take his life in the inn that day, he would surely do so in office another day, for death was inescapable. The scholar was so frightened that he fell into a delirium and became seriously ill. The county steward shook his head and sighed deeply. After the scholar recovered, he continued his journey to Jiangsu for his official appointment. Who would have thought that he would indeed take his own life while in office? The registrar expressed his sorrow, and when the news reached Magistrate Mai, he wept uncontrollably and set up a fragrant altar to pay his respects. He lamented that he should not have sent the scholar to Huayan, for the ghost had already issued a warning. It was his fault that the scholar had perished. My lord, see, this inn truly harbors a ghost. The scholar only began to recover once he moved to the county office, he said. Luo Fan bowed his head in silence, while Zheng Shou chuckled coldly 3 times, remarking, even after residing in the county office, the scholar was still unable to escape his fate. The county steward wiped the sweat from his brow and thought to himself that he had wasted his breath. My lord, what did the ghost say last night? The registrar inquired. Only that Magistrate Mai must pay with his life. Thus, it is evident that this spectre must be Mrs. Mai, who harbors nothing but resentment towards Magistrate Mai. In the future, her actions shall not adversely affect the esteemed gentlemen and noble figures. However, given the recent occurrences of ghostly disturbances at this inn, it would be prudent for the gentlemen to relocate, considering their well-being. The clerk continued to offer gentle counsel. Your reasoning seems quite sound. Zhang Shou rolled his eyes in response, while Luo Fan pondered deeply. Suddenly, the distressing sound of crying broke the silence as the young attendant, Shunzi, rushed in with urgency. Master, Miss Qin has begun to run a fever again. There is no time to lose. It is imperative that we move to the government office at once, and we shall continue our journey once the noble lady's health improves, suggested the clerk and the county lieutenant in unison. The county office had always been the residence of Magistrate Mai's family, consisting of a simple household of just the couple, along with a devoted maid, known as Chu Chi, a cook, and an elderly caretaker, all locals hired from Shanghai. The courtyard of the county office was rather modest, containing merely 3 rooms, one for each of the 2 envoys and one for Qingjiu. The remaining guards and the esteemed Baishu were left with no choice but to reside in the outer courtyard, while Shunzi naturally stayed close to Zheng Shou, arranging bedding at his feet. I beg your pardon. The accommodations are rather cramped within the county office. Please forgive us, the clerk said apologetically as he organized the rooms. Alas, all that matters is for Miss Qin to recover swiftly. Luo Fan suddenly recalled something. Pray tell, have the prefect and the governor not sent word? The clerk, noticing the troubled expressions on Luo Fan and Zheng Shou's faces, cautiously remarked, last night was tumultuous, which is why the inhabitants of both the inner and outer courtyards retired early after supper. Rovan closed his eyes, unaware of how long he had been asleep. In a state of drowsiness, he was abruptly awakened by a mournful cry. Upon opening his eyes and surveying his surroundings, he was taken aback to find a rope resembling a serpent extending through the window directly facing his bed. The rope slithered in, swaying gently as if beckoning him to come closer. Enraged, Rovan exclaimed, "What fiend dares to conjure such tricks before an angel?" The rope continued to sway ominously, seemingly poised to ensnare his neck when suddenly a commanding voice rang out. "How dare you?" It was a woman's voice, and a faint silhouette emerged from the crack of the window. She seized the rope forcefully and cast it down, then bowed deeply to Rovan, saying, "My lord, the line between the living and the spirits is blurred. Please take care." Startled, Rovan opened his eyes to find moonlight streaming through the window, casting a silvery glow upon the floor. The room was enveloped in this ethereal light, rendering everything around him indistinct. A heavy scent of smoke filled the air. He inhaled deeply, confirming his suspicion. A terrible realization struck him. There was a fire nearby. He sprang up to extinguish the flames, but as he sat up, a sharp pain pierced his chest. What is happening? Why am I so weak? He thought, anxiety swelling within him. Could it be that I have fallen victim to someone else's schemes, leaving me powerless? Am I to perish here in the flames? Chapter 39. The Brave Woman of Xianghe County, Part 23. Sir. Sixth Master. Their essay fire. Shunzi awoke, choking on the thick smoke, and hurried to rouse the sleeping Xingqiu. Feeling something amiss, he pulled back the covers only to discover them empty. Shocked, he called out, Sir. Sixth Master. Where are you, Sixth Master? The door connecting the backyard and front yard had been locked by an unknown hand, while the outside world remained in slumber, seemingly deeper than usual this night. Shunzi swiftly dashed out, knocking on each door. General Luo, awaken. Miss Qin, hurry up. The door to Miss Qin's room creaked open, revealing a slender figure standing at the threshold. Good sir, I cannot rouse Chuki, no matter what I do. What is this thick smoke? She exclaimed, covering her mouth and nose with a pillowcase, tears welling in her eyes from the choking fumes. Without a moment's hesitation, Shunzi disregarded any notions of propriety and rushed into her room, checking Chuki's breathing and letting out a sigh of relief upon confirming she was still alive. The room was filled with acrid smoke, and with determination, Shunzi hoisted Chuki and began to drag her outside. Qingjiu grabbed a cloak and a small blanket, following closely behind Shunzi as they escaped into the yard, where only the two of them remained. Where are Uncle Lu and General Luo? Qingjiu's voice trembled. Shunzi laid Chuki down, muttering, She sleeps like a dead pig. Sir, where is Uncle? Where is everyone else? There's no fire, so where is this smoke coming from? Though Qingjiu was quaking with fear, she forced herself to remain composed, surveying the yard with clarity. There was no sign of flames, only billowing smoke, and the outer yard was eerily silent, as if devoid of life. This was truly terrifying. Qingjiu inquired once more, Where is Uncle Lu? What of General Luo? Shunzi shook his head, saying, My master is not here. Alas, General Luo is likely trapped inside as well. He turned and rushed towards General Luo's room. Earlier, he had knocked on the door with no response, but upon seeing Miss Qin open it, he hurried in that direction. Realizing that General Luo was likely still inside, this could lead to an unfortunate predicament. Shunzi opened the door and slipped inside, feeling a soft arm on the bed. He tugged gently, calling out, General Luo? The haze of smoke had lightened somewhat, and upon hearing Shunzi's voice, Luo Fan bit down hard on his tongue, the pain jolting him back to a clearer state of mind. He had fallen into a trap. Shunzi supported him upright, asking, General Luo, can you still walk? Yes, I can manage, he replied, but as soon as the words left his mouth, his legs betrayed him, and he stumbled forward. Shunzi gasped, Oh dear, please take it easy. Luo Fan cursed himself for his predicament. A martial general reduced to relying on a eunuch for rescue. What a disgrace. Do not move. The esteemed ones of the princess's residence are in our custody. A woman's voice suddenly rang out from the courtyard, sending a chill down Luo Fan's spine as he recalled the missing Hong Ying. Ah, Deputy Envoy, he thought, as two women stood at the entrance, their heads adorned with red pom-poms that bobbed slightly with their speech. One of the women gestured invitingly. You may enter, Deputy Envoy. A gentleman can be slain, but not insulted. Just as Luo Fan was about to bite his tongue again, Shunzi leaned close and whispered urgently, My lord, I do not know where our sixth master is. Luo Fan's heart stirred, and he pressed Shunzi's arm, prompting Shunzi to exclaim loudly, General, I will help you outside. Shunzi supported Luo Fan as they walked into the courtyard, where a woman clad in black stood under the moonlight, wielding a long sword. A red pom-pom adorned her head, casting a dim shadow that made Luo Fan think of blood. The woman stood poised, her sword aimed at Qingjiu, who sat motionless on the ground, cradling Chu Qi in her arms. General Luo, how does the taste of my poison smoke strike you? The woman observed Luo Fan being brought forth and cast him a glance. He replied with a cold snort, You are the infamous Hong Ying, are you not? Jiangnan has been thoroughly pacified, and your leader has perished in self-immolation. I urge you to cease your futile resistance and not squander your vibrant youth. Bah, you, a minion of the court. I have heard that you two are Imperial Envoys, one a prince's brother, the other a nephew of the Empress Dowager. I demand that you accompany our countless brothers and sisters of the Tiansheng sect into the afterlife, offering your hearts as tribute to our leader. Alas, one has fled. And yes, there is you. She extended her sword forward, seemingly intent on drawing lines across Qin Zhou's delicate face. With a smile, she fixated on Qin Zhou's frail visage. And you, I hear you are the daughter of a princess. Your heart must be delightfully sweet as well. Let us extract it together. Qin Zhou regarded her with indifference, while Chu Qi in her arms exclaimed, "What good is your Tiansheng sect? My uncle's family in Jiangnan was destroyed by you. You seized all the provisions from my uncle's home and forcibly coerced my cousin into joining your cult. My cousin was on the brink of marriage, yet you insisted that adherents of the celestial sanctum must maintain some sanctity and refrain from wedlock, forcibly separating her from her fiancé. Concerned for him, she sought to meet him, only to be branded as licentious and a demon by your faction, ultimately leading to her tragic demise by fire." As Chuki recounted this harrowing tale, she was overcome with grief, exclaiming, "What kind of celestial sanctum is this? Huh! They are nothing but devils. The celestial demons would be more fitting." Though Qin Zhou was but a child, he exhibited remarkable composure, gently patting Chuki to calm her. Wary of the woman's sword poised before them, fearing that her madness might lead to dire consequences. "Let us begin with you then," Hong Ying declared, plunging her sword downward. With a clang, her blade was deflected by an unseen force, narrowly grazing Qin Zhou's shoulder, who gasped in fright. Chuki, struggling to rise, shielded Qin Zhou fiercely. What valor is there in bullying a young girl? General Luo, even incapacitated by poison, was able to wield hidden weapons with skill. At that moment, a woman descended from the wall, addressing Hong Ying, "Master Hong, the guards in the outer courtyard have been dealt with." Her voice was low, her stature imposing, with her head bowed slightly, revealing only the quivering red pom-pom atop her head. "Excellent work. With the inner courtyard cleared of important figures, we can negotiate with those monsters." Hong Ying's voice brimmed with excitement. "Master, I have procured a treasure from the front courtyard, an exquisite dagger that cuts through iron as if it were mud. I present it to you as a token of my loyalty." As she spoke, the woman knelt before Hong Ying, presenting a dagger with both hands. "Oh, a successful beginning to the campaign. How delightful. Wait, are you one of our own?" Hong Ying lowered her long sword and bent to take the dagger, only to realize the woman's appearance was amiss. She hastily exclaimed, but it was already too late. The woman sprang up, plunging the dagger into Hong Ying's chest, twisting it with a malevolent determination. Luo Fan also sprang into action. Although poisoned and weakened, his skills remained intact. Summoning a breath of strength, he struck down the female disciples on either side. Shunzi cheered as he rushed forward. "Master, Sixth Master." Chapter 40, The Heroic Woman of Xianghe County, Part 24, Black Lad, Impressive. Even under the effects of poison, you wield hidden weapons and can still strike pressure points. Your skills are commendable. I underestimated you. Zheng Shou crouched down, rummaging through Hong Ying's belongings. Shunzi whispered, Master, this is urgent. You can indulge later with this woman." "Chi-Chi," she gasped, covering Qin Zhou's ears. "Young lady, such words are indecent. We must not listen." Qin Zhou, embarrassed, lowered her head. Shunzi pouted. "How is it indecent? Desire is a fundamental aspect of human nature." "Enough. This woman is bleeding profusely. Is your master truly so unrestrained?" Zheng Shou extracted several small porcelain vials from Hong Ying's possession, thrusting them into Luo Fan's hands. "Figure it out yourself. Determine which is the antidote for the poison. As long as it doesn't kill you, that is sufficient." He mused that these disciples of the Heavenly Saint sect seemed utterly unconcerned about the toxic smoke, likely having taken the antidote beforehand. With numerous followers, many depended on poison, perhaps carrying the antidote with them at all times. It was only then that Shunzi comprehended the purpose of increasing longevity. He bent down to rummage through the belongings of the woman who had been acupressured. The two women, fully conscious yet immobilized, felt a profound sense of shame as a man touched them, to the point where they were almost driven to self-destruction. It turned out that after the celestial holy sect seized control of Jiangnan, they propagated the notion that all men and women were siblings, thus forbidding casual unions. They established separate camps for men and women, strictly prohibiting mingling. To marry, one had to attain a certain age and gain the approval of the camp leaders. Consequently, these remaining followers had resided in the women's camp for years, thoroughly indoctrinated to believe that men were filthy and malevolent. Being touched all over by a man now filled them with despair. After a lengthy search, Shunzi produced several small vials, opening one to take a whiff. "Master, which one is the antidote?" Zheng Shou shot him a glare, but alas, under the moonlight, Shunzi could not perceive it. "Sir, the rebels outside the courtyard have been eliminated." A voice called from beyond the wall. "Shunzi, open the door." Trembling, Shunzi asked, "Sixth Master, are you certain the rebels outside have all been slain?" "I feel a bit frightened." "Your master is astute beyond measure. Everything is within my calculations. What is there to fear? Open the door." Upon hearing Zheng Shou's boastful proclamation, Luo Fan squinted slightly. He claims that everything is under his control? Then how did he fall victim to poison? How did he end up in such a dire predicament? It seems he deliberately orchestrated this humiliation. Remembering that Shunzi had mentioned he had long since vanished, it was evident he had uncovered something. This individual, while appearing carefree, possessed a profound cunning. The door swung open, and the guard rushed in wielding a steel blade, exclaiming, "My lord, are you unharmed?" Zheng Shou chuckled with a hint of mischief. "It seems the deputy has encountered some trouble. We must hasten to assist him." Luo Fan clenched his teeth in silence, while Shunzi called out, "Hey, Miss Qi, are you all right?" Upon hearing of their master's predicament, Luo Fan's 3 loyal retainers hurriedly arrived, supporting him as they moved him outside. The county magistrate, roused from his slumber, was lifted by a guard, his attire disheveled and his face awash with tears and snot. "My lord, I truly had no inkling that the clerk, he is affiliated with the heavenly sacred sect. I beseech you, spare my life. I have a 3-year-old child and an 80-year-old mother to care for." Zheng Shou scoffed, his dagger tracing a line across the magistrate's neck. "Still trying to peddle your stale sob story? I have grown weary of such worn-out pleas. I also have a wife and 2 concubines at home. My lord, your household is quite the bustling affair." The county magistrate continued to bow profusely, eliciting uproarious laughter from Zheng Shou. "No wonder you appear as thin as a reed. It seems your household is a constant battlefield, with one after another vying for attention." With the assistance of his family guards, Luo Fan gained a general understanding of the external courtyard situation. No wonder they had heard no commotion from the inner courtyard. The guard stationed there had long since retreated. The rooms were shrouded in darkness, with the bedding arranged on the bed to create the illusion of someone sleeping. A mere 7 or 8 remnants of the Tiansheng sect had infiltrated Xianghe County. 3 had ventured into the inner courtyard to capture the Imperial Envoy, while the remaining few, armed with blades, prepared to breach the door, intent on slaughtering the poisoned guards as effortlessly as slicing vegetables. These remnants were women who had escaped, possessing only modest martial skills. Upon finally entering the room, they sensed something amiss as they approached the bed. In a swift motion, one turned around, only to find a steel blade poised at her throat. The quickest among them bit down on the poison hidden within her teeth, succumbing to its effects. Those who reacted slightly slower found themselves struck at a pressure point, rendered helpless, their mouths agape in bewilderment as they stood in the courtyard. "General, how do you fare?" A family guard inquired softly, noticing Luo Fan's increasingly pallid complexion. "You are of the Luo family. Why do you heed him?" Luo Fan managed to utter through clenched teeth. "It is the esteemed envoy who said, without entering the tiger's den, how can one seize the tiger's cubs?" He claimed that the general's formidable martial prowess was to serve as bait in the inner courtyard. He reasoned that if both envoys were absent from the inner courtyard, the adversaries would inevitably discover the ruse, thwarting any chance of capturing the remnants in one fell swoop. He further asserted that this was all at your behest, General. Truly, everything is as he claims. Are you all so dim-witted? Luo Fan could scarcely articulate his thoughts. The family guard, believing he and Zheng Shou to be fellow envoys, had assumed they would stand united. not realizing that human hearts are inscrutable. That scoundrel had slyly slipped away, casting himself as bait in the rear courtyard. Exceedingly treacherous, utterly intolerable. Heh, these are all General Luo's ideas. This is what one calls luring the enemy into a trap. A few guards spoke of tonight's remarkable achievements, and Zheng Zhou chuckled twice, praising Luo Fan. Thanks to General Luo for saving our lives. The guards turned to bow towards Luo Fan, whose expression stiffened as he shot a glare at Zheng Zhou, explaining, "This has nothing to do with me. I am entirely unaware of how events transpired. It is all the result of the chief envoy's strategic planning." The phrase strategic planning was articulated through gritted teeth. The guards were momentarily taken aback and looked towards Zheng Zhou, who stroked his chin and chuckled. "Well, since the day we departed from the capital, the deputy envoy and I, along with all of you brothers, have been in this together. You are all my brothers. So why should we differentiate between merits? Today's overwhelming victory belongs to us all. Your wisdom is unparalleled." The guards were now thoroughly convinced. The three family generals of the Luo clan exchanged glances, having discerned that Zheng Zhou had deceived them, nearly causing a mishap for their general. Just as one general was about to voice his concerns, Luo Fan lightly coughed and subtly shook his head, signaling him to remain silent. Luo Fan understood clearly that Zheng Zhou had successfully won over the hearts of all the guards. Yet, he was puzzled as to how Zheng Zhou had anticipated the events of the night. "My lord, the entire family of the registrar has committed suicide," a guard entered to report. The county magistrate trembled in fear, reflecting the sorrow of a rabbit mourning a fallen fox. "All dead? Are you certain it was the registrar's corpse?" Zheng Zhou inquired. "Indeed, it appears they wore human skin masks, and a slash was made across the thief's face." The guard replied with a cold sneer. "They are not missed. Curious about how I came to know and orchestrate this?" Zheng Zhou glanced at Luo Fan. Lowering his voice and deliberately winking, a look of smug satisfaction upon his face, Luo Fan turned away, indifferent. "Speak if you wish." Chapter 41. The Heroic Woman of Xianghe County, Part 25. When the chief clerk and the county magistrate urged us to move into the county office, I sensed something was amiss. Inside the room, Luo Fan wore a stern expression, while Qin Jiao, donning a hooded cloak, kept his head bowed. Bai Shiya, however, appeared exhilarated. He had engaged in certain activities the night prior, which confirmed his belief that this overlooked prince of the Chung family was far from inept. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. As for Shunzi, there was no need to elaborate. His master could do no wrong, and if something went awry, it must surely be someone else's fault. At that moment, his eyes sparkled with excitement, fists clenched, fixated on the eloquent Zhang Shou, wishing to leap forth and declare to all, "Behold, this is my sixth master. He is no debauchee. My sixth master is formidable." As matters pertain to the secrets of the court, Qin Jiao excused himself first. He rose and bowed. No. Your involvement in this matter was unintentional. To ensure the other party's confidence in our ruse, you were compelled to partake in the entirety of the process and should be aware of the truth. I have placed you in jeopardy. I offer my apologies. With that, Zheng Zhou performed a respectful bow to Qin Jiao. Qin Jiao, taken aback, hastily averted his gaze and returned a courteous gesture. Luo Fan scoffed, and Zheng Zhou chuckled. As a deputy envoy, it is your duty to uncover traitors for the court. Any hardships endured are merely to repay the emperor's grace. It is the obligation of a subject. I harbor no regrets. What of it? Ha ha. The laughter that echoed was undeniably contemptuous. Luo Fan, consumed by an insatiable curiosity for the truth, clenched his fists tightly, forcing himself to maintain composure. A deep breath. I shall not engage in a quarrel with him. It is not worth it. It is not worth it. Last year, before Nanjingshi journeyed to Huayan Prefecture, he indeed lingered for several days by the Xiang River, where they recounted a tale, one interwoven with both truth and falsehood. Among these two individuals, one was likely the instigator, while the other might have been ensnared by his influence. Yet, such details are trivial, for no one would lament the fate of a mere 8th or 7th rank official. Zheng Zhou's words were crystal clear. conveying his intention to uproot not only the county magistrate, but potentially the county deputy as well. Luo Fan directly inquired, wouldn't confining the county magistrate merely affirm his innocence? Even in the absence of suspicion, the clerk by his side is a follower of the Heavenly Saints sect, and as the magistrate, he has undoubtedly overlooked his duties. It would be a stroke of fortune to retain his position and save his own skin. Zhang Shou smiled enigmatically, to consider your intellect. Allow me to start from the beginning. I once mentioned that upon discovering a cockroach, one might well find a nest already established within the premises. Last spring, the Heavenly Saint sect was vanquished by the Tsin family army, scattering its followers into disarray. Why did they choose to flee to Xiang County? One reason is that it lies in a critical region, in close proximity to the capital. Another likely factor is the presence of a significant figure from the Heavenly Saint sect within this area. This cult has journeyed from the Guangdong region to Jiangnan, flourishing for over a decade. Their adherents have infiltrated various corners of the nation, and Magistrate Mai, being a native of the two Guangs, is fervently devoted to petitioning for Lady Gui's title. Initially, I harbored suspicions about him. However, I was informed that he is not a follower of the Heavenly Sacred Sect, but rather a pitiable soul caught in the turmoil between old flames and new affections. Who informed you of this? Luo Fan pressed. Well, you understand. Zheng Shou winked. Luo Fan grasped the implication and remarked that after being struck by lightning, he could perceive inexplicable phenomena, suggesting that the informant was indeed one of those enigmatic entities. The two exchanged knowing glances, yet to the bystanders, it seemed rather peculiar. Master, did you apprehend him merely due to your suspicions regarding his identity? Bai Shiya inquired, clearing his throat. Indeed, I replied. I took advantage of Lady Mai's murder to detain Magistrate Mai, regardless of whether he is affiliated with the Heavenly Sacred Sect. The sudden imprisonment of a county magistrate will inevitably unveil many concealed matters. Before long, the clerk's true colors began to show. He initially spared no effort in exonerating Magistrate Mai, yet secretly sought to ally himself with us, aspiring to fill the magistrate's vacancy. If he was so intent on assuming the position, why then did he intercept the correspondence destined for the governor's office? How do you know he intercepted the letter? Luo Fan queried, puzzled. Because he acted swiftly. The letter was nothing but a blank sheet of paper. No words were inscribed upon it. Everyone awaited the arrival of personnel from the governor's office, yet only those who had intercepted the correspondence were aware that no one would come. Meanwhile, I was engaged in a ruse, as I had perhaps uncovered something significant. The individual began to feel apprehensive and hastened his actions. He sought to persuade us to vacate the inn and take refuge in the county office, where the courtyard was confined, allowing them to separate us and our guards. I surmised they intended to leverage the presence of the Imperial Envoy and the young lady from the princess's residence to barter for something of value. Thus, I paid particular attention to the evening meal, discovering that the accompanying clerk was, in fact, a vegetarian. Consequently, I opted for more vegetable dishes. Shortly after the meal commenced, the clerk, visibly restless, departed hastily, presumably eager to orchestrate the evening's plot, oblivious to my dietary choices. Meanwhile, I discreetly informed Master Bai, urging everyone to be mindful of the meat consumption. The guards complied dutifully, consuming minimal meat. However, the young girl, Chi-Chi, indulged her appetite, eating some meat, while Miss Qin, accustomed to a vegetarian lifestyle, remained unaffected by the dish. As for you, well, one can only blame oneself for succumbing to temptation. Master Zhang's tone grew increasingly self-satisfied as he continued his narrative. Luo Fan, nearly grinding his teeth, reflected on the earlier admonition to limit meat intake. Acknowledging his initial skepticism towards the elder's judgment, which, in hindsight, was indeed wise, the elder's sagacity was commendable, and Bai expressed his admiration. Rising respectfully, Master Bai bowed deeply to Master Zhang, stating, previously, when Scholar Qin sought students, I harbored doubts, but now I am entirely convinced of your wisdom. Suanzi, filled with excitement, rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, Sixth Master, it turns out that a preference for vegetarianism has its advantages. Qin Zhou also marveled. expressing gratitude to his sixth uncle for discerning subtleties and rescuing everyone from peril. Previously, Qingjiu was only aware of the cult's presence in Jiangnan, never imagining that they could be so audacious as to attempt to abduct them in the heart of the capital. It truly is, a crime deserving of the utmost punishment. His voice trembled, the memory of having a long sword pointed at his face still haunting him. How did Mrs. Mai meet her demise? Was it at the hands of Magistrate Mai or the cult? Luo Fan inquired. Well, I can assure you it was not Magistrate Mai who caused her death. He is a coward, constantly lamenting over Miss Xianglian, yet he harbors unresolved feelings regarding her loss. Mrs. Mai once served as a courtesan to Miss Xianglian, and he suspects her of having harmed Xianglian. In truth, it is highly plausible that she did commit such an act, but Magistrate Mai, despite his cowardice, cannot be so foolish as to employ a similar method to hang Mrs. Mai. That would be far too conspicuous. Even if he wished to eliminate his wife, he would surely wait until we had departed. Then it was the cult that killed Mrs. Mai and framed Magistrate Mai? Luo Fan questioned. Zheng Shou shook his head. That remains uncertain, but it is undeniable that Mrs. Mai deeply loved Magistrate Mai. As he spoke, his gaze was fixed on the doorway, filled with compassion. At the entrance stood a hazy figure of a woman, bowing deeply before him. My lord has served for over a decade. Though lacking in merit, you have endured hardships. I hope you will show leniency, for I have informed you of the conspiracies of those villains. Zheng Shou gazed at the silhouette of the woman, letting out a deep sigh. Indeed, Xianghe County is a place renowned for its valiant women. Chapter 42. The Entanglement of Three. After deliberating with Luo Fan, Zheng Shou decided to keep Magistrate Mai under temporary confinement in the prison, while Master Bai composed a letter to be swiftly dispatched to the governor's office in Baoding. The governor, taken aback, wasted no time and personally led a contingent to Xianghe County to manage the aftermath. 3 years prior, the followers of the Heavenly Saint sect had advanced along the Grand Canal, reaching the Hebei region, but fortunately, they fought in isolation and were ultimately dismantled in small factions. The governor never imagined that while General Sun, acclaimed for vanquishing the rebellious followers of the Heavenly Saint sect in the south, Xianghe County, located at the gateway of the capital, was nearly overrun. Mai Zishuan had served in Xianghe for 7 years, yet he had remained oblivious to the activities of the rebels in his vicinity. What a muddled and ineffectual official. The governor gritted his teeth in frustration, clearly inclined to use Magistrate Mai as a scapegoat. Zheng Shou chuckled softly. Your Excellency, have you not been in Hebei for 8 years? Indeed, this. The governor immediately grasped the implication. It became evident that the magistrate had not been complicit in the rebels' activities. Should he place the blame of negligence upon him, he would inadvertently implicate himself for the 8 years he had served as governor. These rebels, having been defeated by General Sun in Jiangnan, scattered in all directions, disguising themselves as Guisi to plot mischief in Xianghe County. Magistrate Mai had sensed something amiss and intended to investigate further under the pretext of consulting Madame Gua for a title, but alas, his actions had inadvertently alerted the serpents, leading to the rebels' assassination attempt on Madame Mai and the subsequent framing of Magistrate Mai. Ah, poor Mai Zishuan, indeed caught in a precarious situation. His abilities may not have been particularly formidable, yet his loyalty to the court was unwavering, and he genuinely cared for the welfare of the people as if they were his own children. Poor Mrs. Mai, who fell victim to the treachery of rebels. I shall petition the court for a posthumous honor. Zheng Shou spoke with righteous indignation, while the governor nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed. It was fortunate that County Magistrate Mai had discerned the peril, and the two gentlemen valiantly intervened. The adherents of the Heavenly Sanctity sect are exceedingly cunning, believing that self-sacrifice according to their doctrine will elevate them to a higher rank within their hierarchy, a truly desperate band of individuals. Luo Fan shuddered at the thought of those women who had bitten into poison as a means of escape. Zheng Shou extolled the virtues of Magistrate Mai to the governor, considering it a means of offering solace to the spirit of Mrs. Mai. Had Magistrate Mai, with his timid and affable nature, devoted himself solely to scholarship rather than governance, he might have achieved greater accomplishments. Preserving his well-being and allowing him to retreat unscathed is indeed a commendable act. The scheming members of the Heavenly Sanctity sect failed to anticipate that Mrs. Mai had already sent me a warning. How fitting that the net of heaven is vast. Yet nothing escapes its grasp. Xing Shou, buoyed by his thoughts, spoke to Luo Fan about capturing all the lurking members of the Heavenly Sanctity sect, still brimming with pride. It is merely a chance encounter, Luo Fan remarked nonchalantly. The crux lies in the fact that some astute black cats can hardly even catch a glimpse of a rat, which is quite excessive. Xing Shou elongated his tone. Let us set forth tomorrow, leaving this mess to the esteemed governor. As for the memorial to the court, we shall entrust it to Master Bai, for he excels in such matters more than we do. I genuinely wish to witness how the bandits have ravaged Jiangnan. These ruffians deserve no less than to have their heads severed by Tsingguopu. Suddenly, Luo Fan recalled the ghostly incident involving the southern scholars. Magistrate Mai remarked, I have never been one to believe in the supernatural. However, the events surrounding Brother Nan last year were indeed astonishing. As for the current occurrence, it seems to be guided by some celestial intervention. Yet, it is not divine assistance, but rather the aid of Miss Xianglian and your esteemed wife. Xing Shou smiled as he observed the gradually paling complexion of Magistrate Mai. What does my wife say? The realms of the living and the dead are distinct. Although your wife hails from a brothel and is constrained by societal norms, she has not divulged much. She merely stated that her demise was unrelated to you, while also cautioning that the clerk and the deputy magistrate pose a threat to us. Thus, I devised a plan to draw out the serpent from its lair. As for the specter encountered by Scholar Nan, it all seemed to echo a foreboding prophecy. Strangely, during his investigation of the taxes, the ghost appeared to be quite aware and considerate. Luo Fan, who had been nodding in agreement, suddenly felt a chill at the mention of drawing out the serpent. Realizing he was the bait cast aside, his expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Xing Shou. To create a convincing ruse. You have made me and Miss Qin the bait. If something were to occur, I am serving the court loyally. What of Miss Qin? Oh, she originates from the princess's residence. One could say she serves the nation faithfully as well. She would likely be posthumously honored with a title. Life may not reveal one's merits, but death can bring forth lamentation and glory, which is not without its merits, Xing Shou replied nonchalantly. Outside, Qin Jiu stood in the corridor, gazing at Chu Qi with a sorrowful expression. As Chu Qi attempted to rush inside, she grasped her arm tightly. Qin Jiu shook her head vigorously, her eyes glistening with tears. The death of Xianglian from years past. Magistrate Mai hesitated, words caught in his throat. Xing Shou coldly remarked, You did not slay Bo Ren, yet Bo Ren perished because of you. Magistrate Mai, permit me to inquire, over the years, has marrying a refined courtesan proven to be more comforting than taking a red girl who has entertained guests? Your hesitation reveals your thoughts. The peculiarities of humanity. Magistrate Mai stumbled at the threshold, nearly tripping over the doorframe. What now? Both of them have passed away. How does one reckon with that? Death is not the end. When we meet again, the minds of men may become as muddled as those of dogs. Xing Shou's tone bore a hint of schadenfreude, suggesting that Xianglian had afforded you a decade of fortunate breezes. Yet your luck has reached its conclusion, Magistrate Mai. Perhaps it is better to live as a humble farmer. Magistrate Mai staggered outside, and Luo Fan inquired, Is this the end? It remains unclear who harmed whom. You have never provided a definitive answer. The entanglements of grievances lie solely among the three of them. All those who inflicted harm are now deceased. Whether Madame Mai took her own life in despair or was wrongfully accused by the followers of the Heavenly Holy Sect is irrelevant. Once a life is extinguished, all grudges dissipate. As for the unresolved matters, let Madame Mai and Xianglian await their judgment in the underworld. Xing Shou stretched languidly, lamenting, Each day is consumed by familial thoughts, rendering me drowsy. Since entering Shanghai County, I have not had a good night's sleep. He then shouted out the window, Shunzi, prepare a bath for me. It was still afternoon, and the governor of Zhili was bustling about, hardly pausing. Do you, as an envoy, dare to bathe and rest? Luo Fan glared at him, But Zheng Shou merely smiled and reached for the belt of his official robe. Ah, Blackie, it seems you possess such tastes. Relishing the sight of someone loosening their garments. In Luo Fan's eyes, no matter how handsome a man may be, a delicate smile such as that could easily become the stuff of nightmares. He hurriedly turned and fled, nearly colliding with Shunzi, who had rushed over at the sound. Startled, Shunzi exclaimed, "General Luo, what is the matter? Is your master out of his mind? You ought to find a doctor and have him prescribe some medicine." Bored and restless, Luo Fan meandered to a quaint little garden behind the county office. Through a flowering wall, he overheard a quiet conversation. "You want to stand up for yourself, yet you expect me to speak up? Are you really going to let him bully you like this? What can I do?" A delicate voice replied. "Chuki, don't you think my reputation is quite intimidating?" "You are a noblewoman of the princess's residence," came the response. "Noble? Chuki, I am no happier than you. My sixth uncle is a scion of the royal lineage and a well-known dandy in the capital. How could he possibly understand someone like me?" Qingzhou said with a wry smile. Worried about being discovered by the two young women, Luo Fan quickly sidestepped, contemplating how difficult life must be for Miss Qin in the princess's residence. Chapter 43. Assassination in the city. The party continued on their journey, now with 3 additional carriages laden with provisions and silver. The governor needed to remain in Shanghai County to manage post-incident matters, selecting 6 skilled guards from his personal troops to accompany them. He also generously provided a substantial sum of silver, ostensibly for the guards' sustenance along the way. When a special envoy travels, the local officials are responsible for daily expenses, though many gifts are exchanged covertly. Yet, they had not even left the capital, and Zheng Shou dared to brazenly profit already? Such swiftness in action is rather remarkable. Isn't it? News has reached the capital. Be cautious of the censors who may seek to impeach you, Luo Fan cautioned. Impeach me? That cannot be. It is you they intend to impeach. Zhang Shou waved his fan, smiling as if the world were but a gentle breeze. What do you mean? Luo Fan scrutinized him, perceiving a slyness in his smile akin to that of a cunning fox. You are taking advantage of me. Luo Fan glared, his teeth clenched in frustration, wishing he could land a punch on that mocking face across from him. You wish to strike me? I am the principal envoy, while you are merely the deputy. To assault your superior would invite the wrath of the Empress Dowager herself. Ha ha. Zheng Shou clapped his hands in hearty laughter. Morong Shinxing. You, Luo Fan. Incensed, swung a fist. Being a martial artist, his movements were swift, yet Zheng Shou deftly caught his hand. Oh dear, my shoulder is quite sore. Would you be so kind as to massage it? How considerate of you. It appeared their voices had risen a tad too high, for the curtain of Qingzhou's carriage was lifted, revealing none other than Chu Qi. What are you plotting, and why have you brought her along? My dear niece requires care. The two rode side by side, straightening their attire. Once again the imposing duo of imperial envoys. Zheng Shou chuckled as he spoke. As for this little girl, I simply wish to keep her close to discern what schemes she harbors. Do you suspect her to be affiliated with the Heavenly Saint sect? Indeed, rather than waiting for their agents to create disturbances, it would be more prudent to have one of their own among us. A harmonious journey is preferable. Is it not wise to keep the most concerning matters close at hand? If she proves beneficial, then one may engage with her. If not, she can be cast away at a moment's notice. As Zheng Shou spoke of his triumphs, his brows danced with excitement, almost leaping from his forehead. The untimely demise of that woman seemed inconsequential. Well, is she not merely a servant? Look at your mouth, it could hold an egg. Moreover, it was the Heavenly Saint sect that caused her death. What does that have to do with our master? As Zheng Shou spoke, he shook the reins. Go. By the following morning, they arrived in Ruyang. The county magistrate, accompanied by officials from the county office, hurried to the city gate to offer their greetings, kneeling in droves upon the ground. Zheng Shou, atop a magnificent white steed, donned in official attire, presented a dignified and solemn visage akin to fine jade. Onlookers from a distance whispered amongst themselves, such a handsome figure. Could it be a woman masquerading as a man? Nonsense. Have you ever seen a woman serve as an imperial envoy? Ah, have you not heard of a female prince consort? If a woman can be a prince consort, what is to prevent her from being an imperial envoy? The crowd buzzed with chatter, extolling the envoy's beauty, likening him to a deity in a temple. Is that not also an envoy? Goodness, why is he so dark? A reincarnation of Judge Bao, perhaps? Among the crowd, a few scholars were also observing, one of whom chuckled. A lady claims the envoy is her cousin. I wonder if he is one of the fair-skinned and refined ones or one with a darker complexion. The lady herself is quite beautiful. He must surely be one of the fair-skinned and refined types. As they conversed, they noticed the envoy dismounting his horse and stepped forward to assist the county magistrate, simultaneously waving to the gathering crowd. The two envoys presented a striking contrast, one dark as night, revealing a toothy grin, while the other was almost translucent, as if destined to vanish beneath the sunlight, an undeniably peculiar sight. At that moment, a figure suddenly burst forth from the crowd, clad in crimson garments, resembling a flickering flame. With a swift tip of her toes, she soared into the air, aiming directly for the fair and beautiful envoy. The enchanting envoy appeared momentarily stunned, seemingly caught off guard, as the dark-faced envoy had already unleashed a powerful strike, simultaneously extending his long arm to pull the beautiful envoy aside. The opportunity for a surprise attack was fleeting. In that brief moment of defense and diversion, the guards had swiftly encircled them. The woman in red, realizing her strike had failed, brandished a dagger and shouted, "Heavenly Saint does not." Before she could finish her proclamation, an object suddenly flew into her mouth, startling her. The guardess' sword was already looming before her. She expelled the object and bit down forcefully on her molars. Observing the peculiar expression on her face, Luo Fan quickly warned, "Be cautious, do not let her perish." But it was too late. The woman wobbled, dark blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, and after a few convulsions, she fell still. The guards cautiously approached, prodding her with their blades to ascertain whether she was indeed lifeless. Her slogan had been abruptly interrupted by the projectile, yet the guards understood that this woman in red, calling out something about heaven, was undoubtedly a remnant of the Heavenly Saint sect. "My lord, I have failed in my duties, allowing you to be alarmed." The county magistrate trembled in fear, his face ashen. "Come here." Zhang Shou gestured for the magistrate to lean closer. "She is a remnant of the Heavenly Saint sect. You must be aware of the events we encountered in Xianghe." The magistrate nodded repeatedly. "I only heard of it this morning. Both lords are exceedingly wise. The woman appears to be a remnant of Xianghe, primarily intent on assassinating me. However, to prevent any potential accomplices, it would be prudent for you to proceed in this manner." As he spoke, he whispered to the county magistrate. The magistrate's expression faltered. "My lord, she is but a young woman. Such actions may be a bit too. What of the girl? Do you wish to show her compassion?" He retorted, his voice laced with disdain. "Your pity is misplaced. When those ruthless bandits strike, they will not hesitate to sever the heads of you and your family as easily as chopping vegetables." With a fierce glint in his eye, he exuded an aura of menace. The magistrate, taken aback, hastily acquiesced. Yes, I shall prepare at once. Thank you for your guidance, my lord." Zhang Shou imparted his strategic advice to the magistrate, while Luo Fan knelt to examine the woman's corpse. Beneath her feet lay a walnut, accompanied by a bloody tooth. The walnut gleamed with a polished sheen, as though it had been cherished for a long time. Luo Fan recalled that Zhang Shou often twirled a pair of walnuts in his hands during idle moments. Chapter 44. The Upper and Lower Courtyards over the course of a century. Jixiang Academy has garnered a formidable reputation among scholars, where the preservation of life always reigns supreme. Furthermore, due to the Academy's rigorous academic standards, the imperial court has favored its students, as it is only natural to desire capable individuals in official positions. The Lin family has managed this academy for 100 years, now seemingly seeking a shortcut to success. A group of students chattered animatedly as they made their way to the dormitory, discussing the day's events. "Oh, the black-faced envoy is indeed formidable. Did you see how he swiftly subdued that assassin? That's debatable. Perhaps the white-faced envoy is merely a scholar lacking in martial prowess? Indeed, we scholars are not warriors. It is only natural to feel a sense of disarray upon encountering an assassin. Were you in our position, you too would feel trepidation. A few students, engaged in animated discussion about the recent scene, turned a corner and, upon seeing an approaching figure, promptly halted to pay their respects. "Good day, madam," they greeted. Before them stood the daughter of a certain Lin family, a widow devoted to overseeing the family gate while imparting the art of calligraphy at the academy. Traditionally, a married woman would adopt her husband's surname. However, this Lady Lin, as the sole offspring of her family, had exhibited remarkable talent from a tender age. Following the untimely death of her fiancé at 15, she chose to remain single, famously declaring that all her expenses were borne by the Lin family, thus earning her the title of Lady Lin. Now nearing her 30s, Lady Lin appeared somewhat mature for her age, her countenance adorned with a gentle smile. Upon sighting the esteemed envoy, the students inquired, "Oh, madam, is your cousin fair or dark?" These lively scholars encircled Lady Lin, launching into spirited discourse regarding the assassination attempt. To think a woman would attempt such a deed is truly frightening. Thankfully, that formidable general with the dark complexion swiftly subdued the assassin with a single motion. Lady Lin nodded in acknowledgement. Did that general sustain any injuries? Not a hair was out of place. Truly, a magnificent husband, one student marveled. How could you possibly ascertain that not a hair was disturbed? Another jested. Such frivolity is unbecoming. You ought not to indulge them, admonished the stern and upright Lin Shanchong, Lady Lin's uncle, whose presence instilled fear among the students at the academy. Lady Lin responded with a gentle bow, acknowledging his words. As the students dispersed, Lin Shan looked at his niece and remarked, "I have heard that your cousin from your uncle's side has arrived. You might consider visiting the county office." Lady Lin shook her head, replying, "He is younger than I. If he does not come to see me, why should I seek him out? You, my dear, are simply too obstinate," he retorted. "By the way, do you still have any of the old ginseng? Xian's condition has worsened, and I have searched everywhere for it. After all, we share a teacher-student bond." Lady Lin sighed softly. "Uncle, I fear that while one may save a person, one cannot save a life. Zhang Xian possesses talent, yet he is far from being capable of handling such responsibilities. You have bestowed upon him too much. I worry that he is not blessed enough to bear such a heavy burden." Lin Shan's expression shifted. "What do you mean by that?" His niece lamented the plight of a once promising scholar who had now fallen to such a state. As she spoke, she began to walk away. "Clarify your words. What state has he fallen into?" Lin Shan called after her. Lady Lin turned back, gazing at her bearded uncle, and suddenly smirked, her eyes filled with derision. "What state has he fallen into? Surely, uncle knows better than I." Watching his niece's silhouette vanish at the end of the corridor, Lin Shan, vexed, struck his fist against a nearby rockery, wincing in pain yet indifferent to it. For him, the ache in his hand paled in comparison to the anguish in his heart. Xian is indeed unwell. Lady Lin, supporting herself with the maid's hand, emerged from the carriage, her ethereal figure adorned with a veil that danced around her, giving her an almost celestial presence. "Cousin." Suddenly, a young man with a dark complexion stepped forth, radiating vigor, and clasped his hands in greeting. "It has been a long time, cousin." Madame Lin gazed through the gauze curtain at the young man opposite her, her lips unconsciously curling into a smile. "I heard you were attacked. Is it true what my cousin said, that it was those few students in disguise? You actually witnessed it? It must have been quite the spectacle, with eyes and ears alert to all around." Upon entering the courtyard, Madame Lin summoned a maid to serve tea. Luo Fan glanced around and sighed. "Cousin, this place feels rather desolate. I have always favored tranquility. You know this well. How is it that you were assigned to accompany a wastrel as an envoy?" Upon hearing the news, I truly felt anxious for your safety. Was it that troublemaker from the west? Madame Lin removed her veil, revealing her fair complexion, unadorned and naturally radiant, exuding an air of serene grace that instilled a sense of peace in those who beheld her. "He is not truly a wastrel. My perspective of him has greatly changed during this journey. Rumors can be misleading. As long as you are not burdened by him, that is the best outcome." Just as she spoke, The maid brought in refreshments, and Madame Lin beckoned Luo Fan to partake in the tea, adding, "Xiao Tao, please fetch the old mountain ginseng from the box." Luo Fan inquired, "Is something amiss? Is it you, cousin, who is unwell?" "It is not I, but Director Zhang from Ruyi Academy." Ruyi Academy is a branch of the Auspicious Academy. As the Auspicious Academy's reputation has grown within the country, people from all corners have come to apply. Thus, Lin Shanchong established this branch, entrusting it to one of his esteemed disciples, Zhang Curson. Since it is a subordinate institution, Zhang Curson is referred to as the director to distinguish him from Lin Shanchong. This name sounds familiar. Is he not the young talent mentioned in your letter, cousin? Indeed. Madame Lin merely nodded, saying nothing. Luo Fan found this somewhat peculiar. Previously, she had extolled this young man in her letter, yet now she seemed rather disinterested. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. "Madam, madam, I am the servant of Director Zhang from Ruyi Academy." Madame Lin instructed someone to open the door, and a young boy, no older than 13, rushed in, tears streaming down his face, and fell to his knees. "Madam, our director only wishes to meet you." The maid fetched a box of ginseng for me, and upon hearing this, she became furious. "The director is Madam's disciple. What harm could there be in a meeting?" The boy continued to bow, stating that the director had asked him to deliver this letter to Madam. "Humph, this is a private transaction. Take it away," the maid rejected. However, Madame Lin interjected, "Bring it to me." The maid, pouting, took the letter and handed it to Madame Lin. After hastily glancing at it, Madame Lin tore the letter into shreds, declaring that he should take good care of his health and not worry about the academy. Her actions were swift and decisive. Yet Luo Fan, a seasoned martial artist, possessed keen eyesight. He clearly discerned that the letter contained but a single line. "I know what you have done to me." Chapter 45. Your sister is my sister. Luo Fan recognized the individual as the imperial scribe, Eunuch Li, who had been quite favored during the reign of the late emperor. Though he was a relative of the Eastern Empress, he had never mingled with these eunuchs. He merely nodded slightly and cast a sidelong glance at the jovial Zhengshou, silently inquiring what had transpired to warrant Eunuch Li's personal journey beyond the palace gates. "Look, it's an order to investigate." Zhengshou leaped up with elation, pulling Luo Fan to admire the incense altar, where a sacred edict was displayed. It appeared that Zhengshou's memorial had been submitted not long ago, and concurrently, a petition from the governor had reached the imperial court. The young emperor, greatly pleased, had issued a decree, instructing them to investigate the case while clarifying the local governance and pacifying the region. Upon hearing Zhengshou's account, Luo Fan was taken aback. What is the purpose of this? Wasn't the mission to investigate the Tsin family's army in Jiangnan? How has it transformed into an imperial investigation? Is the young emperor issuing edicts on a whim due to his tender age? He pondered for a moment, then bowed respectfully towards the displayed edict. Before turning to Eunuch Li, "Does this decree bear the seal of the Empress Dowagers?" Eunuch Li's expression changed immediately, and he replied with a sarcastic tone, "We are well aware, General Luo Fan, that you are an outsider. Is that why you are in such a hurry to verify the seals of the two Empress Dowagers?" The seal of the Empress Dowagers indicated that the decree had indeed originated solely from the young emperor, without the knowledge of the empresses. Logically speaking, although the emperor was young and not yet in full control of the state, it remained unthinkable to reject a decree that lacked the approval of the Empress Dowagers. The consequences of defying an edict were far too grave for anyone to bear. Zhengshou chuckled. "Li, my dear friend, after all these years of camaraderie, do not stoop to the level of this dullard. The Emperor's command to investigate is indeed quite magnificent. I extend my gratitude to His Majesty. It is evident that you hold me in high regard, traveling all this way to convey the edict. Indeed, Li, let little Shunzi give your shoulders a gentle massage," he added, with Shunzi quietly supporting him from the side. Eunuch Li chuckled. "Sixth Master, just remember the old servant's words. This realm truly belongs to His Majesty, while others, well, they are merely an afterthought." Zhengshou nodded repeatedly, affirming, "Indeed, you are absolutely correct." Noticing Luo Fan's troubled expression, He attributed it to the long journey of eunuchly and urged for hot water to be prepared, instructing Xiao Shunzi to assist eunuchly with a fragrant bath. Once eunuchly had departed, Luo Fan coldly inquired, "What does this mean? What rank do we hold?" "Regardless of our ranks, this is an imperial edict. Are you contemplating defiance? Have you come to terms with it?" Zhang Shou observed the shift in Luo Fan's expression from agitation to resignation, and he sighed softly. "You are but a pawn in the hands of the Western Empress Dowager, while I am merely a discarded piece cast aside by my elder brother. Neither of the empresses dares to place their trust lightly. Given that the emperor harbors other intentions, what shall we do but acquiesce? Perhaps being indecisive may be the only viable path." Luo Fan gazed at Zhang Shou, noting the spark in the young man's eyes, and whispered, "You have indeed been feigning ignorance. Your understanding surpasses that of anyone else." Zhang Shou offered a bitter smile. "If I did not feign ignorance, could I have lived in peace until now?" A silence enveloped them. It is often said that within the confines of a household, disputes abound. The prince's residence, being the largest abode outside the Forbidden City, is fraught with untold complexities involving nobility. Observing the relaxation of Luo Fan's features, Zhang Shou chuckled, "So you have relatives here. I ought to pay them a visit. Are you perhaps an inner man?" Upon seeing Luo Fan's brow furrow, Zhang Shou burst into laughter. "I was merely jesting. I cannot go myself, but perhaps Qin Jiu could accompany me for a visit. After all, we are in this together, like two grasshoppers on the same string, inseparable comrades." "Stop! What nonsense are you spouting?" Rofan's brow furrowed in an even more intriguing manner, pondering the chaotic state of affairs. In summary, since he had already arrived, it would be rather impolite not to pay a visit, so he decided to send his junior to do so on his behalf. The complaints of Chuki echoed in his mind, and a playful notion suddenly flickered through his thoughts. Zhang Shou was unaware of Qin Jiu's inner discontent. If he could unknowingly add to his vexation, it would be akin to executing divine justice. With this thought, his lips unconsciously curled into a subtle smile. Zhang Shou, noticing the sudden relaxation in his expression and the faint smile that graced his lips, felt an immediate alarm within. What was he plotting? Why did he smile at the mere mention of that girl? What sentiments did he harbor towards her? Shunzi was attending to the bathing of the eunuchly, while Zhang Shou approached the door of Qin Jiu's room and whispered, "Miss Qin." "Sixth uncle," came Qin Jiu's voice, always delicate and timid, as if afraid of startling something. "I will take you to visit a certain lady shortly. Please consider it as an official introduction on my behalf." "Understood," Qin Jiu replied, acknowledging his request. Chuki peered through the cracks of the window, watching Zhang Shou depart, and stomped her foot, exclaiming, "Miss Qin, that person harbors ill intentions. Why do you heed him so obediently?" Qin Jiu replied coolly, "How should I resist? Should I weep and wail, questioning why you have made me bait to lure out the innate disciples? Chuki, if I cannot rely on my biological father, how much assistance can I expect from a so-called uncle with no genuine ties?" Chuki was momentarily taken aback by her words. Indeed, Qin Jiu, a 13-year-old girl, found herself unappreciated in the princess's residence. Now, having ventured into the world, she has lost her accompanying nanny amidst the chaos of battle. A maid has succumbed to poison and become mute, and she herself narrowly escaped having her face marred by a woman from the Heavenly Saint sect. She is utterly alone, and relying on a frivolous character like Lord Zheng Lu is hardly a viable option. The very notion of such familial ties is utterly ludicrous. Outside, the sun blazes fiercely, and with it, the specter of death seeks its prey. The nobleman is of exalted lineage, and here, he is certainly the most appropriate refuge. A faint voice emanates from the corner. Zhang Shou sighed, lamenting his misfortune and the peculiar entanglement with these individuals. Yet, the thought of the black-haired girl's cousin stirs a flicker of anticipation within him. Chapter 46. The Innocent Affections of a Young Girl. Greetings, Miss Qin. Lady Lin grasped Qin Jiu's hand and led her into the courtyard, with Chu Qi following closely, her curious gaze flitting about. Originally from Xiang'an County, she had not sold herself to the Mai family. Rather, it was a matter of employment, and Mrs. Mai treated her with kindness, never imposing restrictions. The maidservants around Lady Lin were accustomed to decorum, and they regarded Chu Chi's innocent and carefree demeanor with disdain. As Lady Lin held her hand, she felt the chill of her fingers. The girl was slender, and such coldness suggested a lingering ailment. Had she not fared well in the princess's residence? How could a girl nurtured in such luxury be in poor health? While her heart brimmed with questions, her lips uttered celebratory words. How could I ever blame you? It is precisely girls like you that I cherish the most. After a day spent in the company of mischievous students, how delightful it would be to have a young lady to converse with. They entered the main hall, where a maidservant presented tea. Qingjiu was particularly sensitive. Upon noticing the maid's gaze drifting towards Chu Chi, he promptly clarified, "This is Chu Chi, a friend invited to keep me company." A friend indeed. Chu Chi cheerfully nodded and exclaimed, "Madam Lin, you are truly beautiful." "Me?" Madam Lin laughed, gently caressing her face and sighing, "I am growing old, unlike you young girls. So fresh and youthful." "Not at all. You are not old in the slightest. As lovely as a bodhisattva," Chu Chi sincerely praised. Madam Lin, while not exceptionally beautiful, possessed fair skin and delicate features, exuding a sense of compassion that was particularly comforting to behold. "Sister Chu Chi, your innocence and charm are delightful. I am quite fond of you," Madam Lin remarked. As a maid approached to serve tea, she cast another glance at Chu Chi upon hearing this compliment. After a brief conversation, which revolved around the books Qingjiu had read and the beauty of the pouch she wore, believed to be her own embroidery, the topics remained mundane, typical of conversations among women of the household. When it was time to take leave, Madam Lin, having been told by Chu Chi that the tea from the Lin family was exquisite, presented her with a large package of it, causing Chu Chi to smile broadly. Madam Lin accompanied Qingjiu and Chu Chi to the exit when suddenly a figure emerged from the side, bowing and addressing, "Is it not Madam Lin?" "Sixth uncle. What brings you here?" Madam Lin, clearly perturbed, feigned ignorance and turned to leave. Zhang Shou then quietly remarked, "February 19th, the moonlight over the lotus pond." Madam Lin's body stiffened momentarily before being supported by the maid as she continued inward, the door creaking shut behind her, leaving only the resounding clatter of the bronze door rings. Chu Chi lamented, "Everything was perfectly fine until Sixth Master arrived and stirred up chaos." "Ah, you little girl. Have you begun to turn your elbows outward after taking someone else's things?" Zhang Shou exclaimed as he snatched the oil paper bag from her hands. "Come, let me see what treasures you possess." Chu Chi hurriedly attempted to reclaim it, but Zhang Shou, being taller, was beyond her reach. In a frantic tone, she cried, "Give it to me, give it to me. It's a gift from Madam Lin." He opened the paper bag, took a glance, and then stuffed it into Chu Chi's embrace. "Tea leaves, is it? Look at how you treasure them. You are a noble lord, accustomed to opulence. What splendid delicacies have you not encountered? A humble girl like me has never sipped such fine tea." Zhang Shou was momentarily taken aback and turned to Qingjiu. "What is this? Does Miss Qin not possess fine tea either?" Qingjiu lowered her head in silence. Indeed, the tea she had was akin to hay, utterly dreadful, merely lending a hint of flavor to the water, far inferior to that from my family. It turned out that the last time that old woman scolded you over tea, you have been drinking such poor quality? Even Chu Chi looks down on it. How can you endure it? Once they boarded the carriage, Zhang Shou rode alongside, with guards trailing not too far behind. "How does Madam Lin treat others?" Zhang Shou inquired. "She is gentle and gracious, seemingly flawless, yet I believe she is, in fact, quite a spiteful person," Qingjiu reported candidly. "What leads you to that conclusion?" Zhang Shou was taken aback. How could this young girl discern Madam Lin's spitefulness in such a brief moment? Her maidservant held herself in high regard and treated others with disdain, casting scornful glances at Chu Chi on multiple occasions. The Lin family is modest in number, comprising only a master, a servant, and an elderly doorkeeper. If Madam Lin were truly a person of compassion and kindness, her maid would not exhibit such petty cruelty. I suspect that Madam Lin's true nature is not as amiable and benevolent as it appears. Qingjiu whispered, "Come now, with your loud proclamations. A few stern glares won't cost you an ounce of flesh. If anything, it would be for the better." I see you are quite plump. Indeed. Chu Chi possessed a round, rosy face that was quite endearing, yet it seems women in this world are often sensitive to remarks about their weight. Chu Chi lamented. Sixth Master, your words are rather piercing. Well, bear it. In time, your heart will be so battered that it shall no longer feel pain, Qingjiu replied. Although her tone was teasing, Qingjiu discerned a hint of sorrow, which reminded her of Zhang Shou's background. Born posthumously after the old lord's passing, he had been deprived of his title, which was inherited by half-brothers. A child who ought to have been spoiled had instead found himself in a rather awkward predicament. The grandest estates outside the palace are the royal mansions. In such a place, he must have endured hardships akin to her own. Lost in thought, she was nudged by Chu Chi. My lady, do listen. Is it appropriate for the Sixth Master to speak thus? The Sixth Master speaks the truth. It is inevitable to feel sorrow. One learns from hardship, and experiencing sadness early on is not without merit. Chu Chi's round eyes widened even further. Heavens, my lady. How can you echo the Sixth Master's sentiments? It is truly quite unfair. Ah, Chu Chi, these are sincere words. As for the Sixth Master, I wonder how much he has endured to articulate such thoughts. Qin Jiuxin gently draped his arm over Chuki's shoulder, leaning close to her ear and whispering, Is this truly the case? You are relatives and would not conspire to deceive me or toy with my emotions, would you? As he spoke, he suddenly reached out to tickle Qingjiu. Being exceedingly ticklish, Qingjiu could not suppress a soft laugh. Zheng Shou, riding alongside the carriage, listened to the muffled laughter emanating from within, akin to the sound of someone biting their lip in mirth. And he could not help but sigh inwardly. To stifle even the slightest display of feminine affection, how arduous these years have been. Chapter 47. Matters of ambiguity within the confines of Rui Academy. A palpable sense of unease permeated the air, as rumors swirled that Director Zhang's illness may be beyond remedy. On this day, a young servant burst into Zhang Kerson's chamber, cradling a large box in his arms. Director, look, this is a gift from Madame Lin. This servant was the same one who had sought aid from the Lin family just the other day. Sister, is it truly for my sister? Has she forgiven me? Director Zhang struggled to prop himself up with his arm. Do not deceive me. She is greatly disappointed in me. It is indeed true, sent by Madame Lin herself. As the messenger confirmed, I even rewarded him with 3 coins. In truth, the servant had merely given a few small coins and embellished the tale. Director Zhang's condition seemed to improve instantly, and he clasped his hands together, exclaiming, Amit Ba, the fact that my sister sends me gifts is more effective than any miraculous elixir. The young servant nodded repeatedly, but suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he wore a troubled expression and asked, What shall we say regarding Master Lin? Yesterday, he sent someone to say he would come to visit you this evening. Do not let him come. Director Zhang's voice suddenly grew sharp. What use are you? Worthless? He struck the bed with his hand. At that moment, a man's voice drifted in from outside. What is this? Has Kerson ceased to welcome me? Upon hearing this voice, the young servant trembled, his gaze towards Director Zhang filled with profound pity. As the words fell, a man in his 50s with a long beard entered. It was Lin Shan, the head of Jixiang Academy, carrying a small box. Upon seeing Director Zhang propped up against the pillow, he felt a rush of joy and hurried over, grasping Zhang's hand and exclaiming, My son, how splendid it is that you can sit up. Director Zhang attempted to pull away his hand, but Lin Shan laughed. Oh, my child, it has only been a few days since we last met, and you seem so distant. Do you not know how worried I have been? The young servant accepted the small box with a smile, saying, Thanks to Master Lin, we were fortunate to find such a large ginseng. Lin Shan laughed heartily. I was indeed troubled about this old ginseng. I recall that your grandmother's father once possessed a great fortune. Although his family has fallen on hard times, even a starved camel is larger than a horse. A little wealth still trickles through the fingers. Noticing a strange expression on Zhang's face, Lin Shan added, Do not worry. If you truly wish to pursue her, I shall not stand in your way. After all, we are still family. You would make a fine son-in-law. Kerson, infuriated, coughed incessantly. Pointing towards the door, get out." Upon witnessing the scene, the servant swiftly fled, overwhelmed by fear. The mountain master, however, paid no heed to his words. He approached the bedside, seated himself, and gently caressed the young man's chest, murmuring, "Why must you torment yourself so? It is one thing to be at odds with me, but why take it out on your own body? Look at what you have done to yourself." Ku Exine gasped for breath, exclaiming, "You wish for my demise. You know I have been suffering from this ailment for days on end, yet you show no mercy." The mountain master chuckled softly, "Your father dotes on you. How could he bear to see you suffer? Is it true that you have affections for my niece?" Ku Exine vehemently shook his head. No. I have never felt such feelings. I have always regarded Madame Lin as a sister." Lin Shanchong stroked his face, saying, "Look at how emaciated you have become. My son, it is truly pitiful. Please, stop coughing, it breaks my heart. You are my precious darling, and she is my niece, which makes her your sister in a sense. I trust that your feelings are innocent. You would not harbor any romantic inclinations towards women." As the coughing gradually subsided, Ku Exine turned onto his side, facing away and ignoring Lin Shanchong. "Is it not over half a year since Mo Zhanxiang's death?" Lin Shanchong suddenly inquired. Ku Exine's shoulders trembled slightly. "Why bring him up now? I recall that it was your dear sister, my beloved niece, who led me and the county magistrate to the lotus pond that day," Lin Shanchong reminisced. Ku Exine abruptly turned to face him, his bright eyes fixed on Lin Shanchong. "Do not speak nonsense. Madame Lin is not that kind of person." Lin Shanchong playfully pinched his chin, smiling. "Then pray tell, what kind of person is my beloved niece? And what kind of person are you? Furthermore, regarding the deceased Mo Zhanxing, what manner of person was he? Did he genuinely torment you? Or did you deliberately provoke him to allow me and County Magistrate he to witness his misconduct towards you?" Ku Exine's face flushed crimson. He was no virtuous individual. "I had no inkling that the county magistrate and supervisor he would visit the academy. It was he who perpetually bullied me. And that instance was merely a coincidence of your arrival." Principal Lin tightened his grip on her chin, leaving crimson marks upon Ku Exine's fair jaw. "I have never harbored any ambiguous feelings towards Madame Lin. I, Jean Ku Exine, can swear before heaven," Ku Exine declared. "Should I possess any ulterior motives, may I meet with a fate devoid of burial. Alas, my child, I merely sought to frighten you. There was no need for such a venomous oath. My heart aches at your words. Come, allow your father to cherish you properly." As he spoke, faint sounds emanated from within the room. A servant, trembling, pressed his ear against the door, eavesdropping for a moment, his face flushed with embarrassment before he hurried away. After taking a few steps, he encountered a strikingly handsome young man, the likes of which he had never seen before. His skin was flawless, and his eyes, seemingly filled with suppressed sorrow, appeared both fierce and gentle. His lips were well-defined, tinted with the blush of spring, and he resembled a succulent, sweet peach, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. Realizing his disordered thoughts, the servant turned and fled, feeling unworthy to face this man. He was convinced that those compassionate eyes could discern the depths of his own sordid heart. "Ah, do not depart, young sir. I have come to apply to the Rui Academy. Is Director Zhang present?" The man saw the young servant turn around, elegantly bowing to him, and took out a piece of silver to place in the servant's hand. "My name is Zheng Lu, and I have come to apply for the academy. I kindly ask you to inform Director Zhang and facilitate my entry." The servant, clutching the silver with a furrowed brow, replied, "I would like to assist you. But who will assist me? Whether assistance is granted or not does not depend solely on silver, but rather on our director's personal matters, if he has the time." Chapter 48. The Secret of the Academy, Part 1. "Kind sir, it is quite a journey for me, and entering Jixiang Academy seems hopeless. Thus, I have come to Ru-Yi to test my fortune." The servant, still holding the silver, mused to himself that this man, dressed elegantly and possessing striking features, was undoubtedly a wealthy fool, the sort whose family was affluent yet foolish. He gestured for Zheng Lu to follow him. As they turned behind a rockery, the servant glanced askew at him. "You wish to attend Jixiang Academy?" Zheng Lu nodded, then shook his head, scratching his hair foolishly. It's impossible to get in. I've heard that Jixiang Academy has very stringent exam requirements, and one must have a letter of recommendation from a high official. My grades are not impressive, and I am not acquainted with any high officials. How could I possibly gain entry? If I can enter Ruyi, I would be grateful. Observing Zheng Lu's foolish demeanor, the servant felt a surge of delight. It appeared he was merely a decorative pillow, looking the part but utterly lacking substance. He feigned a troubled expression and nodded. What you say is quite valid. However, I am aligned with Director Zhang, who is the most favored disciple of Master Lin Shan. Otherwise, he wouldn't hold the position of director here. The path to that goal is not easily charted. The young servant adopted a hesitant demeanor. Zhang Lu then retrieved a piece of silver from his pouch and pressed it into the servant's hand. The servant, overjoyed, weighed it in his palm with evident satisfaction and beckoned Zhang Lu to lean closer, whispering a few words in his ear. Zhang Lu's expression turned to one of astonishment upon hearing. What? You mean Director Lin would accept me just upon seeing me? How could that be possible? Indeed. The director of Jixiang Academy has a penchant for selecting students based on their appearance. Young Master Zhang, you possess such striking looks, even surpassing our dean, and you're youthful. The director is bound to take a liking to you, the servant assured. Still, Zheng Lu remained skeptical. Surely, that cannot be true. How could such a thing happen? Jixiang Academy is notoriously difficult to gain admission to. How could it be based on looks? You are merely trying to deceive me after I just gave you silver. You are being rather unfair. The servant chuckled mysteriously. Do you know about rabbits? Zheng Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. Rabbits? Could it be that Director Lin has a taste for rabbits? Does he prefer them spicy or braised? Oh, I know a kind from Sichuan that is exceptionally delicious. I can arrange for some to be brought. There is no shortage, as long as the director enjoys them. The servant laughed heartily. Oh, spare me. The director favors those who are fair, clean, and handsome like you. What? So he has a preference for fine young men? Zheng Lu exclaimed, his voice rising in shock. Oh dear, young master, why speak so loudly? What if someone hears? The servant stamped his foot. I mention this only because I see how eager you are to enter the academy. If you shout like that, what if someone discovers it? What will become of Director Lin's reputation? Zheng Lu understood one thing. Do you mean that no one else knows about this matter? Indeed, Lin Shanshang is renowned as a great scholar. Even if he were to indulge in improper behavior towards the students of the academy, once discovered, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. You need only rely on your good looks to gain entry into the academy. As a man of stature, how could you not assert yourself against him? Moreover, once you possess leverage over him, what is there to fear? He is of an advanced age and could not possibly overpower you. Such a splendid opportunity arises solely because of your amiable nature and handsome appearance, which prompted me to discreetly inform you. Yet you threatened to jeopardize my livelihood. How misguided I was in my judgment of you. Zheng Lu paused momentarily. Indeed, once I have entered the academy, I shall be in a position of strength. I am young and vigorous, and he cannot do anything to me. If he were to force the issue, I could certainly hold my own. Precisely. That is the right mindset, young Master Zhang. I am taking quite a risk in assisting you, potentially facing expulsion from the academy myself. Look, is that not the case? The young servant lowered his voice. Glancing around, if you raise the stakes a little, I can arrange for you to encounter Shanshang directly. Zheng Lu handed over more silver, and the young servant whispered a few words into his ear, punctuated by some suggestive laughter. Good heavens, are you implying that the dean and Shanshang? Oh my, it is truly like that. Not only that, observe how our dean Zhang exudes righteousness, portraying himself as a virtuous man. However, when he first arrived at Jixiang Academy, he was quite indiscreet, entangled in various intrigues, causing several individuals to vie for his affection. Ultimately, it even led to loss of life. Dean Zhang's capabilities are indeed, one might say, akin to a femme fatale. Perhaps it was the generous remuneration that prompted the servant to speak more candidly, revealing everything without reservation. My dear friend, he lamented, why do I feel such trepidation? As an outsider, should I truly gain admission to the academy, I fear I may be ill-equipped to navigate the complexities of these individuals and affairs. Please assist me fully. Regale me with tales, as if saving my life. I have no desire to pursue my studies only to inexplicably lose my existence." Seeing this handsome young man grasping his sleeve in earnest supplication, the servant's darker inclinations were satisfied, and he proceeded to elaborate extensively. "The dean, while not as striking as you, possesses a fair complexion and a gentle demeanor. His character is exceedingly amiable. He hails from Jiangnan, speaking in a soft and melodious tone, quite pleasant to the ear. He arrived at the academy the previous year, and almost immediately, he became the object of attention for several students of dubious reputation. These individuals, silent yet persistent, would visit his quarters daily under the pretext of studying together, though their intentions were far from noble. At that time, the dean maintained an exemplary standard of conduct, avoiding any entanglements with such characters. Eventually, jealousy among these suitors led to a confrontation. On the day of the brawl, our esteemed principal was accompanying the county magistrate and the academic supervisor on an inspection and caught them red-handed. What a disgrace! The principal, in a fit of rage, summoned the offenders for a reprimand, instructing them to depart. Subsequently, it is said that a scholar by the surname of Mo met his untimely end in the Lotus Pond, rumored to have succumbed to despair and drowned. Alas, what folly! Brotherhood should be born of mutual consent. A forced relationship bears no sweetness. Instead, one should devote oneself to diligent study at Jixiang Academy, aspiring to pass the imperial examinations and secure an official position, thus gaining the means to fulfill one's desires. Look at our Dean Zhang, who has since soared to great heights. In just over 2 years, the young lady has remarkably ascended to the position of dean of the branch. Zheng Lu nodded appreciatively, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, kind sir, for your assistance. I, Zheng, will remember your guidance when I achieve success in my studies at the academy." The young servant smiled and replied, "No need for such formalities." Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Ah, it's almost time. Quickly, follow me, for your fortune awaits at this very moment." Zheng Lu accompanied the young servant to the front courtyard, where the servant instructed, "As soon as I wave my hand, you must pretend to walk into the courtyard. Be swift, for the person you will collide with is the headmaster. Now, prepare yourself." How could there exist such a strikingly handsome youth in this world? He appeared to be no more than 20. With lips as red as coral and teeth as white as pearls, complemented by a pair of eyes as clear and sparkling as black crystal, a hint of melancholy lingered in his brow. Even the legendary Pan and would pale in comparison. "How audacious you are, rushing forth and daring to bump into the headmaster." The young servant feigned authority. It turned out to be the headmaster. Student Zheng Lu pays his respects to the headmaster. Young Master Zhang's gaze was ablaze, overflowing with youthful exuberance. Chapter 49. The Secrets of the Academy, Part 4. On the surface, Headmaster Lin appeared unperturbed, yet within, he was tumultuous. Experience had taught him well. He took several deep breaths to restore his composure. On this journey, the carriage contained only him and the young Imperial Envoy. He, a distinguished scholar of the present age, had presided over the Lin family's academy for nearly a century, earning a stellar reputation. In contrast, this young envoy had made quite a stir upon his departure from the capital, garnering attention for all the wrong reasons. Despite having reached adulthood, the court had conferred no honors upon him, for he was the illegitimate son of an old prince. Under normal circumstances, one born into such lineage would be granted the title of General of the State. Previously, one could attribute his lack of recognition to the suppression by the Prince of Cheng, but now, as an adult, the court continued to withhold any title, leaving him as a nameless, idle royal relative, overshadowed by his brother, the powerful Prince of Cheng. This clearly illustrated the young lord's failures as a person. In this world, would people place their trust in a venerable scholar like himself or in a frivolous wastrel? The answer was evident. Lin Shan's heart grew calmer as he listened to Zheng Shou's derisive laughter. "Do you not fear that I might have witnesses to your pretentiousness? 3 men can create a tiger. Slander can ruin reputations. I believe any rational individual would trust me over you." As for the so-called witnesses you mention, I have spent years at the auspicious academy, offending many powerful figures, and it is not uncommon for some to maliciously fabricate accusations or bribe a few petty students to speak against me. Lin Shan stroked his long beard with a smile. Noting the absurdity of attempting to implicate him in Mo Zhanxiang's death, it was truly a heartless act. Zheng Shou chuckled. You are far more shameless than I had imagined. Young man, I, Lin Zhishan, have cherished my reputation over the years and am not afraid of your provocations. Lin Shan continued to maintain his feigned righteousness. Scrutinizing Zheng Shou as he remarked, I have read the court's official reports. The court has ordered you to Jiangnan to oversee the suppression of bandits. Why then are you meddling in local incidents? The local magistrate firmly believes that Mo Zhanxiang fell into the water on his own, while the Imperial Envoy, far away in the capital, seems to know everything. Such notions are merely the musings of a child, steeped in naivety. Lin Shanchong, do not act so brazenly. The heavens are watching. The spirit of Mo Zhanxiang lingers behind you, his pallid visage and sunken eyes, weeping the murky essence of the lotus pond. Have you caught a whiff of that foul, putrid odor? Zheng Shou slowly raised his hand, directing it towards Lin Shanchong's back. His fingers were exquisitely slender and pale, resembling fine jade. Lin Shanchong's gaze was transfixed, eyes glued to that delicate hand, his mind wandering to the thought that to be caressed by such fingers, even death would be worth it. Observing his dazed expression, Zheng Shou reached out again to strike, but the carriage came to a halt. The young servant, trailing behind, gasped for breath and exclaimed, Shanchong, we have arrived at the academy. Thus, they had indeed reached the auspicious academy. Lin Shanchong rose, calm and composed. Please, esteemed envoy. You first. Very well, I shall take the lead. In recent years, Zheng Shou had caused quite a stir in the capital. Yet this was the first time he encountered such unabashed audacity. Even before revealing his true identity, the other was already grasping at his hand with ulterior motives, now presenting himself with the facade of a cultured sage. This incited Zheng Shou's competitive spirit, since you wish to masquerade. I shall peel away your false mask layer by layer. Firmly planting his feet, he gazed at the antique archway opposite him, declaring, the sign of the auspicious academy must be thoroughly polished. The young servant respectfully assisted Lin Shanchong down from the carriage, pointing towards the entrance. Oh, why are there so many vehicles parked here? The esteemed headmaster Shan, the Imperial Envoy, and the county magistrate, along with the academic supervisor, have all arrived and are presently accompanied by Professor Liu as they stroll through the courtyard. The old doorkeeper hurriedly approaches, and Headmaster Shan turns to Zheng Shou, who responds with a smile. Perfect timing, everyone is here. Let us explore what this auspicious academy truly entails. Headmaster Shan steps back respectfully and gestures, Your Excellency, please. Zheng Shou, unwilling to be outdone, lifts his robes and strides confidently inside. Ro Fan, accompanied by the county magistrate and the academic supervisor, has reached the vicinity of the lotus pond in the academy's rear garden. The pond is quite expansive and exudes an air of elegance. Ro Fan points towards the pond in admiration. Surrounding the pond are weeping willows, their numerous green tendrils swaying gracefully in the breeze, while the lotus leaves stretch out endlessly, evoking the imagery of a boundless expanse of emerald. Were it not for the unjust spirit of Mo Zhanxiang lingering in the pond, this would indeed be a serene haven. Indeed, this place cultivates lotuses and is home to many fish. Every year, the academy harvests fish to supplement the students' meals. Some students hail from farming families and even assist in digging up lotus roots and catching fish, thus blending education with leisure, the academic supervisor remarks with a smile, pointing to the distance. Please observe, Your Excellency, that this pond connects to an irrigation channel linked with the river outside. The water can be utilized for irrigation, and further lies fertile land, all belonging to the academy. The students cultivate the fields themselves. The notion of neglecting physical labor while seeking knowledge does not exist here. The county magistrate and academic supervisor nod in agreement. However, Ro Fan shifts the conversation. Last year, a student by the surname of Mo encountered a mishap here, did he not? The academic supervisor's expression falters slightly as he forces a smile. Your Excellency is aware of this matter? I have heard some whispers, Fan replies. Oh, this matter. Alas, Mo Zhanxiang is indeed capable of recognizing his errors. Yet it is a pity that his intentions are misguided and his affections run too deep. Had he lived, he would assuredly have graduated this year. The county magistrate sighed, seemingly lamenting for Mo Zhanxiang. He was undeniably talented, yet unfortunately, he hailed from a certain coastal region in the southeast, notorious for its male camaraderie, often referred to as brotherly bonds. After gaining admission to the academy, he consistently ranked among the top scholars, earning considerable respect among his peers. Regrettably, he possessed talent without virtue and harbored ill intentions. On one occasion, he assaulted a student named Zhang Kursin. Oh, the very Zhang who is now distanced from us as the esteemed director. At that time, my grandfather and I happened to be at the academy and witnessed him strike Zhang Kursin near this lotus pond. We intervened, and the incident became public. In a moment of despair, he tragically took his own life by drowning right here. The academic supervisor pointed to a large stone at their feet. After the academy reported the incident, I arrived as well. He must have entered the water from here, into the depths before us. Given that Mo Zhanxiang was from the southeastern coast, he should have been a proficient swimmer. How could he have slipped into the water and failed to resurface? Could it not be possible that someone pushed him? Luo Qingyan inquired. The mud beneath this lotus pond is exceedingly deep. Stepping onto it is quite treacherous, and it is conceivable that one could become ensnared and unable to rise. Then let us find a student of similar stature and swimming ability to jump in and see if he can emerge unscathed without external assistance. Suddenly, a figure approached, moving gracefully like flowers swaying in the breeze. She was remarkably beautiful, her eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief, capturing the attention of both the county magistrate and the academic supervisor, who swallowed hard in awe. Chapter 50 The Secrets of the Academy, v. In a moment of daze. The figure appeared before them as if he could traverse the clouds, smiling as he inquired, County Magistrate, do you not recognize me? The magistrate's face flushed with embarrassment. When this imperial envoy donned his official robes, he merely resembled a dandy. Yet now, clad in simple attire, he possessed an extraordinary allure, tall and graceful, with striking features that captivated all who beheld him. The academic supervisor's face turned crimson as he stammered, I pay my respects to the imperial envoy. Zheng Shou nodded. You are the academic supervisor of this county. Yes, my surname is Lin, and I am called Lin Jimian. Lin Jishan and Lin Jimian, are you siblings? Indeed. The mountain master belongs to the main branch of the Lin family, while I am from the third branch. Zheng Shou chuckled coldly. So it appears the Lin family holds absolute sway over this auspicious academy? From top to bottom, are all of you Lin family members? County Magistrate, you wouldn't happen to share the surname Lin as well, would you? No, my surname is Xia. What you may not know, esteemed sir, is that our auspicious academy has maintained a solid academic reputation for a century. Our students are required to engage in agricultural work, including tasks in the lotus pond, which they have visited numerous times. Indeed, the silt is quite thick, and it must be dredged every few years. This muck is then transported to the fields as fertilizer. Lin Jishan stepped forward, naturally explaining while pointing towards the lotus pond. It seemed as though everything that had transpired in the carriage was merely a figment of Zhang Shou's imagination. Lin Jishan appeared immaculate, like the lotus blossoms emerging from the muddy waters, untainted by the mire. Truly embodying the unity of knowledge and action, it appears that Lin Jishan is no mere bookworm. Zheng Shou seemed to express his admiration. The auspicious academy has always upheld such principles, and the heads of the institution throughout the ages have never been individuals who are indifferent to diligence or oblivious to the intricacies of life. Supervisor Lin elucidated this point. Indeed, good health allows one to accomplish many tasks with both heart and strength. One can achieve much, haha. Zhang Shou chuckled a few times, casting a sidelong glance at Headmaster Lin, who seemed somewhat cryptic, as if harboring dissatisfaction towards the academy. Since many students from your esteemed institution have ventured into the lotus pond without incident, Why is it that the individual surnamed Mo met his demise therein? How can you be so certain that he drowned himself rather than falling accidentally, or being the victim of foul play? Was there a suicide note left behind? Zheng Shou turned to Headmaster Lin. Headmaster Lin was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this young envoy would possess such sharp reasoning, wielding his own arguments against him. This situation is fraught with uncertainties. After all, Mo Zhanxiang had previously traversed the Lotus Pond, but that was during daylight, with everyone working together. On the day of the incident, however, the moon was obscured and the winds howled, with no one around. He had received disciplinary action from the academy, was compelled to leave, and in a moment of despair, he may have chosen to take the plunge. Even if he later regretted his decision, the lack of anyone to call for help could indeed account for his fate. Headmaster Lin sighed. Yes, it is plausible that Mo Zhanxiang, faced with unexpected expulsion, succumbed to despair. The supervisor and the county magistrate nodded in agreement, sharing a collective lament for Mo Zhanxiang's untimely death. Luo Fan observed Headmaster Lin, then glanced at the magistrate and the supervisor. His previous skepticism regarding the academy's potential for hidden transgressions was beginning to wane. The expressions of these three individuals spoke volumes. Mo Zhanxiang, an ordinary student of the auspicious academy, would naturally be known to the headmaster, but why did both the magistrate and the supervisor also recognize him? What kind of remarkable individual is Mo Zhanxiang? He has perused the list of awards from Jixiang Academy over the years, and it is evident that he has garnered attention from the influential figures in the region. As each annual list is publicly announced and subjected to scrutiny by all students, leaving no room for deception. How has such an ordinary student attracted the favor of local authorities? Both the county magistrate and the academic supervisor have expressed a notable impression of him. The supervisor recently remarked on his considerable talent. Having reviewed the list of distinguished students from the academy's history, I found no mention of Mo Zhanxiang. I am curious about how a seemingly ordinary student has come to the attention of the supervisor and the magistrate. The academic supervisor was momentarily at a loss for words, while the magistrate replied, "As for the talents of Mo Zhanxiang, I am not entirely certain. What I do know is that last year, by the Lotus Pond, he was involved in a scuffle with Zhang Kursin, which was quite a disgraceful incident. At that time, I was immensely irate and reproached both of them. Shortly thereafter, he fell into the water, prompting the academy to report the incident to the county office. Since it occurred at Jixiang Academy, I personally inspected the scene, which is why he has left a deep impression on me." The magistrate relayed this information truthfully. It appears that the academic supervisor's impression of him may also stem from this incident. Luo Fan's gaze swept over the supervisor, who could not help but shudder internally. The piercing gaze of this stern-faced general was somewhat intimidating. Yes, indeed, the supervisor quickly nodded in agreement, fearful that any delay would result in the magistrate's sharp scrutiny pinning him like a stone. However, you previously claimed that Mo Zhanxiang was exceptionally talented. From where did you observe such talent? There is no record of him in any of the lists. Could it be that he fell into the water intentionally or unintentionally? Lin, does one discern a person's talent from their misdeeds? The supervisor, terrified, fell to his knees, exclaiming, "My lord, I have spoken thoughtlessly. Please punish me." The beautiful envoy crouched down, facing the supervisor directly. Zheng Shou observed the man before him, who appeared to be in his 40s, with a fair complexion, a long beard, and an air of refinement. The auspicious academy was initially established by private means, but gained renown over time, leading the court to appoint supervisors to oversee its management. Although the principal was always held by the Lin family, it seems that having family supervise family makes your role quite effortless. Zheng Shou raised his fan and suddenly tilted the supervisor's chin. The supervisor's face flushed crimson. "My lord, a gentleman may be killed but not humiliated," he retorted loudly, his whiskers bristling indignantly. "In what manner have I humiliated you?" Zheng Shou chuckled lightly, standing up to gaze at Principal Lin. "I am well aware of your identity, and I shall certainly investigate your cousin's background. In my view, it would be prudent for your brother to meet with me tonight to align our narratives." You must understand that I hail from a royal household, and my eunuchs have acquired considerable skills from the palace. Should they choose to test your brother one by one, I fear you may find yourselves compelled to say whatever they dictate. What then shall you do?" He laughed heartily as he turned away. How absurd, how laughable. Mo-Zhanxiang. What a name indeed. It is a prophetic utterance. Before he could soar to great heights, he has already met his downfall in the waters. Such a pity. The meaning of his words left Principal Lin and the supervisor exchanging glances, hastily averting their eyes to avoid meeting each other's gaze. What has been done, what is known, and the matters that are shared only between heaven, earth, you, and me. A person's secret may remain forever concealed within the depths of their heart. But what of two individuals? The words cast aside by Zheng Shou have already caused the two Lin brothers to drift apart. Chapter 51. The Secrets of the Academy, Part 6. These two Imperial envoys are here for our academy. Would you truly resign yourself to the decline of our Lin family's legacy under our uncle's stewardship? It is he who has failed to honor our ancestors. The glory of the Lin family cannot be upheld by a mere girl like me. Madame Lin glanced anxiously at Lin Shanchong, her tone unembellished. What good comes from dredging up the past? Let us not forget your father had a hand in it as well. The head of the Lin family has been scrutinized and criticized. Do you think your father was any less tainted? Madame Lin's chest heaved with indignation. Why must you implicate my father for your own misdeeds? Dear niece, do you truly believe in your father's innocence? You were 13 when he passed. You are well aware of the circumstances surrounding your mother's death and your father's demise. If not, why have you endured the solitude of widowhood? It must have been a trial for you, to withstand the temptation of so many vibrant youths before your eyes. Disgusting. Furious. Madame Lin rose, pointing towards the door. I ask that you leave. Is this how a niece speaks to her uncle? Lin Shanchong narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing. You have wrought this chaos. It is your responsibility to resolve it. My good deeds. You are well aware of the true circumstances surrounding Mo-Zhanxiang's death. The uncle and nephew stood in stark opposition, with Madame Lin casting a frigid glare upon him. Mo-Zhanxiang was a student I held in great esteem. His demise fills me with profound regret. Were it not for your indulgence, how could he have become entangled with Zhang Curson? How could he ultimately have faced expulsion? You are the architects of his demise. Lin Shanchong, observing his niece's righteous demeanor, erupted into laughter that echoed through the room, as though he had encountered the most ludicrous spectacle. His amusement was so uncontrollable that tears streamed down his face. Ah, what a splendid tale you weave. Are you planning to share this with the Imperial Envoy as well? Let us all unveil the truth. I am well aware of every misdeed you have committed. And then what? Will you drag your ancestors' graves with you into the depths of hell alongside us? Lin Shanchong's tone was venomous. Let us all perish together. Along with the Lin family, we unworthy descendants shall share the fate, and no one shall escape. Not so, dear uncle. Even if you harbor murderous intent against me, it is to no avail. I have meticulously documented your actions, concealed in a place known only to myself. With that, Madame Lin turned and strode towards the inner chamber. Lin Shanchong was relentless. Stop right there. Lin's sister, I have arrived. A woman's voice called from the doorway. The door creaked open, and upon seeing Lin Shanchong still seething with rage, the newcomer gasped in surprise. Miss, there is a long-bearded old man here. How frightening. This was a round-faced girl of about 15 or 16, her voice bright and clear. Following her was another woman, who entered quietly and whispered, Lin's sister, we are here. The young woman had a petite figure, appearing no older than 12 or 13, her voice delicate and frail. Upon noticing the presence of a man in the room, her eyes brightened as she turned her face slightly, leaning in. Lin Shan, filled with a surge of anger, felt as though his emotions were hitting a cotton fortress. He refrained from exploding in front of the two girls and merely huffed before striding out. Once he departed, Chu Chi stuck out her tongue, remarking, Who is that? Fierce and quite intimidating. He's my uncle, the headmaster of the academy. Lin Madam emerged from the inner chamber, relieved at their arrival. My uncle, oh. He nearly seemed ready to swallow someone whole, frightfully so. The headmaster of the auspicious academy was renowned as a great scholar. How could he behave in such a manner? Chu Qi awkwardly paused, and Lin Madam smiled. He came to exert pressure on me, so of course, he would appear as a fearsome apparition. I trust he did not frighten you girls too much? Fortunately not. I was quite taken aback myself. Lin's sister inquired, what exactly transpired? Qin Jiu grasped Lin Madam's hand, pressing for answers. At this, Lin Madam covered her face with her hand, her voice choked with emotion. Filled with righteous indignation, Chu Qi exclaimed, Lin's sister. What on earth happened? 3 heads are better than 1. Perhaps together we can devise a clever solution. Is this what Lin Madam conveyed? Zheng Shou listened to Qin Jiu's account, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Indeed, Lady Lin articulated that she and Mo Zhanxiang were entangled in a clandestine affair, and the altercation between Mo Zhanpeng and Zhang Curson stemmed from this. Lady Lin, having showered Zhang Curson with affection, incited jealousy in Mo Zhanpeng, who consequently sought to trouble her at every turn. Eventually, their conflict escalated into a brawl, coinciding with the visit of the county magistrate and the academic supervisor, accompanied by Lin Shanchang. Witnesses attributed the skirmish to Mo Zhanxiang's unrequited affection, which incited the magistrate's wrath, resulting in Mo Zhanxiang's expulsion and subsequent demise in the Lotus Pond. Qin Jiu, a young maiden yet to be wed, spoke of such romantic entanglements and unrequited love with unwavering composure. Quite audacious. Ajio, you have truly captured my admiration. In the eyes of sixth uncle, Ajio still holds some worth, does she not? Qin Jiu gazed up at Zheng Shou, her eyes, a striking contrast of black and white, glistening with moisture, evoking a sense of tenderness. Do not regard me with such eyes, young lady, Zheng Shou chuckled softly, his smile reminiscent of the gentle warmth of a March breeze and the vibrant blossoms of April, both comforting and radiant. Is sixth uncle not the same? One day, Prince Qing will surely lament having cast aside sixth uncle to Jiang'an. The young maiden's ears flushed a delicate pink as she lowered her gaze to the cobblestones beneath her feet. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she found immense joy in the sensation of someone caressing her head, perhaps stemming from a childhood devoid of affection, leaving her ignorant of the sweetness of familial love. When a man lightly touched her head, she ought to have wept, contemplating the loss of the hair grazed by his hand. Good child, tell your uncle. Do you believe Lady Lin's words? Chapter 52, The Secrets of the Academy, Part 7. Indeed, how astute. It was worth my while to discreetly handle that old matron amidst the chaos. After uttering these words, Zheng Shou reached out to gently caress the little girl's hair, much like one would stroke the fur of a beloved pet. The texture felt exquisite, and he pressed down lightly. Undeterred, the little girl solemnly nodded and declared, Sixth uncle's kindness, Ajio shall forever remember. Do not speak so gravely, Zheng Shou replied, turning to gaze out at the sun-drenched courtyard. The day was graced with splendid sunlight, the sky a brilliant blue, and the small courtyard adorned with lush greenery and vibrant blossoms. Moss crept gradually up the corners of the brick walls, presenting a tapestry of varying shades of green, perhaps accompanied by 1 or 2 sluggish snails trailing pale, glistening trails. Ajio, what is your given name? It is simply Shi. Does it signify cherished? No, it is derived from the Xian Yu Ji Shi Jing Ji, Qin Jiu elucidated. Illumination, akin to this very sun. Surely, your parents harbored great hopes upon your arrival into this world, Zheng Shou remarked, standing by the window and beckoning her over. Qin Jiu approached and stood beside him. She cast a sidelong glance at their respective heights. She was diminutive, while he towered above, tall and elegant. She barely reached his shoulder, embodying a relationship akin to that of a sapling reliant upon a sturdy tree for support. In this moment, she was but a fragile parasite sheltered beneath the protective shade of his presence. Behold, such splendid sunlight, Ajio, this embodies your mother's aspirations for you. Transparent, warm, and radiant, the essence of the heart's attachment. Qin Jiu pointed at the brick wall and said, Uncle Lu, I have a courtyard like this in the princess's residence. It makes me feel that the sunlight has never been so splendid, for the walls are exceedingly high. and they are surrounded by trees that seem to block out all the light. The courtyard is cold and damp, with moss sprawling from the wall to the very top. During June and July, mold grows within the house, leaving dark spots everywhere. When scraped away, it only returns. Zheng Shou nodded, gesturing with his gaze for her to continue. This frail girl initially struck him as timid and cowardly, but gradually he discerned her intelligence, as she consistently concealed herself beneath a thick veil. He was eager to uncover what the girl would reveal once the veil was lifted. Would she transform from a timid, red-eyed little rabbit into a cunning little fox with a sly smile? I once thought I would be imprisoned for a lifetime, never to emerge again. Surrounded by the princess's entourage, each person looked at me with cold eyes, monitoring me, reminding me to be grateful for the princess's grace. I could not comprehend why. As the biological daughter of my father, a legitimate daughter, I was expected to appreciate her kindness. Would other families, upon marrying into noble households, simply discard their previous children? I even contemplated death, thinking that if I were to die, I would no longer have to endure such disdain. Until one day, after the rain, I crouched in the courtyard, observing the moss. Zheng Shou reflected on this moment. After the rain, with watermarks scattered everywhere, a small girl squatted on the ground, gazing at the thick, slimy moss on the wall. It was indeed a scene of profound solitude. He chuckled softly, stating that when he is in a foul mood, he tends to cause chaos, bringing discontent to everyone in the Wangfu, which in turn brings him a sense of joy. Qin Jiu, however, did not smile. He continued speaking with a demeanor that was both indifferent and detached, as though recounting the tale of another. I observed numerous moths laying eggs. She turned to Zheng Shou. Sixth uncle, you are aware of those moths, aren't you? Their abdomens are quite swollen. It was then that I realized the process of moths laying eggs. They formed a small circle filled with tiny round grains, enveloped in a soft, fuzzy substance. Numerous moths struggled on the ground, covered in mud and water, unable to take flight again, battling for a long while before succumbing to their fate. I had previously only known of the saying about moths flying into a flame. Little did I know that their act of procreation was equally tragic. Qin Jiu contemplated for a moment, deeming the moth's tale to be one of poignant heroism. Zheng Shou nodded in agreement. Indeed, you are truly an observant young lady. I reflected on how my mother, years ago, bore me with a similar resolve. My birth was fraught with difficulties, leaving her physically weakened. Now, I find myself confined within the shadowed walls, living in silence, allowing others to dictate who I should marry, and ultimately fading away without a trace. A life so meek and pitiful. How could I ever justify the suffering my mother endured? Thus, I am determined to break free and confront the past with clarity. As Qin Jiu reached this point, he raised his gaze to Zheng Shou. Throughout our journey, I have been observing. You are quite different from the legends, embodying what is known as hiding one's light and biding time. Zheng Shou felt a twinge of bashfulness at her praise, his hand reaching out momentarily to touch her hair, only to pause in midair and instead pat his own head. Throughout their journey, he had embodied the imposing figure of an imperial envoy, exuding the air of an aristocrat with a capricious temperament. Yet, in this fleeting moment, he appeared sheepish and flustered, reminiscent of a Navi youth, displaying a vulnerability befitting his age. Thus, dear sixth uncle, I aspire to be as formidable as you. Qin Jiu's gaze seemed to penetrate the towering walls and creeping moss, envisioning the vast expanse beyond. As she spoke, a tremor coursed through her being. These words had been mulled over for an extended period, requiring considerable resolve. After all, Zheng Shou was of royal lineage, connected to Princess Chongping by blood. Very well. It is settled. Should I achieve my desires, I shall certainly fulfill your wishes in return. Zheng Shou extended his hand, a smile blossoming at the corners of his lips. This little girl possesses quite the charm. Qin Jiu nodded and gently tapped his hand. What are you two up to? Chu Qi, following Luo Fan into the small courtyard, beheld the two standing side by side at the window, one tall and graceful, the other petite and delicate, an inexplicable harmony emanating from their juxtaposition. Chu Qi felt as though something within her had been tugged, prompting her to exclaim instinctively. Luo Fan furrowed his brow slightly. A lone man and a solitary woman, though related by kinship, be it through uncles or cousins, still, such an intimate demeanor is rather inappropriate. Xinxing, what is your perspective on Mo Zhanxiang's demise? Luo Fan invoked the title bestowed upon him by the Empress Dowager, reminding him to exercise caution and temper his wayward tendencies. Zheng Shou raised an eyebrow. I simply wish to know how you would respond if the matters of the academy were intricately tied to your cousin. My cousin, Bing Qing Yujia, has garnered widespread acclaim during her many years at the academy. It is inconceivable that she could be entangled in such sordid affairs. Do not speak frivolously. Luo Fan furrowed his brow, believing that Zheng Shou's actions were merely a form of retribution for the disruption he caused to his good fortune. Qin Jiu lowered her head, uncertain of how to respond to him. Chu Qi, however, widened her eyes in astonishment. But General Luo, Madame Lin herself stated that she had an affair with Mo Zhanxiang, and it is precisely because of this affair that— Nonsense. Luo Fan interrupted her words. It is true. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with Miss Qin. This was indeed revealed by Madame Lin herself. Chu Qi pointed at Qin Jiu, who, finding no way to evade the situation, reluctantly lifted her head and nodded gently. However, it is said that prior to her making these statements, Headmaster Lin had just departed in a furious manner. Rumor has it that it was quite terrifying indeed. Zheng Shou shook his head thoughtfully. This reminded Luo Fan, who, in a fit of anger, slammed his hand on the table. It is utterly outrageous. They commit wrongdoings and expect my cousin, a frail woman, to take the blame. I will not let them off easily. Zheng Shou cast a knowing smile at Qin Jiu, resembling a cunning fox. In Chapter 53, Secrets of the Academy, Part 8, Zheng Shou suggested apprehending the academic supervisor and Headmaster Lin for solitary interrogation, though this was merely a tactic to instill fear. As for the academic supervisor, while he may not possess the scholarly prominence of Headmaster Lin, who is revered as a great Confucian of our time, he nonetheless belongs to the Lin family's third branch, a family steeped in centuries of literary heritage, where their fortunes rise and fall together. Admit it. The Lin family's influence is considerable, and their power should not be underestimated in either court or society. The Lin family is not merely a household of noble standing. Zheng Shou regarded Luo Fan with a knowing smile, and Luo Fan dared not contemplate this direction. His mother is a second cousin of Empress Dowager Dong, and his aunt has married into the Lin family. Was it truly without the influence of the Lin family that the Empress Dowager ascended from concubine Zhen to Empress? In those times, there were numerous poems and writings extolling the Empress's virtuous and noble character, proclaiming her as a paragon of maternal grace. In retrospect, it is not inconceivable that the Lin family provided unseen support. The Lin family, a century-old lineage of scholars, inevitably produced a few unworthy descendants. Luo Fan endeavored to persuade others, as well as himself. Zheng Shou chuckled. Indeed, what you say is true. Please take it upon yourself to identify these few unworthy descendants. After all, it is easier to speak among relatives. He then feigned laughter. Ajio, come, accompany your uncle for a few rounds. Shunzi, listening from outside, swiftly arranged the chessboard on the stone table in the courtyard and lit the incense burner, busily preparing water for tea. Zheng Shou gestured for Qin Jiu to sit down and play. Do not stand on ceremony. My skills in chess are rather lacking. He possessed a keen self-awareness. Chu Qi, seeing the game, sat nearby with her chin resting on her hand and suggested, "Oh, it would be rather dull to play without some stakes. What shall we wager? You possess nothing of value. What could you possibly stake? Yourself?" Zheng Shou cast a disdainful glance at her. With someone like you. Perhaps not. Chu Qi pouted. Does the sixth master imply that I am unattractive? Zheng Shou raised an eyebrow. A glance in the mirror would suffice for the answer. As for me, I cannot compare to you, sixth master. In this world, I have yet to encounter a man as extraordinarily handsome as you, and perhaps I never shall. Upon hearing these words, Zheng Shou's face broke into a radiant smile, his enchanting peach blossom eyes shimmering with anticipation as he gazed at Chu Qi, eager to hear more sweet and melodious words from her delicate lips. However, not all women in this world are captivated solely by appearances. Some may possess beauty, yet lack any semblance of spirit, resembling mere ornamental lanterns that shatter upon the slightest gust of wind, devoid of any masculine essence. In my view, one ought to judge a man not by his looks, but by his character and demeanor. Qingjiu stifled a laugh, whispering, "You seem to know everything, don't you? At this moment, Uncle Lu is merely jesting with you. Surely you do not take him seriously." Stealing a glance at Luo Fan, she noticed his furrowed brow and somber expression, lost in thought. She gently tugged at Chu Qi's arm, cautioning, "Uncle Lu is just teasing. Do not take it to heart." Chu Qi pulled away from her grasp, retorting, "I am not making a fuss. From my perspective, General Luo possesses far more masculine spirit than Uncle Lu. He truly embodies what it means to be a man." With that, she playfully prodded Qingjiu's arm, exclaiming, "Hey, Miss Jiu, do you not agree?" Feeling somewhat bashful, Qingjiu cast a furtive glance at Luo Fan, remarking, "General Luo does have a slightly darker complexion. It is improper for a young lady to comment on a young man's appearance." As soon as she realized this, her ears tinged with crimson, and she lowered her gaze. "Oh, you are still young. What is wrong with having a darker complexion? A darker hue signifies a heroic spirit," Chu Qi continued to extol. Luo Fan, feeling a bit embarrassed, touched his face and said, "Miss Chu Qi, please refrain from such remarks." Suddenly, Qingjiu interjected, "Indeed, Judge Bao had a dark complexion. Yet he was known for his fairness and integrity." On the 7th day of the lunar month, Qiushi was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. Indeed, Bao Gong is but a figure with a dark visage. It is evident that those with such countenances have always been virtuous individuals throughout history. Quite right, Bao Qingtian, the Honorable Lord of Justice, our esteemed Deputy Magistrate. I firmly believe in my cousin's innocence. I shall take charge of this matter." As Luo Fan spoke, he turned to stride outside. Xingshou, with a mischievous grin, inquired, "Where are you off to? Are you going to investigate this matter?" Qiushi stood up in response. "General Luo is taking me along. I shall accompany him." Luo Fan halted his steps, questioning, "What purpose do you have in coming?" "Well, the general is visiting Madame Lin's residence, and as a lady, my presence would be quite advantageous. It is my cousin's home. My attendance poses no inconvenience." Luo Fan hastily replied, "Then keep up. I walk rather swiftly." The two then exited with determined strides. Qingjiu shook her head, remarking, "Uncle Lu, you are employing a provocation tactic." Xingshou raised an eyebrow. "Am I? I find you quite adept at steering the conversation." Mimicking him, Qingjiu lifted her brow. "After remaining silent within these high walls for so long, I can finally breathe freely. Now I can speak my mind without fear of undue scrutiny." As she uttered these words, her gaze deliberately glided past the maid, Huixiang. The young maid, crouched on the ground, fanned the red clay stove to boil water, trembled slightly upon sensing Qingjiu's gaze. Such was the privilege of power, as a smirk danced upon Qingjiu's lips, and she quipped, "Uncle Lu, you should concede." Xingshou was taken aback. "Is it truly so? I cannot even best a mere maid." He observed the triumphant expression on Qingjiu's face from across the way, and with a swift motion, he swept the chessboard aside. "This match doesn't count. Let us begin anew." Shunzi, standing nearby, stuck out his tongue, thinking to himself that his sixth master was truly embarrassing, resorting to tricks even when playing with a girl of merely 12 or 13. Yet he failed to remember that his sixth master was only an 18-year-old youth, who, when in the royal mansion, was compelled to wear a mask, but now, far from the capital, in a vast expanse of freedom, resembled a bird released from its cage, unfettered in expressing his true nature. Such behavior was unbecoming of a gentleman. Beneath the shade of the trees, a faint silhouette shook its head with a sigh. The figure, somewhat discernible in scholarly attire, spoke with a certain elegance, reminiscent of a learned individual. Chapter 54, The Secrets of the Academy, Part 9. Another game commenced, Yet Zheng Shou found himself defeated once more. Alas, I am well aware of my poor chess skills, but I never anticipated that you, my dear girl, possessed such exceptional talent in this game. Chapter 55, The Secrets of the Academy, Part 10, The lady of the house was not at home. Luo Fan encountered yet another closed door at Madame Lin's residence. The previous day, he had come with Chuki, but the old doorkeeper had merely informed him that Lin. Chapter 56, The Secrets of the Academy, Part 11. The county magistrate, holding a bloodied robe, wore a look of satisfaction in the corners of his eyes. Chuki mused quietly to herself, pondering what sort of sustenance had allowed this magistrate to grow to such a size, as his intentions were glaringly obvious. Chapter 57, The Secrets of the Academy, Part 12. A bewildered young servant stood up, exclaiming, "Ah, it is you. What brings you here? Something has happened in our courtyard." As Zheng Shou surveyed his surroundings, he whispered. Chapter 58, The Secrets of the Academy, 13. The old man adamantly declared that the deceased was indeed Lady Lin. Magistrate Xia furrowed his brow, fixated on the corpse, remaining silent. Now, within the county office, too. Chapter 59, The Secrets of the Academy, 14. That smile sent shivers down Luo Fan's spine, instantly recalling the melodramatic encounter with Zheng Shou. Ah, are you suggesting that it was related to Bai? Chapter 60, The Secrets of the Academy, 15. Zheng Shou, grinning mischievously, pointed at the handkerchief and asked, "Old Lin, what is this?" Lin Jishan glanced over, and then turned to Magistrate Xia, who was visibly astonished. Chapter 61, The Secrets of the Academy, 16. Zheng Shou teased, leaving Luo Fan with little choice. He had been led by the nose throughout this journey. It was evident that the pretty boy had no good intentions. But the crux of the matter. Chapter 62, The Secrets of the Academy, 18. Upon returning to the inn, the moment he stepped into the courtyard, a rich aroma wafted through the air. Luo Fan halted, inhaling deeply. What is that scent? It smells delightful. 1. Chapter 63, The Secrets of the Academy, 19. That day, Ko-Xian sent a servant with a letter requesting a meeting to discuss an important matter in person. Lady Lin appeared haggard, dressed like a village woman. Chapter 64, Young Master Mo. 1. Congratulations to the Lin sisters on achieving their desires. In the inner chambers of the Lin household, a composed woman extended her congratulations to Lady Lin. Madame Lin smiled as she held on to. Chapter 65, The Young Master of the Mo family, Part 2. Madame Lin hurriedly glanced at the Qin sisters, who pondered for a moment. How can I trust that you truly possess these? I did not ask you to believe me. Wait until I present them to the county magistrate. Chapter 66, The Young Master of the Mo family, Part 3. The young master of the Mo family chuckled. All of this is thanks to my uncle. Madame Lin was taken aback. You are the 9th miss of the Qin family? She found it hard to believe that a single person. Chapter 67, Madame Lin's Past, Part 1. Seeing that all the rebels had been subdued by Luo Fan, County Magistrate Xia quickly led his men to surround them. Zheng Shou cautioned, "Be careful. These two must be closely monitored while investigating within the city, if anyone." Chapter 68, You Know Not My Tears, Part 1. That one, the one with a pale face and red lips, named Zhang Kursen, hailing from Yangzhou. Indeed. The waters and soil of Jiangnan. Chapter 69, You Know Not My Tears, Part 3, Tranquility? Upon hearing this news, Madame Lin burst into laughter at the Qin sisters. How could there be tranquility? As long as there are men in this world, peace is unattainable. Chapter 70, You Know Not My Tears, Part 4. Who is my uncle conversing with? Qinzhou set down his chess piece, glancing around. If I say it is a spirit, would you be frightened? Chapter 71, A Bowl of Longevity Noodles. Zheng Shou stepped out of the inn. This was a small town, and the streets were deserted late at night. He walked forward for a while, and the flickering red flames caught his eye. Chapter 72, The Corpse Handler. Zheng Shenxing, come quickly, Luo Fan exclaimed. The bell ringer shouted, no peeking. As he spoke, he released the stall owner, and Zheng Shou moved with remarkable speed. Chapter 73, The Depressed General Luo. The county magistrate approached, not hastily bowing down, but first clasped his fists and bowed slightly to the handsome man. May I confirm whether you are indeed the Imperial Envoy? Chapter 74. The Villain Qi Sanner, Part 1. Qi Sanner. Oddly enough, when dawn broke, the county assistant brought Zheng Shou to the outskirts, and upon mentioning Qi Sanner, the faces of the nearby villagers displayed. Chapter 75. The Villain Qi Sanner, Part 2. According to the villagers, Qi Sanner received his just deserts, yet his wife was exceedingly pitiable. First, she was unfortunate in her choice, marrying such a wastrel. Chapter 76. The Schemes of Chu Qi. My lord, please remain calm. As he spoke, Chu Qi had already lit the lamp, the flickering candlelight casting shadows. Zheng Shou stared at Chu Qi, his pupils suddenly constricting. He observed. Chapter 77. The Qin Family's Business, Part 1. Luo Fan felt insulted. Throwing down a terse remark, I will wait for you in the main hall, and turned to leave, filled with indignation. However, to delve into the reasons behind the anger. Chapter 78. The Business of the Qin Family, Part 2. In the realm of prominent households, numerous clandestine affairs thrive. Aside from the tumultuous incidents of bullying and deception, the practice of usury is tacitly acknowledged. Usury is extortionate. Chapter 79. The Business of the Qin Family, Part 3. Zheng Shou and Luo Fan arrived at the county office, where a servant of the Qin family was already kneeling, signing a confession. County Magistrate Lu bowed and said, Your Honor, the accused, Chao Daong, is from Tianyuan. Chapter 80. A Nocturnal Deception as dawn approached. Shrouded in darkness and gusty winds, two shadowy figures swiftly infiltrated a section of the county office. Luo Fan skillfully manipulated the lock, which was soon removed, as Zheng Shou extended his hand. Chapter 81. A Conspiracy, Part 1. A single utterance awakened the dreamer. Zheng Shou admitted that he and Luo Fan had been unceremoniously expelled from the capital, harboring a prejudice against Xinguopu. He believed he was capable of decisive action. Chapter 82. A Conspiracy, Part 2. Chao Daong was pinned to the ground by the arriving guards. His cheek pressed firmly against the earth. He struggled with all his might, emitting sounds akin to a beast's roar. Chapter 83. Raising a tiger for trouble. The room was piled with several sacks of glutinous rice. Shun Zi and the guards busily untied the bag openings, while Chu Qi held up a large bowl of glutinous rice and gazed at Zheng Shou, uncertain of what to do. Chapter 84. Seasickness. I was mistaken. I truly erred. If I had not acted foolishly, I would not have been sent away from Beijing. Had I not been sent away, I would not have taken a boat, and without boarding the boat, I would not. Chapter 85. The Boat, Part 1. Luo Fan coughed lightly. That. Shunzi exclaimed, Master, consuming so much will upset your stomach. Chapter 86. The Boat, Part 2. There were no tables or chairs on the deck. Sin Shursan lifted his robe and sat cross-legged, then patted the deck beside him, saying, It's not cold. You can sit here. Chapter 87. The Boat, Part 3. Time passed unmeasured, and as the mist gradually dissipated, Zheng Shou realized he had been curled up in Sin Shursan's embrace. His face flushed, and he hastily wriggled out from under Sin Shursan's arm. Chapter 88. The Boat, Part 4. Zheng Shou donned his outer robe and emerged, while Shun Zi quickly supported him. Master, it's nothing. Someone on the passing boat is singing. Bai Shiya rubbed his sleepy eyes. It's already past. Chapter 89. The Boat, Part 5. In the eastern horizon where water met the sky, a pale light emerged, and the rosy hue began to spread. Daybreak was imminent. Chapter 90. A play starring three women. Upon entering with a basin of water, Qi noticed the window ajar, where Qin Jiu sat. She chided gently, Miss Qin, you are delicate. Do not sit in the draft. Be cautious. Chapter 91. The Qin Brothers, Part 1. Chapter 92. The Qin Brothers, Part 2. As Zheng Shou and Luo Fan arrived at the city gate, General Qin had already entered the city. From a distance, they spotted the Qin army marching in, with Qin Jiu leading the way atop a majestic steed. exuding an air of authority. Chapter 93. The clever imperial envoy. Following the ceremonial surrender of prisoners, the soldiers were to be rewarded. In the courtyard of the general's mansion, several large iron cauldrons had been set up to cook pork, the savory aroma wafting through the air, bringing joy to every face. Chapter 94. The majestic imperial envoy. The ceremony concluded swiftly, and the meat in the great cauldrons was ready, marking the beginning of the soldiers' feast. In the army, dining is characterized by hearty bowls and generous portions of meat. Chapter 95. Who is the scorpion? The imperial envoy has triumphed. Xin Lianguan, filled with excitement, embraced Qin Jiao, exclaiming, "Sister Qin, the imperial envoy has won." Qin Jiao nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Chapter 96. What makes you so attractive? My lord, my lord. Bai Shiye called out upon entering. Where is the soul you seek? Shunzi rushed out. Shunzi, where is my lord? Chapter 97. My life is over Yulan Alley? How unlucky, how unfortunate. Why are you inquiring about that cursed place? Are you a stranger here? Chapter 98. The enigmatic Feng Yang of the Tsang gang. A supple whip lashed from the side, ensnaring the blade of the cloaked figure, who glared at the masked individual emerging from behind a shattered wall, stating, "This is none of your concern. Depart." Chapter 99. My affection lies with Brother Lu. Why does the ninth master not depart? Chapter 100. The patience of a fool. Zheng Shou shifted aside, pushing away Wu Tianfu's hand. With a hint of grievance, Wu Tianfu lamented, "Brother Lu, do you not hold affection for me?" Zheng Shou hastily pulled. Chapter 101. The young maid saint. Several individuals rushed in, witnessing Wu Tianfu, who promptly lowered his head and hands, displaying utmost reverence. Has the individual been apprehended? Chapter 102. The disappearance. Chaos erupted within the general's residence. Chapter 103. The explosion of tension. Luo Fan glared at Xin Jiao. Is this the command of the general? Indeed. Xin Jiao affirmed with a nod. Luo Fan, incensed, hurled a fist towards Xin Jiao, who deftly sidestepped. Chapter 104. The escape. Part 1. Saint. In the distance, the faithful heard a muffled scream emanating from the chamber and urgently called out. After a moment, the voice of the saint resonated. Chapter 105. The escape. Part 2. Shen Er tensed, gritting her teeth to suppress any sound. The cacophony of barking dogs, human voices, and the crackling of branches beneath footsteps created an ominous symphony. Chapter 106. Miss Shen, do you recognize me, young lady? Shen Er hurriedly shook her head, expressing her confusion about this heroic figure who came to her aid. Chapter 107. Shifting blame. General. A guard rushed in, his expression filled with excitement. The room was permeated with a heavy scent of alcohol. Luo Fan set down his cup and glanced at the. Chapter 108. A woman of age cannot be retained. Part 1. Chapter 109. A woman of age cannot be retained. Part 2. Xin Lianguan lowered her head, only raising it after a while to speak. My lord, it would be wise for you to depart sooner. Bound by imperial orders, he could not leave, if true danger loomed. Chapter 110. If only you were a woman. Luo Fan gazed intently at the two individuals walking together. Although Zheng Shou was naturally tall, in comparison to the imposing Censure San, he appeared somewhat frail. Chapter 111. The eunuch Shunzi. Zheng Shou pushed Luo Fan vigorously, who seemed to have fallen asleep, mumbling a few words before tilting to the side. Zheng Shou struggled to sit up, glaring at him while reaching out to pinch the soft flesh beneath his arm. Chapter 112. The Dragon Robe. Part 1. After Zheng Shou went missing, Bai Shiye, feeling anxious, went to the tavern in search of Feng Yang. On his first visit, she was absent, and Bai Shiye could not disclose his intentions to the young bartender. Chapter 113. The Dragon Robe. Part 2. Zheng Shou seemed to have plunged into a nightmarish haze. Surrounding him was a vast expanse of white, obscuring any sense of location. Had a fog descended? He stood there, suddenly realizing. Chapter 114. Demonstration. It is I, the servant, Shunzi. A faint, delicate voice echoed, and Zheng Shou momentarily believed he was still dreaming. I felt cold, Shunzi. Chapter 115. The Celestial Maiden of Nine Heavens, Part 1. Ah, ha ha, elder brother. You should have seen the expression on that Imperial Envoy's face. Sinjiao entered with a smile, noticing that General Tsin was engrossed in writing large characters, overhearing his brother's laughter. Chapter 116. The Celestial Maiden of Nine Heavens, Part 2. Chuchi let out a couple of strange cries and forcefully shook off Qingjiao's hand. A sinister grin appeared on her face. So it was you who pinched me. With that, she lunged toward Qingjiao. Chapter 117. The Celestial Maiden of Nine Heavens, Part 3. I am the Celestial Maiden of Nine Heavens, here to rid the world of evil. Chu Qi possessed considerable strength, and after struggling for a moment, Xingguopu was surprisingly released from her grip, and the hairpin swiftly approached. Chapter 118. The Celestial Maiden of Nine Heavens, Part 4. Sinjiao remarked, "You little rascal, come here." Chapter 119. The Celestial Maiden of Nine Heavens, Part 5. 13th Uncle, why do both Father and Uncle Jiao dislike the Imperial Envoy? Chapter 120. The Celestial Maiden of Nine Heavens, Part 6. After the leader of the Heavenly Saint sect declared himself emperor, he likely believed that women were easier to control both mentally and physically, thus implementing a female imperial examination in the occupied territories, allowing any woman who could read and write. Chapter 121. The Celestial Maiden of Nine Heavens, Part 7. The rapidly growing white substance unfurled, as if something had been ejected, yet upon closer inspection, nothing was present. Surrounding. Chapter 122. The Celestial Maiden, Part 8. Here, a person is serving the master. A carriage emerged from the side entrance of the general's residence, and Xin Shan alighted, pointing into the carriage. Zheng Shou lifted the curtain and beheld Chu. Chapter 123. The Celestial Maiden, Part 9. The general's residence once served as the palace of the Heavenly Sacred Sect, encompassing a vast area. The brothers of General Tsin each occupied a courtyard, separated by a garden, where Tsin Liangguan resided in the rear courtyard with several maidservants. Chapter 124. The Celestial Maiden, Part 10. Inside the room, Chu Qi shivered at the mention of these words. The fates of women amidst war are often grim. They face death, degradation, and are sold off, just like Huang Qiuhua. Chapter 125. The Celestial Maiden, Part 12. Dinner was delivered by a young servant from the general's residence, carrying a food box. It contained several small dishes, including red rice porridge, steamed rice, and duck blood vermicelli soup. This duck blood vermicelli. Chapter 126. The Celestial Maiden, Part 13. At night. Zheng Shou tossed and turned in bed, unable to find sleep. Surely, it was the excessive tea consumed in the evening. The tea leaves were peculiar, leaving a faint taste in the mouth, and Chapter 127. The Celestial Maiden, Part 14. Zheng Shou rose, draping a garment over himself. While Shunzi remained kneeling outside the door, Zheng Shou began to feel irritated. Chapter 128. The Celestial Maiden, Part 15. Uncle 9. Sinjiao was savoring his breakfast while listening to his niece's voice, chuckling. What a delight to have you visit so early in the morning. But I wonder what treasures you have brought. Chapter 129. The Celestial Maiden, 16. As he spoke, he gritted his teeth and stood up, his mouth twitching in discomfort. No worries, I can still manage to stand. With determination, he took slow, laborious steps towards the exit. Chapter 130. The Celestial Maiden, 17. Indeed, your health is paramount, my dear. Matters of marriage should be guided by parental consent and the matchmaking process. First, focus on recuperation. Other concerns can wait for another time. Chapter 131. The Celestial Maiden, 18. It is not the seventh day. Zheng Shou sighed in relief. He had already resolved to abandon the seventh day, but this girl, driven by her desire for vengeance, might stir up considerable chaos in the future. Chapter 132. The Celestial Maiden, 19. Sir, what troubles you? Chapter 133. The Celestial Maiden, 20. After deliberating within the room, Luo Fan hesitantly remarked, I dispatched someone to inquire at Miss Qin's uncle's residence. It appears that she has not gone there, suggesting that something has indeed transpired. Chapter 134. The Celestial Maiden, 21. Sinjio scoffed. Today, I have witnessed the lengths one would go to in search of a mere cat. Deeming it worthy of donning night attire for such a pursuit? To the ordinary person, it is merely a cat. However, we are currently. Chapter 135. The Celestial Maiden, Part 22. Last time, it was you who divulged the matter of the dragon robe. Luo Fan seized Shunzi by the collar. Lifting the frail figure, Shunzi laughed heartily. Chapter 136. The Celestial Maiden, Part 23. I heard that the agents of the current regime ventured into the turret last night? Asked Sin Lian Guan, noticing Shou approaching. She raised her round face, reminiscent of an apple, with a smile gracing her lips. Zong. Chapter 137. The Celestial Maiden, Part 24. Chapter 138. The Celestial Maiden, Part 25. At midday, Sin Lian Guan quietly entered the garden. Earlier that morning, the Grand Marshal, the Ninth Marshal, and the Imperial Envoy had departed for the military grounds on the outskirts of the city, adhering to the customary practices of yore. Chapter 139. The Celestial Maiden, Part 26. The several women appeared dazed, seemingly unresponsive to the inquiries posed. Sin Lian Guan observed their tattered garments, noting the purple bruises adorning their necks and chests. Chapter 140. The Celestial Maiden, Part 27. As Zheng Shou grasped the hand of one woman, she let out a piercing scream. Zheng Shou, startled, swiftly covered her mouth and winked at her. Sister, I am here to assist you. Chapter 141. The Celestial Maiden, Part 28. Sin Lian Guan fixed her anxious gaze upon him, her face a tapestry of conflicting emotions, so stirred that words eluded her. The fire's emergence is indeed suspicious, and its intensity only seems to escalate. Sin Lian Guan. Chapter 142. The Celestial Maiden, 29. Do you not know? General Tsin's gaze is as sharp as that of a hawk, seemingly intent on uncovering the secrets concealed beneath Sin Lian Guan's calm facade. Father, that corner. Chapter 143. The Celestial Maiden, 30. The masters of this courtyard are absent, and even Master Bai has been summoned away by the chief envoy. What shall we do? The guards exchanged glances, and one spoke. Chapter 144. The Celestial Maiden, 31. Sin Shi San dismounted at the corner gate, carelessly tossing the reins to a frail-looking servant behind him, whose features were obscured by a hat as he bowed his head. Clang. Chapter 145. The Celestial Maiden, 32. A guard rushed in, exclaiming, Sir, Mistson has gone mad. Zheng Shou, holding a teacup with unwavering steadiness, nodded and replied, Understood. Chapter 146. The Celestial Maiden, 33. The entire residence of the general is brightly lit, soldiers pacing about, while several maids stand at the entrance, their heads bowed, each one trembling as if walking on thin ice. Sin Shi San accompanied the doctor out. Chapter 147. The Celestial Maiden, 34. Zheng Shou sighed. Had I known this would bring you such suffering, I would not have. Alas, do you know that listening to your voice from the courtyard has shattered my heart? Chapter 148. The Mysterious Maiden of the Nine Heavens, 35. Chapter 149. The Mysterious Maiden of the Nine Heavens, 36. Congratulations on achieving your desires. What are you laughing at? Chapter 150. The Mysterious Maiden of the Nine Heavens, 37. With a loud bang, Sinjio forcefully kicked open the door, revealing an empty courtyard. Sinjio, filled with rage, exclaimed, Is this the courage of royalty, of dragon descendants? Where is everyone? Chapter 151. The Mysterious Maiden of the Nine Heavens, 38. In folk tales, female ghosts and spirits often seek to replenish their yin with yang. They transform into enchanting beauties to seduce vigorous young men for fleeting encounters. Chapter 152. The Mysterious Maiden of the Nine Heavens, 39. That fateful night, a group of women together strangled a companion. At that moment, Yanguaren was already cleansed, having been repeatedly taken by that man while being dragged along. Chapter 153. The Mysterious Maiden of the Nine Heavens, 40. In legends, the Mysterious Maiden of the Nine Heavens is a wondrous entity. Her primordial form is that of a mystical bird, believed to be the ancestor of the ancient Shang dynasty. By divine decree. Chapter 154. The Mysterious Maiden of the Nine Heavens. 41. Zheng Shou called out, reaching to pinch Luo Fan's arm. Luo Fan winced, but continued his actions. Behave yourself. Be careful, or you might truly burn yourself. Zheng Shou dared not move. Chapter 155. The Mysterious Maiden of the Nine Heavens. 42. Oh, what could this possibly mean? Zheng Shou revealed a pure and innocent smile, reminiscent of a lovely, white rabbit. The beauty of one's appearance often brings advantages, as seen with the dancers. Chapter 156. The Celestial Maiden. 43. These individuals merely follow the leader's command to dance. Yet the purpose of this sacrifice remains unclear. Chapter 157. The Celestial Maiden. 44. Passers-by on the road hurriedly bowed their heads and stepped aside, not daring to. Chapter 158. The Celestial Maiden. 45. Is she the wife of Lord Nan? Chapter 159. The Celestial Maiden. 46. Luo Fan rushed forward, forcefully pushing Zheng Shou aside. Caught off guard, Zheng Shou stumbled and fell to the ground, exclaiming in pain as her tailbone ached. Zheng Shou. Chapter 160. The Celestial Maiden. 47. Sin Lianguan lunged forward, horrified to see Sin Guopu's back a bloody mess, crying out, "Father, what has happened?" Sin Guopu gritted his teeth against the pain. Chapter 161. The Celestial Maiden. 48. This lady succumbed to poisoning. The coroner, after examining the corpse, wiped his hands with a coarse cloth. Zheng Shou bent down to gaze at the deceased. Chapter 162. The Celestial Maiden. 49. Sin Shi-san waved his hand, commanding soldiers to rush in and drag the chef away, who protested, "Release me. It will be too late if I am poisoned." Chapter 163. The Celestial Maiden. 50. Is General Jiu preparing to vouch for all the officials of Jiangnan? Zheng Shou inquired solemnly. Certainly. Luo Fan, exasperated, exclaimed, "What is this?" Chapter 164. The Celestial Maiden of Nine Heavens. 51. Zheng Shou exchanged a glance with Luo Fan. Just as Zheng Shou was about to speak, Sin Shi-san interjected, "The death of Lord Nan has other causes." Oh, she had previously mentioned Nan. Chapter 165. The Celestial Maiden of Nine Heavens. 52. Upon exiting the commander's residence, Zheng Shou was met by guards who promptly offered the reins of his horse. Without a glance, he seized them and swiftly mounted, while one guard, sensing potential trouble, hastily urged his horse to follow. Chapter 166. The Celestial Maiden of Nine Heavens. 53. On one hand, Luo Fan was famished, while on the other, he felt genuine joy. Little Six was actually thinking of me. He wasn't angry, but rather considerate. Zheng Shou observed the individual opposite him, a gust of wind. Chapter 167. The Celestial Maiden of Nine Heavens. 54. Then you should rest early. Luo Fan obediently rose, making his way briskly to the door. As he pondered while closing it, he thought, "In truth, you are not tired. You are merely feigning urgency." Chapter 168. The Celestial Maiden of Nine Heavens. 55. Lotus Official. How has the commander been recovering lately? Upon seeing Sin Lianguan stride from the courtyard, Zheng Shou instantly donned a warm smile, his eyes curving. Chapter 169. The Celestial Maiden of Nine Heavens. 56. Miss, the ninth commander has sent someone. A hurried maid rushed in, and Sin Lianguan was engaged in some task within the tent. Upon hearing the remark, she retorted angrily, "Is the commander asleep?" Chapter 170. The Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens. 57. Sin Shi-san awkwardly smiled. "These people were all recruited by me. It is my elder brother's command." Sin Jiu sneered. What happens when this elder brother falls ill? Chapter 171. The Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens. 58. With a sudden whoosh, the door swung open, and all the lights in the room ignited spontaneously. Several men in black simultaneously turned their gazes toward the entrance, where Sin Lianguan stood, her hair cascading down. Chapter 172. The Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens. 59. What could possibly be the matter? You seem so treacherous, gazing at the dark, honest face before her. Zheng Shou felt a flicker of warmth within. Chapter 173. The Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens, 60, Luo Haizi. Zheng Shou called out to him. Luo Fan halted, his shoulders slightly hunched forward, waving his hand slowly before hastening away. Chapter 174. The Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens, 61, Last night. Someone claimed to come under the command of the Great Commander to conduct a search, according to Qin Shisan's account and Zheng Shou's observations. Chapter 175. The Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens, 62. Xin Jiao had already grown impatient, just as he was about to utter a sarcastic remark about acting less like a woman. Chapter 176. The Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens, 63. Xin Jiao paced back and forth in the courtyard, his arms crossed. A personal guard approached and quietly inquired, "What shall we do, Commander Jiao?" A profound silence enveloped the city. Xin Jiao. Chapter 177. The Celestial Maiden of Nine Heavens, 64. Each day in the capital unfolded with an eerie tranquility. After Luo Fan's departure, Master Bai felt as though time stretched endlessly. He paced restlessly within his chamber, his thoughts spiraling. Chapter 178. The Celestial Maiden of Nine Heavens, 65. Upon hearing those words, Master Bai's expression remained inscrutable. Chapter 179. The Celestial Maiden of Nine Heavens, 66. Luo Fan roused from his stupor, feeling as if he had traversed through a nightmarish dream, beset by terrifying visions that compelled him to wipe. Chapter 180. The Celestial Maiden of Nine Heavens, 67. Luo Fan gazed incredulously at Sin Lianguan. Longevity. The esteemed Sixth Master, or perhaps the esteemed Sixth Mississippi Sin Lianguan's countenance glowed with satisfaction. Chapter 181. The Celestial Maiden of Nine Heavens, 68. Her smile was enchanting, radiating charm in abundance. The previous Sin Lianguan had been but a young girl, with a round face and round eyes, adorably innocent, utterly at odds with her newly discovered allure. Chapter 182. The Celestial Maiden of Nine Heavens, 69. Sin Lianguan blushed, her laughter ringing sweetly. Who would have thought that General Luo could possess such insight? Previously, I perceived you merely as a clumsy giant, dark and dull-witted. Chapter 183. The Celestial Maiden of Nine Heavens, 70. Your Excellency. What fortuitous wind has brought you and 13 together? Xin Jiao tensed immediately upon seeing Qin Shisan and Zheng Shou enter together. Chapter 184. The Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens, 71. He extended his hand, surrounded by an impenetrable darkness, where not even a finger could be seen. Where's this? If he had fallen asleep in the courtyard of that yamen, Qin Shisan would not. Chapter 185. The Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens, 72. My lord. My lord. Qin Shisan's gentle voice echoed in his ear. A sneeze. Zheng Shou opened his eyes to see an awkward expression on. Chapter 186. The Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens, 73. As an unremarkable member of the royal family, what can I be considered but a concealed dragon? If the Hall Master were to say such things, it would only reflect poorly on me when it reaches the court. Zheng Shou shook. Chapter 187. The Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens, 74. Did Uncle Shisan come with the Imperial Envoy? Sin Lian was seated at the dressing table, combing her hair. Upon waking in the morning, the three souls within her were. Chapter 188. The Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens, 75. I do not believe he could bring 5,000 troops in here. Sin Lian's face was filled with indignation. Originally, entrance was prohibited, yet today, Zheng Shou observed. Chapter 189. The Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens, 76. Zheng Shou approached the outer courtyard, where the entrance was encircled by a multitude of soldiers. A young general clad in armor was conversing with Sin Lianguan, whose voice was filled with agitation. Chapter 190. The Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens, 77. Sin Lianguan maintained a cold demeanor, remaining motionless and silent. Qin Shisan stood awkwardly, equally unmoving, utterly unprepared for the current predicament surrounding Zheng Shou. Chapter 191. The Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens, 78. Bai Jianian exclaimed in astonishment. Is it truly someone? But could it be Brother Luo? Brother Luo, it is I. Can you hear my voice? Within the barrier, Luo Fan nodded incessantly. Chapter 192. The Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens, 79, by Shurya was in the courtyard, as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Upon seeing Tsinshur-san assisting Xingshou, he hurriedly approached. "Oh dear Sixth Master, what has happened to your arm?" Chapter 193. The Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens, 80, Sixth Master, it is dire news. Bai Gongzi has engaged in a conflict with General Jiao, and they are now leading a charge towards the rear courtyard. A charge towards the rear courtyard? Chapter 194. The Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens, 81. Father, are you unscathed? Xin Lianguan rushed into the general's bedroom, hastening her steps, but was abruptly halted by Luo Fan grasping her sleeve. Chapter 195. The Celestial Maiden of the Nine Heavens, Part 82. The physicians within the city were summoned, and Tsinshur-san threatened them, forbidding any questions or discussions, before finally allowing them to enter and attend to the patient. In accordance with Zhengshou's directives, Xian. Chapter 196. The Celestial Maiden of the Nine Heavens, Part 83. Is this the will of the two Empress Dowagers? Sin Guopu pondered the secret edict in his hand, feeling anxious. Indeed, Zheng Xinxing cannot remain. An excuse must be found to dispose of him. Chapter 197. The Celestial Maiden of the Nine Heavens, Part 84. Are you awake? Xingshou inquired, observing the young lady on the couch, opening one eye. Xin Lianguan felt her vision blur and reached out to grasp at the air before her. Chapter 198. The Celestial Maiden of the Nine Heavens, Part 85. The rampant pillaging and slaughter persisted for a full 3 days and nights. Sin Guopu beat his chest in despair, yet felt utterly powerless, knowing that at this moment, commanding those consumed by bloodlust. Chapter 199. The Celestial Maiden of the Nine Heavens, Part 86. His youngest daughter, whom he had cherished the most since childhood. While attending to his ambitions in the political arena, he had left his other children in Xi'an. Chapter 200. The Celestial Maiden of the Nine Heavens, Part 87. When did you leave? Xingshou's face revealed displeasure. Chapter 201. The Celestial Maiden of the Nine Heavens, Part 88. Upon entering and spotting the food laid out on the table, she exclaimed, "Oh dear, I am famished." Chapter 202. The Celestial Maiden of the Nine Heavens, 89. With a resounding crash, it sounded as if a teacup had been hurled to the ground. Qiulang sighed, realizing that the master had once again begun to bully General Luo. Chapter 203. The Celestial Maiden of the Nine Heavens, 90. Master Bai quietly opened the door and peered outside. The courtyard was tranquil, seemingly indicating that the two gentlemen from yesterday had exhausted themselves and required a respite before resuming their quarrel. Master Bai moved cautiously. Chapter 204. The Celestial Maiden of the Nine Heavens, 91. At the dining table in the main hall, only Xingshou and Luo Fan were present. A pale face confronting a dark one, their large eyes glaring at each other. Chapter 205. The Celestial Maiden of the Nine Heavens, 92. Bai Jianian remarked with a smile that it was the lady who accompanied him yesterday who had sent someone early this morning, stating that. Chapter 206. The Celestial Maiden of the Nine Heavens, 93. Upon hearing that those who had gone missing had emerged from the palace, Bai Jianian immediately became concerned and led his companions directly to Ruyu Tower, where several individuals adorned with jewels awaited. Chapter 207. The Celestial Maiden of the Nine Heavens, 94. Indeed, there was nothing to be found. The individuals must have been relocated. Master Bai, ever cautious. Chapter 208. The Celestial Maiden of the Nine Heavens, 95. Where is this place? As Master Bai opened his eyes, he perceived a slight blurriness before him. A tickling sensation at his brow prompted him to reach out and scratch. Upon lowering his gaze, he noticed. In Chapter 209, Master Bai donned the small figure's robe, which, although somewhat short, fit him well enough due to his lean physique. He then retrieved the discarded dagger. In Chapter 210, 2 days later, a ragged individual arrived at the residence of the Imperial Envoy, whereupon he cried out to the guarding soldiers, quickly informed them. I am Master Bai. In Chapter 211, has my uncle arrived? Yes, he has already entered the courtyard. Indeed, he is the Imperial Envoy, exuding an impressive aura. Qin Jiu's eyes widened in astonishment. In Chapter 212, the stout woman was rendered speechless by Zheng Shou's declaration. In Chapter 213, Zheng Shou was no delicate young lady. His vengeful nature was well known. Upon learning from Master Bai that Sun Shi-san was implicated in smuggling illicit salt, he promptly summoned Luo. In Chapter 214, my lord, please, Zheng Shou stood at the entrance of the main hall, where the Imperial guards had already come forward to greet him. Sin Dashu summoned, and Luo Fan directly stated his inability to attend. However, Chapter 215, The Celestial Maiden of the Nine Heavens, 102, Chapter 216, The Celestial Maiden of the Nine Heavens, 103, Zheng Shou stood face to face with Xin Liangguan, whose inner self had grown under the shadow of Zheng Shou since childhood. Through the veil, he beheld the other's stern gaze. Chapter 217, The Celestial Maiden of the Nine Heavens, 104, Zheng Shou pointed at Shunzi, fuming. You, this castrated slave, are the cause of Liangguan's unfortunate state. He felt deeply insulted, his body trembling with rage. Chapter 218, The Celestial Maiden of the Nine Heavens, 105. Zheng Shou was escorted to Tsingguopu. Did you kill my Liangguan? Tsingguopu gazed at the corpse on the stretcher, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 219, The Celestial Maiden of the Nine Heavens, 106. Zheng Shou felt seasick. The ground heaved as if in a tempest, and he instantly became disoriented, with Sin 13 nearly dragging him along. You shall not leave. Chapter 220, The Celestial Maiden of the Nine Heavens, 107. It is not as you think. I truly have affections for you. Sin 13 gazed earnestly at Zheng Shou. In the critical moment, Zheng Shou realized that he could only rely on Sin. Chapter 221, The Celestial Maiden, Part 108. Sin Guopu glanced around, his face betraying a sense of confusion and anxiety, which he quickly masked with a tense expression. Nonsense. I have taken countless lives, all of which were brigands. Chapter 222, The Celestial Maiden, Part 109. The white shadow glided effortlessly, approaching Zheng Shou directly. Zheng Shou's face turned ashen with fear, having encountered spirits before. He found this peculiar white apparition to be. Chapter 223, The Celestial Maiden, Part 110. Zheng Shou shook his head. How could that be possible? He then inquired, if we were to escape, how would we explain the disappearance of the commander? He looked down at the fissures in the ground. Chapter 224, The Celestial Maiden, Part 111. Luo Fan took a deep breath and noticed Sun Shi-san standing at the doorway with his hands clasped behind him, lost in thought as he gazed into the courtyard. Just as he was about to speak, Zheng Shou had no intention of engaging with him. Chapter 225, The Celestial Maiden, Part 112. Early the next morning, as the white banner of the commander's residence was raised, Bai Jianian arrived to offer his condolences. Sin Dashui wore a serious expression. In Chapter 226, titled The Celestial Maiden of Nine Heavens, Part 113, the intention was merely to honor the fallen soldiers. However, it was later proposed by Zheng Shou that, in order to demonstrate the court's benevolence, it would be more fitting to establish an altar to commemorate the unfortunate victims as well. In Chapter 227, The Celestial Maiden of Nine Heavens, Part 114. The following day dawned with clear skies and gentle breezes, a splendid day indeed. As the city gates opened, a multitude of citizens gathered to observe, some of whom had privately condemned the officials just the day before. In Chapter 228, The Celestial Maiden of Nine Heavens, Part 115. The man stood there in shock, his goat-like beard hanging limply at his side, as he loudly proclaimed, I was coerced by Chenair. I bear no grievances. In Chapter 229, The Celestial Maiden of Nine Heavens, Part 116, the incident unfolded unexpectedly. Sun Shi-san did not immediately interrogate Chenair, but instead had him taken away for careful monitoring. Both prisoners were to be held in solitary confinement under strict supervision. In Chapter 230, The Celestial Maiden of Nine Heavens, Part 117. Upon seeing Zheng Shou enter, Xin Shisen looked up with a slight smile before returning to his writing. Zheng Shou entered with a beaming smile, carrying something in hand. In Chapter 231, The Celestial Maiden of Nine Heavens, Part 118, Xin Shisen, with a guiding tone, painted a beautiful vision for Zheng Shou, saying, "Once we sit together at the helm of the world, who would dare to underestimate us?" Chapter 232, The Celestial Maiden, Part 119, Chapter 233, The Celestial Maiden, Part 120. Qingjiu was somewhat shorter than Zheng Shou, her attire slightly short. Yet these details held little significance, for until she stepped outside, Qingjiu maintained a gaze of astonishment. Chapter 234, The Celestial Maiden, Part 121, Uncle. "Auntie, where are we headed?" Qingjiu, bewildered, was led out of the courtyard by Zheng Shou. A guard, noticing their departure, approached with a query. Chapter 235, The Celestial Maiden, Part 122. The soldiers dispatched to report to the general are of no consequence. Meanwhile, Luo Fan, upon sensing the stillness outside, rubbed his eyes vigorously, rose, and adjusted his attire, gazing out the window pensively. Chapter 236, The Celestial Maiden, Part 123, The Young Leader. Deep in contemplation, was caught off guard as Zheng Shou seized the moment. What if we claim the maiden is in our possession? The young leader paused, bewildered, but the maiden is. Chapter 237, The Celestial Maiden, Part 124. As the soldiers approached the city, panic enveloped the citizens of Tianjing. Wealthy individuals hurriedly stowed their belongings into cellars, while the impoverished trembled in their homes, gripped by fear as chaos ensued. Chapter 238, The Celestial Maiden, Part 125. "Young master, please," a smiling commander said, "allow me to escort you out of the city." The general gestured courteously. Chapter 239, The Celestial Maiden of the Nine Heavens, 126. As the city gates swung open, the members of the transport guild mingled with the unsuspecting troops of the Bai family, resulting in a chaotic melee. The innocent bystanders suffered amidst the glint of blades and the clash of swords. Chapter 240, The Celestial Maiden of the Nine Heavens, 127. At the moment the city gates encountered trouble, Lady Feng had already dispatched a messenger at the swiftest pace to alert the commander's residence. However, before the messenger could reach the stronghold, he was met with a towering inferno. Chapter 241, The Celestial Maiden of the Nine Heavens, 128. It is often said that a leaderless group is akin to a dragon without a head. Even the fiercest of creatures can descend into chaos without a guiding force. This is especially true for the soldiers of the Tsin family, most of whom hailed from rural backgrounds. Chapter 242, The Celestial Maiden of the Nine Heavens, 129. "It is not me," Chuki exclaimed, hastily covering her face. Zheng Shou reached out to touch her visage, causing Chuki to scream in fright. "No, truly, it is not me." Chapter 243, The Celestial Maiden of the Nine Heavens, 130. Those who understand the times are indeed wise. The siege incident erupted unexpectedly, prompting all parties involved to make the most prudent decisions for themselves. Luo Fan, in accordance with the wishes of Zheng Shou, lowered his head, acutely aware of the injustice he was imposing upon you. "As a loyal subject, I find myself unable to." On the 7th day of the month, a fleeting figure appeared at the moon gate. She carried a modest little package, tucking 2 silver notes close to her heart, and exuberantly dashed out. 2 days later, a contingent of soldiers materialized at the city gate. "Who goes there?" inquired the sentinels stationed atop the walls. "We hail from Hangzhou." In the stillness of the midnight streets, a squadron of soldiers stealthily encircled the residence of the Imperial Envoy. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, and the leader paused to listen intently through the door. As dawn broke, the city gates swung wide open, revealing Vice Commander Chen standing resolutely at the threshold. Chapter 250, The Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens, 137. The gaze of General Bai shifted towards Zheng Shou, who instinctively took a step back. "You cannot," General Bai replied with a cold smile. "Rest assured, I shall honor my promise." Chapter 251, The Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens, 138. This is impossible, Shen retorted loudly. He was a man of excessive self-confidence, always believing that everyone was merely a pawn in his game. Chapter 252. The Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens, 139. Shen opened his eyes to find himself tightly bound by ropes. He struggled momentarily, his legs thumping against the bed with a dull thud, creaking. Chapter 253. The Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens, 140. General Bai's men scoured the city in search of the remnants of the Zhongbang and the Tianxing sect. The entire city was under martial law. Despite digging deep, they had yet to uncover any trace of Shen. Chapter 254. The Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens, 141. General Bai fumed, his anger palpable. Bai Jianian was his eldest son, upon whom he had placed great expectations. Yet he had been so foolishly ensnared by them. Chapter 255. The Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens, 142, in the capital. A lightning strike had altered Zhang Shou's mind, enabling him to occasionally perceive spirits and, at times, engage in fortunate exchanges with them. Chapter 256. The Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens, 143. Where is he? A group of soldiers burst in, only to find the room utterly vacant. The turning of the leader. Chapter 257. The Celestial Maiden of the Nine Heavens, 144, in Luo Fan's gaze. The rotation of the longevity circle accelerated, almost lifting his feet off the ground, as if he were floating away into the ethereal. Xiaolu, let go, do not. Chapter 258. The Celestial Maiden of the Nine Heavens, 145. The two parties were separated by a transparent barrier, allowing them to see each other clearly. Yet Luo Fan was anxious and unable to cross over. Commander Bai thought to himself how fortunate it was that the barrier prevented him from passing through, if he could. Chapter 259. The Celestial Maiden of the Nine Heavens, 146. One must see the living and the dead. The West Empress glared at Luo Fan, her face filled with resentment. The East Empress sighed. After such an explosion, where is the person? Chapter 260. The Celestial Maiden of the Nine Heavens, 147. Upon returning home, the imperial decree had also arrived. The eunuch, with a shrill voice, proclaimed the decree, leaving the entire Luo family in shock. What? Marrying the Qin family daughter to our family? Chapter 261. The Celestial Maiden of the Nine Heavens, 148. Miss Qin, are you accustomed to living in this new residence? The young emperor asked with a serious expression. Qinzhou dared not lift her head, responding with utmost respect. Chapter 262. The Celestial Maiden of the Nine Heavens, 149. Your Majesty, General Luo Fan requests an audience. The eunuch announced from outside. The young emperor laughed heartily. Miss Qin, General Luo, is still. Chapter 263. The Celestial Maiden of the Nine Heavens, 150. In the dead of night, silence enveloped the Changchun Palace of the West Empress. A black cat meowed softly as it leapt down from the wall, landing precisely beside a small figure standing in the corner. Chapter 264. The Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens, Part 151. His Majesty first encountered the young Miss Qin, after which General Luo paid her a visit. The Empress Dowager reclined upon her couch, while a young attendant knelt on the floor, gently tapping his fists. Chapter 265. The Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens, Part 152. Those in the West were in a state of anxious urgency, readily accepting her as their adopted daughter. The Eastern Empress Dowager set down her teacup, her expression serene and unruffled. My lady, is this a matter of? Chapter 266. The Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens, Part 153. You must depart promptly, lest you arouse suspicion. The young emperor turned to glance at the eunuch. Indeed, Your Majesty, I shall take my leave at once. Chapter 267. The Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens, Part 154. A child hidden from the world, unable to be seen. During the reign of the late emperor, no infants were born within the palace, as the concubines resorted to every conceivable method to conceive. Chapter 268. The Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens, Part 155. This This is the bone of an adult. The young emperor's voice trembled. That night, a half-moon illuminated the ground with its soft glow, revealing several. Chapter 269. The Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens. Part 156. A sweeping eunuch. His Majesty favored him, granting him. Empress Dowager Cixi listened to the young man recounting the events in the garden, and with a light-hearted chuckle remarked, "A trivial matter." Chapter 270. The Celestial Maiden of the Ninth Heaven. Part 157. The shadow floundered in the water, crying out, "Shao Si, Shao Si. For the sake of our past camaraderie, please save me, brother." Qianxi nodded. Chapter 271. The Celestial Maiden of the Ninth Heaven. Part 158. Empress Dowager Cixi gazed at her son with maternal affection as the young emperor nestled against her, saying, "Mother, the Eastern territories have treated me quite well. Why do you harbor such disdain for them?" Chapter 272. The Celestial Maiden of the Ninth Heaven. Part 159. Such is the nature of affairs in our dynasty. The two courts currently govern from behind the curtains, wielding authority akin to that of sovereigns, rendering personal matters of the two rulers beyond the realm of domestic inquiry. Chapter 273. The Celestial Maiden of the Ninth Heaven. Part 160. This pertains to the privacy of the palace. We should withdraw for now. Upon hearing that the small eunuch surnamed Qian had disclosed this matter, the several princes. Chapter 274. The Celestial Maiden of the Ninth Heaven. Part 161. Who are the kneeling ones? As the princes and officials from the Ministry of Internal Affairs gathered to observe, the eunuch from the Ministry of Justice could only feign authority, striking the wooden tablet and inquiring, "What say you?" Chapter 275. The Celestial Maiden of the Ninth Heaven. Part 162. Question me? Have they lost their senses? Empress Dowager Cixi, seated in the Changchun Palace, could not contain her laughter upon hearing the words of the eunuch from the Ministry of Justice. And what of the Eastern territories? Chapter 276. The Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens. 163. Just as the standoff continued, a sharp voice rang out. The Empress Dowager of the West has arrived. Taking advantage of the moment, Luo Fan swiftly released his grip on Prince Rong, who exclaimed, "Oh, little Luo." Chapter 277. The Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens. 164. The West Empress Dowager was the first to express her fury. "Impudent servant. Who gave you the audacity? Drag him out." The East Empress Dowager, observing the situation, suddenly had an epiphany and provocatively inquired, "What?" Chapter 278. The Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens. 165. Qianxi could not help but grimace, as if someone were painstakingly filing away at his teeth from the roots, causing an ache throughout his entire mouth. Oh, the pain. For over a decade. Chapter 279. The Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens. 166. As matters reached this point, the East Empress Dowager maintained a calm facade, her gaze darting toward the West Empress Dowager, a smile gracing her lips. "It is best to clarify this matter, I observe." Chapter 280. The Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens. 167. Does the Empress truly believe that the Emperor is not of the West's own blood? Luo Fan silently followed into the Xinang Palace, and after the East Empress Dowager dismissed her attendants, she. Chapter 281. The Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens. 168. Chapter 282. The Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens. 169. I demand to see the Emperor. The West Empress Dowager cast a cold glance at the eunuch who had entered to convey the edict. Chapter 283. The Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens. 170. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Empress Dowager Cixi slowly regained consciousness, her eyes fluttering open to behold a familiar face swaying beside her, one of her most trusted palace maids. In a fit of rage, she forcefully pushed the medicinal bowl from the bedside, sending it crashing to the ground, causing the precious concoction that Pearl had painstakingly prepared to spill everywhere, the bowl shattering into countless fragments. "Mother! Mother!" The young emperor awoke from his slumber, his hands flailing in the air as if grasping at something intangible. "Your Majesty, did you have a nightmare?" Within the palace, Luo Fan refrained from making any rash moves. As he observed Qianxi escorting someone away, a sense of emptiness enveloped him, akin to having lost something of great value. After a moment's contemplation, he made his way directly toward Luo Fan, resolved to seek an audience with the emperor. The guards at the entrance shook their heads repeatedly, stating, "Your Majesty is not receiving anyone today. General Luo, please do not place us in a difficult position." Prince Cheng finished reading the testimonies sent by the Ministry of Justice in silence. The several princes exchanged glances, each uncertain of how to broach the subject. Finally, Prince Rong shattered. Chapter 289. The Celestial Maiden of Nine Heavens, Part 176. The father and son stealthily exited through the back gate of the Chengqin Wangfu and boarded a carriage stationed on the narrow street, all to evade notice, for the stakes of riding a horse were indeed monumental. Chapter 290. The Celestial Maiden of Nine Heavens, Part 177. Qin Zhou gently clasped that hand, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Chapter 291. Sword pointing at the virtuous king. This. The physician turned around, and, upon seeing an enraged visage and a pair of fiery eyes, was instantly petrified, inwardly exclaiming. Chapter 292. Midnight Martial Law. Luo Fan stood at the threshold of the study. "Come in." Luo Fan pushed the door open and found General Luo in. Chapter 293. The arrow on the string. The shadow guard was equally astonished, retreating a step. In a hushed tone, he murmured, "No way." As he spoke, he glanced at General Luo, who was utterly horrified, as. Chapter 294. You dare to assassinate the Chengqin Wang, followed the eunuch, pressing forward unobstructed all the way into the Qianqing palace. The guards outside exchanged a glance with the leading eunuch, lowering their heads to inquire, "Yet." Chapter 295. Are you cowardly? Eunuch Qianxi halted his steps, turning around with a bemused expression directed at the princess. What did the princess mean by that? Who was repaying kindness with enmity? Chapter 296. Truly insane. At dawn the following day, as the sky began to lighten, a number of ministers had gathered before the divine martial gate, each bearing a grave expression, silently awaiting the opening to attend the morning court. Chapter 297. The foolish Luo. Young eunuch Qianxi stood anxiously behind the young emperor, nearly shouting, "Luo Haizi, are you foolish?" Luo Fan knelt on the ground, his back straight and rigid, quite. Chapter 298. A Desire for All. Chapter 299. The Sage King, Part 1. Zheng Shou ran out of the royal residence in haste, mounting his horse at the entrance. He galloped wildly for an extended period, his legs feeling somewhat weak, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. He had underestimated the situation. Chapter 300. The Sage King, Part 2. I am of the former emperor's bloodline. Your words are utterly rebellious. Zheng Shou, incensed, felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. The Prince of Cheng found his hands and feet shackled. Chapter 301. Setting a trap. Zheng Shou presented the letter composed by the Prince of Cheng to the emperor. The young emperor scrutinized it carefully before looking up at Zheng Shou. Uncle Wang truly possesses a heartfelt loyalty to the court. Chapter 302. A forged edict. Prince Chun is the most inept among the royal family. He has achieved little in the past, being primarily known for his licentiousness, with his greatest passion being to keep women and father children. During the reign of the late emperor, there was an occasion. Chapter 303. So it is nonsense. The imperial decree clearly states that I shall temporarily oversee the divine mechanism camp. Prince Rong was forcefully restrained, his neck straining as he roared in fury. Chapter 304. The aftermath of intoxication. Thus, unbeknownst to anyone, an agreement was reached between the members of the divine mechanism camp and Luo Fan. After a round of toasts, their camaraderie deepened. Chapter 305. Trapping the Turtle, Part 1. Zheng Shou is indeed a person of strong convictions. Chapter 306. Trapping the Turtle, Part 2. Who on earth are you? This is the ancestral hall. Where do the servants have the right to speak? A young man clad in armor was mistakenly thought to be an outsider by a prince entering the hall. Chapter 307. The Palace Coup, Part 1. Other princes wished to struggle a bit, as maintaining face is essential. Zheng Shou did not press the matter. smilingly opening the window to see the young soldiers of the Divine Mechanism camp in the courtyard. Chapter 308, The Palace Coup, Part 2, Father, Father. The little princess waved her chubby hand, resembling a small meatball. King Chen took a deep breath, forcing himself not to dwell on familial affections. Chapter 309, The Woes of Inequality. Zhang Shou brought forth the memorials signed and sealed by the princes to report to the emperor. The honorable king was bound and pushed into the imperial study. Chapter 310, The Emperor's Wisdom. The capital was in a state of rapid upheaval. First, the two palaces withdrew the curtains and returned power. Then the Western Empress lost her influence, followed by news that her downfall was orchestrated by the Eastern Empress. Chapter 311, Incitement, Part 1. With the capital stabilized, considerations began to turn towards internal palace matters. On this day, the young emperor and Zhang Shou arrived at the Xining Palace. The personnel within Xining Palace had all been meticulously scrutinized. Chapter 312, Provocation, Part 2. A woman who can emerge from the throng of palace beauties. Ascending from a concubine to the position of empress, and managing to command the inner palace for many years despite not being favored by the emperor. Chapter 313, The Swords and Sabers Stored, Part 1. The two walked in a staggered formation. As Zhang Shou looked up and realized they had arrived at the gates of the Shushou Palace, the young emperor had yet to select his consorts, and thus, the Shushou Palace remained devoid of imperial concubines. Chapter 314, The Swords and Sabers Stored, Part 2. The Qin Duke and his wife stood at the palace gate, awaiting the arrival of Qingjiu. A sedan chair appeared at the entrance, accompanied by several palace maids. The Qin Duke observed the scene. Chapter 315, The Swords and Sabers Stored, Part 3. The paper figurines and horses quickly turned to ash in the fierce flames. The sparks flickered intermittently before finally succumbing to silence. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept across the open ground, howling. Chapter 316, The Swords and Sabers Stored, Part 4. General Luo was merely prompted by the emperor to voluntarily retire from military service. Chapter 317, The Swords and Sabers Stored, Part 5. Zhang Shou forcefully pushed aside the eunuch who obstructed her path and boldly entered the emperor's study. The young emperor was engrossed in writing when she stepped in. Chapter 318, The Swords and Sabers Stored, Part 6. I should have arrived sooner. But there was a matter at home. Luo Fan's words were abruptly interrupted by General Luo. Chapter 319, The Beauty of Jiangnan, Part 1. In the enchanting Jiangnan, where the grass flourishes and the orioles sing, the springtime radiance stands in stark contrast to the gloomy chill of the capital. The cobblestone path resonates with the crisp sound of hooves approaching from afar. Chapter 320, The Beauty of Jiangnan, Part 2. I do not know where my royal sister is, the young emperor remarked, spreading his hands in a gesture of exasperation. General Luo, why insist? A fruit that is forcefully plucked is never sweet. Chapter 321, The Beauty of Jiangnan, Part 3. As flowers bloom and wither, Luo Fan has roamed the picturesque Jiangnan for nearly 2 years. It is yet another autumn, and the fragrance of osmanthus blossoms wafts through the air by the West Lake, as Luo Fan leads his horse along the path.